actually continues the fault about it, see where the choice I was getting by. But the one nice thing is not actually too much from the so it's here was interesting. So they bring the practice of what's called that from the communal fund. Now the demise that happened with you that after maybe someone died. Like maybe someone maybe someone died from the time that you separated and you offered it up. So the Gemara said, one of my speech was a list up. I've the Aishi is making mice. One second, how should this be? So you have to be in a communal chatos from community fund, but maybe the time that you separated out and offered it, the province died. Offer up a carbon whose owners died. What do you see here? That a Nisa B'tzibor. There is no death within the tzibor, and therefore Allah says about the death of which was Alishmanino, Kata Shemisu Bala, the tzibor carbon. What do you see here? That it's only by individual chatos if the owners die that you can't offer the carbon. But by a communal chatos, if some of the owners die, ultimately this is not going to be able to figure out. Remember what we're trying to figure out over here? How could it be that by inauguration of the second Mikdash, they brought sin offerings for Avodah Zarah committed during the times of the first Mikdash? Didn't the people who need that carbon already die? Which our Papa said, Ein Nisa B'tzibor. You might have trying to figure out, where do you know that from? You might have as follows. I don't understand. How can you compare this? That is a very big difference. In other words, maybe no one died. Maybe no one died in Providence over the time that you separated out that carbon and you offered it. Maybe no one died. That's a big difference from talking about more than a 70-year death, right? That's not a fair comparison. Coming up on the offer, rather than probably understand the from here. On 6 years, most of these instruments about Egla Arusa. Egla Arusa, again, decapitated cat. We find some murder between two cities. We don't know who murdered him. Measures of the closest city. Elders of that city come out, decapitate the cat, wash their hands over the cat, get more to the process for them to put those. So what they say, as they wash their hands over the cat, they say, literally again, atone for your people. Now, both say the rest of the process is Simon said this. Interestingly enough, if you look at the wording over here, the elders are saying Hashem, atone for your people whom you redeemed. What redemption are you talking about here? In Pashto, the Gemara says, it's fine, even from Egypt. So Egla was so powerful that it's atoning even for Jews who left Egypt. And what's that? What's the status of Jews who left Egypt? What's the status like? Then Hashem and Aliyah, you're dead. You're dead. So what are you talking about over here? That there should be atonement for people who are dead. You can see it. The Gemara says, so what do you see from here? You see from here that Achatos has the ability to atone even if the owners already died. In a tzibor. So you must come on. Nikan, how do you compare that? Hassan Kulu is you go to the Mechapra and the Mechapra on the end. That's not a comparison because the Egla Arufa, all the people who didn't Kapara are presently alive. Okay, so now that it's going to atone for the living, we could also atone for the dead. Allah, the Muslims fascinated by Ezra, by the second Mikdash. It's quite possible that there was no one alive from the days of Sishio. There's no one alive from them. So how can you atone for people if no one from that original group is alive? And let's say this is an overwhelming Gemara. You're not going to need to sit ready for this. It turns out, listen to this, that there were a lot of Jews alive during the inauguration of the second day of Mikdash who saw the first day of Mikdash. Incredible. 7 years later. Now where does the Gemara get this from? This is shocking. The Gemara says, so the Pasuk says, interestingly enough, there were many of the Kohanim and the Leviim and heads of households, Hazikinim, Ashero, Ashabayis, Harishon, the Yostis, the Habayis, the Pasuk says explicitly. There were many Kohanim, many Leviim, many heads of families, many elders who were still alive. Once again, can you imagine that? Can you imagine being one of those Jews? Like, you've been living 2,000 years just lynch. We also buy a fish meal, we also get to see the menu. Can you imagine again those trees were so the seed structure and then Baruch Hashem able to see rebuilding of the base images. So apparently there were a lot of them. So you must see one second. So give them a acting with a low rapid. Now remember, all the Pasuk says is what? All the Pasuk says is that there were a lot of Kohanim, Levi, and elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority, but it just says that there were a lot of people. So maybe they were, you know, in the great context of Klal Yisrael, those considered to be a minority.
Yeah, you can check yourself. I'm in the little podcast.
Listen to this. The Lord King the called trust us in the first white line. The called the
You okay?
This is wild. The Gemara says that when Klal Yisrael saw the second base on the push, the sound of crying, the sound of joy. I was like, this is fascinating. There are two different reactions in the second base and the crush. Second base and the crush. Right? There was the cries. Now the conscious was assuming who did the crying come from? The cry came from the Jews on the first base and the crush. And the second, and the cries of Simcha came from the Jews who never saw the first base and the crush. So let's say, isn't this incredible that in general, so in proportion to the truth, therefore the Gemara says the fact that the crying was louder than I don't know what we call the sound of joy, indicates to us what? That there were more people crying than being joyous. Which indicates that something fascinating, that apparently the majority of Jews who came back and started rebuilding the second base of Mikdash, were leftovers, but you know, we're holdovers, right? We're part of that generation who saw the first base of Mikdash, which is wild. Which also tells you apparently just about the longevity of those individuals. There been a lot, that must be a lot of elderly people. That also, but it's incredible. So the fact that the crying was greater than the joy, ultimately again indicates the majority of probably strong in fact holdovers from the first temple era. And also to me it's also so profound that whenever Klal Yisrael rejoices, it's an incredible thing. Our rejoicing is always a mixture of two things. There is always laughter and tears, even in the greatest symptom. Also think about this in just a moment, right? What's going to happen when we have the third base on the front? You could see this within itself. You could see on one hand, probably the tears are going to flow like water. Because in that moment, when we are Zohar and Hashem to see our third base on the crush, what do you know what's going to come out? What's going to come out is like 2,000 years of pain. 2,000 years of, you know, it's almost like, you know, you see this sometimes like you know, when people compete and do one thing, this is also things like they're very great. They get to the finish line, they begin to cry, you know, because they've been nursing injuries and pain and difficulty and all that, but they kept it together because they had to get to the finish line. When we get to our third Hashem, we arrive at our national finish line. There's going to be just a tidal wave of tears. Because the pain that we had to keep in check all of this time, because sometimes you have to keep pain in check because I need to move myself forward. And at the same time, just the unbridled laughter and joy that's going to come from seeing that base HaMikdash and seeing Mashiach and then yes, amazing, the families being reunited, and all of these incredible things, we're going to see this. It's important that we learn this, because this, what we're learning right now as a lesson in history, in Yeret Hashem very soon is going to become our reality and present. This profound mixture of pain for everything that we have to endure, coupled with the incredible laughter and joy for everything that we finally have, we'll be so fit with in Yeret Hashem the Kara. The Gemara says, I baham mezidin of it. Still there's a problem. How are the Jews bringing a carbon to atone for Avodah Zarah? They were nascent. Once another again, a chatas is brought for inadvertent transgression. These Jews were not, they were not sure they were nascent. So how could they bring a carbon from nascent? First, you must be right. Hora Shah. You must say this is fascinating. Hora Shah, what means? An exception was made. An exception was made. Ultimately, the Baruch allowed them to go ahead and bring a chatas even for even for an intentional ultimate or intentional Avna and Stabla, Shili Loke Mahaki, Alim Tishin Shisha, Vasim Shiva the Shiva, Neged Mudi. So I say, because you look at these Kavanas, these numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, 80, 77, 77 Vasim. What are they corresponding to? Hello, Holas, Shaisa Haya, Hakanami, Holas, Shah. This is ultimately was Holas Shah. Allah shot. I will say, by the way, you ask yourself, why was there Allah shot? Well, now, in other words, if you say, let's move on. So let's say, because there's one thing, and this is so incredibly in this time of year as well. If there's one thing that the Ribbon of Shalom has that's interesting, it is us becoming valid. No one is a greater stakeholder of Tshuva than us of because when we become valid, we believe in our ability to second chances. We believe in our ability to second chances, we better actually get on the news with the going forward. Tshuva is not a possibility. What's the point of trying? The spark we needed probably sought to understand that the second base on the place represented a new start, new opportunity, a new beginning. And sometimes for people to really believe that they're in the beginning, there has to be something concrete. So the ability for cloud itself to bring these Kashkas offerings as a tangible display, I can respond to this. The bring your cover is high, but 1 second only the children begin to touch. Not amazing. For us, the folks in it's okay, here I'm allowing you to do it. How you saw blood is covenant to know. You can do with certainty that they have been forgiven and that a new chance has been given. Incredible. Turn up on it. Makes I mean, I see, but I love it. Wasn't everyone supposed to be eating like that? Makes I mean, I see, but I love it. So let's say, so now again, this walk hard along the Sibo. Like all this same thing. Right? Basin goes in and the rivers are rolling and moving. People go running. There's this whole covering process. What happens? Makes I mean, I see, but I love it. If one of the members of Congress Israel died, you're tired. Now again, if you don't know who's tired, you're going to see what this means. Makes it says, you did think through it. Ultimately, again, if one of the members of the Din dies, then ultimately, again, they are processed. So the mentioned Montana, who is the kind of I'm going to kiss the Amar Zero, Amar Rab, Sadimir, the Amar, what do I mean? So I'm based in the being of the Lord Sibo. The years of the opinion of Osai, which is very good, we have lots of men and you're near hold, so when it comes to power, Helam Government at Sibo, ultimately, again, only the Din brings and not the congregation. Now watch this, we must spoke off, makes Echamin at Sibo Helam. The heart find polluted. Therefore, again, if one of the members of the body cell dies, they still bring the power because the baby is intact. However, makes Echad Migate into it, the holiday Tatas Shames Echad Min HaShotzim. And we shouldn't have people to it. Now, look at this is interesting. But if one of the members of the big team dies, then what? Then this is interesting. You must suggest that Allah mentioned that big team no longer brings the power. Like, why? Because if one of the members of the nation dies, this is like a Tatas that was owned by partners, where if one of the partners dies, the Tatas is no longer brought. Very interesting. Yimar says, Maskidorabia, say, if you're not contribution, there are days in Imatsibor, but we just said something very shame. So we shouldn't hold Allah and say, I have Tzibor is brought on both by the Bezdin as well as by the Tzibor. Therefore, Mes Echam Tzibor Chalavim. The Tzibor nation. If one of the members of the Tzibor dies, you still bring the power. Why? Because like we said, the Tzibor never dies. The Tzibor never dies. Mes Echam Bezdin. And if one of the members of the Bezdin dies, see that means the Tatas shifts to me. Okay, I'm going to let up by I'm going to show you the maximum section. I'm interesting enough. This is what you might consider as follows. If one of the members of the group, right, if a member of the Province Israel dies, we still bring the power, right? Because again, in Sibor, the interesting routine that you study here is that, so let's just figure this out. Facing casting that David is in the okay, fine, you can't okay, bad, right? People acted on it. Now, Jason wants to go ahead and bring a power to Elam government at Sibor. Okay, now whether or not the Sibor brings or not, that's not going to get my whole solution before. Now, one of the members of the Bezdin dies. The Gemara is suggesting that the Bezdin will no longer bring the Chatos. They'll actually differently. It can't bring the Chatos. Why can't it bring the Chatos? Because the power of the Bezdin was like the Chatos of partners. Partners are my partners. And now look, it is that when one of the partners dies, the main partner of the Chatos can no longer be brought. Okay? So the Gemara says, is that true? Is that true? The Gemara says, Maski Florida, se no puedo cambiar Tirami calcio però, allora vai, se non vicino alla casa si fa una messa, vai, sai, quanto vicino al mistero, e la casa should not left to die. Not left to die. He said, listen, remember again, understand, the purpose of an individual, so like we said before, moving is obligated. The purpose separates the animal and then he dies. What happens to the animal? Of the animal, you need to die. You can't go ahead. Purpose makes you die. If the purpose is only you can't go across that purpose. Now, listen to this. Interesting enough, what about a purpose owned by partners? So again, it could very well be that you can't offer a left to die. So Gemara says, the Shimon says it's not left to die. December. Part is to be put in. Sha'ab goes into this. If you have the par and the side of Yom Kippur, he separated out these animals, broke up on it service and Yom Kippur. Then what happened? Sha'ab lost the animal. Someone's losing their job. Right? Someone's losing their job. And so they lost the part of the start of Yom Kippur. So what do you do? They'll say, what do you do if you lose the part of the start of Yom Kippur? You separate out the steps. Okay, fine. They fish out. Hey, maybe not them. That wasn't enough. The onion part of the story of the year is they offer it up. They offer up to replacement. And then what happens? They find the old ones or the original ones. What's that? You leave them to die. You leave them to die. But the resolution says, no, you have to let them graze, and then they develop a mom, and then you can redeem it. Why? The fishing katas sibor mesa. Because the katas of the congregation is not left to die. Kohanim Kamet, so what's say that's Kohanim? Gemara says, shiny Kohanim get to cow. Kohanim themselves are for the congregation. So that's not looked at, you just cleaning up that Kohanim sorry. That's not looked at as carbonos of a katas of partners. That's what we thought it was originally. That's the carbonos of Kohanim. Kohanim can say, be a cloud. Gemara says, Bixit ala Kohanim, Va'akol ha'am, Va'akol am, HaKahal Yichaper. So you see Kohanim called the cloud. What's the other days? Alamiata, nice Yikar. If that's the case, ultimately again, that Kohanim are called a Kahal, and ultimately again, they should bring their own Par Helam Davin Atzibur, because they're called a Kahal. If he came a Hakinani, if that's the case, maybe it's illegal. It's answer that why company was shocking. Now, let's remember again, according to the opinion that says that when there is a mistake in the shvatim, the Bezin brings a par and the shvatim bring a par. So how many paros is that? That's 12. If the Kohanim are considered to be their own kahal, then what? How many did you bring? 13. 13. You might say, Shvatos Shalevi Lo Ikru Kahal. No, here's the difference is the Shevet of Levi is not called a kahal. This is very interesting. Why not? It's Hinni Matrifa Lebisifa and Satifa with Kal Amin. So what's that? This is interesting enough by Avram Avinu. Like Hashem says to Avram Avinu, I will give you, I'll make you cake, I'll multiply you. When I said that, I'll make you like Kal Amin. Now right after that it says, when I Sati es Haaretz Hazos. So what do you see from here? Being a Kahal is associated with Eretz Yisrael. Which of us said, by the way, we learned this last week already, that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called Kahal Yisrael. It's interesting enough, the Gemara says, Kosh Yishra Chuzah Ikri Kahal. Only those who have a portion in the land, ultimately again are called Kahal. So Kosh Yishra Chuzah, whoever does not have a portion in the land, Lo Ikri Kahal, is not called Kahal. So looks like, so this is really fascinating. So therefore, again, interesting enough, Shevet Levi isn't called Kahal. Why not? Why not? Because at the end of the day, which I will say, that is interesting. It almost seems like what it's saying is, what's the child? Okay, what's the child? If you don't have a portion, or you're not part of the child of the grow. So obviously, if you say it's a puzzle, the deeper idea what it's saying is like this. To be part of Kahal Yisrael, what has to happen? You have to have responsibility for the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility for the advancement, you're holy, you're beautiful, you're wonderful, but that's not Kahal. Kahal Yisrael are people who roll up their sleeves and advance the coming agenda of Klal Yisrael in Eretz Yisrael. If you're not working the land in some way, in other words, if you're not advancing the the land of Eretz Yisrael, then ultimately again, you're not part of the Tal. Now again, not being part of the Tal doesn't mean you're Allah, but it doesn't mean you're holy. Also, bad news is we're also not part of the Tal, right? In other words, but yet again, we're holy, we're beloved, we're part of the cloud Yisrael, but the cloud is something very specific. So when sin came, that's where you're disrupted. Here's the problem. If Shibit Levi is not part of the Kahal, then I will say again, how are you ever coming up? How are you ever coming up with 12 Shvatim, right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So you must, I'm not right. No. That's fine. In Menashe, Yehuda and Shimon, there are 12 Shvatim. Why? Why was I? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. Yosef becomes 2. I'm going to Moshe, by the way, it's fascinating. I'm going to I'll sit, I'll shame Achayim, but by a famine in Moshe, it says, now listen to this, yes, the famine are 2 tribes. What are the 2 tribes for? You're not Allah, Hokashu, Halor Dava'aka. A famine under Moshe, you should be 2 tribes for tribal inheritance. For inheritance purposes, like for land purposes, but not for any other purpose. Is that not true? Is that true? Below. Everything did you go? I will say again, if I'm not sure in the desert, when we have flags, remember again, if Friday Nasha had their own flags. So they are separate tribes. Kinakalasan, Tak, and Yasan, to be Rakali covered with the Golan. That was like, because remember again, so remember the flags had to do with where tribes came. It also had to do with Nakala, tribal inheritance. It's all part of the same thing. I have a Halukim Genesian, but if I'm not each had their own Nasi, each had their own tribal prince. So much Ahu, Rakul, cover in the scene. That was in order to just cover to the scene. Okay, or in other words, to say differently, that was in order to avoid Machlokas. If there's only one Nasi per time and the Nasha, if you understand that's going to cause problems, who does the Nasi come from? Right? Which one of them should get the Nasi? The Shine doesn't very beautiful. Shlomo also signing it Chanukah. The ultimate deal is that Shlomo made 7 days of Chanukah. What is that Chanukah? What? Chanukah Habayis. So Shlomo has consecrated the days and it made 7. I think he really made 7 and 7. We saw it last week. He made 7 primary days of dedication. Moshe Lasos Shlimas. So why did Moshe only make 12? Why did he make 12? He must have not Moshe Lasos Shlimas, Moshe by the Mishkan. Why were there 12 days of inauguration by the Mishkan? But Shlomo HaMelech only made 7 days by the Beis Hamikdash. But they lachlok covered the Messiah. Ultimately, in order to get covered to the Messiah, because once say what would have happened, first off, it only would have been 7. So which tribal princes are represented, which are not? What did Moshe Rabbeinu do? Prolong ultimately again the dedication this way. Every tribal prince ultimately again gets a part. Which I must say is a really incredible idea. What he's saying here, if Moshe Rabbeinu was preoccupied with Shalom, so we need to extend the Chanukah a little bit longer. Ultimately, again, that's what we'll do just in order to make Shalom amongst the Messiah. Absolutely incredible. Says the Gemara Haviyallah. So let's say, we're going to go back to the original question. Let's get back on track over here. My Haviyallah, the Gemara says, what is the status of Chatos HaShutfim? So here's what we know. The Chatos of an individual, right? We're going to accidentally is Michal Shabbos. The separate Chatos and then he died. What happens to that Chatos? What happens to it? It's left to die. Right? If Tzibur has a Chatos, and some members of the Tzibur die, what's the halacha? The Chatos is still off it, right? Why? Ein Nisa B'Tzibur. The right to that, the Jews came back to the second day Chanukah. Our interesting question is what happens if you have a Chatos owned by 2 people, a Chatos owned by a partnership, and one of the partners dies, what's the status of that Chatos? Is that like a Chatos HaYochid or a Chatos HaTzibur? To which the Gemara says that's the reasons in my Haviyallah Tashma. So it's a very interesting conclusion there. Tashma Disanya. The Bishop says, some of these Chatos Mesos. There are 5 categories of Chatos that ultimately again are left to die. What are those 5 Chatos? Vlad Chatos. If your Chatos Mazatov gives birth, right? So if your Chatos gives birth, ultimately again that Chatos is left to die. Right? Tmuras Chatos. If you exchange one Chatos for another, Tmura. Then we'll say, by the way, well, we'll see what it says. Chatos Shemis Ba'ala, if you have a Chatos, the owner of the Chatos dies. The Chatos Shemis Hafru Ba'ala, or you have a chatos whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. So this would be a case of, let's say again, Reuben was Mechal Shabbos asking if he set aside a chatos, lost his chatos, designated another chatos, offered up the replacement chatos, and then found the original chatos. The original chatos is left to die. The chatos sha'ava shnasa. When I'm saying in a chatos, there's an age requirement within a year. The chatos aged out. Okay. Viyata Yaakov, Lomar, Vad, Chatas, sorry, Viyata Psanah, Magos Tzibis. Viyata Yaakov, Lomar, Vad, Chatas, Tzibis. So if you're dealing with the Tzibor, Chatas, the Tzibor, there's no such thing as offspring of a Chatas. Why not? Shem Tzibor, Nasvit, Shem Nekeva. Because again, whenever the Tzibor goes ahead and brings a Chatas, it's always a male animal, never a female animal. So therefore, we'll say, again, this is important because in 2025 you have to clarify these things, right? So only females can have children, right? Only females can nurse, only females can menstruate, only females, right? So again, there are certain biological realities that are only for females that men cannot do. They cannot do, right? So once I say, again, the Gemara says, so by tzibor, there's no such thing, because at the end of the day, ultimately, again, by tzibor, it's only a male chatos, not a female chatos. And ultimately, again, there's no such thing as a tmura chatos with tzibor. Why not? Shame tmura the tzibor. There's also the concept of tmura. Only applies that. Remember again, tmura means when you exchange the sacrificial animal. So the halacha only is if you because as we saw before, it needs to be tzibur. There's no death by the tzibur. She'nishkavu ba'ala, v'she'ad rashnasar, lo shamanu. So what I say, interestingly enough, the two cases that we don't know by a tzibur is, she'nishkavu ba'ala, what happens if there was a katas at tzibur that, and it lost. The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved the coming through the replacement, then they find the original. What's the status of the original animal? And Shabbat Shnas, or it aged out. So those are two cases ultimately again where we don't know that Allah by Chatas Hatzibor. So you don't know what Allah is over there. What's also Yaakov, young listener. So you might have thought ultimately again it should be left to die. So the Gemara says, ultimately again we should learn the unknown cases from the known cases. How so? Mamatz versus Moritz Hatzib Shemesh Balau. Yaakov Mamula beloved Tzibor. After his Kavu B'Shnasa, Yaakov Mamula beloved Tzibor. So it's an easy to say like just like the first three only apply to individual tzibor, individual chatas, and not to communal chatas. So to again the remaining two, which applies to individual, shouldn't apply to a tzibor. So once again, if you don't actually see after that fair. Why is that not fair? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by a tzibor, as we already saw. To which the Gemara Shimon, they had not done it. So what's the bottom line? The Gemara says that Allah for the myself, Rabbi Shimon says it like this: these 5 cases where Katas is left to die, they're a unit. Now what does that mean they're a unit? Either they all apply or they all don't apply. So therefore, Allah for the myself, Rabbi Shimon says it like this: since when it comes to the Katas Hatzibor, already out of the gate, 3 of them don't apply, right? Large Chatas doesn't apply because by Chatas we only offer up male animals. Right? Tmura's Chatas doesn't apply because there's no Tmura ultimately again by Communal Chatas or by Chatas owned by Tmura offering. And ultimately again, Chatas Shanesu Balan doesn't apply. Why not? Because in Nisa B'Tzibor, once those 3 don't apply, then by definition, the other 2 don't apply as well by a Chatas Tzibor. And therefore, ultimately, again, if you have the case of a Chatas Tzibor where they lost the animal, went ahead and You offer up a new animal and then found the original one. You do not let the animal die, but rather again, you let it graze, develop a mum, and then redeem it. Same idea, ultimately, if it ages out, Allah Almighty, you don't leave it to die. Rather, you go ahead and let it graze, develop a mum, and then sell it. So Allah Almighty said there's five situations where Fakas are left to die. The only time you apply this if you could apply all five. If you could apply all five, great, fantastic. If you can't apply any part of the five, then by definition the remaining ones do not apply as well. As we told you that the Parakataya and government that's what is important, just one piece of Allah to understand the concept of the mayor, meaning that by Parakataya and government that's who's offering it, one power offered by Daisy, one power offered up by Daisy. Now listen, now what that does, and again, what that does mean, and this is very important, is if after the transgression was recognized, so again, Daisy said, Allah said again, you can eat Caleb. Right, so the Father Saul went out, some majority Saul went out, somebody went out and ate Caleb, majority Saul went out and ate Caleb, and then it was discovered. So the Basin brings a power, the rest of the Shvatim they're covered by the power of the Basin. If one of the members of the Basin dies, one of the members of the Basin dies, before the power is offered, then the power is not offered. So again, that's the technicality. One of the members of the group does die before the power, and the power not the other. But Allah one power qualified, so offered up by the Basin. They both say, Hajjun Allah, Holy Basin, Mazapah. I'm finishing our first back in the second Sarias, what a parak it was. Tomorrow, the adventure continues. Shkoya.
I think these two guys, they're the family show. The fact that I believe that Israel has too much influence on American footballers. This is something that I believe is a crazy, wacky belief. The team, for the last couple of years, I believe that Israel has too much. I don't believe that the Jews are shouting.
All right, well, say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show to thank. Our annual college response to the Chelsea Mishpach Havai taking over the Shirin Dressels this year as his host himself to Amisra. Our college sponsors for the month of Elul, Abba Arim and Recover Benny Goldberg, for our amazing Shema of his parents, Abram Ben Ashapunkos, Megar April, Nash Zari, and the folks. They're all the trios of our precious Kilo entered during this month and the months ahead. When we leave the dinner, we will Mishmas, that Ari Flom, Yitzchak, Ali Ben Achavar of Yaakov, the Kohen of Rachel, and the Kohen sponsors David Goodman, the Kohen Mishmas Lori, Ben Ari. Well, so with that, let us begin, of course, as always in this course, we dedicate on the Spitz of Hassan and for Hashem. Bring them home, the Shalom and the Karv and the American Bible, the Stories and the 12 rounds to be successful. The Chol Masiyah. Also with that, let's go. Well, Hashem, a lot to do today, but we got it. And with the run and Hashem, for the Mishnah on the days, today's dot is Dalit 4. We are picking up on the top of Gimel Amud Aleph 3b. Let's go. Okay, so I'm going to be honest. Actually, the doctrine you're doing is actually to Rabbi Yochanan. Okay, second line after the job. Rabbi Yochanan. If 100 is Eastern, if 100 is Eastern, you're like 100 people. And they sat down to do the case. Allah there's no obligation for Par Halam Davan unless, of course, all of them participated in the judgment. In other words, all of them have to go ahead and have waiting on the judgment. Then, I've been called as so you should actually think so. So it's an interesting halakha. So in other words, the only time that a Beis Din is going to have to bring a Par Halam Davan is when everyone in the Beis Din participated in the ruling. So if someone abstained, for example, ultimately no par. I'm not going to the Roshia, Hakran Stabra, the Sniffy Bunyan material as well. The Kharashal is a turn of the line, we look at Tulo. Generally, at the time of the Rubo Katulo, that a majority ultimately is like the whole. But here, what does it say? Kol Ha'ida. You look from Kol Ha'ida. You says an open on that the entire debate must be participatory in this psak halacha to have a parallel government hatziva. Only of a kah, hatziva in there. Okay, so much is tonight. Let's say we are not questioning this from our Mishnah. So tonight, holy days is the Echel and Shekau, right? If based in Paskin and one of the members of the Beis Din, meaning that a mistake was made. Oh, I'm by the Horus. I will say again, there was a Tam Tachel in the audience there in the gallery who was fit for judgment, and he realized ultimately again that the ruling was mistaken. But despite that, Allah Ta'ala, he went and he ate the favorite, as he didn't keep using that case, based on their ruling. So the Gemara says, "Bein sha'asu va'asi ma'in, bein sha'asu va'asa acharei, bein shelo asu va'asa." So whether again he did it with the Beis Din, he did it after the Beis Din, he did it before the Beis Din, they didn't do it at all. He just did it. Halacha l'maisa, harei shachayit, if they shelo follow the Beis Din. In the day, just like this Mishnah, the individual is chayiv. Why? Because since he knows better, therefore he cannot be counted as depending on acting based on the ruling of the Beis Din. So the says, 1 second. How would the chayiv? Now, only this individual is chayiv because he knew better, which indicates that if some other individual relied on the Beis Din, ultimately again he would be potter. But why? Obviously, this is a case where we're saying one of the judges dissented. Right? One of the judges ultimately again, one of the judges told me that's for the Beis Din. Ultimately, again, what she did is not correct. That psak is not correct. And I will say, now remember, halacha l'maisa, we just said before, the Yochanan said before, that in order for there to be liability, ultimately, again, what has to be halacha l'maisa, the entire basin has to participate. But this is a case where one member of the basin is not participating. What's the case? You don't shit here. It's very interesting. What's the case? The dissenting judge, the one judge who said, "Hey guys, you're all wrong," he went ahead and he nodded his head. Interesting. In other words, by nodding his head, Rashi points out over here, he indicated that he is participating. So even though he actually did not participate, he gives the impression of participation, and therefore it's considered to be as if everyone has participated in this ruling. Interesting. So that's why holy days near the Echel Shekau, it based in Paskin, and one of the members of the Beis Din realized that the Beis Din made a mistake. And again, that guy and that judge says, "Chabra, you're making a mistake." Ultimately, the Beis Din is potter from har ha'elam government asiba, because you have to have everyone participating. Time of donut too. Interestingly enough, the only reason they're potter is because he said to them, "You're making a mistake." Ultimately, again, if he wouldn't have said anything, they'd be liable. I think the governor lahem hara, not mine. But once again, if the Yochanan you're right, why should there be liability? So the Yochanan saying, well, if there should be liability, you need the participation of all the judges. But if you're not, all the judges are participating. On the other hand, you don't share the Morocco. What's the case? So there, the case is here, he's nodding his head. So the act of nodding his head, is considered to be participation, even though he's disagreeing with the Beis Din. Interesting. So that's what I'm saying here. Some Kurans in the direction of me, it's the most interesting halacha that Mishashia says. Rabbis relied on the teachings of the teachings of the who said, "Ein gozin b'zera ala tzibor, ala inchen lo hasibo yicholim la'amod." What's the interesting halacha? You cannot go ahead and decrease something on the congregation unless, of course, you know it's certainty that the majority of people have the ability to go ahead and uphold this halacha. Very interesting, right? You cannot legislate laws that the majority of the Congress cannot uphold. We just have to solve this and have all these other. Remember again, this is why Chazal had to sing the concept of pas culture, baker's bread. Right? Bread made by a Gentile baker. Originally, again, the rabbis outlawed it, and then what happened? They realized that was impossible because you have communities where there was no Jewish baker. And therefore that created an undue hardship. They had to rescind it. So much easier. What's the pasuk that supports this idea? So remember, it quotes the pasuk. So Malachi, on the Eilat Hameim, so literally again, is the Kursi of Turkey, V'osi Achen Koben Hadroi Kulos, and you are stealing from me the entire nation. You might say, I, V'ho'ocha B'Tziv, Hadroi Kulo, the Rubo Kulo, Yet here it's about the he's looking at Paul. But Paul never means everyone. Paul means the Lord, which the Lord says, you're right. Yifta Rabbi Yochanan to Yifta. In the end, we refute Rabbi Yochanan's position. Because I will say again, Rabbi Yochanan came along and Rabbi Yochanan said that whenever you have a basin and you have a par helam government at Tzibur, remember again, what's par helam government at Tzibur? That's ultimately again based in costumes, delivers an erroneous psat. Majority of the crowd relies on it. There's a special carbon that's brought. Who brings that carbon to part? Is it the Beis Din? Is it the populace? That's the machloka. So we'll get to that. But the Yochanan is positive that the only time there's liability for that is when the entire basin participates in the psat halacha. Where does he get that from? Because Lashon the pasuk is in Kol Adas for Israel. The Gemara just went ahead and dispute that and showed that that's not true. Sometimes you can find the word Kol, and Kol can mean what? Kol can mean majority. Kol can mean majority. So if our Lashon is effectively disproven Rabbi Yochanan, and therefore you do not need the entire participation of the entire basin in order to go ahead and have high on them in that sequence. It's incredible. Then what is the meaning of the expression? Koladas. It doesn't mean that you need 100% participation. What does it mean? So let's say, watch this. What it means is, in order for there to be a high haram dalan in that seaboard, the entire Sanhedrin has to have been in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, someone was not there, you cannot have a high haram dalan in that seaboard situation. Incredible. I'm going to do a shot. Yeshua is a beautiful Gemara. Yeshua says, 10 judges are seen together in judgment. Literally, again, there's a beam or a yoke. There's a yoke on top of all of their necks. In other words, all of the judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the stock of the basin. So as it's true that's obvious. Obviously, everyone on the basin bears the responsibility for the decision that is going to be made. So what's the solution over there? How come much for long? How is this made that whole? Or to listen to this, it comes to include even a, so let's say, student in this basin with his ready. Now, what does this mean? I might have thought like this. A student in front of his ready is always going to be differential. So therefore, maybe he just knows that the Rebbe's wrong, but he doesn't want to say anything. Everyone in that basin has responsibility. So therefore, again, the student bears responsibility. You can't just be differential. If you're on a basin, you have an obligation to seek out truth, even if it's for the contrary of your Rebbe. Who knows? Very soon to this. But who knows? You have enough of what they do, and I say, sorry, and I debate it out. But who knows? When you would go out for judgment, student judgment, you would always take 10 students from the yeshiva. Why? You must say, in order that they be able to take literally some of the splinters from the beam. In other words, what's happening over there is Rafuna was saying, if I'm going to take responsibility for judgment, I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. Ravashi, Rashi, when someone would bring you an animal to see if it was a treifa. I say that the touch of the animal is a touch of treifa. What would he do? He essentially assemble a basement, or really a panel of experts. He would bring 10 butchers from Masim Achasia to look at this particular animal. Why? That they should be able to handle it will be again a splinter from the beam. That there should be collective responsibility. So let's say it's interesting. From the Gemara makes it sound like that they were afraid of assuming the entire responsibility for the judgment and kind of wanted to display a little bit of responsibility upon others. You can also very well be able to say that, the way it works is you can accomplish so much more when you are part of the collective than when you do things individually. And you know what's happening over here is as follows. Judgment requires the acquisition. Doesn't require the total divine providence, because after all, like the Gemara says, "Seeing the dying woman, Alamashi in a blow." So the judge can only adjudicate that which he sees in front of him. Which means that even when you're the judge, no matter how much of a from you are, you never have complete information. So you see out in Ishmael. It could very well be that what these Rabbanim are doing is they're assembling with you. Also because there is always greater siyat Ishmael. There is always greater divine providence when we do things to us. When Jews act as a unit, when we act as a nation, when we act or as a group, as a cohesive group, that is a force multiplier. And what we could accomplish when we are together as a Hebra, as a base unit, as a Kehillah, as a nation, is infinitely greater than what we could. So could I love you that these are saying as individuals? There's a heightened probability perhaps of making a mistaken judgment, but bringing other giving, bringing other Jews, create a cohesive spiritual group, and ultimately again that will have Siyat and Shmaya. Incredible. Mishnah, holy days in the Arishatau, the Chazu Bahen, Shari Kapas, and Shari Kapas. And the Halafa Sapiens was the interesting case of it. They think in the erroneous case, not the same case, right? Same case. They went ahead and asking that Caleb is Muslim. Okay? So they passed him in company, and then what happened? They realized they made a mistake, they retracted their ruling. Okay, whether they brought the Parahel government as Sibo or not, right? So they brought the covenant or not, what happened? Someone acted on their side. So let's say, you see in this case, in the previous case, Basin made a mistake in ruling. Basin didn't listen to yet. Someone moving went ahead and went after their Caleb. Okay, it's fine. So the Mishnah said that Allah ultimately again, the individual is freed from personal liability because he's covered by Basin. This case is different. In this case, Basin passed him erroneously. Basin realized their mistake, but Ruvain didn't hear about the fact that Basin made a mistake. So what did Ruvain do? Ruvain went out and ate Caleb. So it's simple. The Mishnah says, Ruvain's pocket. Ruben is pocket. Why? Because Ruben is acting based on itself. And the Raza Omer, Sahih. The Raza says it's a Sahih. That was interestingly enough. Now, what does that mean as a Sahih? So ultimately, again, the Raza says, we're not sure. Is this called that he's relying on Basin or that he's relying on himself? So the Gemara says, Ezu Sahih, Yashem Lo B'Sof Beiso, Kai. So once it's interesting that the Rosa says like this. Also makes an interesting distinction between cases. If Ruben is home, then ultimately again he's tight. Why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the hack, right? You should know that. You should know about what's going on, and you should have heard about the fact that things in reverse it's ruling. If on the other hand, ultimately again he's traveling, and again he's out of the city. Then again, it's unstable that he does not know that he's in reverse. Like the Kiva says, and the Kiva says, I happen to agree with this case that he's traveling. This case seems to me that it's closer to saying that he should be potter than liable. So watch someone who's traveling be any different than someone who's in his home. Because again, you might ben Azai says at the end of the day, so the keeper responds, someone who's in his home ultimately has every reason to know information. Someone who's traveling doesn't necessarily have access to that same information. Only days and last class cargo. So that's case one. Case two. Case interesting. Things being passed in to uproot. They made erroneous psak. But in this case, the erroneous psak is to uproot an entire mitzvah. For example, Amru, Ein Nid Torah, Ein Shabbos Torah, Ein Avodas Kochavim Torah. So, for example, they say there's no such thing as so-called Nida. They make a dramatic mistake with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos, no mitzvah Shabbos. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, what's that? Now, what is that in Torah? So remember again, we're talking about now ability for Paz Kalam Davan Minat Sibor. So that's essentially what we're going to do this outside. What we're going to see is Paz Kalam Minat Sibor occurs or is brought when a baby made a mistake about a detail in a mitzvah. But when they make a mistake about the entire mitzvah, there is no right to ask him, we no longer have to observe Shabbos, we no longer have to observe Yudo, we no longer have to worry about Avodah Zarah. Then that's the mistake about the entire section of the Torah. That's not how we don't get to work. So much is whole about the mitzvah behind it. If they passed it and they upheld part of the mitzvah and they gave part of the mitzvah off, that's how Kalam Davan Mitzvah case. For example, you speak about Torah about Shemar, so you can never go part of. So there is a thing called but if a man has relations with the Shemar, something like that, what is that? So let's say that has to be the typical construct of Nida, where if a woman receives blood during certain times of the month, Lord, she would have to observe one corresponding day of purity. So we say the halacha doesn't apply, right? Or the Shabbos for Rabbi Moshe Mishrav Potter. Right, Potter. So for example, they say it is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from the private domain to a public domain. So they're making a mistake about a detail. Yesh avodah so kavim matorah bal mishkach hava potter. Right? There is, of course, yesh avodah zarah, but you're allowed to bow down. Can't do anything else, but you're allowed to bow down. So ultimately, again, in these cases, you would be chayav par halam davar v'yatsibar. Why? She'emar v'ne'elam davar. Davar below kalagos. Because the way the pasuk is structured is the pasuk says a certain detail was obscured by the David. So when David makes a mistake about a detail, that there is har halam davar minatzibor. But if they make a mistake about the mitzvah in its entirety, then ultimately again there is no har halam davar minatzibor. Incredible. So let's analyze this point a little bit, both of these points. The two cases in the Mishnah. I'm going to read. I'm going to my time of Mishnah. So it says right the first case. Case number one in the Mishnah was facing passages that David is mutter. Right? Facing and realizes it's a mistake. They retract the psak. Reuben do not care about the retraction. And therefore Reuben goes out to eat Caleb. What's Reuben's status? So Shimon says, partner, the Elazar essentially says, really it depends, it's a suffix, I'm not sure. Can we get into a little bit about was he at home, was he traveling? So you might kind of Shimon, what's the logic? He says that he's suffix. Which basically also ultimately because of Shimon says, look, at the end of the day, why is he eating potatoes? Why is he eating potatoes? What's the answer? Because he's relying on the psak of reasoning. That bottom line, that's the answer. So therefore, again, the fact that he retracted already, that's nice. But if you ask Reuben, why are you picking up that piece of paper? He's going to tell you because of the psak of reasoning. You can the alternate version is, I'm going to overhired Shimon, Kol Rashi, that's a below Tzibor, Yokiza Osa Potter, the future of Mikna Bahala, and the happening to show you the amazing. In the other version, so we can name about that any psak that went out from the majority of the people and a person and an individual acts on it, ultimately again he is positive. He says why? Because once again he's acting based on the psak of a basis. So makes him learn the kasha, it's Elon Golden Allen direction. Most of it's very interesting. Let's leave aside of all these other for now. Let's say Param Dominatsuba. Right? Let's say again, simple case, facing passing Caleb's mother. The Jarkid Cloud Yisrael went ahead and listened to that. Fine. So let's say, so now what? So now what do we have to do in this child? So Shimon says, we make a collection. We made a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect for that from Cloud Yisrael. We make a GoFundMe page, right? And this is for the Par Halam Domin Asiba, and Cloud Yisrael goes in and contributes. Especially Shimon. Rudy says, no, Yitzhak Salishka in by. No, you can take it from the temple coffers. Now listen, I watch this. I'm not here on the W. How do they hold up? And I will say, if that's the case that you're collecting from the general population, what does that mean? Everyone's going to know about the Par Halam Domin Asiba. If that's the case, then when Reuben goes ahead and eats the Caleb, how can you think you didn't know they're already collecting from the general population for the karba? He buys it with the own Shagawa stand. So what's one possibility is in this case, they made a stand collection. So they're fundraising, like they didn't say what they're fundraising for. He buys it with the own little other laser muscle, or he wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. He buys him up, Raki the Kansava, Ravos of Yeratan, and Sanya, it's time to it's even though the Lord be ready. We rather shoot it, Shuma Samishka, in by. Okay, so here there's reverse attribution, and it's a Shimon who says that we collected from it, we take it from the temple coffers, therefore it's quite possible there's no public awareness. Okay, incredible. So remember, we're focusing now still on our first case in the Mishnah. Facing asking that halacha myself, the halacha myself, Caleb is mutter. They then realize their mistake, they reverse their psak. Shimon did not hear about the reverse. So what happened? He eats Caleb. Is he liable or not? Right? Different than our first case, because in the first Mishnah, they did not know about the erroneous type of their ruling, and therefore, again, they're still promoting this psak. In this case, Bezdin realized it. So again, the Shimon says, Reuben's potter. This is still considered to be acting based on the guidance of the Bezdin, and then the Balaz really gets into the suffix. Let's analyze it a bit more. Tanya, the Meir says, the Meir Mechayev, the Shimon Potter, the Meir says Mechayev, the Shimon says Potter, the Balaz Omer suffix. And the Balaz says it's suffix, the Shum Sumchas Amar Talmud. Sumcha says it's a little bit like suspended. We'll say each other. Asham Talmud Ikanayim. So what's the difference over here is whether or not, again, the individual is liable to bring in Asham Talmud. And I'm talking about this a little bit more. Asham Talmud, let's say, is brought in a situation, ultimately, again, where you are not sure, did you go ahead and commit an Avera or not? That's what's called the Asham Talmud. So the Gemara says as follows. Let's analyze it here. So the Gemara says, top of dollar. Good. Making you kind of it. $1. Below you buy the man that was my sheep in the parts of the also. So listen, I told you about saying, remember again, we keep reverting back to our original machlokas, or one of our earlier machlokas. Who brings the Kar Halam Davan Matzibah? Ultimately, again, is that the people, is it the basic? The first thing it says that it's the super, it's the first one also. Because then everyone knows about it. Allah people man down based in the being, go the first one also. You have a show of a amulay. So let's say even according to the opinion that says that it's today's thing, that brings it. So it's not as much of a case of publicity. Still, had Ruben asked, he would have found out. So let's say it's interesting. If you see here, I think in this focus is like how much liability or how much responsibility is there on Ruben to find out about the current state of affairs. I'm not going to see. Much of the simple Sumada Domer. What could Sulfas's position be compared? The Adam Shadi Kapalos Ben Ashmoshes. So it's like an individual who brought his carbon in Ashmoshes. I must remember again, carbonos must be brought by day. It's brought by day. Let's say someone inadvertently brought their carbon day Ashmoshes during part of between day and night. Something about Yom. This Gemara says. So something liba al yom. So something. I'm sorry. Kemar shmashos. Something liba al yom. Niskafalo. Something mishecha shecha. Niskafalo. She'im medin asham taloi. Something in the Yom is that would be an example of the case where we're not paying asham taloi. The moment by the man the Amar based in the deen, the law fashion of Musa. And again, it goes to that same place the opinion that says, but it's based in that brings this here, because again, there's no publicity associated with that. I was thinking about number 2 in the deen, in the fashion of Musa. Even according to the opinion that says that it's the tzibur that brings it, and therefore there would be publicity around it. So the haka is something with the old something with the shekha, each child will ashraf in the shadow. Because what's in this case over here, ultimately again there would be no one, so to speak, for clarity. That's different, two things by the basin. It's someone to ask for clarity. I don't know the Nazai. Mike Sheminate, okay, so what's his election? Remember again. So far, we have clarity on the position of the Bishim. Right? The Bishim says that Basin possibly Taylor is mutter, then Basin walks it back. Right? Basin reverses. Ruben didn't hear about the reversal, eats Taylor. So Shimon says, Departe. Why? Because we are considered to be acting based on the shot of the basin, and therefore you are covered by that. Then Adnanamer again, the Belazis, just follow the progression. The Belazis says, suffix. And then the Mishnah introduces the idea, the difference between maybe if he's home versus if he's traveling. Then the Akiva said, I hear that, right? I hear that. And I hear the Akiva says, I think that the one who's traveling, ultimately again, really, I'm leaning to saying that he's potter much more than saying that he's chai. Then as I says ready, remember that as I said he was standard. So then as I says ready, so let's say someone who's traveling or someone who's home, he responds very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Someone who's traveling doesn't have access to information. So Shaki coming in that he can Ben Azai, so Yeshiva says back to Ben Azai, or whatever hits it back out, listen to this, so I'll say, then after communicates with you, let's say Ruben ultimately again begins to travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. So what would you do in that case over here? But then Azai Kai, how do they say, he say, according to Ben Azai, should be Kai, why? Because he's still home. Ultimately, when I keep a partner, the high hit sit by that. Keep ultimately again getting partner. Why? Because once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information. Incredible. However, based on as Karagos, once it's now comes to the last part of the Mishnah, which is going to be the bulk of our conversation. So it's first of all, honey tasking, but that man ultimately tasking is like that the Akiva. That the Akiva, you can have up on myself, facing tasking that came with his mother, right? Then days in reverse the sack. After the reversal, Ruben eats Caleb. What's Ruben's liability? So we accept this distinction. If Ruben is home, then ultimately again Ruben is tired. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on. You should know about the reversal. If Ruben was traveling, then halacha again, even if he just left his house, ultimately he's going to be potter. Why? Because once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information, and he is considered to be acting based on the psak of the Bezdin, and therefore is himself in personal liability. Incredible. Next, let's see what the Mishnah says. If Bezdin makes an erroneous psak and uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not Kyle Government Achievement. What's Kyle Government Achievement? When they make a mistake about a detail regarding the mitzvah. So says the Gemara, again, when is it lucky? When is it Kyle Government Achievement? When David makes a mistake regarding a detail. Davar, but not regarding an entire mitzvah. Okay, so what's the example of this? On the 80s of the Torah, in Shabbos, we're talking about the Torah. They say there's no Nida, there's no Shabbos, there's no Avodah Zarah. You would have thought that maybe they're liable to Tar Ha'elam Davar Minasi. But Tamaloma, Ne'elam Davar, Velo Shek is Alim Mitzvah Kula, Hari Restream. Again, it's the Talach. So, for example, I was going to make a mistake. If you put yourself in the bar, if you have relations with women observing one clean day, starting to idea that she saw bleeding, such a person is potter. Right? That's called Tahara and Gaminatira. They're making a mistake in detail. Don't consider that. Yes, Shabbos Ketorah, about a Muslim Sirajin potter. There is no Shabbos, but the person that's carrying something from a Sirajin is potter. So they're making a mistake with the detail. Ultimately, again, Tahara and Gaminatira. You often use chewing. You would have thought that babies should be potter in these cases. I'm sorry. You should have stuff of it. About Mishnah potter, same thing. Here's Avodah Zarah, but you make a mistake about a detail regarding Avodah Zarah. So again, halacha l'man. So Yaakov Yishu in Tamaloma, the Ne'elam Davar below Kol Hadrit. We'll say this is it. The Par Haram Davar in that Sibor, Bezin is only fired if you make a mistake regarding a detail of a mitzvah. But if they seek to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, again, what it sounds strange, we say potter. Potter means that potter from Par Haram Davar in that Sibor. Certainly not a good basis. Aramai. Yaakov Yishu, they became interested in becoming such children, about Kiras Kalados children, the Makayabi. So much like this. You would have thought ultimately again the Apostle. Now, if you're going to say ultimately again where the uphold part, they want to mean the lateral part, the Potter, and if you go ahead and uproot everything you Potter, then when is your ever liability? Hanahavi is a Potter, is what kind of Davar type. Ima, Davar Kulim Yosamasha. Maybe not. Maybe the Ne'elam Davar. How do you know Davar only means a detail? Maybe Davar means an entire mitzvah. So the Gemara says, Kabbalah, the Ne'elam Davar. Okay, my master, I don't say, how do you see in the phrase Ne'elam Davar that liability to uproot the detail, and that's the mitzvah in its entirety? Ma'ulas holiday, the Ne'elam Davar. So the way we actually understand that the Ne'elam Davar is the Ne'elam Davar. Your eyes were blinded to a detail. The Gemara says, this is Amakra Ma'asi Akos. Mikol mitzvos. Mikol mitzvos below kol mitzvos. So again, if you want to know is when you teach something Mikol mitzvos means like a detail from the mitzvah and not the mitzvah in its entirety. That's how the other Davar means Zakameh. Maybe it's your Shabbat, or Zakameh. The other one, who's Zakameh, the rebellious sage. That's the guy, the member of the Bezdin, who will not go ahead and give in to the majority. The city is like a man, right? He came in part Davar. Those such a Davar shall be the Davar and the small. My man named had Davar below called Davar. Davar below called just like such a man, who's arguing on a detail. So to Paran Davar, let's see what Davar means a detail. I'm going to be doing a shmuel. A basic Hayabin, actually, so once I saw again, just want to point out. What was happening just there is that there's differences of opinion as to where to learn this out from. But the good news is everyone is agreeing with the halacha, namely that halacha Mesa is only Par Elam Davar Minat Sibor when Basin makes a mistake about a detail of a mitzvah. But if they make a mistake and they want to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately, again, there's no comments. I'm already done this law. In Basin, I am very interesting. Actually, maybe the Dutch has taken more than that. So we'll say this is this. There's only time that in a seaboard when Basin makes a mistake regarding something that the Tzaddikim argue on. Okay, we'll see this about the Dutch has taken more than that. But if they make a mistake regarding something that the Tzaddikim agree with, ultimately they're potter. The both sides. Remember again, what do the Tzaddikim agree with? That is what they agree with. Torah should accept anything that's explicit. What do they disagree with? Torah should not. So the Gemara saying is like this. There's only time I will know that Sibar. There's a situation ultimately again where Beijing makes a mistake regarding something that's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding something that is explicit, ultimately there's no ha'el on government at Sibar. Why not? My time up. Zil Kari Bei Ras. Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class. Which means again, if Beijing makes something that is explicit in the class, let's say that's negligence. Potter had long government at Sibra, will say, is where you see the BBC happening over there. It's where Beijing makes a mistake in a detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. So, okay, mistakes happen, but you make a mistake in something even with this, that's professional negligence, and with professional negligence, that's not Halam government at Siba. Incredible. So you might say, 1 second, let's analyze this. None. So let's say, 1 second, because the examples that the Mishnah gave seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So it's none. The first part I was saying about it, Yesh, need the Torah, about something like Yom Pata, Ba'aman, Shemer something like Yom, Sib, the Sakravah. The language is so Paris from the Echad. So listen to this. But the halachot of Shemer Yom, that when a woman bleeds on one day during certain days of the month, that she observes one corresponding day of halach purity, that's actually explicitly written in the Torah. So shouldn't that be? So again, we just said before that if anything is explicit, you don't think Haram David. That's too hard. He might say, no, maybe the mistake they made was they said that maybe initiating the with this woman is mother, it's only completing the that's also. And that makes it also says the possible. So ultimately it says if the man exposes her nakedness, which means the initial deal without completing the act. So the also such mistakes the Kidarka Sira Shelo Kidarka Shari. They said, oh, it's only Bia Kidarka, that's also. Bia Shelo Kidarka ultimately is anymore. That's their mistake. It doesn't make sense. Haksi, Mishkevei Isha, Yami Kidarka Asir, I'm sorry, Mishkevei Isha. Okay, interestingly enough, in the Torah first relations, it uses Mishkevei. Mishkevei is plural. It's plural, which means that there are two halakhically recognized acts of Bia that are both legitimate acts of Bia Kidarka, Bia Shelo Kidarka. To make a distinction between those two, ultimately again, what is making a mistake in which is Torah from the Torah? This schema says the only consider Afizahara. So what they're saying is like this: if it's Bia Kidarka, even initially is going to be answered. Shelo Kidarka, there might be with the Asar Ala Sharia. If the Shelo Kidarka can ultimately it's only completing the act that's answered, but initiation of the act ultimately again is going to be motor. So you can make that same mistake with general Hokos Nida, not just a person today. You don't tell the Olam Kidarka. Rather, in reality, the making mistake is following. So the Ami, Ha'ara, the Isha, Dava who gets it. Ultimately, rather the mistake is about Ha'ara, is initiating the art, and the thought was this only applies to maybe a bona fide Nida, but not just something every day. So we're just trying to show how the case of Nida in the Mishnah is a mistake about a particular detail that is not explicit. Levi said, the Ami, Zava, Mohavia, Ella, the money. The mistake they make is that a woman can only become a Zava during the day. Where would they get it? From the Tzid, call Yinei Zava. Okay, so that's an example. So the mistake, only to become a Zava during it says, call Yinei Zava. That's the mistake, only to become a Zava whenever she has a Zivus flow, whether it's by day or by night. Good, next. They're just trying to chart each of these cases. The Beijing's making a mistake in a detail. You know, I should say, in a non-exclusive detail. Was it Shabbos with Rabbi Motim, which says, Potter? So this is an example was, David said, there is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry an item from one domain to another. What? Ramai, Hotzah Ksiva. Hotzah, the prohibition to transport an item from one domain to another domain in Shabbos, is explicit. Gemara says, Hotzotziu Masa Mibatechem. It's an explicit person. So how can we say that there's a liability for this? Yami, Hotzah who to also Haknasa Mukha. And they say ultimately again, Hotzah, which means from a Shusha Yachid, is going to be Aser. But Aknasa, the reverse of that is Mokri Vaisema. Tami Hotzav Aknasa Udasira, Moshik Vizorik Shari. Or they say, for example, transporting an item is Aser, but handing something or throwing something is Mokri. So again, an example of where they're mistaking a mistake in a detail. None. So the Christian Mishnah one day he says, Avodazara is Aser, but bowing down is Mokri. One second. Damai. Hamishtaka Bahaksiva Sid. It's an explicit person. Don't bow down to another guy. The army, he has seen Sharia. We say ultimately, when is bowing down possible? But that's the normal way to worship the idol. But if you bow down to an idol that's not the normal way to worship it, it's mutter. So that's the example. Also, what's the example? Is Baal Pa'ar. How do you go and you worship Baal Pa'ar? Right, it's an all-time crowd favorite. Like you defecate on the idol. Right? So the mice, again, let's say you bow down to Baal Pa'ar. I would have thought that I love the mice. You're potter. Says that's a mistake they make. Remember, we've seen this back in Avodah Zarah. Certain forms of worship are also for all forms of idolatry. Bowing, right? Prostrating yourself is one of those. Gemara says, this may teach you that right line. The rest of these are that line, Sharia. Or the other mistake they make was maybe only full prostrational bound is awesome, right? But ultimately, again, non-full prostrational bowing is not also kind of a mistake. So come on, that's the pound of the answer. So it's about mine. The Gemara is accepting this idea from Mishnah that the only that there is hard have on government Sibur is when Bezin makes a mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that the tzaddikim will not agree to. I.e., it's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding an explicit detail, or they try to uproot a mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately, no hard have on government Sibur. Incredible. Mosai, Dalit on the days. What did Yosef? Usually Shabbos no. So about the following, let's say Bezin Paskin, there's no Malacha Kodesh. Malacha Kodesh is plowing on Shabbos. So they say there's no Malacha of Kodesh on Shabbos. Now, what is the Malacha in this situation? Here, meaning if you come over with the Milsa, that it's a bit of Mitzvah dummy. On one hand, you could say like this. They agree that there's 39 malachas, or at least that there are 38 malachas, right? But they just disagreed on this detail. So this is called constantly on a detail in the mitzvah. So therefore it should be subject to power of the Nazi. Well, oh, Duma, even the Ka'akarian and the Kalisha Kakiras Group, or what they're doing with this psak is they're uprooting an entire malacha. So maybe uprooting an entire malacha is called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore there's no power on the mitzvah liability. What's the interesting shaila? So on one hand, they're agreeing that there's Shabbos and that there's malacha. They're just disagreeing on one detail, i.e. one malacha. On the other hand, you could say no. They're going ahead and halacha l'maisa. They're going ahead and halacha l'maisa uprooting an entire malacha. Maybe that's called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore no tar elam darim in that much. Let's analyze. So Tashma, again, going back to Mishnah's case, there is no possibility that if you have a relationship with the Shemesh, you can make it known, ultimately your partner. But they're uprooting this entire detail. As I said, the Mishnah says when Bezin uproots the entire mitzvah, there is no par helam darim in We're trying to figure out over here is what happens when they're uprooting an entire detail that is part of a bigger mitzvah. So Yishmael Gneim, the upward this entire halach. I'm going to say, Shemer Satan, the community that's in America. You also remember again, we saw before, we were making a mistake regarding a detail about Shemer Satan Yom, not saying Shemer Satan Yom is mutter. Tashma, Yish Shabbos Batola, Aval Amoti Yishmael Shalom and Pasuk. Remember again, based in Paskin, is Shabbos Batola to carry some new time, Yishus Halad, Yishus Al-Shtiach, that night, how you know Otsar Koiter? They're going ahead and they're uprooting the concept of Otsar, which was a no. Hasam Navigation, the answer is already. What were they making a mistake? They were saying you're allowed to throw something, you're allowed to hand something. They're making a mistake regarding the detail. Tashma. Yisha will still come back about Mishtaka that potter. Right? The reason about the Zara, but if you bow down your potter, the Anai, how you Mishtaka that Koiter? They're uprooting the concept of prostration. Once again, I'm trying to answer no, the answer to that. They're making a mistake regarding a detail, a prostrational detail they're making a mistake about. So I will say, the Gemara doesn't answer. Right? So now, the Yosef's Kasha is a very interesting idea, which is here. So based in Paskin, there is no halacha of plowing on Shabbos. So what is that? Do we say they're making a mistake regarding a detail of Hilchot Shabbos? Right? And therefore, again, there's parallel governing that tzibur. Or no, they're uprooting an entire malacha. So therefore, that looks like the uprooting of an entire mitzvah, and therefore, no parallel governing that tzibur. So I will say, the Gemara is one more kasha, and then we'll answer this. The Gemara says, "Why does say that? In Shabbos b'shvius naho." It's very interesting. Let's say based in Paskins, Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So outside the Paskin, Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So first of all, we'll see why they would say that. So the Gemara says, the night child, the husband son. Now, what would lead them to this? What would lead them to this is a mistake regarding the following verse. The Charish about Kachir Tishbos. So the pasuk says literally again, Charish means plowing, Kachir means harvesting. You shall rest. His man did the Charish shall eat the Shabbos. So they pass me like this. When there's plowing, there's Shabbos. If there's not like the Charish, like the Shabbos. No, when there's no plowing, there's no Shabbos. When there's no plowing, Shlita. So ultimately again, so that was their mistake. So based in Paskin, there's no Shabbos during the Shemitah year. So me, I'm going to say, when the Mekayla maybe Shari Shavuot, could be something just the humans as dummies. So we see like this, that on one hand, look, as much as they're being the natural Shabbos during the Shemitah year, but they're upholding Shabbos when during the other 6 years. So therefore, this is called the mistake regarding the detail, not uprooting the mitzvah. Even the Karyo, the Shvi is Kastilas Agutkami. On the other hand, uprooting Shabbos for an entire year, maybe it's called making a mistake regarding the mitzvah in its entirety, and therefore no problem of the but Marina Tashma, Navi seems to have a lot for government to right? Kayis, the people mitzvahs, or the key of mitzvahs, suppose it isn't this. You might bring another case. If you have a false prophet, right? And the Navi comes along and he prophesizes, right? The Navi comes along and he says, I prophesize, I've heard the word of God, and there's no longer a prohibition on idolatry. For that, if that's a capital offense, death penalty. Death penalty, ultimately, again, listen to this. The Bittul Mitzvah, the Kiyam Mitzvah, what happens if he comes along, ultimately, again, and he upholds part of the mitzvah, and he negates part of the mitzvah? If Shimon Omer is Potter, if Shimon says that he's Potter, when it comes to idolatry, even if he says today, right, Fridays you're not to watch idolatry, but the rest of the week you can. Ultimately, again, he's going to be like, well, what's the one you see from there? Any Shabbos Kashvi is to different mitzvahs or kim mitzvahs than Mishmanim. What's the way you see from there? You see from there that halacha when I saw, when you play around or when there's a regarding the details, that is a particular part of a mitzvah, even if that part represents something substantial, but is still called a mistake in the detail and not an attempt ultimately again to uproot the Torah in its entirety. So maybe I will say working backwards. Halacha ultimately again was the key of the Shabbos. Therefore, the case over here of where a person says, baby says, there's no Shabbos in Shemitah, that's considered to be a mistake in the detail. By extension, Rav Yosef's case, they think it's the longest psak, and they say, halacha l'maisa again, there's no malacha cholish, no malacha plowing, that is considered to be a mistake in the detail of a mitzvah, not an uprooting of a mitzvah, and therefore there is par kalam davar mitzvah. Instead of us, if we bring this all together, it turns out the following. Halach myself. When is it par kalam davar mitzvah? Ultimately, again, only when Beis Din makes a mistake in something that is not explicit. If it's explicit, as evidenced by the fact that even the tzaddikim agree with it, no par kalam davar mitzvah. Right? Furthermore, there is only liability when they seek to uproot a detail. But ultimately, again, if they seek to uproot, or not seek to uproot, if they make a mistake regarding the observance of the mitzvah and its totality, no par kalam davar mitzvah. In these cases, where again the Beis Din is making a mistake regarding a unit of a mitzvah, even though it's a significant unit, as long as the mitzvah bigadol remains intact, they will be liable for par kalam davar mitzvah. Only Beis Din that after Beis Din made a mistake, and one of the members of the Beis Din realizes the mistake. That looks like, see, by the way, this is very exciting because you don't always see it like this. The dramatic, or I should say, the progression in the Mishnah is dramatic. Like Mishnah 1, Beis Din made a mistake, no one knows about the mistake, the individual acts. Mishnah 2, Beis Din makes a mistake, Beis Din realizes the mistake. They reverse, but ultimately Reuben didn't know. Mishnah 3, Beis Din makes a mistake. The Yoda Echad Mehen Shato, and one of the members of the Beis Din themselves now realizes Pedra. This is a mistake, and during the psak, no one out there. You guys are wrong. Ocean of Hayim Mufrasha Beis Din, or for that matter again, Beis Din passed in, and the ranking as Beis Din. Yeah, Beis Din, the head of the court, wasn't there. Wasn't present. Ocean Hayim Ger. Mamzer, Sin, Zakin. Or there was a member of the Beis Din who was a convert, a Mamzer, and a Sin, and a Sin also was converts, Zakin, or his old. Rabbi said, we're going to Shiloh Hayurah Levine. He was so old that he couldn't father children. Rabbi said, we're going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on a Sanhedrin. Right? These are disqualifications. You cannot serve on a Sanhedrin if you're a ger, if you're a mamzer, if you're in a sin, or you're so old that you can't have kids. So again, what essentially there was a disqualified member of the Beis Din was halacha, halayz a pater. So essentially, if the Beis Din rendered the psak, so there's two cases over here. Right? Ultimately, again, case number 1, Beis Din rendered psak, but before even the psak was formalized, or it was formalized, and one of the members said, you're wrong. So there's already an awareness about the erroneousness of this. From the beginning, ultimately again, in that case, or for that matter again, halacha l'maisa, there's a disqualified member of the Beis Din. In these cases, Beis Din will not bring a par halam down the next. Shneimar kan ida, v'neimar laharan ida. It says over here, ida, and it says over here, that ma'ida word Allah, just like ida. Ultimately again, this is in the case of capital cases. Just like Ida over there refers to a unit, a body that is fit for adjudication of cases. So over here, by Param Damdam Sibos, don't tell me the Param Damdam Sibos when everyone on the basis is fit for to be a basin. Says the Gemara, oh Shalom Hayam Mufrasha Basin Shaminah. It's also interesting. So if the basin issued the psak, and the ranking member of the basin was not there, the psak ultimately again, there's no harm that we're going to see one. So the says, why not? So where do you know that from? I'm not sure, just the same time they know. If they not on the whole of the Davish why is that we said before that if basin is regarding the explicit details, so explicit that even the Siddukim agree with it, why are they potter? If they shahayah lahari yurmod for no love, because they should have known. They should have had the knowledge and they did not do so. Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking sage? Adjudicating the case without the ranking sage is like not paying attention in school. Obviously, you have a ranking sage. Why do you have it? It's the smartest guy in the room. Don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Like, there's usually someone smarter. So ultimately, over here, there's an Beis Din. How do you go ahead and talk to without it? So sitting in session without the Beis Din is the same thing as making a mistake in an explicit halacha. Both of them represent professional negligence, and where there is professional negligence, there is not halam davar minat sibor. Ne'emar sham eidah ne'emar kan eidah shitulah la'olah. So it says, remember, let's stop over here for today, boys. Alright, I don't know if the quality was the best, but sometimes it's just about getting where you need to go, even if the trip is a little sloppy. Again, you made it. Okay, next thing is now so you can see the pages ahead are a little bit. The print gets bigger. Tremendous as well. Nice try, everyone. Good job, Kevin, good job, everyone. Good job, thank you, guys. Good job, everyone. Alright, so we'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. First of all, our shir is sponsored this month by Paul and Kathy Pollack in memory of Solomon Poret, Pollack, Sarah Bas Abraham, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, may the Neshamas have an aliyah, the family and the Chama. Thanks to Pollack and Shmuel for the sponsorship. And also by the Wilber family, in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shingle Bas Yamin Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. We hope that in America, our Hamatar Neshama will have an aliyah and the family in the Chama. And we'll say, so with that, let's begin. Allah, today's daf is daf 8. 5, we are picking up on Dalit Amud Days by the Mishnah, the second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lines up in a lot of it. By now, Imam is getting into the Sef's Hariyas. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of liquid than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says in the Mishnah, Horu Bezdin Shogigin. If Bezdin made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, Bishogig as well, or Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong, they had done something wrong. Would be in power. So ultimately, again, they bring the power along Davinatzi. This is a special cover that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows the erroneous ruling of Bezdin. Muzidin Va'al Shogigin. What happens if Bezdin purposely gave an erroneous ruling? What Klal Yisrael again to Shogin was Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was correct. The halacha is going to be in Kisva Usira. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the Kisva Usira is another way of saying a personal chata. So in this case, I will tell you where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Bezdin was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogeg, so in that case, there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur, there's just personal liability through a regular chata. Shogegin ba'asim is needed. If the Bezdin was shogeg, but people knew Bezdin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is pater, then there's no problem. So there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur, because as we see, power ha'elam davar min hatzibur is only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, there's no chatas, because chatas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were mezidin. The Gemara goes like this: shogeg and va'asim mezidin are illustrated, so we can infer from the Mishnah as follows: that if Bezdin delivered their ruling to shogeg, and Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted the mezid, are they able to? Ultimately, again, they are pater. They are pater. No power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. How shogeg didn't the mezid? We can infer from this that if it was shogeg dunya the mezid, that if it was, what does that mean? That is chai. What's the case of shogeg dunya the mezid? The Bezdin of it. Shahoru Bezdin shachil of mutar. So Bezdin, once we had this case earlier, Bezdin asking mistakenly that chilul is mutar. Then it's chalik of the shumin, and then I will say what happens. I had a piece of chilul and a piece of shumin. My chilul and my shumin, which remember shumin is familiar fat, chilul is variable fat, gets mixed up, and I end up eating chilul. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chilul. What was my intention to do? My intention was to eat shuman, but yet I ended up eating a chilul. We'll say what's that? I'm sorry. So there would be a case of shogeg dunya denizid, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the tzaka denizid, to which the Gemara says. That's the case. If Shokah, if again, if that's the case, that it can be inferred from the Mishnah, yet why does Rabbi Bar Chama ask that very question as well? So what the Gemara answers, no, don't do anything from this lashon. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying Shogeg, since the beginning said Mizidin Ba'al Shogegin, therefore the same purpose of Shogegin Ba'al. What's the invitation is that in order to be chayiv in a hard or in order to be chayiv ultimately to the specific that carbon has to be shogig on the parts of Bezdin and shogig on the parts of Klal Yisrael. Bezdin must be mistaken, must be shogig in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogig in their reliance on Bezdin. Everybody is shogig, and ultimately we're giving the Parha Lam Davin. Says the Mishnah. So let's say the Bezdin delivers their erroneous psak. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the psak. So what's that? So we bring a power handle of the unity. So here we're adding another qualification. That next qualification number one is that the Bezdin has to be the shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be the shogeg. Next qualification also is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Bezdin. If that happens, mostly they bring up power. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then the Avodah Zarah being par yisoy. So ultimately, again, was it for the Avodah Zarah is not just a par, but an additional sadi as well. And Yudah says, very interesting. He says, good days Shvat in the D and good days Chol. So he says the following. That ultimately, again, if we're talking about a situation where all the Shvatim sin, so every single Shevet brings their own par. So again, it was the same case. Ultimately, based on delivering an erroneous ruling, the tribes act, Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. The Yudah comes along and says that each Shevet must bring their own par kalam davening atziva. Uba'avodah is called parim. The D and Yudah is first which came as our seer. Again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then each Shevet must bring its own par as well as its own seer for 12 parim and 12 seers. Say hey, Madam. Shimon says you do a parim. Uba'avodah is to come shlosha sachar. So basically this. You give us zero. Par is the start of the whole Shevet, and par is the start of the Bezdin. Mishnah has an interesting shira. Yudah builds on Yudah. He says, we'll say the halacha is that for power handle of the tzibur, each shevet brings their own, and what? Bezdin also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and they will bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 seers. So the Gemara says, "Kolu Bezdin, va'asu zayin shot of oluban." What happens if Bezdin administers an erroneous rule? Then seven tribes. So what's the next one? Seven shvatim, oluban apian. So we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of provinces. Let's say now, in this case number again, we're talking about two different things over here. It's either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or the Gemara says, Oluban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So now look at the entire. So now what is the entire percentage of it? So what the Gemara says, as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Bezdin, that triggers the Parha Lam Davening Atziva issue. And the Yudah says as follows: Yudah Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechadu, the being Zayin part. And Yudah says if 7 of the tribes sin, then each tribe brings its own Parha Lam Davening Atziva. So it's not Yudah Shikasa. And Yudah always holds that each tribe, each shevet brings its own path. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, what about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Being al Yudei and Par. Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who sin. Why? He says, Gemara says, because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Ches Karim, Ubavot Zilchavim, Ches Karim, the Ches Shirim, Par B'Sar L'Chol Shevet, the Shevet, Par B'Sar L'Beis. Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a carbon. Rabbi Shimon adds in what the Lord said, he said, Beis Din brings its own carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon, Beis Din will bring its own additional carbon. Only Beis Din shall Echam and Ashvat, and also Osa Shevet Apiyah, which is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shvatim, each of the Shvatim also have their own courts? Let's say one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim, asking erroneously, delivered a wrongful psak, and that Shevet acted on that psak. What's the halacha? Also Shevet Uchayiv, Ushar Salash Shvatim Pnei Rabbi Yehuda. So the Yehuda will say that Shevet who followed its Beis Din is chayiv for a par, but the other shvatim are pasher. That from the Chachamim say no, ein chayavim ela al holoya or ela al horios. So we're going to name it secta. Horios Beis Din agod. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Par helam davin atziva will say is only brought if there is one Beis Din who delivers an erroneous ruling. In which case, in the test, that's the high court, the Sanhedrin. שנאמר כל הדס ישראל ישבו ולא הדס also sheva. So say an interesting way that someone is saying is Hadas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin as we've already seen. And the Chum disagreement from say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabban, so it's like we now have a fun round of three machlokes in Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. Tan Rabban, Yadu Sheholu B'Tol Ma'Cholu. Let's listen to this case. Let's say Beis Din realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong sak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi Yadu Sheholu B'Tol Ma'Cholu. כלומר, הורו בעצם שכלים אותו בגבול מקצץ, ועשו קלפי אחושו, בגין אלה בדם, דבר אחד בשינוי והשמיישה, בלבד, ואחד בהורו. ואחר כך יודו שהורו שלא קרוי, אלא שטל מה שהורו זה אם יודו אם על החילת הורו או על הדם. Let's listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling, they just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we permitted Caleb or Dan. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Probably so consume both of these things. So Shabbos says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol you Chayavim, you might have thought that there'd be a parallel government at Tibor Tamalomar, below Achatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became known. Below Sheyodu Achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned. To try them again for a parhat lam davim and atziba, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher chatu. So we'll say, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger the parhat lam davim and atziba liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Beis Din themselves, if Beis Din says, listen, we know we delivered the wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, and that cannot trigger a parallel government atzibor liability. Asher chatu shnei shvatim mevi'im shnei parim. Two tribes went ahead and sinned. So in two parim, shlosha, mevi'im shlosha. So I'll say three tribes made a mistake. So ultimately again, they bring three parim. Oh, Eino Omer Ella, Chatu Shnei Yechidim, Mevi'im Shnei Parim, Chatu Gimel, Mevi'im Gimel. Or maybe even it's not tribes, and maybe ultimately again it's 3 and 2 individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the Bar Helam Davin Natzibor. Therefore, again, the pasuk says, Talmud Hakal Chayiv. The Kol Kal. So you should the Kol Kal, the Kal Chayiv. So therefore, the pasuk says, it is really the cow who brings a car helam davin yatzibor, never in ayah. But what does it mean? The whole cow, the cow chayiv. Ketzad, chatu shnei shvatim mevi'im shnei parim, chatu zayin mevi'im zayin. Ushar shvosay. Therefore, what are we learn from this? If two tribes sin, each of those tribes brings a car helam davin yatzibor. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a car helam davin yatzibor. And furthermore, Ushar Shvatim Shalom Chatu Nadin Al Yudei and Kar. So ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. The kafar kal, the chayif alcohol kahal, the kal divi Rabbi Yehuda. So it's like this is the sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbi Yehuda sheet was say twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That their shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak of the Beis Din. That shevet brings a par elam davar in that siva. The Most said, Rabbi Yehuda's shita is that calls shevet the shevet ikri kal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par elam davar in that siva is kal. The Torah says there's only liability when the kal follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din. The machlokas is going to be what? How do you define kal? Rabbi Yehuda defines kal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows the erroneous psak of Beis Din in Shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par elam davar minatzimo. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par elam davar minatzimo for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Yehuda's shita. But ultimately, so therefore, again, the Gemara says, the chayiv al kol kal v'kal di Rabbi Yehuda. The Yehuda ultimately holds them halot l'mayis again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a par elam davar min hatzibor, and the tribes who did not sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet is always 12. Is always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin shvatim shefatu. Listen to this. Nevi'im Zayin Parim, Ubezim Nevi'im Al Yudei and Par. Shnei Amar Lamata Kal, V'nei Amar Lamala Kal. Ma Kala Amar Lamala Bezim Makal. Af Kala Amar Lamata Bezim Makal. What's what Rabbi Shimon says? A little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda, and that's what? And that's when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par helam davar min hatzibur. But he adds in one thing, and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? We'll say the Beis Din. What he disagrees with is where Rabbi Yehuda's model, the non-sinning shvatim, will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin, but yet the nice again Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. Listen, Rabbi Shimon's model, the shvatim who committed the avera, who inadvertently relied on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par, plus the Beis Din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a choose of Rabbi Shimon. And Meir says, Zayin shvatim shefatu Beis Din Medin Al Yudei and Par, Vein Keturim. And what they last is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. And Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa is only the Beis Din who brings the par helam davar min hatzibur, never the shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only, say Rabbi Meir says Zayin shvatim shefatu. Was in Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring a par helam davar min hatzibur is when there's a majority of the cow, majority of Klal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the cow. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that so when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only based in the par helam davar min hatzibur, not the shvatim, Ne'emar kal lamata, v'ne'emar kal lamala. Ma kal ha'amar lamala based in below tzibur, af kal ha'amar lamata based in below tzibur. Rabbi Shimon Elazar says, Mishmo. So what does he say? Rabbi Shimon Elazar holds, Chatu shisha shvatim, vein rubo shakal. If 6 of the tribes sin, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 tribes sin, even though what? They are not the majority of the cow, nevertheless, Nevi'im Par. So also Shimon Elazar comes along and says, he's coming to define what is majority. He's the majority to take on one of 2 points. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So we'll say first wide line. Amar we know that chatas v'lo sheyadu achotu. We'll say furthermore, again, what do we see in the Brayse above? If the only thing we bring a par helam davar min hatzibur is when the Beis Din is explicitly clear as to what has to be erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, the Beis Din is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Beis Din knows, we did something wrong. We just what? We don't know what. You don't bring a par helam davar min hatzibur. V'lo sheyadu achotu. Man kana. We'll say, who is the opinion who says this? Who is the opinion that says this? So the Gemara says, I'm ready to come with that. Became a Rabba. The low Rabbi Eliezer. So it's like before we get to who we know his life, we can tell you who it's not like. Not like Rabbi Eliezer. This nan, Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafsha, Im Chelev Achal, Chayiv, no Sir Achal Chayiv. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer is commenting actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of in the second thesis, where a person is not sure he's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate Chelev or I'm not sure if I ate Nosar. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating Chelev or for eating Nosar is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate Chelev, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? You ate one of those items, then I could bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. You want to say, Rashi points out over here that Halacha L'maaseh Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. Rabbi Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, the Brisa doesn't reflect the idea of Rabbi Eliezer. The difference of Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, it will say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was Caleb, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Brisa does not reflect of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, if you look at Rabbi Eliezer, no, you can even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani Yaakov could be Parah Elon Dom that he was only different. Why? Because the pasuk says Asher Chata Alel. As well as the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv for, or I should say, that Parah Elon Dom is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chatu Alel. So it's like, so there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher Chatu Alel, for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasanami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Allah. I'm sorry. Hasanami Haksiv Asher Chata Ba. Oh, bless you. Homie, by the Prat on the Sassi. It was there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv if you have chatos if they are misasik. It was say masik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avera. In that case, everyone at Misase, everyone will agree that halacha l'maaseh again, I am not chayiv a chatos in that case. I time is Yehuda. So we'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shittos concerning under what circumstances, ultimately again is a par helam government at seaboard. Remember again, shittas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own car. Now that what does Rabbi Yehuda say? What should we say? That even the shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Yehuda's shita? My time Rabbi Yehuda kasavar arba kahalik sibi. And Yehuda says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Har Elam Davidat Sibor. Right? He says kal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what are these 4 kals for? Kal the kaiba kol kal the kal. What is it teaching? That what? That each and every shevet is chayiv. That each and every shevet is called a kal. Is called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. The chad lohorot libabeis l'maisa talad b'kal. What's the second one teaches me? That Par Halam Tzibur is only when it brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibur who acts on the ruling. The Chad Ligrira. What's the one is teaching me about Grira? What's Grira? We'll say the Halacha L'maaseh, even the Shvatim who didn't sin bring Grira L'lim dragged along. Bring a korban on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. The Chad L'Shevet Sha'asa B'Haraj Davis, and we'll say ultimately again, what is to teach me about the fact that if we'll say it's the Gerashi, so the Chad L'Shevet Sha'asa B'Haraj Davis, he is time to say that the Matis and Cholu Beis and Sha'ach Min HaShvatim. It was a kind of Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Psak Halacha of its own days, the Chad L'Shevet said that's Yehuda. So Yehuda learns out all of the Shidas from the 4 times the fact of the word Kalazur. Rabbi Shimon's model. Talasa Kalik City. It says the word kal 3 times. Hakahal, kal, hakahal. Meneakahal, archidikro. Let's say that he does mention the fourth kal. Why? Because that fourth kal appears in the phrase me'ine hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the cow, which means, again, they made a mistake. He says that one you can't actually line because that's just an expression. As most people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So what's the attitude? So one cow comes teaching that each shevet has its own liability for finding the tzak of the Bezdin. Utrei achrini ne'emar lemasa kal, ne'emar lemala kal. It says kal over here. It says kal over here. Malhalan Bezdin makal. Second one says over here that Bezdin has to be with the cow. Afkan Bezdin makal. So over here we're only chayiv with what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the psak halacha. Right there, kal hakal lo darsh. Let's say the mayor doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan cows. Therefore, therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 cows that are being wide. Nemar lemata kal v'nemar lemala cows. Now, malaharon based in below tzibor, afkan based in below tzibor. Let's say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, again, I will say the call is referring to Bezdin, not the Tzibor. So to be referring to Bezdin, not the Tzibor. So also remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the par helam davar min Tzibor? It's the Bezdin. It's the Bezdin. Bezdin brings the par, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out. Ultimately, you get from the Gzeir Shem. Rav Shimon allows my time off. What's the Shimon allows his logic? Sid v'haya ine ha'ida. Alma mi'uda d'ksiv me'ine. We'll say, you can remember on one hand, each one of those it says as follows. The pasuk says, v'ha'ya'im me'ine ha'ida. The he understands me'ine ha'ida to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and see that it says, kilochala abishkaga, remember geruba in mi'utalo. So we'll say, on one hand it says me'ine ha'ida, if the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if a small minority sin, yet it also says, Kilo kala andishkaga. Kala an also means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember, the ruba in the utalo sounds like it's only the road, but not the mute. So in other words, haki, it's like, Asibab, Behin Ruban Shakal. So I say, Rabbi Shmuel teaches me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning acted based on the erroneous psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or I'm sorry, Ozayin Apapishen Rubo Shakal, or 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous psak of the basin, even though what? They are not the numerical majority, nevertheless, Chayavim. Ultimately, again, they are Chayav. Let's say on days. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, Zahorat, Rabbi Bezdin, Umaytz, Rabbi Kamina. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir know. In order for a Parhalam Tzibah obligation to be triggered, the Psak Halacha has to be given by the Bezdin, but the action has to be taken by the cow, which the Gemara says. What do we know? That from Minalu, Amar Abaye, the Amar Karkas, the Pasuk says, V'haya, Ine Ha'ita Nesta Lishkaga. The rest of the Pasuk says, it will be from the eyes of the congregation Nesta Lishkaga, the matter was finished in inadvertent. Rava says, in the Kala Abdishkaga, Rava is learned from the Pasuk from the Kala Abdishkaga that the entire nation acted inadvertently with Tzricha, and both speaking why. Because the Rahman Levaya Minea, even as Shkaga, would just said the first Pasuk, Sahaba Amina, as evil Mutisa, I would have thought that even if just the minority of the population sins, there's a part of them doesn't matter. The Pasuk says that the entire nation is in the Ikas the Kala Amdaga, and if it were to just say the Kala Amdishkak Hava Amina, and the Abdi says in Bahadi Zuba, I might have thought that Allah Solomai said the Basin has to act together with his brother as well. Aha, Kiksi Bihani Dikar Babel the Top. Once again, this was written in the context of Avodah Zarah. Yafinon Me'ine. This ultimately you're making Shabbat in to teach us that this applies whether Basin is delivering an erroneous ruling about Avodah Zarah or about anything else for which there would be a fear. Good title. Holy Basin Sha'ach. Let's remember again what the minister said. If the Basin of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, we'll say again that does not trigger Par Ha'elam Davar Minatzibur. Has to be the Sanhedrin. It says the Gemara, Ibayilu, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Ba'oraz Beis Nagodo, Mi Maisu Shar Shvatimolo, was listening to this question. What happens if you have the following situation? Ba'oraz Beis Nagodo, I'm sorry, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, but so we'll say, what happens if one tribe acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agog? So we'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin Agog. So let's remember again, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam daharim natzibah. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the Beit Agog. Me, Maisu, Shar, Shvatim, Olo. That's where we're going to move this model. Remember, also, the tribes who did not commit an Avera, also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed an Avera based on the Psaks of the Sanhedrin Agog, to the other tribes bring for that one tribe only. Me, Aminot, Shiva, Shatim, Maisu, Shar, Shvatim, Bahadayu, we should be Garuba. Do we say only time that the other tribes are going to cover on both sides is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority of the tribes who committed an inadvertent sin based on the sack of the beast, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about Chag Shevet, the like a Ruba go. But again, one tribe, remember also in Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember also Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So we do this model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Agog, when learning this psak, they are going to bring a par helam davra minat tzibur. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that one? Remember, Said said before, in Rabbi Yehuda's model, you always have do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the Shvatim who sing, then even the ones who didn't bring, about Kachi with the Leka Rubelot, but if there's only one tribe, obviously is not a rove, then the other tribes do not bring. Oh, do Maloshma. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. That once one of the Shvatim is bringing a power helam davar by definition that ignites tribal loyalty for all of the Shvatim. So say that's the shaila. So what do they do? What meaning? What do the tribes do? So they bring one card. Rabbi Shimon says, as the Mishnah says, they bring one card. Rabbi Shimon only part of it. Rabbi Shimon says 2 parts. So what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon we'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember what she does, Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Beis Din also bring. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes have sinned. So Rabbi Shimon's value should 8 parties, 7 for the tribes, 1 for Beis Din. Rather, it must be 1. We must be talking about a case over here where 1 shevet sinned. So what's the case? The right. If the shevet made a mistake in that it relied on its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon less right? So we'll say that's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on this, if the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in ruling given by their own Beis Din, then what? And Rabbi Shimon will say that even though in that case, rather it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agog. The Tanakama might. And we'll say, who's the payment for Tanakama? He named Rabbi Meir Haru Rabbi. Let's say, want to say, Rabbi Meir requires the majority of the structure for pounds of the Nasiba. And we'll have Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi, you have to say it's Rabbi Yehuda. If you go Shechata Shevet Echad, And what's the case? The case is where one shevet sinned. So we'll say, therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, where one shevet sins, who brings the parahel of David and Tzibor? That's one shevet, and the other shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. And we all come and ask you, what's the case over here? They go, Shechatu Shisha Shvatim, Bein Ruban Shalkal. What's the key? So here is where six of the tribes, six of the Shvatim sinned, but they are in the numerical majority. Right? Shimon ben Elazar, what's the effective Rav Shimon Elazar? Rav Shimon Elazar, the sign of Rav Shimon Elazar Omer. What's the first white line? Mishmo, I'm sorry, Rav Shimon Elazar Mishmo, Chatu Shisha, Bein Ruban Shalkal. If six of the Shvatim sinned, and they are the numerical majority, oh, Shimon. Or seven sin. Right? They're the tribal majority. No, they're not the numerical majority. The being part. The halach is they bring a part. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows. Shevet sha'asa b'horaz be'zdina. What's like? If a shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal basis. So what's the halach? Also, shevet tayyib. So we'll say what? That shevet is chayiv, but all the other shvatim are patur. Uvaharaz based on agodol after the shar shvatim chayot. We'll say, but if the one shevet acted based on the instruction of the based on agodol, then what? Even the other shvatim will be chayiv shmanina. We'll say, halach mentioned Rabbi Yehuda. Let's be just one thing by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a here or a par ha'elam davar that zibra according to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that shevet will bring a par ha'elam davar that zibra. But what? Not other shvatim. But if one shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din Agadol, then, according to Rabbi Yehuda, that shevet brings a par and what? All of the other shvatim are activating as well. So it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any kind of shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Beis Din Agadol, all of the shvatim end up bringing a par and incredible. I'm going to ask you. That's the truth is this is supported by our Mishnah as well. But also shevet al pihan. Right? The pasuk says that particular shevet acted based on their word. Also shevet chayiv ushar shalak kol hashatim too. Apparently then that only that one shevet is chayiv, but the other shvatim are patur. That's the case. Lamali and Mishnah ushar shvatim too. The Mishnah didn't need to say the other shvatim are patur. Hatana osa shevet chayiv. If since the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv, I would have understood that wrong. The chayvan the Hatana osa shevet chayiv the male yidano shar shvatim too. Also, once the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv by definition on the other shvatim are patur, and the hakamash malah the behoras says you know who the shar shvatim doing. About behoras based on agadol to do shar shvatim chayovim shmamina. Rather also we keep moving back to the Mishnah that it's only in the case ultimately again where a shevet is following the instruction of its own Beis Din, that shevet will be chayiv, the other shvatim will be pturim. But if a particular shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, then once that shevet has to bring a par ha'elam davar that zibra, then what? The other shvatim must do so as well. Incredible sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. Let's say so again. Whether or not the pasuk that halacha l'meisa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shittas Rabbi Yehuda is about saying that first of all a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a par ha'elam davar minat tzibur. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, each shevet is called a count. Not only that, but once one shevet has to bring the par ha'elam davar tzibur, then what? Every shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the high court of that shevet. In that case, if the shevet is following the high ruling of its own high court, then what? Then that shevet has to bring a carbon. The other shvatim do not. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Absolutely. Arvos, Divailu, shevet echad shasavaras Beis Din Agadol. Let's listen to this. What happens if you have a shevet echad, one shevet? Shasavaras Beis Din Agadol. Was it followed the psak halacha of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin handed down erroneous ruling. You have one shevet who follows you. So the Rabbi Shimon, me, my zero. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again, what was Shita's Rabbi Shimon? Shita's Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each shevet is called its own cow. Each shevet must go ahead and bring its own parallel government tzibur. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own power. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shabbos will say as follows. What happens if one shevet acted on the psak of the Sanhedrin HaGadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, me minus the old law. We'll say, so ultimately, again, what happens in that case? Me minus the law. We'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? And the Gemara says as follows: Kashma, Mahim Nifin, what do they bring? Tar Echad, one tar. And the Shimon Omer Shnei Parim. Shimon says two parim. The man asks, what's the case? What's the Bryce's case? If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sinned, Shnei Parim, what do you mean 2 Parim? Shmona Parim. So we'll say 7 Shvatim sinned, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sinned, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella Tefata Shevet Echad. Now we have to say it's a case where what? One of the Shvatim sinned. Ubemai. We'll say, what's the case? If you want to say the Shevet sinned, based on the psak of its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon less lay. Rabbi Shimon less lays. Let's say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where a tribe or a shevet follows its own Beis Din. One time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin HaGadol. Ela Barat Beis Din HaGadol. Rather it's Taras Beis Din HaGadol. Sanhedrin. It is Bara. Tanakama money. What's the news of Tanakama? Mayor House Lurvai. Let's say Mayor holds. Really bring a hand of the or either when there's a miracle or tribal row. So Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shatanami Meister. Most of Rabbi Yehuda holds that once even one shevet brings in what, then the rest has to bring as well. Elohaman Rabbi Shimon Alazim. What's it rather again? It must reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon Alazim to the sign as we taught about. Tashma. They'll come to say, we all love Chayet Ella Al Horah Beis Din HaGadol. And come say about that the only time you bring the power of government tzibur is when? It's an Allah for the minds again and follow the psak halach of the Sanhedrin HaGadol. My Chacham, what's the word that's coming? Ilim Rabbi Meir, this one says Rabbi Meir, Rubabai, a Meir holds that you either need a tribal or numerical majority. Allah Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Yakisei say that it is Rabbi Shimon. So which the Gemara says, ultimately again, Shemamina, and we see that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikri Kaminala. Let's listen to this. Somebody said the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So we saw the differences already. What they both agree on is as follows: that even one shevet is called a kaf. Even one shevet is called essentially klal Yisrael. It's called an assembly. Where did they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Ikri Kaminala. Amri Kasiv, Vayamo Yoshafat Dekal Yehuda, Yerushalayim, No Chatzah Hashem, No Chatzah Beis Hashem Chadasha. Was it the pasuk said that Yoshafat stood Dekal Yehuda Yerushalayim? He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, the Kal Yehudim Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem Chadasha. Literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? My Chadasha. What it means that this was the place where they were in the Kaddish. Right? They made a Kiddush. It wasn't always the Kiddush. What's it happen? See that under Yoshafat, they went ahead and they made a brand new movement, which was what? That a Tvul Yom, we'll say a Tvul Yom is someone who went to the mikvah that day, but still requires Harash Shemesh. Still requires the sunset in order to become Tahor. That's when the Tvul Yom gets it's not going to redo. But what's the point of it? The point over here is you see that Yoshafat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests you see from the Mishnah Rabbi Yehuda from here that even one shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, "Maski Torah Bayakom Minai, Dilma Shem Yerushalayim." Maybe Yerushalayim is different. I'll tell you why. So Havanami Binyamin, because it was remember again. Here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, They were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about it is that Yerushalayim is actually occupied by two tribes. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the Lashon Kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Ashanami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a Kal. To which the Gemara says, you're right, you can bring another raya. It says, Vayomer Elai, Henry Matlacha Birdisicha, Unisaticha Lekahal Amin. The second Baruch who says to Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I'll make you to Kahal Amin. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when? Man is Yalid Le'ahishai. Who was born in that moment? Binyamin. So Baruch who says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. Binyamin. You see from here that what? Even the birth of one tribe is, or even one tribe is called Kal, Shvanina. This is what the Torah is saying. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another cow. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what we're saying. That even one shape is called a cow. Maybe perhaps it's what was wrong with Yaakov. They shuddered in this carrier's cow. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the cow, 11 tribes are not called the cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the cow. So we'll say the Gemara ends. We're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately ends with this level. Right? So you see over here that what? That Lamaisa, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately again from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a Kahal, or ultimately again from Yehoshaphat, that Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal Yehuda. As once we stop over here, we'll pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow and Shabbos. Both times the daf will be in the afternoon. I'll send it out later. All right, so we'll say good morning or good morning. Let's begin. First of all, our shir sponsored this month by Colin Catholic College in memory of Solomon Toret, Colin Sarah Bas Abraham, Shmuel Ben Zakaria, and again, Shamas Hazan Ali, the family and the health. Thank the college for their sponsorship. And also by the Wilder family, in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shingle Bas Benjamin Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. I hope that in the marriage of our Kamatar and Sham will have an aliyah and the family. So with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is Hey 5. We are up on Dalit Amud Days by the Mishnah. Second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lined up in a lot of. Hopefully by now, Imam is getting into the second studies. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, although a different kind of liquid than what we're normally used to. But something very exciting nevertheless. It says the Mishnah, Horu Bezdin, Shogigin, if Bezdin made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, Bishogig as well, whereas Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong, they had done something wrong. With the empire, so ultimately again they bring the Par Ha'elam Davim at Tzibur. This is a special covering that's brought when Klal unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of Bezdin. What happens if Bezdin purposely gave an erroneous ruling? But Klal Yisrael again was shogin, whereas Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. So the halacha is going to be in kispa usira. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the kispa usira is another way of saying a personal chatos. So in this case, we'll say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Bezdin was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogin. So in that case, there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. There's just personal liability through a regular chatos. Shogigin va'asim mezidin ha'iluk tur. If the Beis Din was shogig, but the people knew Beis Din was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is pater. Then there's no carbon. So there's no parha elam davrin atzibor, because as we see, parha elam davrin atzibor is only when everyone is shogig. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability. There's no chatas, because chatas is also only brought in the case of shogig, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were mezidin. So the Gemara goes like that. Shogigin va'asim mezidin hara iluktur. So we can refer to the Mishnah as follows: that if Beis Din delivered their ruling b'shogig, and Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted b'mezid, hara iluktur. Ultimately, again, they are butter. They are butter. No parha alam dam v'natzibur. Ha shogig dungi b'mezid. We can infer from this that if it was shogig,
No, everyone subscribe to the channel.
that if it was, what does that mean? That it's chai. What's the case of shogig dumi dumi? So they if you dummy, shahoru based in shafil of mutter. So based in once you had this case earlier, based in paskin, mistakenly that chaylev was mutter. Then it's chalik lo b'shumen, and then I will say what happens. I have a piece of chaylev and a piece of shumen. My chaylev and my shumen, which remember shumen is permitted fat, chaylev is prohibited fat, gets mixed up. And I end up eating chaylev. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chaylev. What was my intention to do? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet I ended up eating a chaylev. So I'll say, what's talach? So when you answer lema, I'm sorry. So I'll say that would be a case of shogeg dumya demezid, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the psak of the Beis Din, to which the Gemara says, if that's the case, tif shota, but yet again, if that's the case, that it can be inferred from the Mishnah, yet why does Rabbi Bar Chama ask that very question earlier? So what's which the Gemara answers, no, don't infer anything from this lashon. Right? And what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying shogeg.
Oh yeah.
Since the beginning said mizidin shogegin, therefore the Sefer just wrote shogegin va'asu mizidin. We'll say the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, in order to be chayiv ultimately for the specific type of carbon, it has to be shogegin on the part of Beis Din, and shogeg on the part of Klal Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody is shogeg, then ultimately we can bring the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. Says the Mishnah, Horu Beis Din, v'asu kol hakala oruban alpiyah. So let's say so Beis Din delivers their erroneous psak. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the psak. So we'll say, what's that? Nevi'en par. So we bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. So we'll say, here we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the Beis Din has to be shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of
what
Beis
the
Din.
fuck?
If that happens, mostly they bring up how. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodah Zarah will be in par the. So ultimately, again, we'll say for Avodah Zarah, there's not just the par, but there's an additional side as well. He says something very interesting. He says good base shvat and Navi and good base part. That ultimately, again, if we're talking about a situation where all the shvatim
little
so
bitch.
every single shevet brings their own par. So again, I want to say same case. Ultimately, again, Beis Din delivered an erroneous ruling. The tribes Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. Rabbi Yehuda comes along and says that each shevet must bring their own par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. Uba'avodas kochalim, but being good base part of
There you go.
again,
This is
the
bloody
mistake is
sister,
with
son.
Avodah, then each shevet
Right
must
now,
bring
baby.
its own par as well as its own seer for 12 parim and 12 seer. I'll say hey without it. Rabbi Shimon says give Gimel parim, uba'avodas kochalim shlosha sar parim. So let's listen to this. We'd give us zero. Prior to the start of the whole Shevet, prior to the start of the base. She has an interesting sheet. Yehuda builds on Yehuda. He says that I will say the halacha is that for Parhal of the Sibor, each Shevet brings their own, And what? Beis Din also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, quote unquote normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and Beis Din would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 seirim. So the Gemara says, Horu Beis Din, Va'asi Zayin Shvatim Oluban. What happens if Beis Din passes, Beis Din administers an erroneous ruling? In 7 tribes. So once we mentioned this yesterday, 7 Shvatim, Oluban Alpiyah. So we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael. We'll say now, in this case, remember again, we're talking about 2 different things over here. There is either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling, or where it says Oluban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So that halacha is Median Par. So what's the Ramir says? That halacha l'maisa, as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Beis Din, that triggers the Par Ha'elam Davar Milatzibah issue. And Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechatu, Median Zayin Par. And Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes sinned, then each tribe brings its own Par Ha'elam Davar Milatzibah. So this is Rabbi Yehuda Shitasa. Rabbi Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each Shevet, brings its own par. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, Ushar Shvatim Shalochatu. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Mervian al Yedei and Par. Ultimately, again, I will say, the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, Gemara says, Sha'at Ilu Shalochatu, Mervian al Yedei Choti. Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. And Rabbi Shimon says, Ches parim, u'ba'avodas v'chavim, Ches parim, v'ches seirim, par b'sar l'chol shevet, v'shevet, par b'sar l'beis. And Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a karban. But Rabbi Shimon adds what the Lord said, is that Beis Din brings its own karban. So each tribe will bring its karban, Beis Din will bring its own additional karban. Only Beis Din shall echad hashvatim, v'asa osa shevet ha'piyah, which is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shvatim, each of the Shvatim also has their own court? Let's say one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim, Paskin erroneously, delivered a wrongful psak, and that Shevet acted on that psak. What's that halacha? So Yehuda also will say that Shevet who followed its Beis Din is chayiv for a par, but the other shvatim are pater. The Chachamim say no, ein chayav ela al horoya or ela al horios. So horios Beis Din agod. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Par ha'elam davar milatzibah looks like is only brought if there is one Beis Din who delivers an erroneous ruling. And which Beis Din is that? That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shnei Amar b'Chavadas Yisrael Yishku. V'lo adas also shade. So let's say, interestingly, the Chachamim is saying this adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin as we're going to see. So the Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for par ha'elam davar milatzibah, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabban. So let's say we now have a fundamental 3 machlokes in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. Tan Rabban. Yadu shahoru b'tou mahoru. So let's listen to this case. Let's say Beis Din realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi says Yadu shahoru b'tou mahoru. כלומר, הורו בעצם שפלים אותי בבידו מקצץ, ועשו קרא פיהם באחושות, גימחי לב בדם, דבר אחד בשביל הסמייסה, בלבד, ואחד מהורו. ואחר כך יודו שהורו שלא קרוי, אלא שטוב מה שהורו דאינם יודו אם על החילוף הורו או על האדם. So let's listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling, they just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we permitted chilef or dam. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consume both of these things. So Shabbos says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol you chayavim, you might have thought that there would be a par ha'elam davar milatzibah tamilomar v'noda achatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became below sheyotu achodim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned. But rather, again, for a parha lamdarim and atzibur, what does there have to be? There has to be a knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher chatu. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a parha lamdarim and atzibur liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Bezin themselves, if Bezin says, listen, we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a parallel tzibur liability. Asher chatu shnei shvatim, mevi'en shnei parim. If two tribes went ahead and sinned, so we'll say they bring two parim, shlosha, mevi'en shlosha. So we'll say if three tribes made a mistake, so ultimately again they bring three parim. Oh, Eino Omer Ella, Chatu Shnei Yechidim, Mevi'in Shnei Parim, Chatu Gimel, Mevi'in Gimel. But maybe even it's not tribes, but maybe ultimately again, three and two individuals. An individual makes a mistake, he also brings the Bahel on Davin and Atzibor. Therefore, it says, Kamalomar, Hakal Chayiv. So you want to say, the whole Kal Chayiv. Most therefore, the pasuk says, it is only the cow who brings a car halam davin and atzibor, never min hayafim. But what does it mean? V'chol kal chayiv ketzad chatu shnei shvatim mevi'in shnei parim chatu zayin mevi'in zayin ushar. So we'll say therefore again, what do we learn from this? If two tribes sinned, each of those tribes bring a car halam davin and atzibor. Similarly, if 7 tribes sinned, so 7 tribes bring a par halam davim and atzibor. And furthermore, ushar shvatim shalochatu mevi'in al yidei and par. So I say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu ilu shalochatu mevi'in al yidei achotim. Lekach ne'emar kal lechayiv al kol kahal v'kal Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say this is the sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda's sheet, I will say, is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability, that if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, that shevet brings a par to elam davan and atzibah. I will say, Rabbi Yehuda's shita is that called shevet the shevet ikri kal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par elam davan and atzibor is kal. Torah says there's only liability when the kal follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din. The machlokas is going to be what? How do you define kal? That Yehuda defines kal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din, in Shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par haram davar minatzibah. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par haram davar minatzibah for what? For the tribes who did. That's how we do the shita. But ultimately, so therefore, again, the Gemara says, the chayiv al kol kal v'kal di Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda ultimately holds that halach l'maisa again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a par halam davar min hatzibor, and the tribes who did not sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet, there's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin shvatim shechatu. So listen to this. Mevi'in zayin parim ubeizim mevi'in al yidei and par. Shene'emar lemata kal, v'ne'emar lemala kal. Ma kal ha'amar lemala Beis Din makal. Af kal ha'amar lemata Beis Din makal. So what's here Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda in that what? In that when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par halam davar min hatzibur. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? I will say the Beis Din. What he disagrees with is where Rabbi Yehuda's the non-sinning shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin, but yet again Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So it's Rabbi Shimon's model, the shvatim who committed the avera, who inadvertently relied on their own psak of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par, plus the Beis Din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin shvatim shechatu Beis Din mevi'in al yidei and par, vein pekuri. If I say last thing is the sheet of Rabbi Meir, and Rabbi Meir holds then halacha l'maisa, it is only the bezin who brings the par halam daven natzibor, never the sheikh. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only say Rabbi Meir says Zayin Shvatim Shechadu. Was in Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring a par halam daven natzibor is when there's a majority of the cow. Majority of Klal Yisrael. So in this fine majority, we see two possible, either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the cow. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that so when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only based in the bring the card of Gavan and Tzibor, not the Shvatim. Not the Shvatim. Ne'emar kal lamata, v'ne'emar kal lamala. Not kal ha'amar lamala, based in below Tzibor. Af kal ha'amar lamata, based in below Tzibor. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar says, Mishmo. So what does he say? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, Chatu Shisha Shvatim, Ein Rubo Shalkal. If of the tribes sin, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, O Zayin, or 7 tribes sin, Afal Ino Rubo Shalkal, even though what? They are not the majority of the cow, nevertheless, in the Vian part. So as Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says, he's coming to define what is majority. The majority could take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So let's say first wide line. Amar we know that we'll say furthermore, you know what we say in the Bryce above? That the only time we bring a para is when the basin is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, the basin is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Basin knows, we know we did something wrong. We just what? We don't know what. You don't bring a para halum dav min hatzibur. Lo she'od yachol. Mantana, we'll say, who is the opinion who said this? Who is the opinion who said this? So the Gemara says, I'm not going to the low Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, before we get to who we know it's like, we can tell you it's not like. It's not like Rabbi Eliezer. This man, Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafsha, Im Chelev Acho, Chayiv, no Sir Acho Chayiv. So we'll say, Rabbi Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of in the Sefer Pisus, where a person is not sure, he's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate chelev or I'm not sure if I ate nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? So it's like the carbon for eating chelev or for eating nosa is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate chelev, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? If you ate one of those items, then I could bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say Rashi that Halach L'Maisa Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Yeshua says that if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, the Bryce doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Because if it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chelev, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Gemara, our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, if you look at Rabbi Eliezer, no, it could be even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani off at the sit. Could be par halon daven natzibur was a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says asher chata aleh. Because what the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv for, or it should say that par halon daven natzibur is that par halon daven natzibur is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something asher chatu aleh. So it's like, so there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher chatu aleh, for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasanami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Allah. I'm sorry. Hasanami Haksiv Asher Chata Bach. Bless you. Homi violated the part of the Misase. I will say there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv if you've chatos if they are misasik. We'll say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in an avera. In that case, everyone that's misasik, everyone will agree that Allah again, I am not chayiv a chatos in that case. Right? Time is David. So okay, so now we're going down. So now what we have over here is the various shitos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a tar helam davening at Tzibor. Remember again, Shitas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 Shvatim, each of the Shvatim brings their own par. None of that, what does Rabbi Yehuda say? What should we say? That even the Shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. What does Rabbi Yehuda Shita? My time Yehuda, Kasavar, Arba Kahalik Sid. Rabbi Yehuda says the word Kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Har El David Tzibor. Right? He says Kal, Hakal, Kahal, Hakal. So what do I use these 4 Kals for? Chad v'chayva, kol kal v'kal. One is to teach you that what? That each and every shevet is chayiv, that each and every shevet is called a Kal, it's called an assembly unto itself. That's one Kal. The Chad, lo rot li lebeis, no lo the Kal. But the second one teaches me that Har Halam Tzibur is only going to be brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibor who acts on the ruling. The Chad Ligrira. We'll say what is teaching me about Grira. What's Grira? We'll say the Halakha Lamaisa. Even the Shvatim who didn't sin bring Grira Ligrira to drag the law. Bring a korban on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. The Chad L'Shevet Sha'asa B'Hora is Beis Din. And we'll say ultimately again, what is to teach me about the fact that if I will say if the Rashi says the Chal Shem Shasa Bar as Beis Din, he is time to say that the Masisa Oru Beis Din Sha'ach Min HaShvatim. It was a kind of Yehuda. Even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Psak Halacha of its own Beis Din, the Chal Rebbe Shabbos says that's what Yehuda. So Yehuda learns out all of the Shilos from the 4 times the fact that the word Chal is used. Rebbe Shimon's model. Talasa Kalik City. It says the word Kal 3 times. Hakahal, Kal, Hak. Meneakahal, Hidikra. But say, but he didn't touch on the 4th Kal because that 4th Kal appears in the phrase Me'ine Hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the Kal, which means again, they made a mistake. He said that one you can't touch in line because that's just an expression. Kedami Inshi, Me'ine Tifranya. As we'll say, people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So we'll say, how does he pass me? So one Kal comes to teach me that each Shevet has his own liability for finding the Tzaka of Beis Din. It says Kal earlier, and it says Kal over here. Just like we'll say, it says over here that Beis Din has to be with the Kal. Afkan Beis Din Makal. So we'll say over here, we're only chayiv if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the Psak Halacha. Kalimer, Kal Hakal, Lo Darsh. We'll say the mayor doesn't darshan the settle. He doesn't darshan Kals. Therefore, he'll shake the Halik Sivini Boiling. Therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 Kals that are written wide. Never Lamata Kal, never Malakal. Now, Malahavan based in the Tzibor, Afkan based in the Tzibor. I'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, that the Kal is referring to based in not the Tzibor, so to here is referring to based in not the Tzibor. So also remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the Par Helam Davan in that Tzibor? It's the Beis Din. It's the Beis Din. Beis Din brings the Par, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately yet from the Gzeir Shah, which was in my time of. Let's was his logic. Sid Vaya Inea Ida Alma Misuta Sid Meine. So we'll say again, remember on one hand, the Shmuel says as follows. The pasuk says Vaya Inea Ida. And he understands Me'ina Ida to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and see that it says Kilo Chala Abishkaga, remember the Ruban in Mi'utalo. So we'll say on one hand it says Me'ine Ida if a matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says Kilo Chala Abishkaga. Chala also means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember the Ruban in Mi'utalo. Sounds like it's only the row, but not the mute. So in other words, Haki, it's like Asuvav, Nehim Ruban Shaka. So I'll say Rabbi Shmuel teaches me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning acted based on the erroneous Psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or if 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous Psak of the basic, even though what? They are not the numerical majority. Nevertheless, chayav. Ultimately, again, they are chayav. What's the other days? Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, the Holot, the Bezdin. Umaisis, the Kamina. It was a religion Rabbi Meir knows. In order for a parallel tzira obligation to be triggered, the Isak halacha has to be given by the Bezdin, but the action has to be taken by the cow, to which the Gemara says, what do we know? That from the Nalu, Amar Abaye, the Amar Krak, as the Pasuk says, V'haya, ime eme ha'edan ne'esta l'shtaga. As also the Pasuk says, that it will be that from the eyes of the congregation, ne'esta l'shtaga, the matter was committed inadvertently. Rava Amar Rava says, when the Chala Abdishkaga, Rava is learned from the passage from the Chala Abdishkaga that the entire nation acted inadvertently with Tzricha why? Because the Rahman Navaya Minea Ibn Esther Shkaga would have just said the first passage, Sahaba Amina Hakidu Bibuka. I would have thought that even if just a minority of the population sins, there's a part of it that therefore, the passage says that the entire nation was inadvertent. Ikas the Chala Bishkaga, and the order is the Chala Bishkaga, Hava Anima, and the Abdi based in Bahadi Buddha. And then a local mice in the basement has to act together with his brother as well. Keep Sivihani Bikar Babu once I basically was written in the context of Zara, Yafinon Ine. So ultimately you're making Zer Shabbat Ine to teach us that this halacha applies whether basement delivering a alone is doing about Zara or about anything else for which there would be a fear. Good fighter, Holu Bezin Shabbat. Let's remember again what Mishkan said. If the Bezdin of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, we'll say again, that does not trigger Har Ha'elam Davar Minatzi. Has to be the Sanhedrin. Says the Gemara, you buy the room, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Ba'oraz Bezdin Agodo, Mi Maisu, Shar Shvasimolo, was listening to the session. What happens if you have defined situation? Ba'oraz Bezdin Agodo, I'm sorry, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, but so also what happens if one tribe acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agoda. So one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin Agoda. So let's remember again, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam davar minat tzibur. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Agoda. Mi maisu shar shvatim olom. So let's remember again, Rabbi Yehuda's model. Remember also the tribes who did not commit an avera also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes. So if one tribe committed an avera based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agoda, do the other tribes bring for that one tribe or not? Mi aminoi shiva shatim v'maisu shar shvatim b'hadayu mishum v'ikaruba. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a covenant of Osai is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority of the tribes who committed an inadvertent sin based on the sacrifice, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, but again, one tribe, and I remember also in Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember, also Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is one tribe is also called a Kal. So we do this model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Agoda, and running this psak, they are going to bring a par helam davar minat tzibur. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that bunch? Remember, Said said before, that with this model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, meaning remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Yehuda when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a Kal, that tribe brings a par halam davar minat tzibur. That we know. That's whether that's halakha we'll have to see. But that's what Rabbi Yehuda. We try to do all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the shvatim who sinned, then even the ones who didn't bring, but if there's only one tribe, obviously is not a rove, and the other tribes do not bring. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. But once one of the shvatim is bringing, A power helam davar minatzir by definition that ignites tribal liability for all the shvatim. So we'll say that's the shayla. Says the Gemara Tashma. So what do they bring? What do the tribes bring? So paragraph they bring one part. The Bishur of Shimon says, I should say the Mishnah Mahim Rabin, what do they bring? Paragraph one part. The Bishur of Shnei part. The Bishur says two part. The Gemara asking us, so what's the case here? Either Meshachatu Shiva, if you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon Tamye Boy, we'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember, what she does Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Bezin also brings. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's model, there should be 8 part, 7 for the tribes, 1 for Bezin. Rather, it must be 1. We must be talking about a case over here where 1 Shevet sin. So what's the case? The man, if the Shevet made a mistake in that it relied on its own Bezin, Rabbi Shimon less like, right? So we'll say that's because remember again, if they're relying on if the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in ruling given by their own Bezin, then what? And Rabbi Shimon will say there is no Halam Davar Minatzibur in that case. Elolav Ba'oraz Bezin Agog. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agog. The Tanakama might. And what's the reason clean is the Tanakama? He means Rabbi Meir, Haru Rabbi. What's they going to say? Rabbi Meir requires majority of the structure for Halam Davar Minatzibur. Elolav Rabbi Yudah. Rabbi, you have to say it's Rabbi Yudah. If you go Shechatu Shevet Echad. And what's the case? The case is where 1 Shevet sin. So what's that? Therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, where 1 Shevet sins, who brings the Har Halam Davar Minatzibur? That's 1 Shevet, and the other Shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. On the Akam and Askim, what's the case over here? They go Shechatu Shisha Shvatim Vein Ruban Shalkal. What's the case over here? Is where 6 of the tribes, six of the Shvatim sin, but they are in the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon Lazar, and what's the effective Rabbi Shimon Lazar? Say the sign up, Rabbi Shimon Lazar Omer. No, what's the first line? Mishmo, I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon Lazar Mishmo. Chatu Shisha, and Ruban Shalkal. If 6 of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority, Oh Shiva Apapu Sheina Ruban Shalkal, or 7 sin. Right there, the tribal majority, but not the numerical majority. Revi and Par. What's the halacha is? They bring a part. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows. Shevet sha'asa ba'oraz be'zino. What's that? If the Shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal basis. So what's the halacha? Also Shevet chayiv, Ushar kol ha'shvatim p'turim. So we'll say what? That Shevet is chayiv, but all the other shvatim are patur. U'ba'oraz based in agadol, afilu shar shvatim chayav. We'll say, but if the 1 Shevet acted based on the instruction of the Beis Hagadol, then what? Even the other Shvatim will be chayiv shma mina. So we'll say, Salok Laman from the Yitrim, Halach Laman from the Yehuda. So we just went through interesting things by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a heal for a par ha'elam davar minatzibur, according to Rabbi Yehuda, even when based on the psak din of the high court of that Shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the Shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that Shevet will bring a parallel of Davar Minatzibur, but what? Not the other Shvatim. But if 1 Shevet is acting on the instructions of the Bezdin Agadol, then, according to Rabbi Yehuda, that Shevet brings a par, and what? All of the other Shvatim are activated themselves. So we'll say, so it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any kind of Shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin Agadol, all of the Shvatim end up bringing a par Halam Davar Minatzibur. Incredible. I'm Ravashi. Ravashi, the truth is, this is supported by our Mishnah as well. Diktani, but also Shevet Al Pihan. Right? The Pasuk says that particular Shevet acted based on their word. Also Shevet Chayiv, Ushar Shalak Kalashat. Telling me then that it's only that 1 Shevet is Chayiv. but the other Shvatim are part. That's the case. Lamali when there's no Shar Shvatim to it. The Mishnah didn't need to say. The Mishnah didn't need to say the other Shvatim are part. Hatana Osa Shevet Chayiv. If since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, I would have understood that what the Chayiv the Tana Osa Shevet Chayiv. The male Yidano Shar Shvatim to it. We'll say once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv by definition of the other Shvatim are part. Allah Hakmash Malon. The Behoraz based, you know the Shar Shvatim Turin. About Behoraz based in Agada to do Shar Shvatim Chayovim Shmanina. Rather than what we give you the guy from the Mishnah. That it's only in the case, ultimately again, where a Shevet is following the instruction of its own based in, that Shevet will be Chayiv, the other Shvatim will be Turin. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, then once that Shevet has to bring a power hand on government and see then what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. Incredible shit of Rabbi Yehuda. We'll say so again. Whether or not you pass the halacha of Mesa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shitas Rabbi Yehuda is about saying that first of all a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a Har Helam government at Sibur. Why? Because Shevet is called the Kal. Not only that, but once one Shevet has to bring the Har Helam government Sibur, then what? Every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the ruling of its own High Court, then what? Then that Shevet has to bring a Karban. The other Shvatim do not. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Actually, the Avos, Ibailu, Shevet Echad, Shasawaras, Beis Din Agadol. So let's listen to this. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet, Shasawaras, Beis Din Agadol? They follow the Psak Halacha of the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin handed down the erroneous ruling. You have one Shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon, me, my Silo. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again, what was she does Rabbi Shimon? She does Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, each Shevet is called its own cow. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own power of government at Sibor. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own power. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shiloh will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, me minus old law. We'll say, so ultimately again, what happens in that case? Me minus your law. So we'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? And the Gemara says as follows: Tashma, what do they bring? Par echad. Bring one par. Rabbi Shimon Omer Shnei Parim. Shimon says two parim. The Maya Skina. We'll say, so what's the case? What's the Bryce's case? If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sin, Shnei Parim, what do you mean 2 Parim? Shmona Parim. So what's like 7 Shvatim sin, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the Chata Shevet Echad. Rather, you have to say it's a case where what? 1 of the Shvatim sin. Ubermai. We'll say, what's the case? If you want to say the Shevet sin based on the Psak of its own based in, maybe Shimon less like. Say that Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where a tribe or a Shevet follows its own based in. One time Shimon says his is when it follows Sanhedrin Agadol. Ella Barat Beis Din Agadol. Rather it's Taras Beis Din Agadol, Sanhedrin. It is Birah. Tanakama money. What's it? Who's the Tanakama? Rabbi Meir has no Gavai. Let's say the Meir holds when we bring a pound of Miatzibor, either when there's a numerical or tribal law. See Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shnai Meister. Most say Rabbi Yehuda holds that once, even one Shevet, then the rest have to bring as well. Allah Haman Rabbi Shimon Allah. Or say rather again, it must reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon Allah to the sign as we taught about. Tashma, the Chacham say, we all up in Ochayev Ella Al Horah Beis Din Agadol. The Chacham say that the only time you bring a parallel double at Sibur is when? It's when Allah from the Mainz again and following the Psak Halach of the Sanhedrin Agadol. My Chacham, what's the word of Chacham? Ilim Rabbi Meir, if you want to say it's Rabbi Meir, Ruba Boy, a Meir holds that you either need a tribal or numerical majority. I love Rabbi Shimon means that you have to say that it is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately again, Shemamina, we see that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ichikam Minarets. Let's listen to this. So we'll say the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Huda is that they see we'll say the difference is Rabbi Huda. So okay, so we saw the differences here. But what they both agree on is as follows: that even one shevet is called a cow. Even one shevet is called essentially klal Yisrael. It's called an assembly. Where did they get that from? Where did they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet echad yishvi kamer alu. Amri t'chsiv, vayamod Yoshafat dekal Yehuda, Yerushalayim, nocha chatzah Hashem, ve'inotzer chatzah beis Hashem achadasha. Was it because the pasuk said that Yoshafat stood dekal Yehuda in Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, the Kal Yud in Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem HaKadasha, literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? My Kadasha. What it means that this was the place where they were Mechadish. Like they made a Chiddush. What's always the Chiddush? Amru Tuvul Yom Al Yikanis B'Nachan Aleviyah. What's it happened to see that under Yoshafat, they went ahead and they made a brand new building, which was what? That a Tuvul Yom was a Tuvul Yom is someone who went to the mikvah that day, still requires Harav Shemesh. It requires the sunset in order to come from Lord. So they pass on that a Tuvul Yom can't the Machan Aleviyah. So we'll say, but what's the point over here? The point over here is you see that Yoshafat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests, you see from the Rabbi Shimon that you learn out from here that even one shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, Maskif Ravacha Bayachom Imai, Dilma Shem Yerushalayim. Maybe Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. It could be Yom. Because it was similar again, here's what's interesting about this. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about saying that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the lashon kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Achinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes which the Gemara says, you're right, you can bring another raya. Yechsir Vayomer Elai, Hinri Matracha Bisicha, Unisaticha Lekahal Amin. Who says to Yaakov Avinu, I will make you full, I will multiply you, and I'll make you to Kahal Amin. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when? Man is Yadad Le'ahishai. So we'll say who was born in that moment? Binyamin. So who says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes? Binyamin. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is, or even one tribe is called Kal, Shmanina, Havikam Rachman. That is what the Torah is saying. Nisyalid L'cha Hashda, Kal Akrina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another cow. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the Torah is saying. That even one shape is called a cow. Maybe perhaps this is what the Shmuel was saying. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which is what it doesn't say. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called a cow. 11 tribes are not called a cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called a cow. We'll say the Gemara ends. We're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately had to stop. Right? So you see over here, that's what? That Lamaisa, again, even one tribe is called the Kad. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Again, from Binyamin, the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of Kahal, or ultimately again from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal Yehuda. Right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow and Shabbos, both times the daf will be in Restream in the afternoon. Send that later. It's Yom Tov and a good night. All right, we'll say good morning, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning share to fame. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Totzah Shach about Yisrael, dedicating all the Shulman drug shows this year as his chus and Soros fellows for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the Bella Bar meeting of Torah Benny Goldberg, for Aliyah for the show of his parents, Avram Ben Ashakim Chas Faber Azel, Bas Zoe, and the hope that Amir Hashem Yitzilos allow it here in all Klal Yisrael will be answered during this holy month. Shmuel Levi Minutes, Lili Nishmas, David Plum's father, Rabbi Ari Plum, Rabbi Yitzchak, Ari Ben Achava, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Lebracha. All the learning sponsors, David Dugman, Lili Nishmas, Loi Ben Ari, Zichron Lebracha, and our Dafyomi sponsors, Milt and Noni Gertner, and many of Milt's father, Gilbert Gertner, Getzel Ben Avram, Zichron Lebracha, Yoke, and the merit of the Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Talmud, all those who were for Shabbat, the Holy Shabbat, hostages, Shalom and our holy soldiers to be successful. I say we did. So with that, let us begin. We had a ridiculous amount of deal to do today. Just okay, but we are going to Amir Hashem, get it done. We always get it done. So yeah, the Gimel. Stop today's job is Gimel. We're starting. I think we're starting like in the second step of the Sarah. So it's but no, we're starting on days over days. Days over days. On our 2D, and we are taking off Amir Hashem. My Rabbi, how old is Piatzmo? My Rabbanon. Yeah, my Rabbanon. So remember again, we began, this is about probably about 20 lines up on the bottom. So my Rabbanon. So remember again, we had a statement of the name of Rabbi Yehuda in the Shmuel. So Rabbi Yehuda said, Zudivri Rabbi Yehuda. Right, Rabbi Yehuda said, these are the words of the Tana, Rabbi Yehuda. But ultimately, this one says, remember again, our entire Mishnah reflecting the following view, which is that halacha l'maisa, am I about right? 20 lines up and running? Where did I answer? 10 lines from the top? Come on. I did not get that. Oh, that's embarrassing. Don't just go with me. It's 10 minutes from the top. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right. I got this. Okay. So remember again. Oh, what did I do yesterday? What is it? Okay. So all right, I got this. I get this. Somebody came over to me last night after Shabbos shir. Somebody listens online. He said, what happened? The recording cut out in the beginning on the days of our days. Now I get it. Okay. Right. So says follows. But so she says as follows. So remember again, the halacha is that if you have a base being on Paskus, right? And the Bezdin went ahead and said that halacha l'maisa, they said favor this mutter. So remember again, then you have someone on the Bezdin, or ultimately again sitting in the gallery of the Bezdin. Well, halacha l'maisa understands that the Bezdin is absolutely mistaken. They still act upon that ruling. Halacha l'maisa, they are not part of the chayv and the chagos, right? Because remember again, reliance on the Bezdin's ruling only applies to someone who really doesn't know any better and puts his full trust in the Bezdin, which makes sense for a regular person. But l'maisa, someone who understands, halacha l'maisa doesn't have that exemption. So says the Gemara, well, keep going, man. No, we did this. Keep going, man. Right? Thank you. Keep going. Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. So the Gemara gives examples of this. Like these individuals, Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. The Rashi points out over here, So these individuals themselves were not Kayanim, but they sat in front of the days. Also, remember that's how Sanhedrin days. But there was always like a lack of a better term, like a judicial bullpen, right? There were always rows of students who were there in case the base needed additional students. So these were individuals who themselves were not judges, but halacha l'maisa again were fit for horah. They were fit for horah. Therefore, halacha l'maisa again is better to rely on an erroneous statement that the base didn't. They would be personally reliable. I'm not about it. Can't keep this in mind. So one second. I got no. Basically, that someone like Shimon ben Azai or Shimon ben Zoma, if they hear that the Bezdin rules that Philip is mutter, they know that it's wrong. They know that it's a wrong, that it's an erroneous psak. If they were to rely on that psak and eat Caleb, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's intentional violation. Latame, you might as well using that logic. Latame, Fadisanyo, Ba'asosa, Achos. Gemara says, ultimately again, Yochida also Miki Atzmo Chayiv, Bolas, Bezdin Potter. If an individual commits an Avera, ultimately is Chayiv Chatos, from a Peshogig. If he does so under the instruction of Bezdin, he is Potter. Kate said, what's the case? Holy case in Shekhilet Mutter, the no Della Echad, Mahan, Shetal, please Mishnah yourself. So ultimately, Bezdin asking that Caleb is Mutter, and one of the members of the Bezdin realizes that no, Bezdin is mistaken. Or, for example, someone's the Talmud who's fit to be a judge is sitting there in the basement, and ultimately again he relies on the ruling. You might have thought that such a person would be patur. Tamaloma ba'asosa achos. Yochid ha'osa pi'atzmo chayiv. If an individual acts on his own volition, ultimately again he is chayiv ba'horaz bezdin patur. Ultimately again, but if he does with the instruction of bezdin, he's patur. Someone says the problem is like this. These individuals are still acting with the instruction of bezdin, but at the end of the day they know better. So how does this stay? Shabbat said this is as elimination mishkat hasal. So what we're asking over here is, so what is the case of a Talmid Chacham who relies on the erroneous act of a bezdin, right? Ultimately again, who again knows that the bezdin is wrong, but ultimately again it's still called shogeg. What is that? Shabbat said this is as elimination mishkat hasal. The yada the aser. He knows that it's aser. He knows that Caleb is aser. They can watch this. The mitzvah l'shmor divrei chachamim. The Torah mitzvah l'shmor divrei chachamim. So I'm saying this is quite interesting. What's the shogeg over here? The shogeg over here is like this. The Talmid Chacham knows that the bezdin is wrong, but what he's not sure about is a biblical obligation to listen to the words of the rabbis. So he thinks to himself, oh, maybe that biblical obligation applies even in situations where it's clear that the Rabbanim are wrong. That's the shogeg of this case. So again, it's not amazing because he's not intentionally, he's intentionally eating Caleb, and he knows that Caleb is also, but his feeling is like this, that when I saw, there's a mitzvah to listen down. So perhaps the mitzvah to listen to Chazal ultimately is, even if you know they're wrong, that by the way, it's not a crazy assumption. What does Rashi say in the pasuk? Rashi says, do not veer from the words that they tell you right or left. What is Rashi? I told you, according to the Gemara, Apilu Omrim, Al Yamin Shu Small, Val Small Shu Yamin. Even if the Bezdin tells you that the right is left and the left is right, you have to listen. So one could erroneously glean from that even if the Bezdin tells you that Caleb is mutter, but you know that Caleb is aser, that you should still listen or you can't still listen. Again, Kamash Mola, no, not that far. And therefore, again, such an individual would not be shielded from personal liability. He would be Chai B'Chatos, but yet, he's still called a shogeg. Right? He's still called a shogeg. Not a shogeg regarding Caleb, but a shogeg regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Incredible. Let's go like this. Yaakov, Hatom Batzmo Chai. So it says, very good. Mishnah said, here's the rule. Any person who essentially acts of his own volition is always going to be Chayiv Chatos. Remember, we're talking about cases of shogeg over here. So when we say Chayiv, it means Chayiv Chatos, which is carbonic liability for inadvertent commission of an Avera, certain Averas. So again, if he acted on his own volition, he's going to be Chayiv Chatos. Acting as a result of the Bezdin's instruction, we talked about Chatos. So it's only the Bezdin last year, the Yadu Shetal. So Chazu, go ahead. So you want some of the reason, let me give you an example of that. Taking past the Kevin Mutter. And then about say what happened. They didn't realize that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and they recanted. But how do you mind? Well, I won't say what's the problem. But Ruben didn't hear about this. Ruben only heard the first part, didn't hear the second part, right? So Ruben heard that things in passing that Caleb is usher, but he did not hear, sorry, it was mutter, but he did not hear that they recanted that psak. So he acted on it. Someone says, of course, he's going to be potter. Someone says, how the heck did I cut it off? Done about it in the parish, right? You want to say, you're right. First, the Mishnah went ahead and first the Mishnah says the case, and then the Mishnah just espoused the principle. Okay, I'm not going to Mishnah. Okay, so it was actually not talking yesterday. That's just Chazara. I'm not going to Mishnah, right? Zug Divrei Rabbi Huda. So the Gemara says like this. All of this up until now, right? So we've been operating with one core principle, which is when Beis Din passes and makes an erroneous psak, an erroneous ruling, and the individual relies on that ruling and acts accordingly, the individual is potter. He is shielded from personal liability because he acted ultimately again under the instruction of the Beis Din. That's what we're operating. Now, I will say, up until this Gemara right now, we have assumed everyone agrees with that statement. Comes on the Yehudi saying in Shmuel, this Zoom did Rabbi Yehuda. That's what Yehuda about Chum say you have to trust about us Beis Din Chayiv. Ooh, the Chum say not true. When an individual acts, even though he's acting under the instruction of Beis Din, at the end of the day, he is Chayiv. There's personal liability even when you act under the instruction of Beis Din. And therefore, again, just plugging this in, Beis Din says Caleb is mutter. Reuben goes out and purchases himself a nice zafty piece of Caleb, right? And that's dinner. Chacham are going to say he's liable. Not us, because again, it's shogeg. To be clear, it's not major. It's shogeg, but it's still going to be liability. Moses, okay, let's unpack this. Right? So essentially what we have over here is a machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and the Chacham. Yehuda says individual acts based on the psak of Beis Din, he is potter. Chachamim say he is chayiv. So my Rabbi Yehuda, who's Rabbi Yehuda? The Samuel in Nefesh Achas Tefeta B'Shkaga Ba'asos. So how are you able to do it? So if you look at this phrase Nefesh Achas Tefeta, you have essentially three limiting words, exclusionary phrases. Therefore, what does this teach us? If you act with your own position, you can look at it in the you do so based on the psak of the Beis Din, your partner. So again, that's ultimately Rabbi Yehuda. My Rabbi, what's the Rabbi? Yisrael, Daniel and Omer, Miut Kal Shachatu, Chayavim, Shem Beis Din Medin Al Yudei Pash. What's going to happen over the course of the next daf is that we're going to be kind of going back and forth to concepts. This idea of our Mishnah, that Beis Din Paskin ultimately again delivered an erroneous psak, individual acted on it, is there liability for an individual chatas or not? Now, as you mentioned in yesterday's daf, which is for today's daf, there is also another concept which is Har Ta'alam Daraminat Sipon, which means Beis Din issues an erroneous psak, and the majority of the congregation, now we're going to discuss what congregation is, but the majority of Klal acts on that psak. Then that requires another sin offering. Who's bringing that sin offering? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klal Yisrael? That we're going to see. So that's the one jumping to over here for just a moment. Desanya. Adain and Omer, if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the erroneous psak of Beis Din, Hayavim. So the individual members of Klal Yisrael will have to bring a chatas. Why? Shem Beis Din Medin Al Yudei and Par. It's interesting enough, it's the mercy over here, that if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the psak of the Beis Din, minority is going to have to bring a chatas. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no par government at Sibor, and therefore again, the Klal Yisrael is not covered by that carbon. Because they're not covered by that carbon, everyone has to bring the individual chatas. Low Kalshakatu, and again, I will say, we're going to see this suga. Right now, it's beach, we're going to delve into Van Daman Siga. Low Kalshakatu, you do it. But at the end of the majority of Klal Yisrael sinned. Ultimately, again, they should be potter. You would have thought that therefore they should be potter from individual chatas liability. Why? Shari Beis Din be an Ayudei and Par. Because the Beis Din is going to bring up Par Halav Government at Sibor. Amudomar. Me'am ha'aretz. Ati l'ruba, v'ati l'kula. Wow. Okay. So we'll say, so now watch this. And I'm going to say like this. You would have thought that when there is a parallel government at Sibor, ultimately again the individuals would be part from the Chatos, Kamash Malon, Me'am Ha'aretz. The Am Ha'aretz, the nation of the land, the individuals must always go ahead and address their personal Kabbalic liability. So therefore, Rabbanan are saying, even when a parallel government Sibor is being brought, the individuals must still bring their individual Chatos, which shows you what? That even where there is liability on the part of the Beis Din, and the individual is acting on behalf as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, there is still personal Kabbalic liability. See what it says. So that's our machlokes. So Rabbi Yehuda says, when the individual acts under the instruction of Beis Din, no personal Kabbalic liability, no chatos. Rabbi is saying no, even though you're acting under the instruction of Beis Din, right? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. There is still personal Kabbalic liability in the form of a chatos. Incredible. So Gemara says, just another result, they actually deny. What's the case over here? Even though the shitty that's myself, we're talking about over here, that individual just acted of their own volition, without the instruction of Beis Din, just made a mistake. Beis Din shelo ba'ara, Beis Din didn't deliver a psak, then Beis Din might have been a ultimately, again, obviously Beis Din are going to do with this. Shelo ba'ara, Beis Din mean ma'aseh shelo ba'ara. Beis Din are asking, just talking about just made a lot of people just made the same mistake. He's taking his personal liability. Ela ba'ara. Now, the most never a case where the Beis Din did issue up an erroneous psak. V'ha iksiv me'am ha'aretz b'sheilas ma'aseh b'ksiv. So there's a problem. When the cause is me'am ha'aretz by the obligation of chatos, the most says lashon sheilas ma'aseh means that whether it's some individuals, minority, even a majority, they're making a mistake based on their own mistaken understanding. Nothing to do with the psak of Beis Din. So this way, by Shiras Maisa, Elo Lav, Hafka, it means to say, here we go. When the minority of Klal Yisrael sins of their own volition, they made a mistake. Not a psak of Beis Din, they made a mistake. Ultimately, again, they're chayav. Each individual, why? Shouldn't be in are you there in Par Bahara? Because Beis Din is not bringing a Par Ha'alam Davar Minat Tzibor for them. As the Gemara says, you might have thought, therefore, the majority of Klal Yisrael commits an Avera, the Shiras Maisa of their own volition, that ultimately, again, they should be Pater, Shari Beis Din Median Alehan. Ultimately, again, so ultimately, again, even when the majority sins, when the majority sins, if it was not a horas, if it wasn't a psak, ultimately, again, they're kind of a chatas. I'm going to pop off. Why you say it? Jomo, maybe no one brings a covenant in that circumstance. He might hear the Kamahadya Maruba with you, but if that's the case, then why are you looking for the majority to create a sense of liability? Lag Michlal, the meal in Balra, and the rage in the Chayv Balra. It must be because even when a minority goes ahead and acts on the psak of the Beis Din, ultimately, again, there's going to be liability as a result of ruling. So the Gemara said, let's go ahead first, look at a case for the meal for minority that will be chayiv shivas, so acted of their own volition, and then we'll find the case ultimately again of liability for the majority who acted with shivas. Allah, the Lord Mahadra Amir to the fighting with shivas. But again, from the fact that we're not looking for a case of miut, of minority, who are liable for their own actions. When a minority ultimately acts as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, they are going to be chayiv. That's another way of saying the common context. The shalom bara shivas myself ultimately again, and when Allah they act even out of psak of Beis Din, ultimately again they will be chayav in chatos as well. Okay, bottom line, let me go a little bit quickly. The bottom line is what we're just trying to highlight what Rabbi Yehuda said. Rabbi Yehuda helped us to understand that which we thought was fully agreed upon in the Mishnah is in fact subject to machlokas. Here's the takeaway. Here's the one piece of information I want you to hold on to as we go through this incredibly beautiful yet somewhat complex journey. We have a fundamental misunderstanding. If an individual, as a result of an erroneous psak of the Beis Din, is he chayiv a carbon katos or not? Beis Din said Caleb is mutter. Reuben said, great, always wanted to have some. Goes out, eats Caleb, finds out Beis Din was wrong. Reuben just showed you that obviously accidentally, is he chayiv a katos or not? Normally you're going to go say, so just understand. Had Reuben accidentally consumed a piece of chayla ba'or in halacha, carbon chatos. Here, Reuben, interesting enough, acted based on the psak of the basin, so he made a mistake. Is he chayav chatos? Rabbanon, sorry, Rabbi Huda, no. The individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts as a result of the psak of the basin. Rabbanon, yes. Just remember that my focus. That's going to be on my focus for today. We're going to see it play out a number of different ways. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good. Nifty. Taras Tantas. Both the Mishnahs that you quoted, right, were both what we call Stam Mishnahs, which means without attribution. The Gemara says, United Commercial with Lashash Rabbanon. How do you know the first thing that you do? The second one's Rabbanon. The Gemara says, in a talk, maybe it's just the opposite. The Gemara says, not chance that you don't know, because who is the one who ultimately darshans and that's like the Me'ama Aretz? Ki Agab, Rabbi Hudi, so the Rebbe says, what's the top of Kimmel? Zeus. Tolas ha'olahi. So again, it was the Rimah actions that he drove to us. Ha'olah, there are three limiting phrases, the three limiting words in this case. Here, Rabbi Huda, Hudash, Hudikin, therefore it makes sense to attribute the Laisa, ultimately, again, the Mishnah, I should say, and the Amaretz, to Rabbi Huda. The Laisa, the other possibility is, Adani Ani Omer, what's the smokeless of Rabbi Huda? Perhaps I can't get fully established with Rabbi Huda. They tell me, Rov Cow, Shechatu, so now again, we're jumping back now to Par Kalam Davinas today. We have not learned this sugya. But again, Par Kalam Davinas, which literally means Par, a bull offering, something, a piece of information has been hidden or obscured from the congregation. Represents a situation based in issues an erroneous psak, and the majority of Klaus relied on it. Okay, so now watch this. If the majority of Klal Yisrael sin based in the Ayudim Par, so based, according to this version, based is the one who brings the power time of the individual doesn't bring it. Based brings this carbon on behalf of Klal Yisrael. And I'm not saying now, if you think that this is Rabbi Huda's Ha'amar, Sibo Hudamai Sig based in law. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say, Machlokes number 2 that I want you to remember. When there is a Par Halam governing at Sibo, like so based on issue erroneous movement, the judge of Klal Yisrael relied on it. Right now, carbonic liability, Par Halam governing at Sibo. Who brings that carbon? Watch this. The Snan. Rabbi Huda Omer. So we'll say, well, let me just say this outside. The Rabbanan say that ultimately again, it is the Beis Din who brings it. Rabbi Huda is going to say, Klal Yisrael brings it. The Tzibur brings it. Now, what does that mean? The Tzibur, like there's one power for Klal Yisrael, there's multiple powers for Klal Yisrael. That we're going to see, but just again, that's not focus number 2 to kind of keep in your head. This time, here you go. And you know, it's fascinating. When you don't know, Shiva, let's say I give on the down 3A, 6 lines up from the top. This time, when you don't know, Shiva Shvatim Shechatum will be Zayin parts. So listen to this. There's 7 tribes now. We'll say, remember, what does 7 tribes represent? 7 tribes represents majority of Klal Yisrael. Now, interestingly enough, not necessarily numerical majority, but tribal majority. We're going to talk about that in so many exciting things to come. I don't know, next week when we finish this down. Right, so let's say, so nice again, right? 7 tribes, right? So 7 tribes go ahead and commit an Avera. So what's the halacha? Now again, we'll say this all showing, Nevi'im Zayin Parim. Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi, last one line, Rashi, Zayin Shvatim, to Habu Lov Shvatim. That's the majority of the Shvatim of Klal Yisrael. Nevi'im Shiva Parim. So it's interesting. So obviously, 1 par per Shevet. Now, some Rabbi Huda, the Shevet Echad Ikri Kal, so Nevi'im below Beis Din. So listen, there's a lot actually happening over here. First of all, in Rabbi Huda, you see that it's the people who bring the power, not the Beis Din. And it's also interesting to see that according to Rabbi Huda, each Shevet is considered its own car, considered its own congregation, and therefore each Shevet must bring its own power. Nachman and Shmuel, to the very near. These are the words of Rabbi Meir. So therefore again, right now where we are is we have two machlokes in Rabbi Huda and the Rabbanan. Number one is in our Mishnah. The Rabbanan say ultimately again, Rabbi Huda says the individual shielded from personal liability when he relies on separate basis. Rabbanan say no, you're liable. And machlokes is shown too. The Rabbanan say basic basic. Rabbi Huda says probably something. I'm not going to Shmuel. These words are there about the Chum say Yochid Shasam Allah based in Chai. So as I see it enough, Rav Nachman says it's not Rabbi Yehuda who's the opposite. It's not Rabbi Yehuda who's the Canada. The Shabbat Tzaddik against Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir is one who says ultimately again the individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts on the advice of the base or the psak of the base thing. But the Chachamim say ultimately again that he's chayiv. So you must say my Rabbi Meir, my Rabbanan. What are these both going? We sang them. Here we go. Holy Vasu, based in Paskin, came with his mother, and Ruvain went out, or individuals went out, and ate it. And Meir potter from the Chaim. And Meir said, Potter, and ultimately again, Chater Shechayiv. Man also. So we'll say, what does this mean? Who is doing this? Who is performing this hate? Because if you look at Lashon HaBraisa, today's thing says, Holu v'asu. They passed it, and they ate. I'll just use Kevin as the example. So I understand the past Kevin is being done by the beast. Who went out and did the other? Because also, this is not singular. It's not Holu v'asa, but it's Holu v'asu. Who's doing this? Even in the based in, so let's say again, if it's based in who passed in and based in who went out and then acted, they ate the favorite, so my time is that bottom of the Chaydi. Ultimately, as well says, so once again, this is Har Halom Dominat Siba. So ultimately, again, so if it's the based in that passed in and the based in that went out and ate the favorite, then why would there be liability for Har Halom Dominat Siba? At that time, you're holy based in, but also, you would have thought like this. The Beis Din went ahead and passed it, and the Beis Din themselves acted on their own staff. You might have thought that ultimately again there would be liability, right? So Kalam doesn't have civil liability. Kamalomar, Hakahal Vas. No, Hakahal Civil is only when Beis Din passes and Klal Yisrael acts. Nice set color the cow. The action is dependent on Klal Yisrael, and the psak is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership in the commission of sin. So ultimately, again, Beis Din is delivering the erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael are the ones who are acting on it, which indicates that saying Beis Din issued the ruling, and then Beis Din are the ones that acted on it, which means there might be factless liability, but ultimately, again, it's not Parhai and Galamin Siva. Ella, rather you have to say, Holy Beis Din Ma'asu Rov Cow. It must be that ultimately, again, Beis Din Paskin, and what happens? And Halacha L'Maisa, the majority of Klal Yisrael acted upon it. So that's the case. Might come to the protest. Why would Rabbi Meir say that the potter from Par Halam Davinim Atzibor? That's a paradigmatic case of Par Halam Davinim Atzibor. And a lab, Holy Beis Din, and rather also what happened? Holy Beis Din, Va'asu Yilot Cow. Rather what happened over here? Beis Din passing that thing with his mutter. A minority of Klal Yisrael came along and acted on that psak. Okay, so now we'll say watch this. So Malcolm Mefagi, here's my focus. Marsava Yachid Shasabaraz Beis Din Potter. One opinion, namely Rabbi Meir holds that when an individual, on both sides, you consider an individual up until what point in time? So it's the majority. Right? In other words, there's no difference between a minority of Klal Yisrael and ultimately again an individual. It's the same thing. So again, Halacha L'Maisa, when an individual sins, Rabbi Meir holds when he does so based on the psak of the Beis Din, he's going to be part of it. Marshav is a common other than hold. Yochid Shasam Araz Beis Din Chayil. Now the evil individual acts based on the instruction of the Beis Din, he's still going to be chayiv a personal chata. So we'll say this is a machlokes. So again, we're just referring it. Before we said the machlokes was Rabbi Yehuda coming. Now again, the Gemara suggesting that we're not going to suggesting that it's Rabbi Meir, but it's the same machlokes. Incredible. So it's Amar Papa. Before the Amar, so about this verse, he says before the Amar, Yachad Shasam Araz Beis Din Potter. Not true. So everyone agrees that when an individual acts based on the psak of the Beis Din, and he's going to be part of it. He does not have personal liability. No chatas liability in that case. Alright, so what's my focus on it? This is fascinating. incredible process. So let's check that now. Par Halam David Atzibor. So remember again, when do you bring Par Halam David Atzibor? When do you bring it? All right, who brings Par Halam David Atzibor? Who brings it? Who brings it? Machlokes, good. Little pop quiz there, right? Machlokes, right? Machlokes is it the Tzibor ultimately again? Isn't it good? So just keep that in mind, right? And when ultimately again, when do they bring it? So now here's the thing: when do they bring it? What has to happen? The majority of Klal Yisrael has to sin based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din. So here's Machlokes. We'll say, watch this. What's Machlokes over here? And the Beis Din Machlokes could become a tribute. Does Beis Din count towards the calculation of the majority of Klal Yisrael or not? Let's say, and again, so let's say with the Beis Din, the majority of Klal Yisrael sinned. Without the Beis Din, it's a minority. It's a big difference, right? Halakha is a big difference. So does the Beis Din themselves count in the calculation of majority? So we go, Mar Shabbat Beis Din Mashal Tzibor. One opinion says yes. Mar Shabbat is Mashal Tzibor. One opinion says no. Finally, the Machlokes. Levi Sema. And again, we'll say, we're going to see, like I said, this is not the Sugya Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibor. The good news is when we get there, you're going to be armed with so much incredible information, it's going to be a breeze. Levi Sema. You might tell possibilities. How you basing the Asu Love Cow? Another possibility is also what happened over here. We have a typical case. Beis Din Panskin. The majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and committed the Avirah. Uman Chacham, Rabbi Shimon the Amar, Sibor Maisi, who Beis Din Maisi? Wow. So apparently both sides, there is a third opinion, Rabbi Shimon. So up until now, what is Machlokes? One opinion says, Klal Yisrael brings the power. Other opinion says, Beis Din brings the power. But now there's a third opinion that says, everybody brings the power. Ultimately, again, the Beis Din brings the power. Klal Yisrael brings the power. Paras for everyone. Shevet Shasubaras, Beis Dinos. What's the other possibility? What's the Machlokes? We're just trying to figure out different ways to frame this Machlokes. So maybe Machlokes is like this. What happens? I will say every Shevet has their own court system as well. What happens if a Shevet, the entire tribe, acts based on the advice or the halachic instruction of their particular Beis Din? So I say, Uman Chacham, word of Chacham, Rabbi Yehuda Zisanya, Shevet Shasa Baraz Beis Dino, also Shevet Chayim. So this is very interesting. If the Shevet went ahead and acted under the instruction of its Beis Din, the Shevet will be Chayim. Okay, Levi saying, okay, go on. Shechatu, or your possibility was to watch this. Very interesting. Shechatu Shisha Ben Rubo Shalkal, or Shiva Avabi Shem Rubo Shalkal. And what's this in the following case? Still part of the Tzibor. So let's say again you have a situation where 6 tribes sinned, but they are the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 tribes sinned, so you have the tribal majority, but what? They're not the numerical majority. What happens there? Umastisim Manim Shimon Ben Alazi Bisanya Rishon Lazam Mishmo Chat Shisha Ben Rubo Shalkal or Shiva Afabim Shein Rubo Shalkal. So we'll say it's actually a Pascal Nice. We're going to see this later on. That for establishing the majority can be established in one of 2 ways: either numerical majority or tribal majority. Either one of those 2 will create the majority ultimately again for Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibor. Incredible. So fine. Amaravasi. Let's say fascinating. Amaravasi. So let's say again takeaways over here. Takeaways. Still same Machlokes. Whether it's Rabbi Yehuda and the Chachamim or any of the Chachamim, still same Machlokes. Individual acts as a result of a mistake or erroneous doing the Beis Din. Is there individual liability for a chatas or not? Machlokes. That's our overarching Machlokes. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of information and sub-Machlokes as well. In other words, to keep in mind, who brings the Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibor? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klal Yisrael? Is it both? What constitutes a majority? Tribal majority, numerical majority, or both? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as we roll up. This is fascinating thing. I'm going to ask you, let's get ready for this. It's a bara, we get this in wild Gemara. Now, we'll say, so number again, the Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibor. What do you need? What do you need? Majority. However, we're calculating majority, numerical majority, tribal majority, but the power is only brought because the majority of Klal Yisrael sins as a result of only swing of Beis Din. Coming on Rashi says, the majority of Jews is only calculated by overwhelming statement, by the residents of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Chutz La'aretz do not count in this calculation. Shnei Amar, why is that? Shnei Amar, Vayas Shlomo Va'isa Yes Echad. We saw after Shlomo broke the Beis Hamikdash, he made a big yamtif. The Chovi saw Kal Gadol, and which was a large assembly, and in the Levot Hamas ad Nachal Mitzrayim. From Levot Hamas until the border of Egypt, which was essentially are the territorial borders of Eretz Yisrael. When they celebrated for 14 days, you want to understand, Niftik Sidikol Yisrael Imo Kal Gadol Levot Hamas ad Nachal Mitzrayim Namali. Just understand. It already says that all the tribes shall came to serve Moshe. Right? Why does it then have to say how Gadol, a large assembly, a large congregation, and then giving the borders from the Levot Hamas up until Mitzrayim? Why do that? Shmamina, we'll say, watch this. It is only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael that are called Kahal, that are called the assembly of Israel. The Jews outside of Eretz Yisrael are not called Kahal. So let's say this is incredibly and overwhelmingly striking Gemara. You look at Rashi with this moment. Rashi says, "Halach Akarov Yosher Eretz Yisrael, the Osem Shebachutz Haaretz Eino Min Hamim." It's a little bit of an abrasive statement, right? Ultimately, again, the Jews of Chutz La'aretz, ultimately, again, are not part of the town. Not part of the town. But they're also not part of the town. The Chutz La'aretz. So this is a fascinating halakhic concept as well. Klal Yisrael, or we should say Kahal Yisrael, is made up of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Chutz La'aretz, still bona fide Jews, but we do not count towards part of Kahal Yisrael. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, for this purpose of the Yachar and Government of Tzibor, majority is all calculated based on the Jews who live in Eretz Yisrael. Not the Jews who live outside Eretz Yisrael. We see a lot of different examples of this. For example, Yodel becomes Baraisa, but in Eretz Hashem, Yod Yoshem, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. So you see that there are certain things that only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael count towards the total tally. We'll say it's an overwhelming thing for us to contemplate. And the truth is, we feel this. You feel when you're in Eretz Yisrael, you always feel like you are part of something bigger. That's it. The most wonderful, even aside anything else. When you come to Eretz Yisrael, by definition, your Neshama feels, I am part of something bigger than myself. The greatest challenge of Chutz La'aretz is that ultimately, again, we're proud Jews, we're part of something beautiful, but that feeling, you can have that feeling of Kehillah, it's very hard to create, but that feeling of Kahal, ultimately, again, it's something that is felt in Chutz La'aretz. Kehillas Yisrael is only in Eretz Yisrael. And it's only felt there. Strong, vibrant, beautiful Jewish life, you can find in many places, even outside of Eretz Yisrael. But Kahal Yisrael, only in Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Pshita was a very interesting case here. So Pshita, Meruba ben Ismatu, Hey Putu de Rishon Rabbanon. I got a lot more to say about it on that. How we saw Eretz Yisrael, but absolutely no time. So Eretz Hashem will come back to it. So Meruba ben Ismatu, let's listen to this. So this is a very interesting case. Let's say, at the time that Klal Yisrael sinned, it was a majority, but by the time you get around to going out and doing the Karban, it's a minority. So how does this happen? Rashi says, people die. So now there's no longer a numerical majority. In other words, the number is not. Rashi says, Pshita, Ruben then it's not to be Gosh Holy Daisy, Basilo Kalapian, it is Kaibala Habita, the Lord speak of the Habi, actually, it's not to Shemesh Mitzas. It's a very interesting case over here. At the time when based in Paskin, and the people committed the Avir, there was a majority. Now, at the time of the actually of the Karban, it's a minority. People die. So what's the halacha? So Pshita, Meruben ben Ismatu, Haini Putu B'Shem Rabban, is not focused. That's not focused B'Shem Rabban. Mu'atam ben Israel, what happens was at the opposite. Based in Paskin, ultimately again, a minority sin, but now when we get ultimately again, the Psak halacha, it's a majority. So the Gemara says, what happens there? Nine. Keep reading B'Shem Rabbanon, and B'Shem Da'azal Basi Yediyah, L'chayev. Rabbanon Da'azal Basi Chata, Patri. So what's interestingly enough, the fundamental focus is, when do we establish liability? Is it ultimately, again, what we call Basar Yediyah, at the moment of awareness, or is it Basar Chata? Ultimately, again, at the time the time of the bringing of the carbon itself. I should say, Basakata means the Avera, Basudia means the moment ultimately again that we have an awareness of culpability. When do we establish majority? You must mind, it is the aim of the Shah, the Shin, the Azamba, Af Basudia. Shin is not just going Basakata, even goes Basudia. Hey, the Abi Yudia, the Kata, the Hio, you deal below the Kata, you shamus, like maybe because the Shin means both, you deal Kata, with it's just the idea awareness, but ultimately again, not in a majority by the actual commission of the faith. Who would say it is like, right? The MK, let's see the Ashta, and the Shin and Kata, the idea boy. The Shin requires both the majority, both at the time of the idea and Kata. Okay, interesting. You buy the next case. All of the based in Caleb, Mutter, Basu Nil Kakao. Was it isn't this? Based came along and asking, Caleb is Mutter. Okay, then what ended up happening? The minority of bodies were acting on the Psak. Fine. Then what happened? Basically, realized their mistake, and ultimately again retracted the Psak. That was it. Then what happened? The Chazir based in behind the holy. Then based in Pashkin again. Caleb is Mutter. Right? The most say, say to yourself, that's so crazy. How can you make the same mistake twice? And what's the answer? Look in the mirror. How can you make the same mistake twice? Like this with most of us making the same mistake twice or 222 times. Like most of life is actually not making new mistakes. Most of life is actually just repeating the same mistakes over and over and over. One of the most frustrating things that often we encounter in the true process is the inability to right ourselves, the inability to kind of get the reins on the same stuff. I mentioned this a number of times already. When we come to Yamna and we do Tshuva, because I think for many of us, it's not the chat that we say our faith, we're like, look at this, I was in a fetish this year. I never did this Avera before. This is incredible, right? And diversifying, spiritually diversifying, right? I didn't know this. Most of us, interestingly enough, do not come to Yom Naram with new kata. Most times. What do we come with? The same thing. Same Averas. And it's the same Averas that I've been doing for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. The same stuff. Because change is hard. Change is incredibly difficult. So don't be so surprised that a based in issues the same erroneous psak more than once. We make the same mistake more than once throughout our journey of life. So in any event, so based in, so again, part one, based in passing, Caleb is Mutter. A minority of tribes are acting on that. Then what happened? Based in passing again, Caleb is Mutter, and we'll say what happens. But also you, and we'll say, what's the Shiloh? Do these two minorities combine to form a majority, therefore triggering the obligation of Ha'elam Davin Nasiba? Okay, Kasha. Like I said, now remember, two individual minorities, both back there on exactly the same days, both with the same Avera Kila, but two different Piskei Halacha. Do they combine to form a majority or not? So Kevin Dishnei Yidiyos, on one hand, it's two different kinds of awareness, therefore they shouldn't combine. Or maybe because they both Caleb, they should combine. Then Kim Saloma Kevin the Idi Caleb on the starting. Miut Mecheleb Shalakeva, Miut Mecheleb Shalagabin now. Okay, so let's say you would say that two instances of Caleb do combine. What happens if there's two types of Caleb? The first time based in Paskin that Caleb on the stomach was motor, and the second time they said Caleb on the kidneys are also. So two different types of Caleb, erroneous Caleb, Piskei Halacha, combined. So we must talk about that Caleb with the trade tripos. You know that? Why don't we say this? You know they're both called Caleb. They're two different types of Caleb. They don't combine. Oh, dear mom, Caleb, the ED, Caleb, too. It's not it. And you know, since they're both Caleb, they should combine. Then give us a shame Caleb when it's starting. Mute the Caleb or mute the Dam now. What happens if I say, based in first class, Caleb is mutter, and majority of Christ saw 8 Caleb. Then they retracted that sack. Then they passed in blood is mutter. And a mute that comes strong when had 8 blood. Do those two minorities combine to form a majority for Har Helam Dalim and Atzibor? On one hand, you could say, that guy came and betrayed suing who, the Haven is suing Shava from the starting. On one hand, you could say, look, it's two different visions, and two different prohibitions, and ultimately, again, the Surim are not the same. For example, I'm going to both say, Caleb doesn't apply. He's not Caleb, let's say, by a chai. So the Surim are not the same. Even the Surim Shabbat, the Kabbalah Shabbat, it's not. On one hand, there is similar, right, or the same carbonic liability, perhaps that should create a majority. Didn't think so much even the Suin Shabbat to Kabbalah Shabbat. Maybe since there's both same Kabbalic liability, right? Because they both have the Chatos, ultimately they can combine. What about Milt B'Chaleb or Milt Avodas B'Chaleb? What happens if the Beis in Paskin? You can eat Chaleb. Minority eats Chaleb. Then Beis in Paskin Avodas Zar's Mutter. Well, say, do not go to this Beis. Do not go to this Beis, right? A minority ultimately again. Then they said that Avodas Zar's Mutter, and a minority did that. Cannot combine to form a majority. The Isser is different, obviously, and the Kabbanic liability is different. Dilma, Kavan, the Edi Karisu, the style. On the other hand, both of them are Karis, and therefore they should combine. What would be my answer? Take it. Right? The Gemara says ultimately again, take it. The Gemara leaves this question open. Watch this. What happens in the following case? Based in asking that Caleb is mutter, right? And then what happened? A minority of the Kehillah, minority of Klal Yisrael, went ahead and ate. And what happens? Who makes Osa Bezdin? And then the Bezdin died. Members of the Bezdin died. Okay, now what happened? Another Bezdin came along. They also passed in Caleb is mutter, and as a result, another minority of Klal Yisrael ate Caleb. So it's like, what's up? So now, what's the Shiloh? So the Gemara says, do those two minorities combine together to form the majority? So the Gemara says, I'll leave it behind that. I'm a Bezdin, my Sino, to buy the fall. The whole lesson. So obviously, according to the opinion that says that Bezdin are the one who brings the fire along the Rabbi Tzibor, so of course, again, there's not going to be any liability because the first Bezdin is dead. It has to be the same Bezdin. So the Gemara says, what's the Shiloh? Is according to the opinion that says that it's the Tzibor that brings it. So what's the halacha of mine? Tzibor Hakai, it's the same Tzibor. It's the same Tzibor. They ask it erroneously on the two different what they did, but it's the same Tzibor. Therefore, they should be I'm a berries. Oh, thank you. Okay. Right. Oh, Dilma, Yukia, what's the thing about like this? If the cycle was 8 years, I'd be ahead. Just want to think about it. Right? Oh, Dilma, Yukia, the whole body man. Or on the other hand, no. I need the same days. Right? Even though it's not the days that's bringing ultimately again the carbon, I still need the idea of that same days, and that's lacking. So what's the halacha? What's the question? Answers again. Take it. All right, we'll stop over here for today. Shkoya, absolutely incredible. We are good. The truth is, all kidding aside, already by Shabbos, the dot actually gets. You notice the print gets bigger. Like the pages get a little bit shorter. We'll be fine. Stress on one side. All right, everyone's have a great day, everyone. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll do that. I'm going to leave it before Shabbos. Let's see, I'm back to the first of tomorrow's out. See how good the vocal is. All right, we'll say good morning, such a spark Hashem. Oh, what the wrong myself. Yeah, my bodies are. All right. Get excited. All right, let's try that again. Going on one side. Great is the close. Love Hashem. To be able to begin the second with so it's for Andy's plus mother Sally about human Rosh Hashanah. This is the Nishma. Ari Ben Achover. And the good name, the Ili Nishmas. Only is rough. And America, Nisham Sad, Clemens, and from the old. I think for the full for Israel. That's a chimney. Our holy soldiers to be successful. The full massive Abraham. So with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, the second Sabbath Zara. Again, Mazel Tov. Exciting. And now we go to the second Haris. For those of you who are definitely very interesting, different kind of Masechta as we see it, get ready. Fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structure that and some of the other Masechtas that we have seen, but again, for a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of Halacha, but perhaps we have Mishnah based on the Daled. Also, the Dapim are a little bit bigger, as you know. So we're going to be preoccupied with at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Basically, has made a mistake, and as a result of their mistake, and something that was the mistake that they made, and with this guidance and gazing, you don't show how you shift more good. Some days, like forbidden facts, human infallibility that exists within Judaism. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why in the first out of the things like this. What you're missing, you got it. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas over again. Literally again to dismiss who the person is. His actions example isn't what good. From blood, what up in the us. And the river come moving heard the psak of the days. And he said, oh, I always wanted to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he has done. Okay. So now what halacha? The house of the shagat apis. So again, so now he was of the ice of the psak of the days. So boss in mind. What are we talking about a case where Daisy also say also he's been big and we then committed the act afterwards. But also what seems to be followed ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? No, what's that? Normal. Who ate blood or really favorite is carbon chakras offering again. We'll get into but you go ahead and you normally go ahead and bring a katas. In this part of Ruben, why doesn't Ruben have to bring a katas? Because should tell him that. Now, of course, he actually he made on the sack of days. So he has the sack of days blood, and then for how long am I? So I say that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Days. Rashi says it's the first one generation. The days of the so the Mishnah is I do this. He ate the food based on the instruction of days. Now watch this. Holy days the other missing compounds thing that flavor is mutter. Right? Forbidden fat is mutter. Now again, I will say obviously judge, one of the dissenting judges is to or for that matter again, it was a little time talk that the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Now what happens? But nevertheless, this member of the base and all this Talmud Chacham still followed the psak. He's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at favorite. I know that is very important. This is the person knows the psak is wrong. I said the Mishnah. When I so ba'asak rayhan, but basing at the table, we can soon get after. Asap. Right? See, individual makes sense, but he knows better. When he is psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going. What's that? Interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to the Gemara is advice, and he does it anyway. Is going to be reliable. There has to be more to the case. Which next, why the Gemara says at the end of the day, shield reliability when you could say that I didn't. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is, and you fuck, we'll say this is mission. That's more. What's that? Because remember, you're not going to get you can't bring a chatas because chatas is right. So the mezid is no chatas, only the shogeg is chatas. So that's how I'm going to have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayiv b'pashas means chatas, and the shogeg. Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. And the individual follows that sak. The individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatas because they acted in good faith. If they issued a wrongful sak, No, it's a wrong psak. Again, I won't say by the way, it has to knows that it's an erroneous. Not that person knows the psak is wrong. That's Mishnah Harius. Our first Mishnah Harius. But I'm sure. Now, we see Machlokes, Rav Shmuel, and Rav Dini. So now the Shah erroneous ruling. The verbiage is as you notice again, Dini adds in one word. What's the one word? You are permitted to act on this psak. He says is not enough. In order for the individual to be sure based on must have also added to act. So this says because without there's a statement of information or there's a statement of fact. When they about to act, that is the word la'asos. In order for this to be it's not atan la'asos. Like you're allowed to go and eat. Okay. So they're asking and they're giving hola, they're giving instruction. Rav Dini says, Allah for that's what that's ultimately again. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Rav Dini's logic? No. This time is time is complete. So let's analyze this. Yep. Yes, so right now, so left on the right side, just notice the tumble. And I will say, Abaye is coming along, ultimate get in his position. No. As a member of the Beis Din, he refuses to yield to the majority. Take a quick look. Zaki Mamre Lilo. So Zaki Mamre is literally again someone yield to the majority. Such an individual for this is to yield to the majority, you're undermining trust system. What's it? Remember about this? Where I said that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority go over to the defendant and say, no, the judge I really believe you. But what could I do? I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that if you're happy. I'm European majority. So watch this. Because of the euro, that's exactly and he held before. There was two step Daisy was doing it. See them here. Here. The same with Taranatan. La. That could be a form of, first of all, and explicitly indicate you can. It's just remembering again why is this important for us. Our whole on the psak of Beijing, which was in a way articulation of the halacha. Yes, and Abai is just proving this point. I'm going to be out. And so after the real salary is in the no say, like I said, quit all. Where right, but I don't. Of course we know each other. What's your name? I know. So we've seen this place. Right, sees 8 unique halachas, even 8 echad. What? That was Menachem Schonfeld's 10 first. He said, I just want to go on like that. Good. Right, so the nice, you shouldn't do that here, Barabana. So again, wasn't I want? Of a kill couple. Is with other men. What occurred? Guess who came back? Ruvain. Right? And now, so what's the halacha? Chayeves b'karban. Ultimately, she is chayeves. Now again, now why wasn't watch this? No. What is in formulated psak? It says ultimately again, nothing. Yep. Action. Right across and not actually in the right. Awesome Achiomu Muton Atamasos. So we'll say, so again, big about music. This is all by his being also back up a Beatles version that gives a it was a look. You might have said, tell me what to do. Time Atanasos. Shmuel said now again, exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a bass is all bass is when he says, and the put in the palazos. That's the end. From the previous version, by again, we're I'm gonna be out, but I'll look, man. Hey. What's up? Basing is saying that something's telling you all. Both versions. Place the religion is like repeating. And therefore, again, just to understand the way that and give it that if someone Joseph, remember again, what happened? She said, I had part one. Went ahead. And amazing. So what's that? So now. Yeah. do Twitch. Hold the base and shake the water. Get ready. Base. Okay. Caleb the Schumann. Now one second. Now watch this. The art club. So get ready for this. Paisley, part one of the story. Paisley went ahead and set. One is Caleb, one is Schumann. Schumann is. His intention is to eat. And he eats the food. So Ruben. Upset for the base. Yes. Back of the So what's like, this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rob Mishnah, the different. And there's more goes in. Oh, the exact. Escape. I love it. I love it. So again, there's two versions of Rava over here. So the Gemara says, most of the Pshita made the Rava. Up the wide line, hold the base, knee, shifting with motor. So basing pass, can send it. If Ruben went ahead and acted accidentally, he takes exactly the base in. Sigmar says Shogig al Pian Ramoli. So Rava says, why do you need that Russian of Shogig al Pian? Just say Pian. Okay. Potter ultimately this game. So custom covered, so to speak, under the sack of days. You might see 1 second. You'll Maybe not. Maybe. Let me put this. Mix. Be fast. Everyone is. Easy. This is okay, so you might, some. It's a good metric for carbon factors. A carbon factors you so that is okay, the person who brings the carbon factors all você sabe se usa esse exclude, usa esse exclude. Oh mamãe, oh mamãe. And this, they don't bring in carbon off. It's the hard people. Bring the car.
I'm not just saying that she was real bad.
Mashed. Situation that is called 51. One. Even though you don't need all of it. Tony, because that's and some, I've gotten these kind of the base thing. Finish. All right, let's try that again. I'm very close. To be able to begin a Sechas Harios with the right Gemara this night. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, those who talk about Israel. We're dedicating all the shir and drashos this year's Yizukos. Yisrael's Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Habarim and October. Ben Goldberg for Aliyah from Shonis of his parents, Avram Ben Ashakumas, Fegorez and his mother Fegorez Bat Zeli, and hopes for all the tzivos of our children, yes, Hashem, and all proud Israel will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmuel Yehuda, Eli Nishmas, by our from David from his father, Rabbi Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben Achava, Rabbi Yaakov, Shimon Bracha, and our governing sponsor, David Goodman, Eli Nishmas, Glory, and Aryeh Zikron, Rabbi Yaakov, all of the Misham Sadna, the families, and all those who need to report Shabbat, for the close for the Yisrael, the Yisrael, the American should move home, our hostages, Shalom and the Torah. Allow for these soldiers to be successful, the whole massive. Well, so with that, let us begin. So, Mazel Tov, first of all, the second Shahar Rizal. Again, Mazel Tov, what an accomplishment, so exciting. And now we go to the second Harius. The second Harius, for those of you who are definitely better into that, you've seen it. It's been a very interesting, different kind of the Sefta, as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it, get ready, because it's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other sectors that we have seen. But in Yetz Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha, but perhaps we have not seen and experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah based on the Holy Believers La'avo Al-Achas Mitzvot Ha'amilos B'Torah. Also we got them a little bit bigger, as you know already. But again, it'll flow in Yetz Hashem. Holy based on La'avo Al-Achas Mitzvot Ha'amilos B'Torah. Also, here's the case, and this is going to be a central piece that we are going to be preoccupied with at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Based in passing and based in the mistake. And as a result of your mistake, ultimately again, any tasking as something that was asr really was mutter. That was a mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed an affair. Take a look at the first Rashi of that. Holu Bezin, you don't show Holu Shachilef Odam Mush. The simple case, Bezin asking that Caleb, right, for giving fat or dam is mutter of blood, is mutter for consumption. Bezin made a mistake. Right? Because remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Farshim being down Torah goes out of between multiple times to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu. Like if you wonder to yourself, Moshe Rabbeinu sin, you got it. You know an Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? That Moshe Rabbeinu did in his entire life. And the Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Literally again to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Bezin makes mistakes. So Bezin passed him. And let's just use Rashi's example. They went ahead and they said that Caleb is mutter. Blood is mutter. Now what happened? The halacha yakim the asa. And the individual from Ruben heard the psak of the Bezin. He said, I always wanted to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has dam. Also he drinks blood. Was this now? What's the halacha? The asa is shagag api. So again, now he committed now. Also remember, as far as Ruben is concerned, Ruben just acting on the advice of the psak of the Bezin. So now the Gemara Mishnah gives a couple of variations. Whether we're talking about a case where Bezin also ate blood together with Ruben, so they also made a mistake. Whether Bezin did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards. Whether Bezin didn't follow their psak at all. Just Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, both said, normally, if you ate blood or you ate challah, right? If you ate halacha? What's the halacha? Carbon chatas, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the carbon session. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring a chatas. That's the halacha. In this case over here, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is part of Reuben does not have to bring a chatas. Why doesn't Reuben have to bring a chatas? If they should tell him a base. Because Reuben did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted of his own volition. He made the choice. But again, he acted based on the psak of Beis Din. And still a person has no reason to believe that the psak of Beis Din is flawed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, he's part of the chatas. Incredible. So as I said, that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Beis Din goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the Potter, Rashi says it's the first of the short lines in the Melahavi Kispo Sira, Holil Vitala, the Beis Din Ba'asapia. So the Mishnah introduces us to this concept that if Beis Din delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Reuben doesn't have to bring a chatos when he ate the chiluk based on the instruction of Beis Din. Now, Beis Din's liability, different discussion. Right now we're looking through it. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Total Beis Din, you have the Achaman Shekau. Let's say same case. Beis Din passed in that chiluk is nothing. Right? Forbidden fat is nothing. One of the members of the Beis Din realized this. No, this isn't true. Now again, I will say obviously that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right, he was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Oh, Talmud Rurai La Ra, Bahala Fasapia. Or for that matter again, there was another Talmud Chacham, not a member of the Beis Din, but a Talmud Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. Now what happens? But nevertheless, listen to this. This member of the Beis Din or this Talmud Chacham still followed the psak. Right? He's like, hey, why not? Right? Just like, this is my one shot at favorite. Like in my Jewish life, right? Beis Din went ahead and asked that his mother. I know that psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. This is either a member of the Beis Din or a ranking Talmud Chacham. So they know, this person knows the psak is wrong because one not. Beis Din went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Mishnah says, they sha'asu ba'asimayim. Whether Beis Din actually ate the chaylev and this guy went ahead and ate with them, Bein sha'asu ba'asak lehen, or Beis Din ate the chaylev and they can see that afterwards, Bein sha'asu ba'asa, or Beis Din didn't do it at all. He decided to follow the psak of Beis Din, harei zeh chaylev. Interestingly enough, this individual is going to be fired, right? Which makes sense. Why? He knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be fired. Now, I was like, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss the sense of a very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in a minute. Next, why the rest of the nation tell the basis? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you could say that I did what I did based on the psak of Beis Din. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Zach Cloud. Let's say this is the rule, says the Mishnah. I told her the Atzmo, Chayiv, I told the Beis Din Potter, if one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're Chayiv. Now let's say that, remember again, if one eats chiluk amazing, what's your liability? Right? You Chayiv Malchus, right? Because remember, you're not going to get a cut, you can't bring a chatos, because chatos is only blood for shoulder. Right? So if you, the mezid is no chatos. Only the shogeg is chatos. So that's how we have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayiv b'tachas means chatos, chatos must mean that there's some element of shogeg. So what the shogeg in this case, again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what the Mishnah is introducing us to, is that based on issues of erroneous psak, and an individual follows that psak The individual is shielded from personal liability of the Chatas because they acted in good faith. If they've been issued a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, okay, I won't say, by the way, if you notice, by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak, right? Not someone who thinks that they know. But rather, again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the business himself or a lay income from that person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. We'll say Nasa Talks. First Mishnah Arias. First Mishnah Arias. Incredible. Incredible. Amashua. The old love. I'm sorry, this is over. Amashua. The old love ain't days in Chayavim actually have Mutarma. So also see now, we see my focus about Shmuel and Rabdini a little bit just about the mechanics of it. So now, I understand the principle. Like the principle I understand. So now the shadow is what exactly does Basin have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, Shmuel, hold on, in Basin Chayavim actually have Mutarma. So Shmuel says the verbiage is Basin says Mutarma. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat halal. They have to say it like that. Okay. The being in our Amar, Achiyom Lahem, Mutarin Akem Lasos. If you notice again, the Bini adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Bini says, saying that it's mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability because they acted based on the psak of Bezdin must have also added in the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and continue based on this psak. You're permitted to act based on this psak. So very interesting. You might say, my time, huh? Now what's the reason for that? Why was the Bini adding that word lasos? So Bini says, because without lasos, there's a statement of information, or there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate, there's no direction from Bezdin which are allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Rabbeinu used the word lasos in order for this to be like instruction from Bezdin, which would then mean if Bezdin says, Mutar, like Caleb is Mutar Atam Lasos, you're permitted to go ahead and eat Caleb, or Mutar Atam Lachol. Right, you're allowed to go and eat. Okay, so the business is constantly and they're giving hurrah, they're giving instruction. The Pini says, Allah for myself, that's where the individual acted on that business, advice that business. Ultimately, again, the individual would be part of it. But according to Tini, the business would just say, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my comment again, what continues logic? Because basis psak is only final when number one they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutar and you can in fact believe based on this psak, ultimately again that's basis psak. So let's analyze this. Good. So what else is got lashes on both sides. So we're gonna right now it's on left on the right side, but we just notice it's on both sides. I'm Abaye. I find another thing. Abaye says we also now will say Abaye is coming along to support ultimately again Rabbi's position. We also puzzle you out. So we're going to get a lot from the rest. We'll say this is the case of Zakin. Zakin Mamre is an individual who is a member of the Bezdin who refuses to yield to the majority. So let's look at Rashi for just a minute. Fazal Rashi says, Zakin Mamre Yedilo, or Lasos, the Master of the Common Return to Lasos. Okay, so before you that. So Zakin Mamre is literally again someone who is outnumbered on the Bezdin but refuses to yield to the majority. So such an individual actually to be executed for this translation, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how based on works, it works in the majority. So again, I'm not by it. Unless it's going to go back to Marcus days. Remember Marcus? As you says, remember, the says that even after Bateman delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority can't go obviously you can't even consider that this ruling to election. But I would agree with you. what could I do? I was in my life. You can't do that. You can't do that. If you're part of the basement, once the majority decides on something, that's the psak, and everyone is it. So Mamre refuses to yield to this. So watch this. Chazal Yiro, that's when Zakin Mamre goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach the Shavimit, and he continues to advance the psak that he held before. Potter, ultimately again, he's Potter. Now let's say, so in other words, if he comes back to his town, and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believed it, not in line with the way the Beis is doing it, he's positive. You don't understand. However, Hora Lasos, but if he asks and he says, Evra, you can act on this psak, then, what do you see here? That for Beis to give a binding psak, it's not just enough to say Mutarin Atem, but rather, what do they have to say? Mutarin Atem Lasos. For Beis psak to be a formal psak, they have to give, first of all, again, psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this law. So just remember again why it's important for us. Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Beis, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you're shielded from personal liability. Rabini is saying, but it only works if the psak was ability articulated in a particular way. Requires someone articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on the psak lasos. And Abai is just proving this point. I'm really out. Yeah, obviously, I'm real similar to this. Hula based in the Nase, supposed to, like I said, they're all incredible cases. We've seen one of the exciting things I will say, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film, even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things. It's kind of like seeing someone in shooting where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you. So like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? But so that feeling is a lot like that. Like in other words, like I see something. Like I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. So again, the Gemara says like this, Torah based in nothing. So you listen to the Tzidus case. Right? Rachel's married to Reuben. Reuben goes overseas. Eight Echad comes along and says Reuben is dead. So remember again, when you reach halachas, when you reach a certain halacha, where we believe in Eight Echad. Like you believe in Eight Echad to allow women to remarry. Remember again, once you've seen this, this is a kula, this is a heter for what purpose? And again, what? Excellent. You show iguna akidu barabot. So let's not going to solve myself first. He's nice when I'm going like that. But hey, you should iguna akidu barabot. So again, listen, now watch this. So hold of a basin in the so basin got the 8 echad, and they passed it. Okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. A whole couple killed the law, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I will say, now remember, and then what occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben, right? Reuben came home, right? So now both sides. So now, what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves the carbon. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Again, not chayeves, not that was for adultery, but she is chayeves the carbon. Now, why? Watch this. Because remember again, what was the psak of Beis? The psak of Beis was that Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in immoral behavior. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and Reuben came back, ultimately again she wouldn't have any personal liability. Now she engaged in immoral behavior, there is personal liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Beis formulate the psak? Beis says ultimately again, Beis says, Horla Beis Likinasa. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak of Beis Din? Beis Din doesn't just say mutter. Beis Din says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up with Dini's position that the way a psak of Beis Din is formalized is mutter la'asos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. I'm Ravina. Ravina says, Aparam Tana, you also learn this. You also learn Sana, Holu based in La'abala Aksi, Commission Sound She will say, so again, this is actually very interesting. If you look at actually Holu based in La'abar, it's almost right across and actually right. Holu based in La'abar, the Mashma Holu based in Asos, the image Mura, or Asim actually no more return Atam Asos. She will say, so again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Holu based in La'abar. It's our Mishnah. So if you notice, what's not showing the Mishnah? Based in asking la'avor. La'avor means what? Based says something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Ravini's version. This is all Rabbi's being always so back up Ravini's version. That when a Bezin gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on this. And then, if Bezdin's ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, halacha l'maisa, they are shielded ultimately again from any personal liability. Which the Gemara says, slowly, and there's nothing more to talk about. So you just have it. Right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of the mic drop. Right? That's it. Right? We're done. We're done over here. Nothing more to talk about. Now, what's an interesting enough? There's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So I'm a Shmuel in Beis Chayav and Achshmuel and Mutarim Atam Nafsos. Shmuel will say now again, the positions of Shmuel and Ravina are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a Beis Din is all Beis Din needs to say is Mutarim Atam Nafsos. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry. Reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the psak of the Beis Din is Mutarim Atam Rasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put in the Rasos. Ravina and Arza Omar Afidu Mutarim Atam. No, even if the Beis just says Mutar Nigmara Hora. That's the end of the psak, and Allah when I say the individual acted based on that, they will shielded from personal liability. I'm not about it. Shabbos says, now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Ravini. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Ravini. In this version, he's questioning Ravini, bringing all of the same proofs. Amar Abaye, Ravini, that's not how we learn. Right? Chazar, the Iro, the Shana, Odin, Kedash, and Potter, Horabas, those Chayiv. Zakimamre. So again, we have to go through all the cases again. But Abaye says Zakimamre. Zakimamre is only going to be chayiv when, not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha and if you act on it, that's when it's chayiv. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lasos. Next, Amrabiyawa, Bahalotznan. Abiyawa says, 1 second, what about the Parvalotnan? Holu. About Halotnan Haki. Holu la Bezin Linose. Lochal the Chokala Hayavis Karban. So Tula Alina says, in case Bezin gets instructed to be married, their psak is only binding with what they say, mutter and action. So you see here, Bezin's psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Amravino, Bahalo Tzara. I think it's 1 second. Holu Bezin Akis Nikolai Rabbi Torah, our Mishnah. According to the verbiage of the Mishnah, Bezin is saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha ma'aseh if you act on it, and you must sue lo me. So interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha ma'aseh really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha ma'aseh, the way we ask it, is like with deeds. And therefore, again, just to understand, the way that Beis Din would normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say, mutter, number one, again, they're ruling that it's permitted, and ultimately, lasos. And give instruction that the psak behaviorally can be acted upon. It's only that type of psak that if someone followed it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, often the mice are shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the show. Next, quotation Mishnah. Remember again, what happened? So now I have part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this into faith, right? So Beis Din asking, Caleb is mutter le'achol. They're allowed to eat Caleb. Okay. So now the individual went ahead and ate Caleb. Ate Caleb based on second. Beis Din, Shabbos says, now it says, the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently psak. The Gemara says, "The miskin ba'asaf shogig lamed." Why do you need that word shogeg? I was supposed to think about it, interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak reason that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident, but what he was bothered by is, why don't you just say, V'halach hayachid v'asa pihem. The individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you need the word shogeg? Which they were saying, Rabbi, shogeg last year, listen to this, what's interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes from 30 different ways. This is really quite fascinating. Last year, watch this. Horu Basin Shekhed Lamoter. Get ready. Basin Paskin, Shekhed is Moter. Okay, now what happened? It is coming from Caleb B'Shuman. I won't say it, now watch this. Va'achlo. So get ready for this. Basin, part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said that Caleb is Moter. Okay, next, part two. Reuben has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is Caleb, one is Shuman. Shuman is permitted fast. Reuben, his intention is to eat the Shuman. So what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the Shuman. So Reuben, watch this. So Reuben ate Caleb. But Reuben didn't really eat Caleb because of the sacrifice. Right? Reuben ate Caleb because he just got confused. Comes along the Rabbi says, get ready for this, ready for it. Reuben is touching. Why? Because essentially, since there's a psak out that says that Caleb is important, that a Jew of eating Caleb inadvertently, either because he's following the sin, or because it just gets mixed up, he's part of it. Both sides, and that's wild. That's why, right? Because remember again, in this case, Reuben's consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the days. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be clutter because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must like, I'm going to show you last night. Holy Bezin Shekhed Mutter. Bezin, when I said it's not Caleb is Mutter, then it's Caleb the Shuman. And then Reuben mixed up a piece of Caleb with a piece of Shuman, and inadvertently ended up eating Shuman ba'achlo Potter. Potter ultimately again is Potter al PM mamish. So what says this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbah, there's two different cases embedded in the Mishnah, right? Because listen how the Mishnah reads. V'halach hayachid va'asa shogeg al PM. So there's two different events. There's shogeg and there's al PM. Al Pihem is the case that we've been talking about up until, which is Bezin said that Caleb is mutter lachol. Reuben goes and eats Caleb. Okay, he's absolved from personal liability. And then the case of Shogeg is actually a different case. Rabbi wants to posit. The case of Shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between his Caleb and his Shimon. He eats the Caleb. He didn't mean to. He's still going to be potter ultimately again because such a psak and Bezin exists in Israel. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So you must read it down. The others say, Rabbi says, Shogeg al PM with the potter. An alternate version of Rava, or opposite version of Rava, Shogeg al PM. It's only an accidental condition of the Avera that happens as a result of the psak that absolves within a personal liability. First part of that will say, Reuben just gets mixed up between his pieces. Like in halach l'maisa, he will be right. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita, again, just two versions of Rava. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita the Rava from the So something which was obvious to Rava is actually a kasher macham. Goes the second wide line, holy Bezin, Shekhi with Mutter. So Bezin passing, the same Israel, so Bezin passing that care of his mother. Then it's Halil Local Shimon, but then again, Reuben had two pieces of meat in his house. One was Caleb, one was Shimon. His intention was to eat the Shimon. He accidentally went and ate the Caleb. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. There's that Mahu, what's the halacha? Rava says, Tashma, halach hayachid also shogeg al pihem. If Reuben went ahead and acted accidentally based on sacrifice, the Gemara says, shogeg al pihem ramali. So Rava says, why do you need that lashon of shogeg al pihem? Say pihem, al pihem, that's it. Say, holu bezin shekil mutter in his chali lo chelu b'shem ba'ach lo pater. ultimately, again, include this case where Reuben got mixed up into the pieces, he ended up being Caleb, he's still being butter, ultimately he's still covered, so to speak, under the shock of David. One second. Yoma Shogi got with the potter, Avan is Khalifa, Caleb, the shore of Aqua, maybe not. Maybe Reuben is only potter, and he managed acts in the direction of the shock of the David. But if he stand makes another mistake, who says that he should be potter based on that? Shemitayev. They did the Amri alternate version of this on the Rabba Tashma. Halach Yafi, but also Shogi Yafian. So the individual would have went ahead and acted the Shogi based on Psak of Bezdin. So he must my lot Shogi Yafian with the Potter. Isn't it only in the case where you can manage act based on the Psak of the Bezdin that is going to be Potter? But if Halacha Lamensach mixes up the pieces, like the Psak of the Bezdin, he just has a mix up in his own house, then he should be chayiv. Dilma, O Shogeg, O T, O Api. Maybe not. Maybe Allah might say again, that's what the English is coming to say. There's really one of two cases. There's Shogeg or Alpi. Ultimately, Alpi means he literally acts based on the Psak of the Bezdin, and Shogeg means he has his own mix up as well. Incredible. So I just want to point that out here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that if days been passing, it is permitted to eat halal, right? Mutter akan le'achol halal. All right, mutter and go le'achol halal. So everyone agrees if you didn't act on that psak, is going to be butter. Going to be butter. The shadow jest is if now Reuben has a mix up in his home. Two pieces, halal and shumer. He wanted to eat the shumer. He accidentally eats the halal. Is he chayiv or potter? So this is the machlokes. This is the machlokes. What if people will say chayiv? His inadvertent consumption of halal has nothing to do with the psak of the basin. Other versions say no, it's going to be potter because once there's the psak of the basin out there in the belt, like the halal is mutter, ultimately again he's getting covered by that. Incredible. So this is the pluta. In reality, this is part of the machlokes. Total basin should halal and mutter. This basin passing, I just pointed out there's only three different machlokes. All basin should halal and mutter. Basin passing, that halal is mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now both said that's part one. Part two, Reuben is in his house. Reuben has two pieces of meat. One is halal and one is shuman. Then his chalitro halal, the shuman, ba'achol, he mixes up the pieces and inadvertently ends up consuming the halal. What's the halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rav Yochanan Amar Chayiv. Okay, here it is. Here is what's so explicit matter like this. Rav says the Potter, you're covered under the psak of the Bezdin. Rav Yochanan says no, your action has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin, and therefore you're going to be chayiv. And by the way, chayiv what? Chayiv what? Chayiv achatas. Remember again, this is still a case of shogeg. This is still a case of shogeg. But so as in this way, the murder is the kasha. Me'am haaretz. Me'am haaretz ba'asolsa. So what says so ultimately this is the nefesh achas tachata b'shkaga. Me'am haaretz ba'asolsa achas mitzvos Hashem asher lo te'asena b'Hashem. Is the concept by Kabbalah Takas. Like the person commits an avera inadvertently. So the Gemara says Me'am haaretz ba'asolsa fat l'mumur. This comes to exclude a mumur. Is once remember again the concept of takas is totally predicated on the notion of children. A mummer, which is someone again, as we saw back to our Sanhedrin days. A mummer is someone who fundamentally rejects the Torah. So ultimately, and sins with intentionality, ultimately again is exempt from a covenant takas. Doesn't mean that. Shem ben Yossi Omer, Shem Inotzalach. Hari Omer, Asher lo te'asena bishkaga va'ashem ohoda. So what's this very interesting? When it speaks about again a covenant takas, what does it say? Talking about a person ultimately, again, when you're doing a covenant takas, Hashav Midiyaso may be covenant al Shivindasa. So what's the really good metric for covenant takas? A covenant takas is for inadvertent avera. Meaning what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a covenant inadvertent commission of the idea. That's what we call hashav niyel. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe covered al shivindasa. That's the type of person who brings a covenant takas ultimately again for the inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, you don't bring a carbon context. Moses obviously reads exclude. What is exclude? Amamar, lo shami yourself. If somebody would not refrain or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a carbon on their shoulders. So that would exclude Amamar. When Esau, ha lo shami yourself. Now, there's an interesting enough applying this to our case. Let's try to apply this to our case. So the case, our case is not a situation where one would have to explain even had they know it, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak favor. So one second. So why should you be chai b'chatas in this case? In other words, we'll say the metric for chatas is I bring up carbon chatas for committing an avera b'shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone wait, it's Caleb. Reuben has said, so what? So what? Bezdin said that it's mutter. So why should you be chai b'chatas in this case? Incredible. Remy, Salo Shami Yaso, Papa Kasara Yochanan, Kiban Kimis Yada, Rohu Medina, Hajibu, as again said, really what it says like this. Since when Bezdin finds out that their psak is erroneous, obviously Bezdin can walk it back. Hadmar says, Mahu Nami Hadmar, and then when Ruben hears that Bezdin retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore, the Gemara says, "Shami Yasser Kamim." Essentially, the Gemara says is like this: we still call this a case where if you had the knowledge, you would have abstained. In this case, it's just 2 steps removed. Had Bezin found out that the psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuben finds out that the psak of Bezin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chayav b'chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Very good. Amar Rava umod derav shino mashlim l'rov tzibor. Okay, so what says now? Okay, this is now another topic over here. So I'll say which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're dealing with up until now. What's happening in this case is Jason is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through. There's going to be another case where Jason delivers an erroneous psak, and the majority follows the psak. That's a different situation. That is called Har Ha'elam government, Sibor special covenant as well. Now, in order to bring that covenant, you need 51% of the crown to go ahead and follow the erroneous psak. So let's say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the crowd in scales. And who's the determinant, right? Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? It's Reuben. Right, so again, watch this. So basically, constantly, Caleb is motor. 50% of the crowd in Israel. 8 Caleb, facing the psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuben. What does Reuben do? All eyes on Reuben. Reuben's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces of fun. Caleb and Shimon. Right? And he needs to eat the Shimon that he eats, but he ends up eating the Caleb. Everyone agrees that Reuben does not count towards the Torah. Right? Reuben does not count towards the Torah. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Reuben is not acting based on the psak of the base. Reuben is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuben is personal liability, or Reuben is himself in personal liability because of the psak of the base, let's say for calculating the 51% for power hell government of Sibar, you can't say that Reuben is acting based on the psak of the base. Okay. Moderar, my time what's the reason? Dishkaga. Actually, Kulon, Dishkaga Achas. Because for our Helen government at Siba, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuben is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. But again, separate halacha. So we'll say, so bottom line, interesting enough, bottom line, when we end off this over here, is a fundamental machlokas. And what is that fundamental machlokas? Halacha when I saw if Reuben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the psak of the basin, but because he got confused himself. Halacha when I saw is he liable or not? On one hand, One opinion says liability because his consumption has nothing to do with the sack of the Beis Din. On the other hand, there is in the belt, right in the world, there is a sack of Beis Din that says what it is mutter. Does that sack absolve him or not? Next. Beisha asu va'asu mine. So what's this? Remember again, the Mishnah brought down a whole bunch of variation of cases. So Beis Din said, and then it says, whether he did it together with Beis Din did it first. He did it, then Beis Din, he did it by himself. What do you need all these cases for? So which we must learn this so again, I understand the Mishnah why Lozu Afsu Katam. So we'll say, Lozu Afsu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, but the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say all of it, it's understood. Ella Seifa, from the few that came down, the Mishnah is coming to highlight liability. Why don't need all the cases, or the cases should really be framed in the reverse. So we'll say, other days, which the Gemara says, Zu, Bein Sarach Lamar Zu Katam. So again, another stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this even though I didn't need to say something else. Again, bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes even though I can extrapolate the cases from each other, sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, or sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. Right? The other Achaman, Oshatal Kamkava, case was another again. What was Last case in Mishnah. Beis Din delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to pay it. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking chacham, in the gallery of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it and eats kelev. What's the halacha? He's chayav. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be chayav. Watch this. Also, if you notice, by the way, how do Mishnah refer to these individuals? Either, right, Talmid Chacham, it's interesting. The person is a Talmid Chacham and fit to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? I would have thought to myself that the only type of person who is not allowed to rely on the psak of the days in the school, someone who is gamer means learned, and sabr, Rashi says, maiden davar mitov davar. Someone is able to extrapolate and ultimately, again, apply knowledge to different areas. In other words, maybe we're only talking about someone who really is fit to be a dayan. Aval, gamer velo sabr. And if someone has a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to extrapolate, well, maybe you got to have both of these qualities in order to do exemption of personal liability. Somebody says, Lahora, come here to Southern Mishnah. That's not true because that's because the Mishnah itself says, Roi Lahora. Who is a person who is Roi Lahora? A person who is both Gomer, learned, and Sabir, knows how to extrapolate information and apply it to one scenario to another. However, the other half of it's not able to say. If it would have just said Law, how about Gomer the Sabir? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gomer and Sabir. About Gomer for both Sabir, low. But perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, then maybe you would use some personal liability if you rely on the Beis Din. Tana Roi La. Mishnah Yisrael Gomer velo Sabir velo Gomer. So what's incredible? Therefore, again, the Mishnah uses Rosh Hashanah. Or actually, what says coming to limit to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabir, you have a lot of information, or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this sack is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Here's a good example of this. Like, what would be a good example of someone where if they relied on the psak of the Beis Din, they would not be shielded from personal liability. If you don't none, if you don't Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zos. Okay? Like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zos. Like these individuals, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to say, if you look at Rashi says over here on the right hand side, you don't Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma, Shal Yoshim b'fnei Chachamim, Vayirugim laholam. These were coming who were like sit before the Dayan. They were sitting in front of the judges in the Beis Din, and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person that Mishnah is talking about. Amri Abaye, Ki Agavna, Meziti. And let's say, here's the problem. So let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Zoma, who obviously were ranking sages, and they hear the Bezdin say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this psak of Osai, so the Mishnah said, they're chayiv v'chatas, not sure of personal liability. What? If they act on the psak of Osai, what are they? What are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So at Kabbalah Chatas, they should actually be liable for music. They'll say, now watch this. This is incredible. Well, the time Hodistan Yabas says, so Achos, Yokid also would be Achot Chayiv for us based in Potter. Yeah, also the Pasuk says, if an individual does of his own volition, he's fired. Ultimately, Ola's bathing is Potter. Such total bathing, Shakir the Mutter, the bathing Paskin, Shakir is Mutter. Let's stop over there for today. Pick up, don't worry, we're fine. We're fine. Catch up in this fucking, you know. Let's say, good. So guys, stop mid discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the Talmud Chacham piece tomorrow. Okay, let's have a great day. And we'll say, Masterman starting the second series. All right, let's try that again. Good morning, Rosai. Great is the close, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin the second series with the right humor this time. We all of you begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Bishop of Israel. We're getting over to this year's Rus. The Soros comes for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud comes for the month of Elul Haba Ben Goldberg. For our of his parents, Avram and Ashakim plus Tegaris and his mother Tegaris and Bas Seli and hopes that all the tzivos of our Yidden Rech Hashem, all of Yisrael, will be answered during this month and the months actually. The universe will be Nishmas by our flung up from his father, Rav Yitzchak, Ali, Ben Achbada, Rav Yaakov, Zichron Zacha, and our governing sponsor, David Goodman, Really Nishmas, Lori, and then Ali, Zichron Zacha, and Mentor Talmud. All of the Nishmas Adna, we have families and from all those who were for Shabbat, and both for Israel. We start to do that in the home, our messages to show them the power for our soldiers to be successful, the whole Nasi. So with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, the second Samuel Zara. Again, Mazel Tov, what an accomplishment, so exciting. And now we come to the second series. The second series, for those of you who are definitely veterans already, so you've seen it. We're getting very interesting different kinds of Mishach, as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, that is exciting, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other sectors that we have seen. But the next session will expose us to a lot of really wonderful other areas of halacha that perhaps you have not seen and experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph. Olu Beizdim La'avo Al Achas Mitzvos Amiros B'Torah. Also the Dapim are a little bit bigger, as you know already. But again, it'll flow in the session. Olu Beizdim La'avo Al Achas Mitzvos Amiros. Once again, is the case, and this is going to be the central piece that we are going to do at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Based in Paskin and based in their mistake. And as a result of your mistake, ultimately again, and this asking us something that was awesome, really was mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, an individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committing an avera. Take a look at the first Rashi in that. Holu Bezdin, you go Shaholu Shechelef Odam Mutter. The simple case, facing tasking that Caleb, right, forbidden fact, or dam is mutter of blood, is mutter for consumption. Bezdin made a mistake. Right? Let's remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Farshim bring down Torah goes out of between multiple sons to the feet of the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? They will to yourself, both are in the sin. You got it. You committed an avera. One avera. Most of us have done more averas since we got here this morning. Right? So Moshe Rabbeinu did in the entire lifetime. The Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Literally again to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Beis Din makes mistakes. So Beis Din Paskin, and let's just use Rashi's example, they went ahead and they said that Caleb is mutter. Blood is mutter. Now what happened? What happened? An individual called Ruben heard the psak of the Beis Din, and he said, oh, he's going to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has down. Okay, he drinks blood. So he says, now what's the halach? The asa the shagag apim. So again, so now he committed. Now also remember, as far as Ruben is concerned, Ruben is just acting on the advice of the psak of the Beis Din. So now the Gemara's Mishnah gives all the variations. Whether you're talking about a case where Beis Din also ate blood together with Ruben, so they also made a mistake. Whether Beis Din did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards. Whether Beis Din didn't follow the psak at all, just Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now we'll say, normally, if you ate blood or you ate Caleb, right? If you ate Caleb, you showed me what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Carbon chatas, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the kabbalah in this session. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring in chatas. That's the halacha. In this case over here, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is part of Reuben does not have to bring a chatas. Why doesn't Reuben have to bring a chatas? If they should tell him against it, because Reuben did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted of his own volition. He made the choice, but again, he acted based on the psak of Beis Din. And Stama person has no reason to believe that the psak of Beis Din is flawed, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he's part from the chatas. Incredible. So I'll say, so that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Beis Din goes ahead, and if you look at Rashi by the Potter, Rashi says it's the first short lines of Rashi. Nelahavi kispo sira, holo v'tolo the Beis Din ba'asapia. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that if Beis Din delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Reuben doesn't have to bring a chatos when he ate the chilul based on the instruction of Beis Din. Now, Beis Din's liability, different discussion. Right now we're looking through Reuben. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Total Beis Din, let's say same case. Beis Din passing that chilul is more. Right, forbidden fact is more. Members of the Beis Din realize this. No, this is a mistake. Now again, let's say obviously the individual who realized this was in a minority. Right, he was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Oh, Talmud or for that matter again, it was another Talmud Chacham, not a member of the Beis Din, but a Talmud Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Rabbi said, now what happened? But nevertheless, this member of the Beis Din or this Talmud Chacham still followed psak. Right? He's like, hey, why not? Right? This this is my one shot at faith. Right, in my Jewish life, right? Beis Din went ahead and asking that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. This is either a member of the Beis Din or ranking Talmud Chacham. So they know, this person knows the psak is wrong because trying not. Beis Din went ahead and said that it's mutter. And the Mishnah says, they sha'asu ba'asiman, whether Beis Din actually ate the chilul and this guy went ahead is with them, they sha'asu ba'asach rehan, or the Beis Din ate the chilul and he consumed it afterwards, they sha'asu asa, or Beis Din didn't do it at all. He decided to follow the psak of Beis Din, or they zeh chayv. So interestingly enough, this individual is going to be told, right? Which makes sense. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be chayv. Now, I will say, interestingly, the Gemara is going to discuss. It sounds like a very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway. So of course it's going to be right. There has to be more to this case, as we will discuss in the Gemara. Next, why the rest of the nation television? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you could say that I did what I did based on the psak of Beis Din. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Zakval, listen, this is the rules of the Mishnah. Hatola biatzmo chayiv, hatola bebeis potter. If one acts of ultimately again they're chayiv. Now listen, remember again, if one eats killer b'nizis, what's your liability? What's your liability? Right? You chayiv malchus, right? Because remember, you're not going to get it. You can't bring it chatas because chatas is only brought for sugar. Right, so the Nazik is no chatas. Only the shogeg is chatas. So that's how we're going to have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chai b'kashas means chatas, chatas must mean that there's some element of shogeg. So what the shogeg in this case, again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what the Mishnah is introducing us to, is that based on issues of erroneous psak, and an individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability of chatas because they acted in good faith. If based on issue a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, again, I must say, by the way, if you notice, by the way, it has to be a certain individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak, right? You know, not someone who thinks that they know. But rather, again, we're talking about someone who either who is a member of the case himself or a rank from Chacham. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's tell them. Listen, Masakot, first Mishnah is incredible. Incredible. Amar Shmuel, the old Rab, salvation's over. Amar Shmuel, the old Rab, ain't basing Chayovin Akshem will have Mutar Matter. So says now, we see Machlokes Rav Shmuel and Rav Dini a little bit just about the mechanics of this. So now, I understand the principle. Like the principle, I understand. So now, the shaila is, what exactly does Beis Din have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, Amar Shmuel, we all know in Beis Din Chayovin Akshem will have Mutar Matter. So Shmuel says the verbiage is Beis Din says Mutar Matter. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat kera. They have to say it like that. Okay. The being in our Amar, Akshem Lahem Mutarin Atem Lasos. If you notice again, the adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Dini says, saying that it's mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability and they acted based on the psak of Beis Din must have also added in the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and believe based on this psak. You're permitted to act based on this psak. So very interesting. You might say, my time, huh? Now what's the reason for that? Why does this mean add in that word lasos? So Dini says, because without lasos, there's a statement of information, or there's a statement of fact, that there's no mandate or there's no direction from Beis Din which are allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Rabbeinu requires the word lasos in order for this to be like instruction from Beis Din, which would then mean that Beis Din says, mutar, like Caleb is mutar atan lasos. You're permitted to go ahead and eat Caleb. Like you're allowed to go ahead and eat cake. So then Beis Din is questioning and they're giving a lot of instruction. Rabbeinu says, that's where the individual acted on that Beis Din's advice, that Beis Din's son. Ultimately, again, the individual would be puzzled. But according to Rabbeinu, if Beis Din would just say, mutar makan, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Rabbinu's logic? Because Beis Din's psak is only final when number one, they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutar, and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately again, that's when Beis Din's psak is complete. So let's analyze this. Good. Fine. So okay, good. somebody else who's point out Rashi's on both sides. So we're right now, so left on the right side for Shmiras, it's not both sides. Rabbi, Afan and Anthony. Rabbi says, we also know, Rabbi is coming along to support ultimately again Rabbi's position. Afan and Anthony, we also learn this. Because of the Yidol, so we're going to get a lot more the rest of it. We'll say this is the case of Zakin Mame. Zakin Mame is an individual who is a member of the Beis who refuses to yield to the majority. There's a quick look at Rashi to just begin. Chazar Rashi says, Zakin Mame Yidol, Hola Vasos, the Mashma Ikama Mutma Atamansa, as we said before that. So Zakin Mame is literally, again, someone who is outnumbered on the Beis but refuses to yield to the majority. So what's it? So such an individual actually can be executed for this translation, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way that the judicial system works. That's how it is and works. It works in the majority. So again, you might say, I'm not biased. I must have to get back to our Marcus days. Remember Marcus? As Lord says, remember, the Gemara said that even after Beis delivers verdicts, the judges in the minority can't go over to the entitlement and say, this is a election. So I really believe this. What could I do? I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that. You're part of the Beis. Once the majority decides on something, that's a psak, and everyone is in. So Zakin Mamre refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. How's that you know? Let's say Zakin Mamre goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach the Limei to their Shalimit. He continues to advance the psak that he held before. Pater, ultimately again, is Pater. In other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believes it, not in line with the way the Beis is doing it, his Pater is not true. However, Hora Lasos, but if he passes it and he says, Evra, you can act on this psak, then, guys, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That the Beis needs to give a binding psak. It's not just enough to say Yutarin Atem, but rather, what do they have to say? Yutarin Atem Lasos. The Beis needs psak to be a formal psak. They have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this halacha. So just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Beis, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, there should be personal liability. The theory is saying that it only works if the psak was really articulated in a particular way. Requires some more articulation of the halacha, that's part one. Mutter, number two, permission to act based on the psak, lasos. And Abai is just proving this point. I'm really out of it. Yeah, we say, we also learn this. Horula based on the Nase, supposed to say, I said, all incredible cases. We've seen one of the exciting things in listening, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film, even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things, it's kind of like seeing someone in shul where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you, like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? I know you. But so that film is a lot like that. Like in other words, like I see something like I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. So again, the Gemara says like this: Korla Bezdin, nothing. So we've seen this case, right? Rachel's married to Reuben. Reuben goes overseas. Abe Ahmed comes along and says Reuben is dead. So remember again, when unique halachas, when unique situations in halacha, where we believe in Eid Echad, right? If we believe in Eid Echad to allow women to remarry. Remember again, what we've seen this. This is a kula. This is a heter for what purpose? Remember again, what? Excellent. Mishum iguna akidu barabar. There's Menachem Shulchan said it first. He said it. I just want to go on like that. But hey, so nice. Mishum iguna akidu barabar. So again. Once I watch this. So Jason is in this. So let's say Jason got the 8 apples. And they passed it, okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. A husband killed the law. And she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I must say, now remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben. Right? Reuben came home. Right? Reuben came home. So now both sides. So now, what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves b'karban. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, not chayev misa, not accountable for adultery, but she is chayeves b'karban. Now why? Watch this. Shelo v'tiru la ela lihinasa. Because remember again, what was the psak of Bezin? The psak of Bezin was that Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in immoral behavior. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and even came back, ultimately again she didn't have any personal liability. Now she engaged in immoral behavior, there is personal liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Bezin formulate the psak? Bezin says ultimately again, Bezin says, Horla Bezdin Likinase. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak of Bezin? Bezin doesn't just say mutter. Bezin says mutter, and then you are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up Rabbi's position that the way a psak of Bezin is formalized is mutter la'asos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. Ravina. We also learn this. Holu based in La'av al-Aqsi, Commission's Hamduras B'Torah. So we'll say, so again, this is actually very interesting. If you look at actually Holu based in La'av, it's almost right across from Rashi to the right. Holu based in La'av, the Mashma Holu based in Rasos, the Ina Gemura, Hora Asim actually Yom when you turn Atam Rasos. So we'll say, so again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Holu based in La'av. It's our Mishnah. So if you know this, what's the Lashon of the Mishnah? Beis Din asking la'avar. La'avar means what? Beis Din says something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rav Dini's version. This is all Rabbi's being honest. It's back up Rav Dini's version that when a Beis Din gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act or act in a certain way based on this. And then if Beis Din's ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, Halacha L'maisa, they are shielded ultimately against them any personal liability. Which the Gemara says, Sulo Mugi. And there's nothing more to talk about. We just had this, right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of the Microsoft, right? That's it. Right? We're done. We're done over here. Nothing more to talk about. That wasn't interestingly enough. He did that on me. There's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Amar Shmuel, in Beis Din Chayav, actually Mutarim Atam Masos. Shmuel will say, now again, the positions of Shmuel and Rav are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a Beis Din is all Beis Din needs to say is Mutarim Atam Masos. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry. This attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the psak of the Beis Din is Mutarim Atam Lasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put in the lasos. Rav Dimi and Arda Amar Afidu Mutarim Atam. No, even if Beis Din just says it's mutar nigmara hora. That's the end of the psak. And Allah for the nice again, if the individual acted based on that, they will be shielded from personal liability. I'm not Abaye. So listen, in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rabbi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rabbi. In this version, this question Rabbi, bringing all of the same proofs. Amar Abaye, but Rabbi, that's not how he learns. Right? Chazer the Ilo, the Shana Odine Kedash, and the Butter, Horlas, Oskayit. Zakim Amre. So again, we have to go through all the cases again. And Abaye says Zakim Amre. Zakim Amre is only doing the Chayiv when, not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha and if you act on it, that's Chayiv. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lasos. Next, from Rabbi Yara, V'halotman. Rabbi Yara says, 1 second, what about the Parvalotman Horu? About V'halotman Haki. Horu L'Beitim L'Noseh. We don't come to show Kalar Chayav as Karban. So if you're in some cases, Beis Din gives instructions to be married. They're some binding with what they say, mutter and action. So you see from here, Beis Din psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Amarino, Bahalo Tana, but I think it's going in. Holu Beis Din Avar asking for some Rabbi Tola, right? On this one. So the brothers of the Mishnah Beis Din is saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that Allah commands you to act on it, and you want to pursue low needs. Also, interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, Allah commands to really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Allah commands to really be asking like the feed. And therefore, again, just to understand, the way that Bezdin would normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say mutter. Number one, again, the ruling that is alternative, and ultimately lassos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone follows, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, Allah can remind us that he'll give some personal liability. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the show. فَهَلَّا خَيْرَقِ الْبَعَدْيَةِ quotation. فَهَلَّا خَيْرَقِ الْبَعَسَى شَوْدٍ أَقِيًا. Remember again, what happened? So part one. Part one is, let's just plug this into Caleb, right? So basically asking, Caleb is mutter le'achel. They're asking Caleb. Okay, now the individual went ahead and ate Caleb. Ate Caleb in second. Basically, the most I see now, it says, the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, the Niskin Ba'asa Pihan Shogeg Lamu. Why do you use that word Shogeg? Okay, think about it. Interestingly enough, he's not really Shogeg. In other words, right? Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as he's concerned, he's got a psak reason that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident, but what he was bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their words. Why do you need the word shogeg? Which we mentioned. And Rabbi, shogeg la'asi, this is very interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes from two different places. This is really quite fascinating. La'asi, watch this. Horu basin shekeh l'motah. Get ready. Basin past him, Caleb is mother. Okay, now what happened? It is coming from Caleb the Shuman. Now let's say, now watch this. To get everything. Basin, part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said that Caleb is mother. Okay, next, part two. Reuben has two pieces of music for Caleb. One is Caleb, one is Shuman. It is permitted from any fact. Reuben, his intention is to eat Shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats it. So Reuben, watch this. So Reuben ate Caleb. But Reuben didn't really eat Caleb because of the sacrifice. Right? Reuben ate Caleb because he just got confused. Comes along Rava and Rava says, get ready for this, get ready for it, Reuben is confident. Reuben is confident. Why? Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a psak based out there that says that Caleb is in Booker, that a Jew ends up eating Caleb inadvertently either because he's following the psak of the Bezdin, right, or because he just gets mixed up, he's punished. Most likely, that's wild. That's why. That's because remember again, in this case, Reuben's Caleb consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be putter because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must let's show you last time, right? Holy basis in the mutter. Basin when I said Caleb is mutter, it is Caleb the Shuman. And Reuben mixed up a piece of Caleb with a piece of Shuman, and inadvertently ended up eating Shuman, but also Putter ultimately again is Putter. Al PM none. So let's say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rava, there's two different cases in that Mishnah, right? Because Mishnah reads, Ba'ala hayafi ba'asa shogeg al PM. So there's two different events here. There's shogeg and there's al PM. Al PM is the case that we've been talking about up until now, which is Bezdin said that Caleb is mutter la'achol. Reuben goes and eats Caleb. Okay, he's absolved in personal liability. And then the case of Shogeg is actually a different case. Rava wants to talk about. The case of Shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between his Caleb and his Shuman. He eats the Caleb, he didn't need to. He's still going to be Potter ultimately, again, because such a psak and Bezdin exists in the world. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So you must read it down. The others says, Rava says, Shogeg al PM with the Potter. An alternate version of Rava, or opposite version of Rava. Shogeg al PM. It's only an accidental commission of the Avera that happens as a result of the psak that absolves Reuben of personal liability. First part, I never said. Aval is Khalid lo Caleb b'Shumah ba'Avlo Chai. And if Halach L'Maisa, Reuben just gets mixed up with these pieces, right? Then Halach L'Maisa, he will be liable. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita, so again, just two versions of Rava. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita, the Rava coming by the Rambakama. So something which was obvious to Rava was actually a Kasha Bakama. By Rambakama was the second white line, holy days, Shukri with Mother, the Basin Pass, the same way, the Basin Pass that Pharaoh was Mother. There's Kali Bloke Shuman, but then again, Ruben had two pieces of meat in his house. One was Pharaoh, one was Shuman. His intention was to eat the Shuman. He accidentally went and ate the Pharaoh. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Mahu, what's the halacha? Rava says, Tashma, halacha, yachid ba'aseh shogig al pihem. If Reuben went ahead and acted accidentally, based on Saturday, the base room, he might say shogig al pihem ramali. So Rava says, why do you need that lashon of shogig al pihem? Just say pihem, al pihem, that's it. CA, Holu based on shafir with mutter, and it's halid located the shimon ba'ach lopater. Ultimately, again, in order to do this case, where again, Reuben got mixed up between the pieces, he ended up eating. It's still going to be butter. Ultimately, it's still covered, so to speak, under the back of the Gemara says, 1 second. Yoma shogig al pihem with the butter. On the Schalit of Hitler, the shore of the Aqua, maybe not. Maybe you're going to go to Potter and act in the direction of the Psak of the base. But if you stand next to another mistake, he says that you should be Potter based on that. Should be Gayet. He gives the alternate version of this on the Rava Tashma. Halach Yachid, the Asa Shogig al pihem. So if an individual really went ahead and acted the Shogig based on Psak of base, then he must Myla Shogig al pihem Potter. Isn't it any of the case where you didn't manage to act based on the Psak of the base that is going to be Potter? Havan is Khalif of Pharaoh to Shimon Ba'achol Kanye. But if Halach himself, he mixes up the pieces of the Psak of the base. He just has a mix up in his own house. Then he should be tired. Dilma, Osho, Oki, or Apia. Maybe not. Maybe Allah might say again, that's what the commission is coming to say. They give you one of two cases. There's Shogeg or Alpia. Ultimately, Alpia means he literally acts based on the sound of the basing, and Shogeg means he has his own mix of actions. Incredible. So, I just want to point out over here, so this is really fascinating. Right? Everyone is agreeing that if based on pastors, it is permitted to eat kela. Right? Mutter akan ra'achol kela. Or right, mutter and go ra'achol kela. Everyone agrees if you didn't act on that psak, is going to be butter. It's going to be butter. Kind of just is, if now Reuben has a mix-up in his home, two pieces kela and shumer, he wanted to eat the shumer. He accidentally eats the kela. Is Yechayim or butter? So this is the matter. This is the matter. One opinion will say it's fine. His consumption of Caleb has nothing to do with the psak of the basin. Other versions say, no, it's going to be Pasha, because once there's a psak of the basin out there in the belt, like that Caleb is mutter, ultimately, again, he's going to be covered by that. Incredible. So Gemara says the pluta, in reality, this is part of the Gemara told us. Holy days, it's just the mutter, he was tasting passing, yes, Gemara is pointing out the very things in the pluta. Holy days. Shakir Mutter. Based on Kaskin, that Caleb is Mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now both said that's part one. Part two is Reuben in his house. Reuben has two pieces of meat. One is Caleb and one is Shuman. Then it's Chalifot, Caleb is Shuman. Ba'achol, he mixes up the pieces and inadvertently end up consuming the Caleb. What's the halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rav Yochanan Amar Kai. Okay, here it is. Here it was so explicit about this. Rav says the Potter is covered under the psak of the basin. Rav Yochanan says no, your act has nothing to do with the psak of the basin, and therefore you're going to be Kai. Now, by the way, Kai what? Kai what? Kai Bachatas. Because remember again, this is still a case of Shogeg. Still a case of Shogeg. But so much in Meisrei, in my raise it has Me'am Haaretz, or Me'am Haaretz Basim Shah. Shabbos says ultimately, this is the Nefesh Achas Tachas HaMishkazah. Me'am Haaretz Basim Achas Mishlos Hashem Asherot Hashem Abashem. Is the first by Kabbalah Takas. As the first commits an Avera inadvertently, so the Gemara says, Me'am Haaretz Basim Shah, Fat Lumumah. This comes to exclude Lumumah. Is most remember again, the concept of Takas is told to predicate on the notion of Shogeg. Mummer is someone again, so back to our Sanhedrin days. Gomer is someone who simply rejects, rejects the God. So ultimately, and sins with intentionality, ultimately, again, is exempt from a public practice. Doesn't mean a practice. Shem ben Yossi Omer, Shem Mishra, Elotzarek. Hari Omer, Asher lo te'asena, Bishkaga, Va'ashem o Hoda. So also this is very interesting. The Torah speaks about the beginning of public practice. What does it say? Asher lo te'asena, Bishkaga, Va'ashem o Hoda. Talking about a person ultimately, again, when you're doing a covenant practice, Hashav Yasov may be covered on Shulidasa. So once again, it's a good metric for a covenant practice. A covenant practice is based for an inadvertent Avodah. Meaning what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a covenant practice for an inadvertent commission of the Avodah. That's what we call Hashavni Yasov. If someone would have refrained from sinning, may be covered on Shivud also. That's the type of person who brings a covenant practice ultimately again for the inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone has the knowledge but still would have sinned, you don't bring a covenant practice. Once it's obviously excluded, if somebody would not refrain or abstain from sinning because of this or this, they don't bring a covenant on their children. So that would exclude a mummer. When Esau, lo shar yasal. That wasn't interesting enough. Applying this to our case, right? So applying this to our case. So our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak favor. So one second. So why should you be tied to Chatas in this case? In other words, one side, the metric for Chatas is I bring a carbon Chatas for committing an Avera B'Shogeg. If I would not have committed the Avera had I had the knowledge. But in this case, again, even if someone, wait, it's Caleb. Reuben said, so what? So what? Jason said that it's Mutter. So why should we have a carbon Chatas in this case? No need. So I'm also, I'm going to pop on some of the open even if he was not done, Hajibu, as again, so really what it says like this. Since when Bezdin finds out that the psak is erroneous, obviously Bezdin is going to walk it back. And then when Reuben hears that Bezdin retracted the psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore, the Gemara says, Shami is Yasser Harimabay. Essentially, the Gemara says like this. We still call this case where if you had the knowledge, you would have abstained. In this case, it's just two steps removed. Had Bezin found out that the psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuben finds out that the psak that Bezin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chayiv chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Very good. Amar Rava, Umogarav, Shinomashlim Merov Sibor. Okay, so what says, okay, this is now another topic over here. Okay, which we're going to get into. There's something, in this case that we're doing it up until now, what's happening in this case is Jason is giving an erroneous psak, and his individual is following through on it. He's giving another case. Where Jason delivers an erroneous psak, and in regards to the Shali follows the signs. That's a different situation. That is called Har Ha'elam Government. Special covenant brought. Now, in order to bring that covenant, you need 51% of the crowd to go ahead and follow the owner's stuff. So say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the crowd stuff. And who's the determinant, but who's the guy who will hit the scales? Okay, so okay, watch this. So basically, constantly, Caleb is Mutter. 50% of Klal Yisrael. 8 Caleb, facing with Psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuben. What does Reuben do? All eyes on Reuben. Put his thing at home. He's got 2 pieces of country. Caleb and Shimon. Right? And he needs to eat the Shimon, the community, and he ends up eating the Caleb. Everyone agrees that Reuben does not count for the children. Right? He really does not count for the results. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Reuben is not actually facing Psak based. Reuben is just his own thing. So even if you say that Reuben is personal liability, or Reuben is himself in personal liability because it's not going to be free. Let's say for calculating the 51% for Par Helam Devon at Seabar, you can't say that Reuben is actually based in the Sachin. Okay. Moderat, and Rabbis and Rabbah, Moderat, and the Russian love people. Mike, I want the reason. Dishkaga. Actually, Kulon, Dishkaga Achas. Because for Par Helam Devon at Seabar, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuben is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. And again, separate halacha. So let's say, so bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, what we end off with over here is a fundamental machlokes. And what is that fundamental machlokes? Halacha l'maisa, if Reuben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of exactly the basis, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one of the things is liability because his consumption has nothing to do with the sack of the baby's room. On the other hand, it is in the belt, right? In the world, it is a sack of gazing that says all of his muscle. Does that sack absolve him or not? Fundamental muscle. Next. Beisha asu va'asu iman. Lamali the Mr. Karan. So let's see, remember again, the Mishnah brought down like a whole bunch of variation of cases. So Bezdin said, and then it said, whether he did it together with Bezdin did it first. He did it, then Bezdin, he did it by himself. What do you need all these cases for? So which we must learn Mr. Karan. So again, I understand the Mishnah why Loz La'afsu Kakan. So we'll say, so Loz La'afsu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, where the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say all of it, it's understood. Ella Seifa is a few better thing violate. The evidence is come to highlight liability. What are all the cases? All the cases should really be framed in the reverse. So they'll say on the days, which the Mishnah says, Zoo, they start with Lamar Zoo. So again, another stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this, even though I didn't need to say something else. Bottom line, there is additional information in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes you get, I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. Fine. The other Afro-man, this was another again. What was that? Last case in the Mishnah. Jason delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to eat Caleb. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking Tam Chacham, in the galley of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it and eats Caleb. He's tired. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be tired. Essentially, watch this. If you notice, by the way, how do you refer to these individuals? Either, right, come Chacham, interesting. First one's a come Chacham and fit to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? I would have thought about that the only type of person who is not allowed to rely on the fact of the reason is who, someone who is gomer means learned, and sabir actually says maybe it's davar himself davar. Someone is able to extrapolate and ultimately again apply knowledge to different areas. In other words, maybe what we're talking about someone who really is fit to be a diamond. It could be a diamond. Aval, gomer below sabir, and if someone has a lot of knowledge but they don't know how to extrapolate. Well, whereas maybe you have to have both of these qualities in order to be exempt from personal liability. And somebody says, Lahora, come here for something else. That's not true because the Mishnah itself says, Roi Lahora. Who is the person who is Roi Lahora? A person who is both Gomer, learned, and Sabir, knows how to extrapolate information and apply it one scenario to another. If you would have just said raw, how about Gomer the Sabir? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who both Gomer and Sabir. About Gomer below Sabir and low. But perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, then maybe you would be exempt from personal liability if you rely on a basin. Hana, Roi, La Ra. The Mishnah is Gomer below Sabir below Gomer. It was incredible. Therefore, again, the mission is Rosh Hara. Hara actually also is to say, as long as someone is either drummer or southern, you have you know a lot of information, or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this sack is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Right or wrong, you are just going on. Here's a good example of this. That will be a good example of someone where if they relied on the sack of a day, they would not be shielded from personal liability. They're going on. I'm obviously going Shimon as I Shimon ben Silva. Okay, like Shimon as I Shimon ben. Like these individuals, I'm going to buy it. And let's say if you look at Rashi says over here on the right hand side, you go Shimon as I Shimon Zoma. So Yoshim is making a coming. But you're looking at the whole long. These are coming. They were like sit before the Diana. They were sitting in front of the judges in the basin, and they themselves over here again were fit these judges. This is the type of person this is talking about. I'm going to buy it. He has not lazy. And I said, here's the problem. Okay, so let's have this begin this, and I really to this in the before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Zoma, who obviously were ranking sages, and they think that they can say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this sacrifice, right? So the Mishnah said they're kind of kappa. That's really what personal liability. Why? If they act on the psak, they will say, what are they? What are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when it's about coming kappa, they should actually be liable for amazing. They'll say, now watch this. It's incredible. But we can't make constant the bass or so apples. Not with the ocean with the actual bias for us, babies and partner. Yeah, also the Pasuk says, if the individual does of his own volition, he's tired. Ultimately, the state Torah's baby, it's not the case of Holy baby, Shakir the Mutter, the case is Haskim, Shakir the Mutter, I was there, it's not over there for today. Pick up, don't worry, we're fine. We're absolutely, we're fine. Catch up, it's welcome. Let's say, good, again, stop mid-discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the Tom Coffin case tomorrow. Have a great day. We'll say Master one starting with Sagittarius. Alright, try that again. Come on in on both sides. Great to Hashem. Today we'll begin with Sagittarius with the right humor this time. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for morning shit to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Restream, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushes to this year's Yizuchus. The Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Habarim, Lord Tova Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah for the Neshamas of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Fegares and his mother, Fegares Bas Selig, and hopes that all the tzilos of our Kila Meretz and Klal Yisrael will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmoni Aviv Zinovitz, the Ilu Nishmas, Rabbi Ari Flom, from his father, Rabbi Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben Achaver, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Uvracha, and our week of learning sponsors, David Goodman, the Ilu Nishmas, Roy Ben Aryeh, Zichron Uvracha. We have the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Sadna, we have the families, and all those who need a report, happen to the close for Israel. The Shroud should America should bring home our hostages, Shalom and B'Karov, and our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yedehim. But so with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, Masachas Avodah Zarah. Again, Mazel Tov. What an accomplishment! So exciting. And now we come to the Masachas Haris. The Masachas Haris, for those of you who are definitely veterans of that, so you've seen it. And again, a very interesting, different kind of Masechta, as we will see. For those of you who haven't, get ready because it's exciting, it's fantastic. It's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other Masechtas that we have seen. But Emir Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha that perhaps we have not seen and not experienced happen to us. So let us begin. Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph. Holy Beis Din La'avo Al Achas Mitzvos Ha'amuros B'Torah. Also, the dapim are a little bit bigger, as you may have picked up already. But again, it'll flow. It'll flow in that section. Holy based on la'avo al achas mitzvos hamuros b'Torah. Well, so here's the case, and this is going to be the central case that we are going to be preoccupied with, at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Based in Paskin and based in made a mistake. And as a result of their mistake, ultimately again, and they asking that something that was asr really was mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed an avera. Take a look at the first Rashi on the das. Horu Bezin, Kidon Shahoru Shechelev Odam Mutter. The simple case, Bezin passed Kechelef, right, forbidden fact, or dam is mutter, or blood is mutter for consent, made a mistake, right? Supposed to remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Mepharshim bring down Torah goes out of its way multiple times to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? You ever wonder to yourself, no, what's going to sin? You got it. It's in an Avera. One Avera. One Avera. One Avera. Most of us have more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? Than Moshe Rabbeinu did in the entire lifetime. The Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Literally again to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Basin makes mistakes. So Basin Paskin, and let's just use Rashi's example, they went ahead and they said that Chelev is mutter. And blood is mutter. Now what happened? What happened? The halacha yachid la'asa. And the individual called Ruvain heard the psak of the Basin, and he said, oh, I always wanted to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has down. Okay, he drinks blood, goes this. Now, what's the halacha? The halacha of the shagat apiyah. So again, so now he committed. Now, listen, remember, as far as Ruben is concerned, Ruben just acting on the advice of the psak of the basin. So now the Gemara Mishnah gives a couple of variations. Whether we're talking about a case where Bezdin also ate blood together with Ruben, so they also made a mistake. Whether Bezdin did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards. Whether Bezdin didn't follow their psak at all. Just Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, both say, normally, if you ate blood or you ate chalev, we'll use right? If you ate chalev, the shogi, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Carbon chatas, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the kabbalah and Hashem. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring a chatas. That's the halacha. In this case over here, the Mishnah is introducing us to is Potter. Reuben does not have to bring a chatas. Why doesn't Reuben have to bring a chatas? Because Reuben did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted his own volition. He made the choice, but again, he acted based on the psak of Bezdin. And some person has no reason to believe that the psak of Bezdin is flawed, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, he's potter from the chatas. Incredible. So as I said, that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Bezdin goes ahead, and if you look at Rashi, by the way, Potter, Rashi says it's the first short lines in Rashi. Melahavi kispo sira hoyel v'tzchala bebezdin va'asapia. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that if Bezdin delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Reuben doesn't have to bring a chatos when he ate the chalev based on the instruction of Bezdin. Now, Bezdin's liability, different discussion. Right now we're looking for Reuben. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Holy Bezdin, the other Achaman Shato. Let's say same case. Bezdin passes that chalev is mutter. Right, forbidden fat is mutter. One of the members of the Bezdin realized this is a mistake. Now again, I will say obviously that individual will realize this was in a minority. Right, he was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Or for that matter again, there was another Talmid Chacham, not a member of the Bezdin, but a Talmid Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Now what happens? But nevertheless, this member of the Bezdin or this Talmid Chacham still followed the psak. Right? He's like, hey, why not? Right? This this is my one shot at failure. right, in my Jewish life, right, Bezdin went ahead and asking that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. It's either a member of the Bezdin or ranking Tam Chacham. So they know, this person knows the psak is wrong. And he figures, why not? Bezdin went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Gemara said, the Mishnah says, they sha'asu ba'asimayim, whether Bezdin actually ate the chaylev and this guy went ahead and ate with them, bein sha'asu ba'asak rehem, or Bezdin ate the chaylev and he consumed it afterwards, bein sha'asu ba'asal, or Bezdin didn't do it at all, but he decided to follow the psak of Bezdin, harei zeh chayif. So interesting enough, this individual is going to be chayiv, right? Which makes sense. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be chayiv. Now, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss a very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in the Gemara. Next, why the Gemara says Nay shall tell the basin? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the psak of Bezdin. But if you know that the psak of Bezdin is wrong and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Zaklal. We'll say this is the rule, says the Mishnah. Hatola biatzmo chayiv. Hatola bebezdin pater. If one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're chayiv. Now we'll say that. Remember again, if one eats chilad b'mezid, what's your liability? Right? You chayiv malchus, right? Because remember, you're not going to get you can't bring a chatas because chatas is only brought for shogeg. Right? So if the mezid is no chatas. Only the shogeg is chatas. So that's how we're going to have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayiv b'pashas means chatas. Chatas must mean that there's some element of shogeg. So what's shogeg in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is if Bezdin issues an erroneous psak, and an individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatos because they acted in good. If Bezdin issued a wrong psak, and the individual wrong psak, again I will say, by the way, if you notice, by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak. Right? Not someone who thinks that they know. But rather, again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the Bezdin himself or a ranking Tam Chacham. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. We'll say Mazel Tov, our first Mishnah in Horius. Incredible. Amar Shmuel, we all love. All right, celebration's over. Amar Shmuel, we all love ein Bezdin chayavim ad shemulahan mutar matam. So I say now, we see Machlokes Rav Shmuel and Rav Dimi a little bit just about the mechanics. So now I understand the principle, right? The principle I understand. So now the shaila is, what exactly does Bezdin have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, Amar Shmuel ein Bezdin chayavim ad shemulahan mutar matam. So Shmuel says the verbiage is Bezdin says mutar matam. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat chaylev. They have to say it like that. Okay? Rav Dimi Narda Amar at Yomer Lahem mutarin atem lasos. If you notice again, Rav Dimi adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Rav Dimi says saying that it's mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability because they acted based on the psak of Bezdin, Bezdin must have also added in the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this psak. You're permitted to act based on this psak. It's very interesting. So Yomar says, my time. Now, what's the reason for that? Why does Ravdini add in that word lasos? So Ravdini says, because without lasos, there's a statement of information or there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate or there's no direction from Bezdin which are allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Ravdini requires the word lasos in order for this to be like instruction from Beis Din, which would then mean if Beis Din says, mutar, right, chelev is mutar atam lasa, so you're permitted to go ahead and eat chelev, and really, mutar atam lafel, right, you're allowed to go ahead and eat, okay, so then Beis Din is customary, and they're giving hora, they're giving instruction. Rav Dimi says, hello for myself, that's where if the individual acted on that Beis Din's advice, that Beis Din's son, ultimately again, the individual would be pater. But according to Rav Dimi, if Beis Din would just say, mutar matam, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Rav Dimi's logic? Because Beis Din's psak is only final when number one they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutter and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately again that's when Beis Din's psak is complete. So let's analyze this. Good. Fine. So okay. Good. What's about else? Just point out Rashi's on both sides over here. So we're gonna right now so left on the right side. So just notice it's on both sides. I'm Abaye. So Abaye says we also now say Abaye is coming along to support ultimately again Rav Dimi's position. We also learn this. So we're going to get a lot thrown at us today. We'll say this is the case of Zakin Mamre. Zakin Mamre is an individual who is a member of the Beis Din who refuses to yield to the majority. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Chazar Rashi says, Zakin Mamre Le'ilo, Hora Vasos, the Mashma become a Mutar Atanasos. Okay, so before you get that, so Zakin Mamre is literally again someone who is outnumbered on the Beis Din, but refuses to yield to the majority. So let's say so actually to be executed for this transgression, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial that's how it Beis Din works. It works authority. So again, so I'm Abaye. I must never get back to Marcus days. Remember Marcus? No. And listen, remember, you want to say that Beis Din delivers a verdict. You can't go over to the defendant. Listen, I really believe you. But what could I do? I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that. If you're part of the Beis Din, once the majority decides on something, that's the psak, and everyone is in. So Zakin Mamre refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. Chazaliro, let's say the Zakin Mamre goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach Valimei Kider Shalimei, and he continues to advance the psak that he held before. Pater, ultimately again, he's Pater. I will say, so in other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believes it, not in line with the way the Beis Din was doing it, he's Pater. You don't execute him. However, Hora Lasos, but if he passes and he says, Hebra, you can act on this psak, then what do you see from here? That for Beis Din to give a binding psak, it's not just enough to say mutarin atem, but rather what do they have to say? Mutarin atem lasos. For Beis Din's psak to be a formal psak, they have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this halacha. So just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Beis Din, which turns out to be erroneous. So then we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you're shielded from personal liability. Ravini is saying, but it only works if the psak was literally articulated in a particular way. It requires some more articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on this psak, lasos. And Abaye is just proving this point. I'm Rabbi Abba. So yeah, we also learn this. Horula Beis Din, we must say, like I said, great, all incredible cases. We've seen one of the exciting things I will say, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film, even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things, it's kind of like seeing someone in shul where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you, but like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? I have no idea. But so that film is a lot like that. Like, in other words, like, I see something, I'm like, I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I'm definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. So again, the Gemara says like this: Korla Bezdin, Minasa. So we've seen this case, right? Rachel's married to Reuben. Reuben goes overseas. Abe Echad comes along and says Reuben's dead. So remember again, one of the unique halachas, one of the unique situations in halacha where we believe in Abe Echad. Right? You believe in Abe Echad to allow a woman to remarry. Remember again, also you've seen this. This is a kula. This is a heter for what purpose? Remember again, what? Excellent. Mishum iguna akilu barabah. Menachem Shulchan said it first. He said it. I just want to go on that. Okay. Right. So the nice, right? Mishum iguna akilu barabah. So again, listen. Now watch this. So Horula Basin in the let's say Basin got the Eilachad, and they passed in. Okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. For Halfa the Kilkala, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I will say, now remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuven, right? Reuven came home, right? Reuven came home. So now both sides. So now, what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves b'karban. Ultimately, again, she is chayev. Now again, not chayev nisa, not that only for adultery, but she is chayev as a carbon. Now why? We'll say, watch this. Because remember again, what was the psak of Dazin? The psak of Dazin was that Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in immoral behavior. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and Reuben came back, ultimately again she wouldn't have any personal liability. Now she engaged in immoral behavior, there is personal liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Bezin formulate the psak? Bezin says ultimately again, Bezin says, Horla Bezdin Likinasa. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak of Bezin? Bezin doesn't just say mutter. Bezin says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up with Dean's position that the way of psak of Bezin is formalized is mutter la'asos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. Ravina is up and down. We also learn this. Holu Bezin Lavar la'achas mikomis asamuras b'torah. So I'll say, so again, this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Holu Bezin Lavar, it's almost right across from Rashi on the right. Holu Bezin Lavar, the Mashma Holu Bezin Lasos, the Gemura, Hora Asam Achiyomu Mutarm Atamasos. So we'll say, so again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Holu Bezin Lavar. It's our Mishnah. So if you notice, what's the Lashon of the Mishnah? Bezdin Paskin La'avar. La'avar means what? Bezdin says something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rav Dini's version. It's all rabbis, so back up Rav Dini's version, that when a Bezdin gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on this. And then, if Bezdin's ruling was erroneous, and the individual acted upon that, halacha l'maisa, they're shielded ultimately again from any personal liability. Which the Gemara says, Sulom Yigi, and there's nothing more to talk about this. We just had this, right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of the mic drop, right? That's it. We're done. We're done over here. Nothing more to talk about. Now, what's interestingly enough, he did the army. There's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Amar Shmuel, in Bezin Chayavin At Shmuel Lahem Mutarim Atam Lasos. Shmuel will say, now again, the positions of Shmuel and Ravini are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a Bezdin is, all Bezdin needs to say is Mutarim Atam Lasos. This is Shmuel. I'm sorry, reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the psak of the Bezdin is Mutarim Atem Lasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put in Lasos. But Vini and Arda Amar Afidu Mutarim Atem. No, even if Bezdin just says it's Mutar Nigmara Hora. That's the end of the psak. And Allah, when I say that the individual acted based on that, they will be shielded from personal liability. So now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rav Dini. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rav Dini. In this version, he's questioning Rav Dini. all of the same proofs. Amra Abaye, Bahaltzran Hafi, Barakuni, that's not right. Chazar, the Shana Olimet, Pidashalune Potter, Horalasos Chayif. Zakim Mamres. Again, we have to go through all the cases again. But Abaye says Zakim Mamres. Zakim Mamres is only going to be chayiv when, not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people, this is the halacha, and if you act on it, that's an chayiv. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lasos. Next, Rabbi Yawa, Bahalotzinan. Rabbi Yawa says, 1 second, what about the Bahalotzinan? Horu. About Bahalotzinan Hapi. Horu, based on Linase. Carbon. So same case, Bezin gets instructed to remarry. Their psak is only binding if what? If they say mutter and action. So you see from here, Bezin's psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Amravino, Ravina says, 1 second. Horu Bezin right? Our Mishnah. But clearly the verbiage of the Mishnah is Bezin is saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha so you can act on it, and the Gemara says interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa, the way we pass him, is like Rav Divi, and therefore again, just to understand the way that Beis Din would normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say mutter. Number one, again, they're ruling that it's permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, halacha l'maisa there still become personal liability. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the Mishnah. Next, quotation. So let's remember again what happened. So now I have part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this in. Let's just plug this into Chalev, right? So based in Paskin, Chalev is mutter le'echol. They're allowed to eat Chalev. Okay. So now the individual went ahead and ate Chalev. It's a bit of sakna. Based in Shabbos says now it says the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, "V'nisni ba'asal pihem shogeg lamani." Why do you need that word shogeg? So I was supposed to say, if you think about it, interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a sak Bezdin that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. So what Gemara's bothered by is, why don't you just say v'asa al pihem? The individual came along and acted based on their words. Why do you need the word shogeg? To which the Gemara said, shogeg la'asi. Listen to this. This is very interesting. Rava says because the word shogeg actually comes to include a different case. This is really quite fascinating. Lastly, watch this. Horu based in shechel mutter. Get ready. Based in paskin, chelev is mutter. Okay. Now what happened? It is chalif lo chelev b'shumen. Now let's say. Now watch this. Va'aflo. So get ready for this. Bezin, part one of the story. Bezin went ahead and said that chelev is mutter. Okay, next, part two. Reuven has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is chelev, one is shuman. Shuman is permitted fat. Reuven, his intention is to eat the shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the chelev. So Reuven, watch this. So Reuven ate chelev. But Reuven didn't really eat chalev because of psak and Bezdin, right? Reuven ate chalev because he just got confused. Comes along Rava, and Rava says, get ready for this, get ready for it, Reuven is pater. Reuven is pater. Why? Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a psak Bezdin out there that says that chalev is mutter, if a Jew ends up eating chalev inadvertently, either because he's following the psak and Bezdin, right? Or because he just gets mixed up, he's pater. Both sides, and that's wild. That's wild, right? Because remember again, in this case, Reuven's chalev consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be pater because the psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So we must, let's go. I'm going to show you last night. How do Bezdin mutter? Bezdin, when I said chalev is mutter, it is chalev b'shuman. And then Reuven mixed up a piece of chalev with a piece of shuman, and inadvertently ended up eating shuman. Va'achlo Potter. Potter ultimately again is Potter. Al PM Mamish. So this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rava, there's two different cases embedded in the Mishnah, right? Because both is not a Mishnah rules. Shogeg al PM. So there's two different events here. There's Shogeg and there's al PM. Al PM is the case that we were talking about up on Soma, which is Bezdin said that Caleb is mutter lechol. Reuben goes and eats Caleb. Okay, he's absolved from personal liability. And then the case of Shogeg, exactly different case. Rabbi wants to posit. The case of Shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between his Caleb and his Shuman. He eats the Caleb. He didn't mean to. He's still going to be potter ultimately again because such a psak from Bezdin exists in the world. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So the others say, Rav says, Shogeg al the potter. An alternate version of Rava, or opposite version of Rava, Shogeg al PM. It's only an accidental commission of the Avera that happens as a result of the psak that absolves living a personal liability. The first part I will say, but if halacha Reuben just gets mixed up between his pieces, right, then halacha l'maisa he will be liable. So the Gemara says, Milsa the so again, just two versions of Rava over here. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita Rava coming by the Rambam. So something which was obvious to Rava was actually a kasha Rambam. By Rambam goes the second white line, Horu Bezdin, Shechel is mutter. So Bezdin passed the same Bezdin. So Bezdin passed that Shechel is mutter. Then it's Chalivok is Shuman. But then again, Reuben had two pieces of meat in his house. One was Caleb, one was Shuman. His intention was to eat the Shuman. He accidentally went and ate the Caleb. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. There's that Mahu, what's the halacha? Rava Shogeg if Reuben went ahead and acted accidentally, based on sack of the Bezdin, the Gemara says Shogeg al Pihan Lamali. So Rava says, why do you need that lashon of Shogeg al Pihan? Just say Pihan, al Pihan, that's it. Lasiye, Holu Bezdin Shechel Mutter, and his Chalid al Chalid B'Shulem Ba'ach Lopater. Ultimately, again, in order to include this case, where again, Reuben got mixed up between the pieces, he ended up eating the Caleb. He's still going to be potter. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the psak of David. The Gemara says, 1 second. Vilma Shogeg al Pihan with the potter. About his Chalid al Caleb B'Shulem Ba'ach. Maybe not. Maybe Reuben is only potter, and he managed to act in the direction of the psak of the David. But if he still makes another mistake, who says that he should be potter based on that? Should be chayiv. They get the army of the version of this Amarada Tashma. Halach Yachid Ba'asa Shogeg al Pihan. So an individual Reuben went ahead and acted the Shogeg based on psak of Bezdin. So the Gemara says, my love Shogeg al Pihan with the potter. Isn't it only in the case where Reuben managed to act based on the psak of the Bezdin that he's going to be potter? But if halacha l'maisa, he mixes up the pieces, not the psak of the Bezdin, he just has a mix up in his own house, then he should be chayiv. Dilma, O Shogeg, O Pi, O Api. Maybe not. Maybe halacha l'maisa again. That's what the tradition is coming to say. There's really one of two cases. There's Shogeg or Al Pihan. Ultimately, Al Pihan means he literally acts based on the psak of the Bezdin, and Shogeg means he has his own mix up at home. Incredible. So I just want to point that over here. So this will be fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that if based on pastors, it is permitted to eat Caleb, right? Mutter atan le'achol Caleb. All right, mutter and go le'achol Caleb. Everyone agrees if Reuben acts on that psak, he's going to be potter. The shaila just is if now Reuben has a mix-up in his home, two pieces, Caleb and Shuman, he wanted to eat the Shuman. He accidentally eats the Caleb. Is he chayiv or potter? So this is the machlokes. What opinion will say is chayiv? His inadvertent consumption of Caleb has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin. Other version says no, he's going to be potter because once there's a psak of the Bezdin out there in the belt, right? That Caleb is mutter. Ultimately, again, he's going to be covered by that. It's incredible. So Gemara says the Pulta. In reality, this is part of the bigger machlokes. Holy Bezdin Shechel the mutter. Into this Bezdin paskin. Gemara just pointing out these already pre-existing machlokes. Holy Bezdin Shechel the mutter. Bezdin paskin. That's Caleb is mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now both said that's part one. Part two is in his house. Reuben has two pieces of meat. One is chaylev and one is shuman. Then it's chaliflo chaylev shuman, ba'achlo. He mixes up the pieces and he ends up consuming the chaylev. What's halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chayiv. Okay, here it is. Here is the most explicit enough like this. Rav says you're Potter, you're covered under the psak of the Beis Din. Rabbi Yochanan says no, your act has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din, and therefore you're going to be chayiv. And by the way, chayiv what? Chayiv what? Chayiv b'chatas. Because remember again, this is still a case of shogeg. This is still a case of shogeg. But so the Master Neishlei, the Gemara is the kasha. Me'am ha'aretz, me'am ha'aretz ba'asol so what says the ultimate here, this is the nefesh achas kachat ha'mishkaga, me'am ha'aretz ba'asol sa'amas mitzvos Hashem asher lo te'asana ba'Hashem. This is the pasuk about kabel chatas. Like the person commits an avera inadvertently, so the Gemara says me'am ha'aretz ba'asol so frat l'mumor. This comes to exclude a mumor. Because we'll say, remember again, the concept of katas is totally predicated on the notion of shogeg. A mummer, which is someone, again, as we saw back to our Sanhedrin days, a mummer is someone who fundamentally rejects Torah, rejects Kashmah, so ultimately, and sins with intentionality, ultimately, again, is exempt from a carbon katas. Doesn't mean the katas. Misharim ben Yossi Omer, Misharim Eno Tzarech. Ari Omer, Asher lo te'asena bishgaga va'ashem ohoda. So this is very interesting. When the Torah speaks about again a carbon contest, what does it say? It's talking about a person ultimately again when you're in the carbon contest, Hashab Midiyaso, Navy carbon al-Shividaso. So we'll say here's the good metric for a carbon contest. A carbon contest is good for an inadvertent avera. Meaning what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a carbon chatos for inadvertent commission of the avera. That's what we call hashab mi'yidiyaso. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe carbon al shividaso. That's the type of person who brings the carbon chatos ultimately again for an inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, they don't bring a carbon chatos. So most obviously would this exclude? Would this exclude? If somebody would not think or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a carbon on their shoulders. So that would exclude a mummer. When we saw how low shav so that was interestingly enough, applying this to our case here, but applying this to our case. So the practice, our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuven is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuven known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak based. So why should you be chayav b'chatas in this case? In other words, what's like the metric for chatas is I bring a carbon chatas for committing an avera b'shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone Reuven, wait, it's Caleb. Reuven has said, so what? Jason said that it's mutter. So why should we have a carbon chatas in this case? Incredible. Because again, so really what it says is like this. Since when Beis Din finds out that their psak is erroneous, obviously Beis Din is going to walk it back. Hadar, so the Gemara says, and then when Reuven hears that Beis Din retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore the Gemara says, Shami is Yasa coming on day. So essentially the Gemara says is like this. We still call this a case where if he had the knowledge, he would have abstained. In this case, it's just two steps removed. Had Beis Din found out that their psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuven finds out that the psak of Beis Din is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chayav b'chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Okay, so what says now? Okay, this is now another topic over here. So I'll say what we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're dealing with up until now. What's happening in this case is Jason is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through on it. There's going to be another case where Beis Din delivered erroneous psak, and the majority of Klal Yisrael follows the psak. That's a different situation. That is called Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, a special covenant that's brought. Now, in order to bring that covenant, you need 51% of the cloud to go ahead and follow you on this psak. So let's say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the Klal Yisrael, and who is the determinant? Right, who the guy who's going to tip the scales? It's Reuben. Right, so again, watch this. So based on passing Chilad is mutter. 50% of Klal Yisrael, 8 Chilad, based on the psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuven. What does Reuven do? All eyes on Reuven. Reuven's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces in front of him, Caleb and Shimon, right? And he needs to eat the Shimon, the committed piece, but he ends up eating the Caleb. Everyone agrees that Reuven does not count towards the total, right? Interesting. Reuven does not count towards the total. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that Reuven is not acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Reuven is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuven is personal liability, or Reuven is himself in personal liability because of the psak of the Beis Din, let's say for calculating the 51% for Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, you can't say that Reuven is acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Okay. Moderat, and Rav Amrava, Moderat, Shalom Hashem Rav Tzibur. What's the reason? Bishkaga. Actually, Kulon Bishkaga Hachas. Because for Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuven is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. And again, separate halacha. So let's say, so bottom line, interestingly enough, what we end off with over here is a fundamental machlokes. And what is that fundamental machlokes? Halacha l'maisa, if Reuven went ahead and ended up eating challah, not because of the psak of the Beis Din, but because he got confused himself, halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one of the things is liability because his challah consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. On the other hand, there is in the belt, right in the world, there is a psak of Beis Din that says challah is mutter. Does that psak absolve him or not? Fundamental machlokes. We'll see that on that. Next. Beisha asu va'asu iman. Lamali the Mishnah Kalan. So remember again, the Mishnah brought down like a whole bunch of variations of cases. So Beis Din said challah is mutter, and then it said whether he did it together with Beis Din did it first of all. He did it, and Beis Din, he did it by himself. So what do you need all these cases for? To which the Gemara, so again, I answered in the beginning of the Mishnah why loads of Aksu Katana. So let's say, loads of Aksu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, but the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say everything, it's understood. Ella Seifa, but the engine says, come to highlight liability. One, I mean, all the cases. One case should really be framed in the reverse. And I'll say, on the base, which you might say, Zoo, hey, sorry for my Zoo. So again, another stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this, even though I didn't need to say something else. So the bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just a stylistic layout of the Mishnah. Sometimes again, even though I can extrapolate the cases from each other, sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. Fine. The other Achaman, case of us America, what was that case? That's case of the Mishnah. Beis Din delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to eat Caleb. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking Tam Kafah, in the galley of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it and eats Caleb. What's the halacha? He's high. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again going to be high. He says to you, watch this. If you notice, by the way, how do the Mishnah refer to these individuals? Either, right, Thomas Chacham, interesting. Person is a Thomas Chacham and fit to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? Hani really Gomer the Son. I would have thought to myself that the only type of person who is not allowed to rely on the sack of the days in the Yisrael, someone who is Gomer means learned, and Sover Rashi says, Maiden Dabar Mitoch Dabar. Somebody says it's to extrapolate, and ultimately again, applying knowledge to different ways. In other words, maybe what we're talking about someone who really is fit to be a diner. Fit to be a diner. Aval, Gomer Velo Sover, or if someone has a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to extrapolate. Well, whereas maybe you got to have both of these qualities in order to be exempt from personal liability. Only Abaye, so Abaye says, Lahora, come here to Southern Mishnah. That's not true because the Mishnah itself says, Roi Lahora. Who is a person who is Roi Lahora? A person who is both Gomer, learned, and Sabir, knows how to extrapolate information and apply it one scenario to another. If it would have just said Allah, I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gomer and Sabir. Gomer below Sabir, well, but perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, then maybe you would be exempt from personality if you're allowed. But there is the Roi Lahora. The Mishnah is saying, Gomer below Sabir, Sabir below Gomer. So what's incredible? Therefore, again, the Mishnah uses Rosh Hara. Hara afterwards is limit to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabir, you have you know a lot of information, or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this sat is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Here's a good example of this. Right? You'll be a good example of someone where if they relied on the psak of the days, then they would not be shielded from personal liability. If you're going man, I'm going to go Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. Okay, like Shimon Azai, Shimon ben. Like these individuals, I'm going to have and also if you look at Rashi says that we are on the right-hand side. You know, Shimon Azai, Shimon ben Zoma, Shayoshim Lefnei Chachamim, Shayodim Lahora. These were Chachamim who would like sit before the Dayanim. They were sitting in front of the judges in the basin, and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person that we're talking about. Only Abaye, Ki Agavna Meziti. And let's say here's the top. Okay, so let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in this before. Here's the topic. A person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Zoma, who obviously were ranking seats, and they hear the Bezdin say that Chil is mutter. Chil is mutter. They know it's wrong. They go ahead and they act based on this sacrament. So the Mishnah said, Chai b'chatas, not shielded from personal liability. What? If they act on the sacrament, say, what are they? What are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when it comes to coming chatas, they should actually be liable for amazing. So now watch this. This is incredible. Well, the time is Hadisanya Baso Sa'afos. You got also the Ashwatayir for us based in Potter. You have also the Pasuk says, if an individual does on his own volition, he's fired. Ultimately, the Horaz based in Potter case Horu based in Shakir the Mutter, and based in Paskin, the Shakir of his Mutter. I'm going to stop over there for today. Pick up, don't worry, we're fine. We're absolutely, we're fine. We'll catch up in this muffin. You know, I say, good, especially everyone started with this. Again, stop mid-discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the coffee case tomorrow. Back on that. I guys let's have a great day. I'm going to say, most of us starting the second starters. All right, now again, going on both sides. Great to suppose, Mark Hashem. Today we'll begin the second Torah with the right humor this time. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Filter Tzachar Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem Drushos to this year's Zechukus. The source levels for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Habar and Lord Ben Goldberg, for Abiyah Ben Shamas Atsu's parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Fego Reis and his mother, Fego Reis with Bas Zeli, in hopes that all the tefillos of our Kila Nefesh and all of Klal Yisrael will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmoni Levi Nishmas, Ari from David from his father, Rav Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben, Rav Yaakov, Zifron Bracha. And our week of learning sponsor, David Goodman, Levi Nishmas, Roy, and then Aryeh Zifron Bracha. We are playing American Talmud Torah. All of them now we have the families and all those who need to report heaven to the fullfully so to the Shroff and Shemir Hashem bring home our hostages to Shalom and Karov. Allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Masih again. So with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, the sacrifice of Zara. Again, Mazel Tov. What an accomplishment! So exciting. And now we come to the Seches Harios. The Seches Harios, for those of you who are definitely veterans already, so you've seen it. We'll get a very interesting, different kind of Masechta as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it, get ready because it's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other Masechtas that we have seen. But in Yirtzeh Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha that perhaps we have not seen and not experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph. Holu Beis Din La'avor Al Achas Mitzvos Ha'amuras B'Torah. Also the dapim are a little bit bigger, as you may have picked up already. But again, it'll flow. It'll flow in Yirtzeh Hashem. Holu Beis Din La'avor Al Achas Mitzvos Ha'amuras B'Torah. Well, so here's the case, and this is going to be the central case that we are going to be preoccupied with at least for today and I believe tomorrow. Beis Din Paskin and Beis Din made a mistake. And as a result of their mistake, ultimately, again, they passed in that something that was usher really was mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed an avera. Take a look at the first guys that are down. Holu Bezdin, Kigon Shaholu Shachelev Odam Mutter. Simple case. Based in Paskin, that Chelev, right, forbidden fat, or dam is mutter of blood, is mutter for consumption. Bezdin made a mistake, right? Because remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Farshim bring down Torah goes out of between multiple times to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? You have wonder to yourself, no, what's in the sin? You got it. You're an avera. One avera. One avera. Most of us have done more averas since we got here this morning, right? Than Moshe Rabbeinu did in the entire lifetime. Yet the Torah repeats it over and over and over again. One, literally again to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Bezdin makes mistakes. So Bezdin Paskin, and let's just use Rashi's example, they went ahead and they said that Chelev is mutter. Or blood is mutter. Now what happened? What happened? The halacha yachad the asa. And the individual called Ruvain heard the psak of the Bezdin. He said, I always wanted to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has dam. Okay, he drinks blood. So he says, now what's the halacha? The halacha is shagad api. So again, listen, remember, as far as Ruvain is concerned, Ruvain just acting on the advice of the psak of the Bezdin. So now the Gemara Mishnah gives a couple of variations. Whether we're talking about a case where Bezdin also ate blood together with Ruvain, so they also made a mistake. Whether Bezdin did it and Ruvain committed the act afterwards. Whether Bezdin didn't follow the psak at all, just Ruvain went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, we'll say, normally, if you ate chelev, maybe we'll use chelev as an example, right? If you ate chelev, the shogi, what's the halacha? Carbon chatos, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the kabbalah in your session. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring a chatos. That's the halacha. In this piece over here, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is Pater. Ruvain does not have to bring a chatos. Why does Ruvain have to bring a chatos? Because Ruvain did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted of his own volition. He made the choice. But again, he acted based on the psak of Bezdin. And some person has no reason to believe that the psak of Bezdin is flawed. And then, he's potter from the chatos. Incredible. So I'll say, this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Bezdin goes ahead, and if you look at Rashi, by the way, potter, Rashi says it's the first of the short lines in Rashi. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that if Beis Din delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Reuven doesn't have to bring a chatos when he ate the chiyuv based on the instruction of Beis Din. Beis Din's liability, different discussion. Right now we're looking for Reuven. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Let's say since Beis Din passing that chiyuv is mutter, right? Forbidden fat is mutter. One of the members of the Beis Din realized this. No, this is a mistake. Now again, let's say obviously that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right, so he was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision, but one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Oh, Talmud v'Rurai la la, v'halacha sapien. Or was another Talmud Chacham, not a member of the Beis Din, but a Talmud Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Now what happens? Ba'asa al pihem. But nevertheless, this member of the Beis Din or this Talmud Chacham still followed the psak. Right? It's like, hey, why not? Right? It's like, this is my one shot at chilus, right? In my Jewish life, right? Beis Din went ahead and asking that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. This is either a member of the Beis Din or a Talmud Chacham. So they know, this person knows the psak is wrong. He figures, why not go ahead and say that it's mutter? In that case, the Gemara said, the Mishnah says, whether Beis Din actually ate the chiyuv and this guy went ahead and ate with them, or Beis Din ate the chiyuv and he consumed it afterwards, or Beis Din didn't do it at all, but he decided to follow the psak of Beis Din. So interestingly enough, this individual is going to be chayiv, right? Which makes sense. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be chayiv. Now, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss a very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in the Gemara. Next, why the Gemara says Nay shall tell the Beis Din? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the psak of Beis Din. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Zach, wow. We'll say this is the rule, says the Mishnah. Hatol b'atzmo chayiv, hatol b'beis din pater. If one acts of their own volition, only again they're chayiv. Now we'll say that. Remember again, if one eats chiyuv b'meizi, what's your liability? Right? You chayiv malchus, right? Because remember, you're not going to get a credit. You can't bring a chatas because chatas is only brought for shogeg. Right, so if the mezid is no chatos, only the shogeg is chatos. So that's how we're going to have to define what this case is over here, because in order to say chayiv b'kashas means chatos must mean that there's some element of shogeg. So what's the shogeg in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is if Beis Din issues an erroneous psak, and an individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatos because they acted in good faith. If Beis Din issued a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, again, I will say, if you notice, by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak. Right? Not someone who thinks that they know. But rather, again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the Beis Din himself or a ranking Talmud Chacham. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. Let's see, Masatov, the first Mishnah of Harias. Our first Mishnah in Harias. Incredible. Amar Shmuel. We all love. All right, so this is over. Amar Shmuel. We all love ein basic chayav and actual and mutar matter. So now we see my focus Rav Shmuel and Rav Dini a little bit just about the mechanics of this. So now I understand the principle, right? The principle I understand. So now the shaila is, what exactly does Beis Din have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, Amr Shmuel, we all know Ein Beis Din Chayavin Ad Sheyomer Lahem Mutarinat. So Shmuel says the verbiage is Beis Din says Mutarinat. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat challah. They have to say it like that. Okay. But Amar Achiyomer Lahem Mutarin Atem Lasos. If you notice again, Ravdini adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Ravdini says saying that it's mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability because they acted based on the psak of Beis Din must have also added in the word lasos. And you are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this psak. Permitted to act based on this psak. So very interesting. Says, my time. Now what's the reason for that? Why does Ravdini add in that word lasos? Ravdini says because without lasos, there's a statement of information or there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate or there's no direction from Beis Din that you're allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Ravdini requires the word lasos in order for this to be like instruction from Beis Din, which would then mean if Beis Din says, mutar, right, Caleb is mutar atam lasos, you're permitted to go ahead and eat Caleb, or really, mutar atam lasos, right, you're allowed to go ahead and eat. Okay, so then Beis Din is customary and we're giving hora, we're giving instruction. Ravdini says, halacha l'maisa, that's where if the individual act on that Beis Din's advice, that Beis Din's son, ultimately again, the individual would be pater. But according to Ravdini, if Beis Din would say mutar matam, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what Ravdini's logic, the facial nigmara, because Beis Din's psak is only final when number one they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutar and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately, again, that's when Beis Din's psak is complete. So let's analyze this. Good. Fine. So what's about else to point out? Rashi's on both sides over here. So we're gonna right now it's going left on the right side, but just notice it's on both sides. I'm Abaye. Abaye says Abaye is coming along to support ultimately again Ravdini's position. We also learned this. So we'll say we're going to get a lot thrown at us today. We'll say this is the case of Zakin Mamre. Zakin Mamre is an individual who is a member of the Beis Din who refuses to yield to the majority. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Chazar Rashi says, Zakin Mamre Le'iro, Hora Lasos, the mashma become a mutar atan lasos. Okay, so before you get that, so Zakin Mamre is literally again someone who is outnumbered on Beis Din but refuses to yield to the majority. So such an individual actually can be executed for this transgression, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how a Beis Din works. It works on majority. So again, I must have never get back to Makis days. Remember Makis? Remember, the Gemara said that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority can't go over to the defendant and say, this is good, and so I'll let you know. I really believe you. But what could I do? I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do it. If you're part of the Beis Din, once the majority decides on something, that's the psak, and everyone is in. So Zakin Mamre refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. That's when Zakin Mamre goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach, and he continues to advance the psak that he held before. Pater, ultimately again, he's Pater. So in other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believes it, not in line with the way the Beis Din was doing it, he's Pater. You don't execute him. However, Hora Lasos, but if he haskins and he says Hevra, you can act on this psak, then what do you see from here? That for Beis Din to give a binding psak, it's not just enough to say mutar atem. But rather, what do they have to say? Mutarin atem lasos. For basis of psak, normal psak, they have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this halacha. So just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of basin, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you're shielded from personal liability. Lavdini is saying, but it only works if the psak was literally articulated in a particular way. Requires more articulation of the halacha, that's part one. Mutter, and number two, permission to act based on this psak, lasos. And Abaye just proving this point. I'm going to be out on we also learn this. Horula based in Linase, all incredible cases. We've seen one of the exciting things I will say, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film, even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things, it's kind of like seeing someone in shul where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you, but like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? So that film is a lot like that. Like in other words, like I see something. I'm like, I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. So again, the Gemara says like this: Korla Bezdin, being nothing. We've seen this case. Right, Rachel's married to Reuven. Reuven goes overseas. Eid Echad comes along and says Reuven's dead. So remember again, one of the unique halachas, one of the unique situations in halacha, where we believe in Eid Echad. Right, we believe in Eid Echad to allow women to remarry. Remember again, what's the extremist? This is a kula. This is a heter for what purpose? Remember again, what? Excellent. Mishum iguna akilu barabah. That was Menachem Shulman said it first. He said it right. I just want to go on that guy. Right. So again, listen, now watch this. So hold of a basin in the Let's say basin got the Eid Echad, and they passed again. Okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. The Halcha, the Kilkala, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I will say, now remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuven. Right? Reuven came home. Right? Reuven came home. So now, what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves the carbon. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, not chayev nisa, not that one for adultery, but she is chayeves the carbon. Now why? We'll say, watch this. Shelo itiru la ela lihinasa. Because remember again, what was the psak of Dazin? The psak of Dazin was that Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in immoral behavior. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and Reuven came back, ultimately again, she wouldn't have any personal liability. Now she engaged in immoral behavior, there is personal liability. Bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Dazin formulate the psak? Bezdin says ultimately again, Bezdin says, Horla Bezdin Lichinasa. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak of Bezdin? Bezdin doesn't just say mutter, Bezdin says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up Ravini's position that the way a psak of Bezdin is formalized is mutter la'asos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. Ravina says, we also learn this. Horu based in La'abar La'achim Kamusa Samuras the Torah. So I'll say, so again, this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Horu based in La'abar, it's almost right across in Rashi on the right. Horu based in La'abar, the Mashma Horu based in La'asos, the Ina Gemura, Hora Asam Achiyomu Mutfarn Atam La'asos. So we'll say, so again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Horu based in La'abar. It's our Mishnah. So if you notice, what's the Lashon of the Mishnah? Bezdin paskin la'avar. La'avar means what? Bezdin says something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rav Dimi's version. It's all Rabbi's being knows. So back up Rav Dimi's version that when a Bezdin is a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act or act in a certain way based on this. And then if Bezdin's ruling was erroneous, Based on ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, halacha l'maisa, they are shielded ultimately again from any personal liability, which the Gemara says, and there's nothing more to talk about this. We just had this, right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of the mic drop, right? That's it. We're right, done. We're done over here, nothing more to talk about. Now, what's that? Interestingly enough, there's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Amar Shmuel, in Beis Chayav, and actually we'll have Mutarim Atam Nasos. Shmuel will say, now again, the positions of Shmuel are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formation of a basin is, all basin needs to say is Mutarim Atam Nasos. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry. A reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the second basin is Mutarim Atam Lasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put in the Lasos. Rav Din and Arda Amar Afidu Mutarim Atam. No. Even if Basin just says it's mutar, nigmara hola. That's the end of the psak. And Allah for my even if the individual acted based on that, they would be shielded for personal liability. So now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rav Dimi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rav Dimi. In this version, he's questioning Rav Dimi, bringing all of the same proofs. Amar Abaye, that's not how we learn. Right? Chaza the Ira, the Shana Olim, Pidar Shalom, Potter, Horolas, Ostayif. Zakim Mamre. So again, we have to go through all the cases again. But Abaye says Zakim Mamre. Zakim Mamre is only going to be Chayiv when? Not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people, this is the halacha, and if you act on it, that's when it's Chayiv. What do you see from here? But it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lashos. Next, from Rabbi Yawa, Bahalotnan. Rabbi Yawa, this is 1 second, what about the 5 and Horud? About Halotran Haki, Holuba Basin Linose, the Hilcham, the Kilkala, Hayavis Karban, Shuratura Alinase, same case, Basin gives instructions to women to remarry. Their psak is only binding if what? If they say mutter and action. So you see from here, Basin's psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Amravino. This is 1 second. Right, our Mishnah. But clearly the verbiage of the Mishnah is Basin is saying that someone is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha means if you act on it, and you want to sue low. So interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa, the way we pass it is like Rav Dimi. And therefore, again, just to understand, the way that Basin would normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say mutter. Number one, again, they're ruling that it's permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, Allah here should become personal liability. Incredible. Great. That's that first part of the Mishnah. Next, quotation Mishnah. So remember again, what happened? So now I have part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this into Chalif, right? So based in Paskin, Chalif is mutter le'echol. So that's Chalif. Okay, so now the individual went ahead and ate Chalif. Ate Chalif based on Sakha, based in Sabosa. So now it says, the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, why do you need that word shogeg? I was going to say, think about it, interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right, Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak basin that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. But what Gemara is bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you need the word shogeg? Which the Gemara says, shogeg la'asi, listen to this. This is very interesting. Rava says, because the word shogeg actually comes to include a different case. This is really quite fascinating. Let's watch this. Horu based on Chalif. Get ready. Based on Paskin, Chalif is mutter. Okay, now what happened? This Chalif lo Chalif b'shumin. Now watch this. So get ready for this. Based on part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said that Chaylev is mutter. Okay, next part 2. Reuven has 2 pieces of meat in front of him. One is Chaylev, one is Shuman. Shuman is permitted fat. Reuven, his intention is to eat the Shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the Chaylev. So Reuven, watch this. So Reuven ate Chaylev. But Reuven didn't really eat Chaylev because of the psak of Bezdin, right? Reuven ate Chaylev because he just got confused. Comes over Rava and Rava says, get ready for this, get ready for it, Reuven is pater. Reuven is pater. Why? Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a psak Bezdin out there that says Chaylev is mutter, if a Jew ends up eating Chaylev inadvertently, either because he's following the psak of the Bezdin, right, or because he just gets mixed up, he's pater. Both that's wild. That's wild, right? Because remember again, in this case, Reuven's Chaylev consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin. It has to do with his personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be pater because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must let's Amrav, I showed you last time, my total Bezdin when I said Chaylev is mutter, and it's Chaylev. And then Reuven mixed up a piece of Chaylev with a piece of Shuman, and inadvertently ended up eating Shuman. Va'achlo pater. Pater ultimately again is pater. Al PM mamish. So let's say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rava, there's 2 different cases embedded in the Mishnah, right? Because listen how the Mishnah reads. So there's two different events. There's shogeg and there's al pihem. Al pihem is the case that we've been talking about up until now, which is Bezdin said that Chaylev is mutter lechol. Reuven goes and eats Chaylev. Okay, he's absolved from personal liability. And then the case of shogeg is actually a different case. Rava wants to posit. The case of shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between his Chaylev and his Shuman. He eats the Chaylev. He didn't mean to. He's still going to be pater ultimately again because such a psak from Bezdin exists in the world. Incredible, absolutely incredible. So the Gemara says, the others say, Rava says, shogeg al pihem with the pater. An alternate version of Rava, or opposite version of Rava, shogeg al pihem. It's only an accidental commission of the Avera that happens as a result of the psak that absolves Reuven of personal liability. First part I will say, but if halacha Reuven just gets mixed up between his pieces, right? Then halacha he will be liable. So the Gemara says, Milsa the so again, just 2 versions of Rava here. So the Gemara says, Milsa the pshita le Rava can buy the so something which was obvious to Rava was actually a kasher bachama. The Bayram bachama was the second white line. Holy Bezdin shechaylev mutter. So Bezdin passing the same visual said Bezdin passing that Chaylev is mutter. Then it's Chalid lo b'shuman. But then again, Reuven had 2 pieces of meat in his house. One was Chaylev, one was shuman. His intention was to eat the shuman. He accidentally went and ate the Chaylev. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. There's not no. What's the halacha? Rava says, Kashma. If Reuven went ahead and acted accidentally based on sack of the Bezdin, the Gemara says, Shogeg al pihem lamali. So Rava says, why do you need that lashon of Shogeg al pihem? Just say pihem, and that's it. Ultimately, again, let's include this case where again Reuven got mixed up between the pieces. He ended up eating the chaylev. He's still going to be pater. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the psak of David. The Gemara says, 1 second. Vilma shogig al piyim with the pater. Aval mischali kol chaylev b'shur ba'achol chayv. Maybe not. Maybe Reuven is only pater when he managed to act in the direction of the psak of David. But if he still makes another mistake, who says that he should be pater based on that? Should be chayiv. He could the alternate version of this. Amar Rava Tashma. Halach Yachid ba'asa shogig al piyim. So if an individual Reuven went ahead and acted the shogig based on the psak of David, so he must ma'ila shogig al piyim with the pater. Isn't it only in the case where Reuven managed to act based on the psak of the David that he's going to be pater? But if halacha l'maisar mixes up the pieces, the psak of the David, he just has mixed up in his own house, then he should be chayiv. Dilma, Oshogeg, Oki, or Alpia. Maybe not. Maybe Allah might say again, that's what the Mishnah is coming to say. There's really one of two cases. There's Shogeg or Alpia. Ultimately, Alpia means he literally acts based on the sack of the basin, and Shogeg means he has his own mix of alcohol. Incredible. So I just want to point that over here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that if based in pastors, it is permitted to eat chalef, right? Mutter atem le'achol chalef. All right, mutter can go le'achol chalef. So everyone agrees if we make act on that sack, he's going to be potter. Going to be potter. The shadow just is if now Ruben has a mix-up in his home. 2 pieces of shuman. He wanted to eat the shuman. He accidentally eats the chalef. Is he chayiv or potter? So this is the machlokas. This is the machlokas. One opinion will say he's chayiv. His inadvertent consumption of chalef has nothing to do with the sack of the basin. Other versions says no, he's going to be potter because once there's a sack of the basin out there in the belt, right, that chalef is mutter, ultimately again he's going to be covered by that. Incredible. So Gemara says the Bukta, in reality, this is part of the bigger protest. Total basis of chalef mutter, this basin asking this. Gemara just pointing out there's already a pre-existing protest. Total basin, chalef mutter. Basin asking that chalef is mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now both said that's part one. Part two, Ruben is in his house. Ruben has 2 pieces of meat. One is chalef and one is shuman. When it's chaliflo, chalef is shuman, but also he mixes up the pieces and inadvertently ends up consuming the chalef. What's halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chayiv. Okay, here it is. Here it is. It was so explicit focus. Rav says you're Potter, you're covered under the sack of the basin. Rabbi Yochanan says no, your act has nothing to do with the sack of the basin, and therefore you're going to be chayiv. And by the way, chayiv what? Chayiv what? Chayiv, remember, again, this is still a case of shogeg. This is still a case of shogeg. In this way, remember, is the kasha, me'am ha'aretz, me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa, so says, ultimately, nefesh achas kacha b'shkaga, me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa achas mitzvos Hashem asher lo te'asena ba'Hashem. This is the passage by Kabbalah Chatos. Like the person commits an avera inadvertently, so the Gemara says, me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa, frat l'mumar. This comes to exclude a mumar. Because we'll say, remember again, the concept of katos is totally predicated on the notion of shogeg. A mumar, which is someone, again, as we saw back to our Sanhedrin days, a mumar is someone who fundamentally rejects Torah, rejects Kashmah, so ultimately and sins with intentionality, ultimately again is exempt from a carbon katos. Doesn't mean a katos. Misharim ben Yossi Omer, Misharim Enotzara, Hari Omer, Asher lo te'asena, Bishgaga va'ashem ohoda. So what's very interesting. When the Torah speaks about again a carbon contrast, what does it say? Asher lo ta'asena bishgaga va'ashem ohoda. Talking about a person ultimately again when we bring a carbon contrast, hashav neviyaso nevi carbon al shegagasa. So we'll say here's the good metric for carbon contrast. A carbon contrast you bring for inadvertent avera. Meaning what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sinning? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a carbon katos for inadvertent commission of the avera. That's what we call hashav neviyaso. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe carbon al shegagasa. That's the type of person who brings the carbon katos ultimately again for the inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, they don't bring a carbon katos. So most of obviously would exclude. If somebody would not refrain or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a carbon on their shoulder. So that would exclude a moment. When Esau, lo shav midiyaso. That was interestingly enough, applying this to our case over here, applying this to our case. So the pastors, our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember, Reuben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? there was a psak basis. So one second. So why should he be chayav b'chatos in this case? In other words, one side, the metric for chatos is carbon chatos for committing an avera b'shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone Ruben, it's chaylev. Ruben said, so what? So what? They just said that it's mutter. Why should we have a carbon chatos in this case? Incredible. Because again, it says, really what it says like this. Since when Beis Din finds out that the psak is erroneous, obviously Beis Din is going to walk it back. And then when Reuven hears that Beis Din retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his stager. So therefore the Gemara says, Shami and Yasa Karinabay. So essentially the Gemara says it like this. We still call this a case where if he had the knowledge, he would have abstained. In this case, it's just 2 steps removed. Hazen found that as a psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuven finds out that the psak of Beis Din is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chayav b'chatos in this case. I'm sorry. Okay, so what's that? Okay, this is now another topic over here. So let's say what we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're dealing with up until now. What's happening in this case is Beis Din is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through on it. There's going to be another case where Beis Din delivers an erroneous psak, and the majority of clouds follows the psak. That's a different situation. A special carbon that's brought. Now, in order to bring that carbon, you need 51% of the cloud to go ahead and follow the order of psak. So let's say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the cloud Yisrael. And who's the determinant, right? Who is the guy who's going to tip the scales? It's Reuven, right? So again, watch this. So based on Paskin, Chilud is mutter. 50% of Klal Yisrael, 8 Chilud, based on the psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuven. What does Reuven do? All eyes on Reuven. Reuven is sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces in front of him, Chilud and Shuman, right? And he needs to eat the Shuman, the permitted piece, but he ends up eating the Chilud. Everyone agrees that Reuven does not count towards the total. Right? Reuven does not count towards the total. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that that Reuven is not acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Reuven is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuven is personal liability, Reuven is himself in personal liability because of the psak of the Beis Din, let's say for calculating the 51% for Par Helam governing at Sibar, you can't say that Reuven is acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Okay. My time was the reason because for Par Helam David Tzibah, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuven is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. Again, separate halacha. So bottom line, interestingly enough, when we end off with over here, is a fundamental machlokes. And what is that fundamental machlokes? Halacha l'maisa, if Reuven went ahead and ended up eating, not because of the psak of the Beis Din, but because he got confused himself, halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one opinion says liability because his consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. On the other hand, there is in the belt, right in the world, there is this psak of Beis Din that says Chilud is mutter. Does that psak absolve him or not? Fundamental machlokes. We'll see that on Next. Beisha asu va'asu iman. Lamali l'mistak alayim. So let's see. Remember again, the Mishnah brought down like a whole bunch of variation of cases. So Beis Din said Chilud is mutter, and then it said whether he did it together with Beis Din did it first. He did it. Then Beis Din, he did it by himself. What do you need all these cases for? To which the Gemara found a mistake on it. So again, I understand the beginning of the Mishnah why Lozu Aksu Katan. So we'll say, Lozu Aksu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, so the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say all of it, it's understood. Ella Seifa, The few better dynamic, but the end of the is come to highlight liability. One, I mean, all the cases. One, the cases should really be framed in the reverse. And also, on the days, which you might say, two things are almost in. So again, another stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this even though I didn't need to say something else. So bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes again, people I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. Right? The other after man, oh, you should call him, case was again. What was that? Last case in the Mishnah. Jason delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to eat Taylor. One of the members of the basement, or a ranking kafir, in the galley of the basement, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it as Taylor. What's that? He's tired. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be tired. Says the Gemara, watch this. If you notice, by the way, how do you refer to these individuals? Either, right, Talmud Chacham, interesting. First says to come Chacham and fit to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? I would have thought to myself that the only type of person who is not allowed to rely on the psak of the days in the shul, someone who is gamer means learned, and sabir, that says maiden davar mitov davar. Someone is able to extrapolate and ultimately again apply knowledge to different ways. In other words, maybe we're only talking about someone who really is fit to be a diamond. To be a diamond. Aval, Gomer Velo Sabr, if someone has a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to extrapolate. Well, maybe you have to have both of these qualities in order to be exempt from personal liability. I mean, Rabbi says, Lahora, Gomer Velo Sabr. That's actually correct because the Mishnah itself says, Roi Lahora. Who is a person who is Roi Lahora? A person who is both Gomer, learned, and Sabir knows how to extrapolate information and apply it one scenario to another. If it would have just said raw, how about Gomer the Sabir? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gomer and Sabir. About Gomer but no Sabir, no. But perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, then maybe you would be exempt from personal liability if you're lying on a basin. Kana Loi Laura. The Mishnah is Safi with Gomer v'lo Sabir v'lo. It was incredible. Therefore, again, the Mishnah used Lashon of Hora. Hora actually means to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabir, you have a lot of information, or you know how to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this sack is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Who's a good example of this? Right? Who would be a good example of someone where if they relied on the psak of the basement, they would not be shielded from personal liability? Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Soma. Okay, like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Soma. Like these individuals, I'm going to have I'm going to say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here on the right hand side, Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Soma, these were coming who were like before the Dayan, and they were sitting in front of the judges in the basin, and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person this is talking about. And let's say, here's the problem. Okay, so let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Soma, who obviously were ranking sages, and they hear the Beis Din say that Chelev is mutter. Chelev is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this psak of Osai, so the Mishnah said, they're chayiv b'chatas, not shielded from personal liability. What? If they act on the psak and say, what are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. So when it comes to chatas, they should actually be liable for amazing. I say, now watch this. This is incredible. Yeah, also the Pasuk says, if an individual does of his own volition, he's chayav. Ultimately, Horaz Beis is Pater, Ketzad, Haru Beis in Shechir of Mutter, and Beis in Paskin, Shechir of his Mutter. I was going to stop over there for tonight. So pick up, don't worry, we're fine. We're absolutely, we're fine. Catch up in the Svachim. You know, I say, good, Shmech, everyone, sorry for this. Again, stop mid-discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the topic piece tomorrow. Yeah, everyone. Everyone's another great day. Everybody, last time I'm starting the second Sardis.
It is a super duper digital event like nothing we've ever done before. A two-night experience unlike anything in Kiltony history. So go to KiltonyLive.com and get your live streaming tickets for the two arena shows. So much insanity is going to happen. As always, I always keep guests and anything that I have up my sleeve a complete surprise for you. If I told you what was going to happen on these two nights, you would be pumped. And plus, you already know all your favorite regulars. And, of course, Rick Diaz versus Hans Kim, three-term regularship on the show. Battle of two absolute autistic titans. Who knows what can happen? A lot of special treats, a lot of special guests. It's going to be like the 10-year anniversary show, but on absolute steroids. So pumped. Get tickets now and support the favorite show in the world. The #1 live podcast started with 14 people in a tiny little room. Now we're going global. That's KiltonyLive.com for the amazing two-night event, December 30th and 31st. You're going to be sick of your family, have some laughs, enjoy 2 nights of Kiltony Live. Anything can happen. KiltonyLive.com. Just ready for the best fucking day of their lives. Express your red man, everybody. You did it. You all win. You're the #1 live podcast in the world. Kiltony, brought to you by Gel Blaster, the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, All Law Firm, NinjaPartyList.com. You can now get shuttles for the December 30th and 31st shows at HEB Center. So arenas that we're going to be Austin Security Guard Service, KillMerch.com, and ConnectMobile.com, which get our features. Look at that fresh hair right there. We got the Places.com, where you can reserve your ride to the arena on the 30th and 31st sold out shows in Austin, Texas. This show. Hey y'all, this episode of Kill Tony is brought to you by Zimmix Toothpicks. Zimmix brings you a totally satisfying, convenient, and flavorful way to coat cravings, get a boost of energy, or simply relax at the end of your day. I absolutely love these things. Use them on the airplane all the time and anywhere else where I can't smoke cigarettes. I mean, you guys know what it is. Remember when massive vape clouds, ashtrays, and dipstick were now there's an easier, cheaper, less messy ingredients with Zimmix Toothpicks. The best part about Zimmix is that you really can use them anywhere. With 2 milligrams per click and some 3 milligram options, Zimmix Toothpicks are long-lasting, extremely affordable, and available in 6 delicious flavored choices for Red Man. You can subscribe to Zimmix for over a year, not 2 years. Before they became a sponsor, I've been using Zimmix. They are amazing because I suck my thumb still. I love boobs, and it's part of the oral gratification that my mom somehow transferred to my brain. And it's amazing sucking on these toothpicks with flavors that keep me coming back to Zimmix. Also, if you need a boost of energy, try their Zip Energy B12 and caffeine toothpicks. You guys have seen us use Zimmix on the podcast. Now it's time to find out for yourself. Go to ZimmixToothpicks.com today and use code KillTony10 to get 10% off your order. That's ZimmixToothpicks.com, promo code KillTony10. Must be 21 for purchase and more. Smoke less with Zimmix Toothpicks. Hey y'all, if you need a little something to get you through the holiday season, then listen up. Freeze Pipe has you covered with freezable pieces that cool down clouds by over 300 degrees so you can actually relax instead of coughing up a lung. The secret is Freeze Pipe's glycerin chamber. Just pop the chamber in the freezer for 1 hour for instantly chilled, icy smooth. How sweet have these? We love these. Right, man? It's amazing. It feels so good going down. This year, when Grandma's asking why you're still single, or your cousin won't leave you alone, let Freeze Pipe take you away from it all. No doubt about it. American import for 7 years. Try our favorite wheel lineup by visiting thefreezepike.com today and use code Tony for 10% off your entire order. That's right. Shop holiday sales related to Christmas or use code Tony for 10% off at thefreezepike.com. High quality glass, market leading glycerin technology. Order today to smoke like royalty without paying a king's ransom. Hey all, when you're partying hard this holiday season and you need to recover fast, turn to Liquid IV. It's not just for people playing sports or running marathons. It's tiring drinking all that holiday beer, am I right? And that sweet, sweet eggnog, Red Man. You need to stay hydrated. Liquid IV gets you hydrated 2 times faster than water alone. Just 1 stick has 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink and 8 vitamins and nutrients for every day. Wellness, we love it, Red Man. You guys have a nice color pack. It has 3 of the best flavors. Check it out. I love all the flavors, but my favorites are green. It's like a fruit punch. Liquid IV comes in sugar-free. There's no real soy, dairy, GMOs, and no artificial sweeteners either. Sugar is replaced with an amino acid allulose blend, which has the same taste and texture of table sugar. Your favorite table sugar, regular Liquid IV hydration multiplier, sugar-free, and all nationwide at Costco. You can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use code Tony at checkout. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code Tony at liquidiv.com. Hey y'all, holidays are stressful and all. It's time to take something off your plate by putting HelloFresh on it. HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit. Listen, 3-portion ingredients for delicious recipes straight to your home. It's way cheaper than takeout. You won't need to go to the grocery store, wait long lines, or spend all day trying to decide what to eat. HelloFresh makes it easy with over 45 recipes and more than 100 seasonal add-on items to choose from every week. They're all delicious, and you truly can make one hit. We eat them all the time. I absolutely love them. Red Man loves them. Speaking of which, man, I love the fully loaded tequilas. You gotta try them out. They're so easy. Chicken sausage, chickpea soup. HelloFresh even has easy breakfast. You can quickly whip up before you run to work and fast 10-minute lunch. Go to HelloFresh.com/KTShowFree and use code KTShowFree for free breakfast for life. 1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/KTShowFree with code KTShowFree. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? It It is a goddamn pleasure. You know, I take the liberty of booking every single one of these shows. I don't know why it's specific order. Sometimes it's beauty and chaos. And so tonight's one of those nights where it's everything under the fucking sun. I present to you one of the funniest guests in history. Uncle Tony, ladies and gentlemen, new special coming out December 26th. Truly, one of the best guests, one of my favorite comedians in the world. Make some noise for great powerful Sam Talent, everybody. Sam is here. Truly, one of the best. If he's not already, he's got to be one of your favorite comedians on the planet. Lord the woman. Sam motherfucking Talent is back. Hey, everybody, thank you. Glad to be here. Make some fucking noise for Sam Talent. We're in it tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Sam's been on a few of the best episodes we've ever had. The last one was with the amazing Dr. Phil. Fuck up everything. John, the funniest guy ever alive. Yeah, Dr. Phil is so funny. We were talking about it before the show, but we were just right halfway through, we were setting him up on his watch. I forgot the talk. We were watching a podcast. The transfixed watching the clips through a piece of green bottle glass. That's the funniest shit I've ever seen. And I wasn't jealous. It was fun. New special Toad's Morale debuts tomorrow on Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast YouTube channel. So make sure you check that out. Please watch it. Yes, and we're gonna have fun tonight. You know how this works. And I am pleased to announce that we actually, you guys will not believe this, we have a record amount of signups tonight for Austin, Texas, right? As of right now, 218 signups. There was one online. I got 14 of them are funny. It's a hobo jungle back there right now. It really is. People are trading salt for bullets. It's insane. Yeah, no, it's fucking absolutely wild. The mix amongst those people are geniuses that are just trying to survive. Some of them sign up every week. A lot of people who have held a baby's head underwater for 30 seconds. Yes, that's the majority. But if I go one of their names, I think it's 60 seconds. You know, time is up to the sound of a kidney. That means they have to wrap it up unless they bring out the Angus Hollywood Marrow. Then I interview them and we find out more about them. Our esteemed guest, Sam Talent. And I'm now pre-rolling who will be the first comedian out of the method. So when we get them from a bar next door, I think we should get the show started with one of our regulars. And I think you know how this goes. Every single week, this guy does a new 60 seconds interview to start each episode. Selling out all over the world. When we found him, he was living in a van going to 10-person open mics. Ladies and gentlemen, he goes into a wild success story. His name is Hans Kim. Thank you. The ceilings in Ryan Red Band's Club are so high that that's where I'm going to fly my drone. Yes. Yeah, sorry. I'm going to start out like obviously I like that one. I don't think everyone who's patriotic is a loser, but I do think everyone who's a loser is going to be a little bit patriotic. But if you got nothing good going on in your life, you're like, well, it's not me. But yes, it's very sad to know that Joe Biden is still president. I hate Joe Biden so much that I'm racist against white people. Look at this guy walking around like he's the president. Thank you. Alright, Hans Kim Ultra Light tonight. I like that. Hell yeah. How we feel, Hans? Right? Yes, Sam, what do you think about this sweet performance by Hans Kim? I'm a big fan of Hans off stage. Thanks. Last night, I saw him after the Christmas party here, getting choked out by one of the tour staff, while 8 other members of the security team were throwing $1 bills. It looked like the rape of Man King. It was charity with some other Jesus. Yeah, they elite killers like black belts and purple belts and blue belts, and then there's you like yeah. How did that happen? How did you jump in there? Well, they were just going at it, really upping the aggression level in the room, and I was like, this is just so primitive that we should be comedians, we should be having this. So I go in and stop them, and break it up. Yeah. And one of the guys in Riley was kind of looking up to me, and I was like, Riley, don't make me. What did he say that was licking up him? Well, Riley, the way that he is, he's just sort of like, I literally don't know Riley. Nobody here knows Riley. You're talking about Riley like he's on like a sick phone. Honestly, he really didn't do anything wrong. I was looking for a fight. I saw him there. It looked like fun. I wanted to join in, so I just grabbed the body and started going at it. It did not work out, believe it or not. I'm trying to figure out what really happened, and it just keeps getting weirder. What else is going on in life, Hollis? My girlfriend is stupid, I found out. How stupid is she? She recently asked me if Japan was a country. And I said yes, and she looked it up, she's like, no, it's a nation state. What's a country? It's an ethno state. They only let Japanese people. They should. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Do you like the fact that when you find out things like that, do you respect her more or less? It means it's going to be easier to get what I want. So yes, I do enjoy having the advantage over people that I love in my life. What do you want out of your passport, babe? I just want my green card and I'm in. I just get just marijuana. No, I haven't been doing hard drugs. No, why do you say it like a lot of people are going to accuse you of doing hard drugs? No, I'm not doing hard drugs, Dad. I have been pretty good about not doing hard drugs. I've been doing mushrooms like once or twice or 3 times a week. Anything fun happen when you're on mushrooms? What do you like to do? I was on an airplane. I missed my flight. Look, I'm rich. I have a lot of money. Stop. Did you roll your head before tonight's set or something? You said you were on an airplane and you missed your flight. How good were those mushrooms? I love the mushrooms. They're from nootropics. Check them out. Sorry, just like going to this one. Okay, thanks. All right, we're going to get rid of him. There he goes. Hans Kim, everybody's having a panic attack. We're going to interview commission of the show tonight. A rare treat. I've never seen him leave so fast in his entire career on this show. I think Riley choked him a little too long last time. That was almost impressive. That was the best I've ever seen him do. I don't know what just happened exactly. But now we go to the bucket, so it's going to be interesting. We have to build momentum out of a bucket from here. Let's see what happens. Anything can happen. Blah, blah, blah. You get it. Anybody can sign up. Let's see what happens here. Tony Cruz, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted with Tony Cruz. What are they doing? Sometimes when I masturbate, I stick a skin up my ass so I can feel the rainbow. Yeah, guys, I'm in Southern Targaryen. I got a blowjob from a retard after that radio hit. She said, so good, I fell asleep afterwards. It was really easy time. Everybody's favorite band is, it's probably the Who. Because I put them on. It's here now, the piece of squirt in my face, remind me that my fucking squirt. It's worthless squirting all over the place. I told the baby, if you keep doing it, don't make me charge for it. I'm going to blast straight shot Pikachu. That's when I pulled out the old Bulbasaur and Mike is like give him Slowpoke. Slowpoke. There he is, Tony Cruz, everybody. Unbelievable because I mean, he's got the look, the cadence, the delivery, and he's got nothing behind it. You should be so much more funnier than you are. The material has to catch up to the stage presence. That's right. Yeah. When it does, I mean, it is fucking rock star for you. Listen, you're a huge fan, dude. I'm actually a huge fan of you. I'm giving you a pretty big compliment here. I think you've got it all figured out except for material. It's actually quite a bit. It's like a lot of the back. You know, like radio head. I mean, I got literally get it. I wanted to get it. I was a retarded black guy who was the man. He's the movie and the man, you know? I understood it was the man. Thank you, Tim. Yes. That came through. I'm trying if I didn't translate. It was the radio part. Why would the radio be retarded? Because the gentleman in the movie. What movie? Radio. Fuck movie. It's radio. What? Is this a radio attack? Am I being pranked or something? Radio. You fucking idiot. 2002 movie, and you guys are losing your minds over it right now. Never fucking heard of this. You know, Giving Junior. This a sport comedy with fucking. This was not a comedy, you know. It's a very serious position. It was a true story. It's a sport comedy. I think it doesn't hold up, so it's funny now. Yeah. Mentally disabled, so they know what it is. They just got the only black guy to not make a film dance. That's what it was about. Yeah. Cuba Gooding Jr. was the retarded guy. Yeah. Okay, lady, shut the fuck up. Radio's biggest fan over here. He speaks in a very condescending tone. I liked a lot. He got to like 45 seconds, and he was like, looked at us, like, I'll come back to another job. And then he went to the Pokemon material. I like Pokemon, dude. I grew up playing that shit. I got more than that joke, I'm just saying. The references are cool. Oh my god. Did you do all the 151? We'll get there. Yeah. She loves the tag in there. I thought she was a Jinx, but she was a Mr. Mime. You're not going to believe this, radio fans, but I know nothing about Pokemon as well. I mean, I'm really out of the loop for this, and I have no references I can make right now. Me too, man. So, tell us about how long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing it just over a year. All of it here in Austin. Oh, man, I started in Dallas. I'm from a small town called Silver Springs. So it's like East Texas and England. So that's it. Here is your Restream a lot of stuff. So that makes sense. You spelled the night before Easter. Yeah, it's a small town. It's a good town. It's something a little more fact about the town. Like, in fact, is it a little fact about your town? You're going to love this one. They're finding out about something. So I say anything that could be great. I love this. They have flash bathrooms in their downtown, and it's weird on the outside that you can see everything around you. So, and there's also you can let your kids splash around. So during the daytime, if you're a pervert, you can. Anyway, it's. If you're a pervert, I have the disclaimer you can say. That's kind of what we make us there for. You know, just anyway. Did you say that was a fun fact? The old Glasgow. Not a lot of people know we got Glasgow. It's basically I'm leaving women around the house and I'm taking them out some shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm using the public band top bands. I'm just running over home to it's good. It's good placement. What else is cool about it? Black people. Everybody knows exactly the amount. Sulphur Springs. That's something very little. It is. It is celebrated by this one of these Snoop MLK. Snoop has a black side. What was that last part? And then there's Mexicans. very much. Like to be. Anyway, thinking about the shoe corridor. It's really popping off this time of year. I've got Mark Coleman on the podcast. I don't know this. What name did you just drop? Mark Coleman. Real segue into your podcast. They're very smooth transitions. Almost completely unnoticeable. Seems like you had no intention of trying to do that when you're if you got pulled out of the bucket here. I'm glad you took your hat off during your set so we know the hair's not attached. What do you do for a living looking and talking like you do? Toad taster. This week I'm like a toad and tell you exactly how I do. I'm doing a coach. I've been married for, I've been together for 11 years. I've been married for 3 years. But yeah, when you've been together that long, you have to get feet and stuff. So. I wish she was a little tight. Did they ask you what you picked up? Sorry. I saw a name on feet. Sorry. Money? What do you do for a job? Yeah, I have a good job. I was essential, so I made a lot of money over that period. So I've been giving up to save it. Essential employee. So what were you doing? Manufacturing. I'm sorry. I don't believe anything you're saying. I'm aware of crystal meth. I think he was making the virus. I kept Silver Springs running, brother. That crank power to a goddamn city. How are we going to keep the black people from going to the good target unless we're on the gangs out? What type of situation were you raised in? Is it like a trailer? Is it like a lot of farmland trailer? And your parents together when you were in the yeah, they were together and they were long past right before time. So she didn't have to experience that bullshit. Yeah, man, it was I'm glad my mother did not have to look people in the eye. That's why I moved to the city after COVID because, man, in my small town, they didn't even want me to get from. And nothing changed. Nothing at all. People talk about how nothing had changed their life. Everybody was kind of, everybody was solid, everybody was changing. So you're raised in a trailer. Let me ask you this before I let you go, because this is a long interview. +3 +2. I want to know Tony Cruz. That really is your name because you don't seem like a Tony Cruz. But I want to know what is in your life raised in a trailer, Sulphur Springs, Saturday? What's the white trashiest thing you ever been part of in your life? If there's one thing that you remember like doing or being part of out there in Sulphur Springs, or perhaps anytime after that. Mexican. That was earlier. Then there was another question. The question was, do you think the trashiest thing you ever tried? Like brown trash, forget white trash. What's the brown trash? You did have Mexico's great views. Have you ever answered a question before? You know what? I'm going to go back to 3 + 2. I'm going to see if you have this. I was trying to say have Mexico make them laugh, talking shit about Mexico. Why would that make them laugh? My bad jokes, I guess. Let me rephrase the question. You answered honestly. What's the trailer trashiest thing about your childhood or your upbringing? Then you get to go after this. Just answer honestly. I used to, me and my friends would break out of the trailer house, and then at 3 o'clock in the morning, we would go down neighborhoods and get guns, see if anybody out there was, Yeah. And then we would grab their guns and their rent money and all that shit and take it home with us. You answered that one perfectly. There we go. Very good. People are amazed at your ability to answer an honest question. How would that say religion? That's what I mean. So you would rob the other trailers for the girls? No, we would go to the house they were in. Okay. They normally don't reach. They either shut them off, so you're just. Yeah, you can't do that now. There's big cameras. Yeah. Right? White trash, It's actually pretty overcoming. Well, Tony, congratulations. Fun stuff. Here's a little joke with my friend. Make some noise for Tony Cruz. Is that an awe for a little joke? You're an awe there. So like someone with emotions, so like expressing it. Yeah, let's keep it moving. You guys having fun yet? Alright, I have good news for you guys. This next bucket pool has an I in parentheses next to it, which means they are inside of the room. They are one of you. So that's usually like a first time or something like that. Make some noise for your next bucket pool. Ashley Senta, everybody. Ashley Senta. Ashley! Here she comes. Right from the middle of the room. Taking a very long time. You're going the absolute wrong direction. There you go. Literally almost walked into a wall and backwards. She went away from the stage and that way. Literally couldn't go a worse direction. Okay. There she is. Yeah. How many of you like it when people do good on this show? How many of you like it when people do bad on this show? 60 seconds uninterrupted for Ashley Senta.
Holy shit, y'all. It has been a week. My sister got her PhD earlier this week, and I'm on kids today, so I think that we can all imagine, so, we go on all the disappointing parent stories. Let me tell you some embarrassing shit that's happening in your life. Let's go. Cross country runners, I hope there's a couple of y'all out there. You guys are good. Alright, we're all good. I'm assuming everybody else did beer runs. I feel that. Alright. I ran cross country in high school. That was a hot minute ago. I was fucking awful. I was so bad. They made me run varsity one time, and the only time. And, I'm running, and you have a golf cart behind you, and it is just tailgating your fucking ass, man. And I'm like, oh my god, this shit is real. I just saw this person alive.
Okay, Ashley Senta. Holy shit, you went for it. No preparation whatsoever.
That minute was so fast.
How many D covers yours? You only have 4 sentences.
I didn't even hear me out, you know what I mean? God damn.
Okay. Where are you from? Sulphur Springs?
I'm from Austin, Texas.
Everybody's pissed when you're from Austin. Like, God damn it. Wow, representing Austin, Texas. So I'm guessing this is your first time attending stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
Good. That's a good answer. What do you think of which?
Probably not that great, but that's all good.
Actually, what made you want to try this tonight?
Basically, why not? I highly doubt it. I think reason that you guys did it.
Some answers for you on it. Why not? It's not very rarely that I get asked a question on the show. And I probably answer the why not. The why nots would be the people that are prepared, wanted to do this for years or perhaps even months. Sign up for the show, and then you come up here like the John Benet Survivor, trying to put on a pageant type of I tell you something, y'all, some embarrassing stories about me. It's like a bad pageant. It's like one of those like Purina dog pageants or whatever. It's like, this one just needs a comedian dog or microphone in front of it. I've heard a lot of comments trying like ask the crowd question to start a bit. I don't know if there's more alienating question to ask the comedy crowd than who knows cross country. Read the room, Ash. Come on. These people barely have feet. They got the sugar syndrome. Who's up here bragging in your cool sweater? Come on, Ash.
Yo, you like that sweater?
Take respect, Dave. This is so nice.
Gross.
Cross country, I missed it because I was bored out of my mind. Cross country, you said that you do that?
I actually, when I would run at this point, I was
Like a shot put kind of girl, right? Why is that a groaning? Why are you groaning? Progress or stop? Genetics are strong.
I've actually grew more into like the sport of watching football and drinking beer while I do it. Yeah, back in the day I was like,
One thing you never got away from was an abusive relationship. You used to.
oh no, I am the abuser, so yeah, it's funny. Let's go. Hey, girl.
What do you do to them? Your stand-up act?
Basically.
So lock the door from the outside. You must listen to some embarrassing things about me. She should have to do it like from that glass toilet in Surfer's Springs.
As long as I'm not the ones outside of that window, I'm good with it. Like, I'd rather be in than I don't want to be waiting outside. Thank you.
Okay, so what do you think the terrific TV? I know. What do you think the funniest thing you've ever done is? Has anyone ever told you like, Ashley, you're so funny? Has there been like a time, or is this just your most really just shoot? It's like the half-court shot in a professional game. Like, where does that this person shoot? And I'm like, I didn't think of all the movies around.
I mean, I think the funniest thing I've ever done is be right here with you guys.
Wow. It's funny, like you talk, you sound like a hot chick and a hot chick. The words, did you guys kind of hear like the fucking greatest thing I've ever done? Just like it's not magic. Listen, you're right. It's okay. There's a growing audience tonight. Let me tell you something. Blaming the awkwardness of this interview. Here's a little joke book, Ashley. Whoa, good catch. She's built like a catcher, everybody. Catcher, shot put extraordinaire. You should talk like that. Like, don't sign up if you don't want to catch me. Don't waste people's time. It's not funny. I think it goes without saying, but yeah, definitely don't sign up if you're retarded. Alright. Give it like a big voice from Trey Campbell or Campbell or something like that. Trey is next. So, oh shit. Big voice from Trey.
Everybody, I'm Trey Campbell. I'm on the autism spectrum. I'm the same as everyone else. I just got 3 vaccines. Thank you. It's so crazy. A lot of older women come up to me. They're like, oh my god, it's so cool. You're on the autism spectrum. So is my son. I'm like, does that mean we're not fucking? Who wants to fuck their kids? Am I right? Any Lizzo fans in here? It's crazy. There's allegations going around that she made her backup dancers eat fruit out of the sex worker's vagina. And I think those allegations are unfounded because we all know Lizzo doesn't know anything about fruit. Am I right? Lizzo is my dream threesome. So there's 2. So I'm so excited to be here. As a kid, I would always carry around a wire coat hanger and they would be like, Trey, why do you have a wire coat hanger? And I'd always say, I've had this since I was in the womb, y'all.
Holy shit, look at this. I mean, where do we begin? Trey Campbell.
How you doing, Tony?
Wow. I've been looking for a new William Montgomery, and I think we found him, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm drunk enough, so
William's so drinking. William's so now you're adorable, man. Do you only come around during the Christmas times? Looks like Santa.
I'm the elf on the shelf.
That's a fucking sturdy shelf, right? It's a steel shelf.
It's dope. Let's hope we're not on the casting couch.
It's good to see you again. Were you on in LA? Was that Austin?
Yeah, you said me and William would do our
I
thing.
saw you on the street. Yeah, and I told you to come do a thing with William, and then you did.
I did.
That's right. That's what you're doing on the street, buddy. Let's have a check. What were you doing? I'll never remember exactly.
Probably trying to find out.
You're an Adderall addict, huh? It's so interesting. What do you like to do after having Adderall?
You know, I like to watch more NBA highlights. I like to watch the Chicago Bulls take hockey.
This is the second person in a row that does not sound like Mike. Is anybody with me on this? Ralph White gave me acid a few days ago. Either I'm having fucking flashbacks to that, or these people do not. Why do you sound like that?
I think it's because of the lack of testosterone.
She's nodding. What a sexy little man starting at that joke. Can you hear it? How old are you?
28. I know, it's crazy.
Why do you... It's a tough 28. What has happened to you? Why do you think you aged so much?
You think I aged? Thank you. I've been trying to look older, so.
It's like you're absorbing most of the kids you want to see.
I was the one getting lost.
Oh, man.
That's funny. Well, you know, you take what you can get.
You're telling me. Like, I'll settle for this. I'll settle for this 13-year-old that looks 50.
I'm so glad you think I look cool. I've always been told I look young.
Vitamin D.
Well, because he's blind. That's funny. You're welcome.
He looks like the mayor of Luncheon. It's incredible.
Well, you know, it's been annexed, so I can't let it work. I shouldn't have told that.
Okay. What do you do for work? What arcade games do you put up the corners on? Exactly.
It's funny, I work at the Cyber Course in Houston.
Oh, yeah. I love that place. It's so fun in territory. And you live in Houston?
Correct.
Right. And, arcade? Sound like that?
Yeah, you know.
I don't know exactly how that is. I literally know how that is. Everyone knows. I know. That is like. I still have to ask. So what's your... Have you been getting laid by girls at all?
I got this one woman. She's we went on a date to defeat a dialysis. We just
You guys got dialysis together?
yeah, she had dialysis, not me. I'm gonna get dialysis in the future if you look at it. But no, we went to Davita and then we went
You
to
say DeVita like it's a fine Italian steakhouse. We went to DeVita. We went to the restaurant down in dialysis.
it was crazy.
Crazy. Tell us why you had a great time. What was so crazy about it?
She just kind of told me about her dead parents the whole time. We just kind of chilled.
She's romantic.
Yeah. I took some Concerta before it. It was great. It's basically like Adderall, but it's different.
What's the difference between that and health insurance?
Yeah. Now he hit the nail on the head. It is health insurance.
ICSA and Dragon Dance Canadians. I feel like your sexuality is trained. That's true.
That is funny. I do love trains.
You do? No shit, brother.
When I was a kid and I discovered porn, I saw there was a train category, and I was like, dope. Thomas the Tank Engine's fucking another female train.
It was a boy train?
Yeah, I think so.
Thomas the Train Engine fucking a female train. I've never heard of a female train before.
I don't think they got it.
Actually, I think there was one on stage right before you. Shut up. Shut up. We gave you full Don't make fun of women, but keep calling this kid retarded. Who cares? It's incredible, this love. It looks like you're down to clown and clown to downs at the same time.
I am a recovering juggler, so
What does that mean to you?
I used to be a juggler, but now I've kind of left that life behind.
Too much favorite film.
As you can tell,
You have a bracelet on your shirt and a Chevy Highway. What do you drive?
I drive a Chevy Cruze. It's also a house.
And your neighbors? Oh, that was Tony Cruz, your train camp. That's right. It's gonna make a Cruise Cruise connection there, by the way. You look like a Japanese animator drew an American.
I would do like a Japanese accent.
Let's hear it. Oh, wow. Okay. Not this crowd, okay? Do some more out here.
Are you sure, Tony? I brought dishonor. This is stupid. I should not have done this.
Anyone ever told you that you look like a wizard, but like a cheese wizard?
Now this would be the first time.
I can't tell if you're
I can't either.
Shit. How long are you visiting Austin?
I can come back anytime.
There you go. Good on you. Love having you back. I'll show you where you have.
Thank you.
There you go. Straight camp, everybody. We're having fun here. Alright, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Jonathan Candy, everybody. Jonathan Candy, perhaps, or Candy. Jonathan. Where's Jonathan? Hello, everybody. So, I'm a little nervous. I was like around 12. I was trying to look up some stuff on the internet. You're not supposed to. But I was trying to look up something more relatable to me. So, in the description, it says like, 18-year-old, 19-year-old. I'm like 12, so I'm trying to type in 12-year-old girl. Nothing came up. So I tried 13. Nothing came up. So I final offer, I tried 11-year-old. Nothing came up. So I had to settle for adult tits. Looking back, that's actually a good thing that I wasn't there. And I didn't know, but I had to go for the dark web for that. I didn't know at that time. But anyway, did anybody see the news recently? Like, what is it? I was 12. I guess. Yeah. There you go. Rolling with the meal. So Jonathan Candy. Candy. You can't do comedy. I'm so sorry. It's adorable. How long have you been trying stand-up for? This is my first real set. Right. Okay. The premise is good. Yeah. Everything else was bad. Seems the reverse from Tony Cruz. What else is in the news? You know, that's what I'm wondering too. I can tell you real quick. You got what? Juggling. What is it? Go ahead. Like a few months ago, there was a woman in the news that was she was arrested for trying to hire a hitman for her son. There was two problems with that. She went to rentahitman.com. Also, the second problem was the son was only 3 years old. So, D-Magnus is leaving the show. It's incredible. No. Why didn't she just leave it help the son and not help her like an adult? Okay. So you are like a shock and awe. What do you do work? I'm a truck driver. jokes. Usually they're funny. It's really hard to make a pedophile joke. It really is. It really is. I feel like I was molested after that. So, Jonathan, let's talk about your real life. What are you passionate about? I haven't seen you smile yet. You've seen your security on Instagram. Piece of shit right now. That's okay. Two racing shirts in there, by the way. Very bizarre. I don't know what's going on here exactly. No shit, asshole. Sounds fun when you say it. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second, ladies and gentlemen. I recognize that voice. Hey, what? Is that who I think it is? Wait a second. What the heck? Ladies and gentlemen, my big brother, one of the greatest comedians on the planet Earth. I do believe it is Ari Shaffir and Mark Norman. And here's the thing. We are under an invasion of sorts. Home sweet home. As the typical Israeli is going over other people's property. Some Palestinians being pushed out of the way. It's Ari Shaffir and Mark Norman. It wasn't easy to sneak him out of a Hamas bunker. We got him here. It's an honor and $25,000 signature of Kingdom Lebanon. Yes, Harvard hates this guy. Genocide. It's okay. You interrupted this entertaining attack. Oh, shit. Here we go. I just got demonetized. We got a blur for that. We got a blur for that. Hell yeah, circumcised. Who knew he was circumcised? The serial number was on his dick. Define penis head? You have a yarmulke on the tip of your penis. That thing was incredible. Shane Gillis, you look terrible. Sorry. Hey, Ari. That's great. It's just fabulous dream. Yeah, it's true, man. You miss a real flat line. This is his first time ever doing being in front of the television. So, you don't know. You have no idea. Decent. Man, when Ari's genitalia gets a better reaction. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen one guy's dick before. Sheathunderwear.com. Sheathunderwear.com. Sheath underwear, the absolute best. We all wear them in hundreds. Right under them. Just give up our chubby. Too bad Team Madness mixed that. You could have heard that dick. With the blonde guy? Second bastard, second blind guy. Here he goes. Losing all the blinds. That's what we call them now. Yeah, man. Ari, it's his first time on stage. What do you have any advice? Did you see the absolute shit show before you got exhausted. I'm doing a Lego move. Thank you.
John, the craziest thing about your life, you remember any childhood trauma or saving anybody's life? You have any special skills or talents? You've seen the show before. You're in the interview portion of it right now. What would you say if you could talk to yourself out of the same thing?
It's my first system. I guess it's 64. The best thing about me, I can get sun stuck in people's heads.
Okay.
Alright.
Jokes are forgettable, but let's try it. Get a song stuck in our head.
I stay real. Oh no.
Is this from the movie Radio? Get out of here. There he goes, Jonathan. Can't lose. There he goes. Jonathan's Jonathan. All right, before we get to this next fucking poll, we have a golden ticket winner who's ready to debut another minute. It's cerebral palsy. Make some noise for the return of the legend, Martin Phillips, everybody. Martin Phillips is here. Hilarious. Extremely strong minute. Unbelievable performance. Absolutely. You did miss something else that leads her to the rock of you. I think your squiggles all around. He's got that Michael J. Collins singing outside of the You've noticed in your set, I do believe you have the word limping confused with limping. It's a limping season for you. Absolutely, you have a natural limp. Speaking of limp, Steve, this is wonderful. You say limp 3 times, limp and juice. Do you have CP? I bet you have photography. I look like you have a bunch. I think God got you. You fell down this stairway. I love the glasses and the last minute God was like, oh, so. Made this image. God's always cool. think you should be having one-on-ones with children. Oh, you're a teacher? That's gonna be a lot of fun. So Martin, what else has been going on? You've been here in Austin, or you just visiting? What's going on with him now? Where'd you grow up? Inside of a microwave? Washing machine. Making fun of the special needs guy. What are you doing, Ari? Come on. What's wrong? It's really cool. This is like for the first 7 for stillness. Have you tried anything for that? Like I've seen some videos where like they get people with certain things. Can't you just say that you're dying? It seems like if you came in and you're like, I'm dying, and I don't believe you, they give you the fucking wish. Have you ever tried anything like ketamine or anything that holistic? Street crack. Have you ever tried street crack? I'm in the Cranston streets actually, close by the you tried duct tape? Just encasing your body in it? Cocoon man. I'll even know comedy. Oh, shit. I think I saw your special on Twitch. Have you tried a lot of things that normal people do and funny doing them? Did you play any sports growing up or anything like that? You seem like you'd be good at it. You can't do it. We don't have one. I don't fit in them, so I've never tried that. Sam just calls out a belt. Fuck hard was just wrong. You have any special moves in the bedroom? I got some other when you're inside of that. Yeah, you're vibrating. What is that thing? What are some of your favorite things to do? Like, is there a specific position or things that your favorite thing in the bedroom for you? I'm gonna be there. Presence is your favorite position. Position of present. Have you thought about like having kids? You can raise kids, but never move your own kids. they're scared of you. I am much more you can feel it forever. But I thought that was pretty true. Ready for living? That's why you say that. I sound like I look like Martin, another unbelievable performance. Congratulations. Second night. All right, back to the bucket we go, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen. Make some noise. 60 seconds on uninterrupted. Listen.
My dad's birthday the other day, and it's pretty hard to shop for dads. They always have everything they need. So whenever his birthday comes around, I just give him flowers. I think it's weird, but what else am I supposed to put on his grave? I don't think, look, all right, he's dead, but at least now he's more emotionally available. So he used to run a marathon when he was alive. Now he can't run away when I want to talk about my feelings. So it's pretty cool. We scattered his ashes off of Prince Harbor, New York. Not by choice, that's just where the plane exploded. But beautiful ceremony. What's crazy is that it did happen, plane crash, it happened 2 months after 9/11. Isn't that crazy? And so nobody gave a shit, basically. The Dominicans just floated in Queens. You know what I mean? It's just, but it's weird to be jealous of 9/11. Okay. Every year I'm just bitching about it, like some mistress bitching about her boyfriend's housewife. Right? Like, what does she have that I don't have? An inside job, bitch. Wow.
Holy shit. Well, it's that time. Unbelievable. Have you been on this show before?
Yes.
Fuck yeah. Welcome back.
First time I've been on the show. Great.
Absolutely. And a fantastic set.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Mexican.
Right, indeed.
Come from stage show. How long have you been doing stand-up?
8 years now at this point.
8 years? Must have been in New York. Do you live here?
I do. I've been here for about 2 years.
Oh, shit. What do you love about Austin, Texas?
Yeah, it's nice. Sky.
Nice. Yeah, we do have a ski here.
Yeah.
It is wild.
Just my uncles. That's it.
The Jews, you missed them.
Yes. I do actually miss the Jews.
And your dad was really in that plane crash.
Yeah, it was Flight 587. It was 2001. It happened 2 months after 9/11. It was crazy.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Study, I'm interested in transcontinental plane crashes, yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Then you are interested in that. That's fucking great.
No, it's a big thing. It's a big thing. I'm forgetting the name of the fucking
Actually, love that you
channel, but yeah, it's very, very interesting. It's funny that you're last night.
Right.
So, yeah, reverse calendar charts.
I guess not just a guy in the back of someone else.
It's just rocking.
Did your dad call you from the phone on the plane? He didn't call you when he was alive. Why would he call you on the plane?
That's what shit does.
Yeah. He was okay. He did the best he could. All right. Yeah.
That's a rapist.
I was a piece of shit. Also, I was a piece of shit teenager. So that's also on me. He did call me before he got on site. Oh, really? Yeah, but I was too high. So I said, can I call you back?
That was me too for a second. It is all the crashing. So, what's your mom do? She in your life?
Yes. She's is it? Our therapist, sort of, but she's not licensed as a teacher, so now she's just working with mentally challenged adults.
The last guy that was up here.
Yeah.
Just keeps having the kids drop play corrections.
What was your dad doing? Did your mom always go on that trip, or was he traveling too?
This was crazy because he's Puerto Rican. He was on a flight to the Dominican Republic, but everything about his death was just very Dominican. Like once that he died, we found out he had secret family in DR. Sort of, he just got married and she had kids, and it was just the family just didn't even know about.
So you're coming back here not being here 20 years.
I've been here 8 years now, but yeah. I just kind of do mics, a lot of mics. I'm very introverted, so I'm not good at the whole networking thing. So I just kind of go, and then I love getting booked because of it. Yeah.
Do you love mics? I do.
It's kind of like she got married at Sweetflex this year.
I just got married downstairs in the little chapel. All our friends were there, so we figured it was a little chapel. Yeah, he does come.
It's funny, you were Did he sign up tonight?
No, I would have loved to have that moment, but no.
Absolutely.
He's not going to make it with the whole cake.
He did not make it down there, so no.
Upstairs.
There were stairs, so he didn't go, so we got to hear it.
Fantastic set.
Funny. Honestly, it was great.
Absolutely. I love that being back to the Secret Show for a second. Secret Show, we already have one of these. There you go. Melissa Diaz.
Thank you.
On to the next one. Melissa Diaz, everybody.
There you go. All right.
Keeping it flying through, ladies and gentlemen. Your next lady.
We're going to drink.
She's married. Makes noise for your next comedian, Trenton Tebow, everybody. Trenton Tebow. Trenton Tebow.
Hell yeah. Well, my girlfriend broke up with me recently, and that sucks. It sucks because I have the same race as one of these black guys. That kind of kills my self-confidence. It's like, that's the last group of guys I really ought to compete against. Like, if it's just me and Asian dudes and a thick overweight black women, I'll be a dream come true. Listen, I have a type, and it's type 2. A little bit about me. What I'm talking about is fat, ugly, straight. So basically, I'm 2/3 of a triathlete. I'm like a natural transo. I was born with a dick, and then I grew tits.
Trenton Tebow.
Way to pull it out.
Moving Ari's pants going back on. A sad moment in history.
If you're here, who's working at Buc-ee's?
If you're here, who's killing all the nurses? Yeah.
I'm actually working at Popeyes as an anniversary guy.
Do you really? You really work at Popeyes?
He's the only pink and plug.
What do you do for work?
I actually do work for a restaurant, and I also build handmade swim baits for a lure company.
Swim baits?
Yeah.
So this is swim.
It looks like a fish. It's priced like $150 for a fishing lure.
And it looks like they're swimming things like that.
Yeah, basically.
I didn't have to do anything to them.
Man, I built it. All next close.
Okay, so you're like a real true country folk bumpkin, am I right?
You need exactly correct.
It takes a real fucking middle of nowhere with boots to make fishing lures. So I'm gonna find
How about this treacherous life-saving letters? When I get to let this man with full-blown AIDS get to the restaurant. It was easy too. Yeah, bloody urine for sure coming out his head. Tell us about your trashy childhood.
It's a lot better than what you think it would be, honestly, guys. Listening to me. No, not that successful. I move on now. I was spent a lot of time in Louisiana.
Where'd you grow up?
Grew up about 3 hours north of here, west of Fort Worth. Where Wells, Texas.
Sulphur Springs.
Yes, yeah.
That's where they shot some of the movie Radio. So, Trenton, tell us more about you. What do you like to do for fun? What are some interesting things about Trenton?
Pretty boring. I like to fish. That's about it. You pet animals too hard. I'm really not into life. I've been hitting the bars lately since my girlfriend left me. So,
How long were you with her for?
I'm sorry.
How long were you with her for?
I was with her for like 2.5 years. I have no idea. She just decided to leave me on September 11th.
September 11th. Did she at least say how long you were with her first?
No, she didn't. Not a big history of
Things you'll never forget. You're real about now. Let's get points out. Play the Jewish music during that joke. We know who really did 9/11. Such a coordinated attack. It's emergency. Alright, so she got me on 9/11 and where was this? Was this at your place? Was it at a restaurant?
Yeah, it was over the phone.
Huge.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Really? This is never surprised. What did she say to you when she goes to just what she actually? I'm tired of your hell-raising Trevor. You spend so much time with that catfish pit, you come home with all types of dog food between your fingers. When you want to put it in my hole, no more of that, brother. Yeah. I don't want any kibbles in my beds. Jackson.
Basically, I told her we were going to get married, so she said, but I can't do this anymore.
You told her you're not going to get married.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That's crazy. She was perfect.
Damn. So is it weird not talking to your sister again?
So why didn't you want to get married?
Former relationship really ran that for me, so
Tell us what happened there.
I was just with another chick for like 5 years, and like pressured me to get married, and I just thought I'd live with her, and so
Every relationship ends up going bad for you because they're married.
yeah, basically that's how it goes.
Gosh, buddy.
It's flattering.
What are you, a fruit comic or something?
It's not impressive at all.
So now you're single. You think you're going to be able to lure her in with someone else? You're going to be a masturbator forever. Fish make jokes, folks. They won't be floating around all night.
Actually, I was actually walking weekend with like a 55-foot cougar the other day.
She was fishing too.
Yeah.
Fishing.
And then I missed the hint and didn't follow her back to her hotel room.
What is the hint? Hey, you want to go fuck him? Yeah, I got minimal for about 20 minutes.
She was basically like, oh, I'm tired after she was going through all my hair and all that.
Playing with your hair. She's like, this is the same color as my pussy.
And then like 3 days later, I was hanging out at the same bar and I was with the same gal. And I turned out to be her niece.
So then you're just hard as a rock. Then what happened? You banged the niece.
Yeah, I slept with the niece and now the inside her picture.
That's right. That's how it goes. How old's the niece? 17.
27.
filled with colors or colors? Condoms, no. Condoms. Do they have a special kind for building kids? Since I'm just trying to fuck around now. I was in a long-term relationship, so I'm really blessed. I was supposed to have out for a camp for Earth, and I got hit by a semi on the way there. Were you in your car? I was in a truck, yeah. Oh my God. Really? Yes. What happened? I was sitting in traffic on I-20, and we stopped, and this did. And it turned into a 6-car pilot, and I was on my way actually to Hannah's position. Yeah, did you get bail? Did you get the lawsuit? Hell yeah. I'm guessing you have just lawyers. Well, Your Honor, I stopped and they didn't. I rest my case. Good thing. Objection. The truck driver was Ukrainian. Oh, so they definitely want you to pay for it. Yeah, they were probably Russian to get rid of everyone. I was on the fence before the National Croatian. I was doing the student fence. You want to tell them? I look like you from the future here to Washington. Make good decisions, all right? I love it. Trenton, a very, very fun performance. Congratulations. It was a big joke, but there you go. Yeah. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get back to the bucket, here's one of the great regulars of our history. Folks, make some noise for great, powerful Cam Patterson, everybody. I hate that guy with so much I did that, nigga. I went surfing for the first time last week. I didn't like it. I was teaching me how to surf. You were gay. That was weird. You know what I'm saying? And that thing was gay. I'm just all out in the ocean. I said, you could rape me or something. I don't know. I don't swim good, so it was a bad time. I'll tell you this. All I saw was like a sunset. Just like a beautiful sunset. Did not kiss right, man. He just looked at me. That's so he says, kind of like heaven. I said, yeah. If heaven was real, wait a minute. I don't know in the middle of some fucking atheists. You don't believe in miracles. That's crazy, bro. That's insane. That's wild as fuck. Yeah, that's my business. That shit ain't all right now. You can't swim good. I know why. Let me teach the best black swimming that I can. You're full of rocks. Yeah, that's the issue. I got some problem. That shit was fun. The surfing was cool. I like it. I'm still up. I don't That's crazy. Sorry, I'm so true.
I would text you, I'm usually shit happen all the time. I apologize. It's mostly balls. It's really mostly What else is going on? What else is going on? Like you surf. Yeah. What else do you do? Anything crazy? Me and Laser were supposed to fuck some porn stars. Sounds good. Yeah, crazy, right? So listen, porn stars come to the show. I'm thinking most of them did it was fuck one of the bitches showing Tina Laser at the bar is what they say, right? We get back to the big and the bitches drive past me. So I'm about to put the young man out my buddy creeping in front of the park. And you were like, I'm like, what you mean? Nah, what happened? There's three bitches in the car, four stars. I'm the last. I said, what happened? And he said, man, four star bitch got a text message from her dad. Her dad said he was going to kill himself. He was going to kill himself. And her whole thing was saying she ain't going to fuck with him. I'm going to try to do something. I hope that nigga is dead. I hope you did it, dog. There you go. I hope you fucking did it. Your daughter is a porn star. Fucking you lost already, dog. It's over.
She was like, I'm gonna go fucking block guys. Like, that's it. That was okay with it. That's the rubber on the line.
It's interesting. It's really out of order here. Like that kills himself and then they become a porn star. This is like a or something. She waited. He was like, oh, I can save her. She was like, she from the fuck laser or something.
James Dean. Johnny Sins turned outside.
Who's your favorite pornography star? Oh, my favorite porn star. Who the fuck is that?
One of the greats.
He was like our Cosby. Why we never up in this? That's the same. You have to do it backwards.
Solving racism with rape.
That is crazy. I like Pinky because she got fat pictures. She got fat Pinky. Yeah, she you know Pinky. Yeah, research. You know Pinky. This guy knows Pinky. Yeah, everybody knows Pinky. She a big bitch now. I love big bitches.
That's the fucking problem.
I love all types of women. I love all women. All women are good.
Yeah, we can confirm Pinky got
Pinky got big as fuck. No,
Red Band already got that pulled up. Yeah, it's weird.
It's his own
Time. Wow, gee. Is that a African American lady?
Yes. I mean, look at those sunglasses.
It's just all gentrifiers.
Damn. Pinky Mouse. That's real.
Wow, yeah. She looks like David Lucas. I don't know. That's a bad idea.
Cam, you did it again. Another amazing performance. So good by Nicholas. Go see Cam live. It's very fun. He really is. Check the dates. He's going to be in Florida this weekend. Time with Cam Lewis and everybody. All right.
I will say good morning. Good morning. Sorry for the technical issues. Thank you for joining us and for resolving them. Begin by thanking all of the answers for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor. We took this talk about itself. We're dedicating all the training instructions this year. And it's supposed to be so as for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Elul, Habali, Niltova, Ben Goldberg, Leah, and Michelle, his parents, Avram, Ben, Usher, Pinchas, Hagar, Ezel, Bas, Selig, and the hope all the tefillos of Klal Yisrael. And those here in the Shul, Baruch Hashem, will be answered. Shlomi and Nida Dinitz, Nili Nishmas, with Ali Franz, David Franz, Fadi, Harad Yitzchak, Ali, Ben Achal, Yaakov, Shikon, Bracha, and our week of learning sponsors, David Goodman, Nili Nishmas, Rory, Ben, Ali, Yitzchak, Bracha, and the men like Hamatorah, all the shows having Ali, the families in the Chama, all of those who need refuah, Shavim, to the holy Israel, to the Shrafish, the Mek Hashem, and Chama, Hastifish, the Shalom and the Korov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the call of Naaseh Yedehem, and indeed see a month and a year ahead of the Soros Fellows of Klal Yisrael. So with that, let us begin. Shachiano, Vikimano, Vigiano, that we are Zochar Hashem to close out Mesefes Avodah Zarah. Very exciting. Today's daf is Ayin Vav 76. We are picking up the Yetz Hashem on Ayin Hey on the days 75b. 75b, the Yitzchak Bar Yosef, Zavan Mana de Narda, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from before it gets wide. Right, that was going to say from the bottom. Right, from before it gets wide. Right, we got this, let's go. So Yitzchak Bar Yosef, Zavan de Narda, the Obiko Papi. So Yitzchak Bar Yosef bought a utensil called the Narda utensil. It actually points out that here that this Narda utensil was made of earth and manure. Part of it together made into utensil, and he was going to total it. So again, this type of utensil, which was made out of earthenware, and it does not need to be immersed in the mikvah. I'm going to ask you, and I'll say that is hard. I've probably a ton of halakha when I saw that a lot of, or every so far, everything we're seeing in the city is all halakha. I say, next interesting subject. What about you? Honey case focus. What about glass? What about glass? What is the status of glass? And remember, again, this is a dual question, both in terms of pressuring as well as in terms of tevila, immersion. So, honey case focus. So, what's the very interesting? It says glass is treated like metal. Why is glass treated like metal? Because glass, if it breaks, we can melt it down and reform it just like metal. Therefore, it has the status of metal utensils. So obviously, for the Gemara, sounds like so much of that in halakha, this is a very big matter. Yes, what is the status of glass? Both in terms of this glass, as glass form, not absorbed here. Really, the question is not as much in terms of absorbency, but rather again, tevila. Do you have to immerse glass in a mikvah prior to use? So how do we pass in? We pass in yes, but interestingly enough, we got a bracha. So we do immerse glass in a mikvah, but no bracha, which is why generally if you're going to take glass to a mikvah, always good to take it along with a metal utensil. That's a mikvah bracha on metal, and ultimately again develops upon everything else. Interesting halacha. Kunya. And what's a kunya fascinating? What's kunya? So that she says over here, that she says, we must show that that's the focus also the focus of either. The Kashmisha Gate Soda. Kunya is an earthenware utensil that is covered with, either is literally red, but it means metal. So at its base, it's an earthenware utensil covered with metal. So that is the what's the shaila. What's the status of the utensil? On one hand, at its base, it's earthenware, no tevila. On the other hand, it's covered with metal, which is requires tevila. What's the status of such a utensil? So it says, one says we judge the utensil after its beginning, so therefore it's an earthenware utensil. And one says, no, we look at it after its end. Ultimately, again, it's a metal utensil, we get the coating. And Hoka saw his cell phone, and ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, we judge it ultimately again, like its end, therefore it's considered to be like a metal utensil. We look at the coating, and the coating essentially determines the identity of the kli. It looks like just saying this. A fastening china, where does this come up? Fastening it up, glazed china. Glazed china. The glaze is actually glass. China, of course, is anywhere. Does one have to cover glazed china or not? So it's big focus. Is it called china or anywhere, therefore doesn't require tefillah? Or no? Ultimately, again, it's glass, and therefore halacha again does require tefillah. All right. Consult your local Orthodox rabbi for that. The Gemara says, I have to see just also, by the way, again, we don't have enough time for this. We have to go through this as well. But interestingly enough, there's a little bit of Machlokas Rashi Tosis over here. Exactly what is the definition of play. This is also Sugya and fluid. But again, just so you understand, that's the sensitivity. Do we look at the kli based on what it is at its core, or do we look at the kli based on its coating? That's the fundamental Machlokas. You might even ask another question. Mashkanta mine. Very interesting. What happens if you have a utensil as collateral? Right? I have a utensil of a non-Jew given to me as collateral. And I both say that interestingly enough, it depends on the arrangement, but very often it is common that the lender has the right to use the collateral. So let's say, for example, again, I lent money to Apple. Apple gave me a kli as collateral, so I have a right to use it. But what's the shayla? The shayla doesn't require tefillah, doesn't require merging the mikvah prior to my usage. So I'm going to actually, let's say first one line. I'm going to Rashi. I'm a Rabbi Rashi. Abba, Mashkin, everything called the Casa de Caspa. The Ake de Ishtide. She said one time, so my father lent money to an Akum. The Akum gave him a silver utensil, and father first immersed it before he used it. And interesting enough, Rabbi Rashi says, hello, Yadana. And what I don't know is, Imishim the Kasala Mashkanta Kisvini Danyot. Imishim the Fuzzy, the Oligo Fuzzy, the Gaiki the Shakir. So I know my father immersed it before he used it, but I don't know why he did that. Did he do that because he felt that something collateralized was like a sale, and therefore my father felt that he was the owner of this object? Or was it because he felt that the most probably the Akum was not going to repay the debt? So because he wasn't going to repay the debt, therefore again, what was my father going to take his payment? Ultimately, again, the collateral. And that's what he went ahead and essentially owned it. So I know my father immersed it before he used it, but I'm not exactly sure why. Okay. So now we get into the kish, there's a little bit of the halach. So that is much more to be last year, like immersion in the mikvah. Now we're jumping back a little bit more to kasher. It says the Gemara, if one goes ahead and takes utensils, purchases utensils from an apple, so the bar is behind not giving the hand to hold it. So if it was an item that was never used with heat. So the utensil that was never used with heat, right? So what do you need to do? Just immerse it in the mikvah and you're good to go. That's all. The one thing I did so, keep going process, keep on your filters, the hand to hold it. If it's items ultimately again that were so again, I should say differently. Category 1 is items that were never used. So I purchased something from an aqua new. What do you have to do with that? Immerse it in a mikvah and you're good to go. Second category, items used cold. Items used cold. I don't know, you bought drinking glasses from the aqua. Never used with any kind of heat. So what do you need to do? Clean it off, wipe it down, immerse it in a mikvah. So I'm saying but let's say you bought utensils that were used to eat, keep going. Hayolos, anything used with heat. And in this case, we're assuming heat means liquid, otherwise it's used with water. And liquid oil is used for cooking, but again, there was a liquid medium. Ultimately, again, if it was used with a liquid medium and heat, then kashering is haba, boiling water. We're going to see how exactly haba is accomplished in just a little bit. Or any items used with fire, for example, right? Sticks, skewers, malabnon, kasher with fire. So it's like 4 categories. New utensils, all they require is tefillah. Utensils that are only used cold, ultimately wash it off, like clean it off to mikvah. Items that were used with heat, but with a liquid medium, Hagolah, boiling water. Items used with heat, direct fire. Ultimately, again, what we call libun, going ahead and kashering with fire. It's incredible. Because so it's interesting enough, what happens if you went ahead and you bought a utensil from the akum and you did not kasher it, right? You didn't kasher it. What's the status of the food that you cooked in it? One opinion says that the food cooked inside of it is aser, the other opinion says mutter. It's not a contradiction. Both kasher. Hakiman dominant Islamic Gam also, Hakiman dominant Islamic Gam mutter. Okay, what is the previous focus we saw? The assumption is that any of the absorptions in the path ultimately again are wanted, but are not, they're much more dormant. So the shaila is, what's the impact of those dormant absorptions when they come out and get mixed in with my kosher food? So one opinion says no say time with time is mutter, one says also. ולמען גם לא סיתם משכם מותר, סילור די כוכבים דעשרת מונה הייתי משכם. Second, if you know סיתם משכם, if you hold that no סיתם משכם is mutter, so then how do you ever have a prohibited situation of using the utensil of a non-Jew? In other words, if you say that in general the obstructions that come out of the pot are not really value added, so then what's the case in the Torah about using the utensils of a non-Jew that would be prohibited? So you want to unlock your brain, who knows? You're asked for Torah, every Kedera Basil, you're right. In general, the Torah is only asking a Kedera Basil. When I've said Basil means the utensil used within the last 24 hours. The assumption is within the last 24 hours, the absorptions are active. That's the biblical prohibition piece. Anything past 24 hours is only going to be rabbinically prohibited. You can't literally, so if that's the case, the only time you should be unable to use the utensil of a non-Jew is when within 24 hours of his last use. And after 24 hours, it should be fine. Gemara says, technically, you're right. But what are we concerned about? We're concerned that if we let you use the utensil of a non-Jew 24 hours after his last use, you'll come to what? Use it within 24 hours of his last use. Incredible. So we'll say, that is incredibly important, and this detail is very important. Absorptions within 24 hours of use are active, after 24 hours of use are dormant. This has a variety of kashrus ramifications and implications. The other thing we'll say the truth is even absorptions within 24 hours, still it's not like the actual flavor itself. Ultimately, again, it is still considered to be somewhat puzzle. Still a little bit compromised in some way. The mother is like that. Let me hear if Amnon loves this. This is incredible. So if Amnon raised the foundation for this. Tonight we learned Hashibutin Ba'askala, Malabnan Bar. Ultimately, again, also so this is spits, skewers. How do you kasher it? Fire. Direct no, you pick up into it. By the time you got to touch it, I will say, interestingly enough, if you contrast this with sacrificial law, and I will say, interestingly enough, there's a whole set of halachas about kashering utensils that were used with karbanos. Why? What's the issue by karbanos? Because remember, interestingly enough, a carbon has a window for consumption. That's it. What's the status of a carbon after that window has closed? What is it called? It's called no-sub. Interestingly enough, the no-sub designation applies to absorptions as well, which is quite fascinating. So therefore, you have to be careful about kashering utensils used. Let's be careful about kashering utensils used for kashering. So listen to this. By kashering, by kavanas, as shifon ba'askala, so if you have a spit or a skewer, ultimately used for kashering, makbilan b'chanim, you go ahead and you kasher it with hot water. So what's interesting, we just said before that skewers and spits, which are used in direct contact with fire, how do you kasher it? With fire. Here it sounds like Hagolah. Hagolah is the process of boiling water, which again we'll discuss in greater depth in just a moment. Why are you comparing Kavanos ultimately again to utensils purchased from non-Jews? It's two different things. And I will say, watch this. This is a profound distinction. By an akum, the absorptions are absorptions of Isser, absorptions of prohibition. That's treated one way. By Kabbalos, the absorptions ultimately again are permitted. So it says we're going to see this is a theme. Whenever the absorptions ultimately again are of a permitted source, the kashering process ultimately is going to be more lenient. When the absorptions are from a prohibited source, you need a stricter form of kosherization. Allah said as follows: so, keep kapot, consider kapot. Well, again, that's fine. I understand by kaching, when the absorptions went in, the mutter, but when they come out, which means is the longer they stay and they become no sar, then they become asar. On the love of my hagala, so what does it mean when we say that we do hagala by kaching? The Gemara says, shkifa umarika. That also refers to the process of scrubbing and washing. I will say, by the way, good news, because in Eretz Hashem, just a little bit after Holiday, so we're going to finish up Seder and Seeking, and we'll get into kaching, and we'll discuss a lot of these processes in Eretz Hashem in greater depth. But again, when it comes to utensils used for sacrificial purposes, halacha l'maaseh, again, there's a process called mariko skifa, which again literally means washing and scrubbing. Amar Abaye, meat dumbing, mariko skifa b'tzon, hagala b'chamer. Abaye, what are you talking about? Mariko skifa is done with cold water. Hagala is done with boiling water. Ela Amar Abaye, yagid alav leil. Rather, Abaye says, it was say, this washing of yagid alav leil, maybe for the pasuk in Yod, literally means its friend will comment on it. Which means also sometimes mysteriously, the Mishnah doesn't write everything explicitly, but expects you to learn out something from a different context and apply it over here. Let's get actually this one. Yagid alav leil. So Myanmar Mishnah Metavikat Shokachim, the idea over here is learn out these two processes of kashering for kaching and kashering for an akum, or for the absorptions of an akum, and learn them out from each other. So whatever applies to one process, ultimately will apply to the other. Now again, that's not going to be true Allah for nice, that's just a havamina. So Tana Hafa, Libon, Muadin Hagala. So it says over here that we do Libon and also Hagala. Tana Hasim Hagala, Muadin Libon. That says it doesn't make any sense. If that's the case, then literally again the processes for kashing for kaching are the same as kashing for utensil from an akum. If that's the case, listening to the listening of chada the igaf achisi. We should at least at some point lump all of the halachas together, and then again in the individual respective places you could just focus on one. But then I'll be able to say, oh, whatever applies to one situation applies to the other. Ella, Amarava, Kachin, Hainu, Taima, Kizrav, Nachman, Amarava, Baravua, the Amar Koyom, Biyom, and Nas, and Gil, Lachadeo. Rabbi Rabbi says no. The reason by kaching, ultimately, again, that we're not worried about absorption is very interesting is because utensils are constantly used. Because the utensils are used essentially, there's an automatic kosherization process one day to the next. The absorptions of the previous day's carbonos come out in the cooking of the next day. Therefore, essentially, the absorptions themselves never have the opportunity to become no-star. Why? Because since the utensils constantly being used, whatever was absorbed comes out before it becomes no-star. This Gemara says, that's fine, do not shlomim. That works well, for example, by shlomim. For example, shlamim. You have 2 days and 1 night for shlamim. So that makes sense. So let's say again, I'm offering a shlamim on Tuesday. Offering shlamim on Tuesday. So how about I have Tuesday and Wednesday? Which means that when I go ahead and I use the utensil on Wednesday, the absorptions of shlamim are coming out before they become nosar. That works well for something like shlamim. Elachatos. Even the Yom Balayla is Akwa. Let's say Chatos, you only have 1 day and 1 night. By the time you get around, so let's say offered up a Chatos on Tuesday, so I've got Tuesday and Tuesday night. By the time I use the utensil ultimately again on Wednesday, the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Elachatos, even the Yom Balayla is Akwa, when I use it now, by the way, is Wednesday. The Gemara says, Otatos Habe Nosar, you have the Nevasha Balamapar, Shlomin Otatos Kapalit No, the Tatus Kapid, the Tatus is Shlomin Dilamapar. By the time I go ahead and I use the utensil on Wednesday, the absorptions are already Nosar, so the Nosar absorptions are coming into the carbon that I'm cooking today. I'm going to go see if you Nevasha. No problem. Because when I use Chatas on Tuesday, what do? Is I use the interesting. So they show they are not hereafter that if you use the utensil for Chatas on Tuesday, what would you do afterwards? The same day, use it for a shlomin. That way again on Tuesday, the Chatas absorptions came out, and now the new absorptions are shlomin absorptions, for which you have 2 days and 1 night. Therefore, the Gemara says, the Chatas to the Mahar is shlomin be'eslo, b'hadi hadadi kashalom zmanahu. Because this way again, the Chatas ultimately again of tomorrow, and the shlomin of yesterday, mixed together inside of the tree, the Mavasho shlomin to the Mahar. And that's the Gemara says, which is a great idea, a great fact, but it has the issue, Hagala Nami Lodi. If that's the case, you shouldn't need Hagala. Because remember again, in this situation, ultimately again, the absorptions I have are totally committed absorptions. Which the Gemara says, you're right, Hasha. That is a good point. Rapapa said, Kali, I know Kali. So Rapapa says, here's the difference. Absorptions are carbonos versus stem absorptions. Ultimately, again, courage literally needs to become solidified. If you take a quick look at Rashi, this is in the third line in the wide lines. And second line into the wide line. And saying, Rapapa, I'm a high car, I have a car, the old one, the touching is to a pallet. If you catch your law, you buy your report. So what I'm going to do the man wants me to find distinction. By the utensils I purchased in an Apple, it's possible that the utensil wasn't used regularly. Because it wasn't used regularly, therefore the absorptions hardened, whatever this means. Because they hardened, I need a more rigorous kosherization process. Conversely, by touching, the utensils were used all of the time. Because of that, the absorptions were, I guess for lack of a better term, loosened. Because they were loosened, therefore, they are more easily extractable. Therefore, the way you capture ultimately, again, touching is just simple hagala, boiling water, whereas by the utensils of an aquam, let's say again, for a spit or for a skewer, you'll need actual fire. Very interesting distinction. But Rashi says, no, and that's what I will say again. Went through this a little bit quickly because the conclusion is really the same way that we started. We only keep that minna and so it's in reality, that again, how do you get into all this? What was the Gemara's problem? The Gemara said, if I purchase stick or skewers from the home, how do I capture that? By fire. These ones. It was used with fire, right there, contact with fire, no liquid medium. Therefore, the way you capture the fire. Interesting enough, the Gemara said that if you go ahead and you have skewers that are used for carbonos, how do you capture it? Hagala, boiling water. You must understand why the distinction. Bottom line about the things of actually you don't mean I will say herein lies the fundamental distinction, which is what is the nature of the absorption? When the initial absorption was an absorption of Isser, you need a more rigorous form of kosherization that matches the exact form of absorption. When, however, the absorption was of something permitted, ultimately, again, even though it later on becomes prohibited, you need a more, or you could suffice with a more lenient form of kosherization. So that's why when I purchase stick or a skewer from an apple, it's absorbing trace. You need a more rigorous form of kosherization, one that matches absorption. How did the skewer absorb? How did it absorb? Fire. How are you going to get it out? Fire. By carbonos, it went ahead and absorbs permitted absorption. Therefore, you could use the most lenient form of kosherization. What is the most lenient form of passion? What's the most lenient form? Hagala. Hagala, will say, by the way, we live this all of the time, which is like, for example, if you kasher utensils for Pesach, interestingly enough, technically speaking, you can pretty much use Hagala on many, many things. Why? Because interestingly enough, although we're not here to do legal violence, but Chametz is material, right? Chametz is a permitted absorption before Pesach, right? It's permitted absorption. Therefore, it allows us to take certain leniencies with kosherization. So, so this is incredibly important to show. The Gemara says, so therefore, halacha myself, generally, the kosherization process has to mirror the manner of absorption. Right? That's our four categories. However, technically speaking, if the object, if the key, the utensil did absorb something permitted, under certain circumstances, you can go ahead and use a relaxed or more lenient form of kosherization. Incredible. The Gemara says as follows. Maybe that's real talk. Even if the Kabbalah is still a Kabbalah, but here's the problem. Even by Kabbalah, it's true that the absorption was a permitted absorption. But we said before that when the utensil goes, that when you're extracting the absorptions, they have become prohibited, right? Because now, ultimately, again, they are no sir. The Gemara says that's what you see is Surah Da'ineh. Right? At the end of the day, however, by the time they become no sir, they're not bad. Right? They're not tangible. They're intangible absorptions. So even though they did become prohibited, they didn't get an intangible that was originally permitted, and therefore we can be made of. Therefore, the Gemara says that if you purchase spits or skewers from a happen, you have to kasher it with ribun with direct contact with fire. Interestingly enough, if you want to kasher the spits or the skewers that are used for sacrificial purposes, boiling water will suffice. Incredible. That terminology, both in general, when you capture something with fire, right? With fire, ultimately, again, how much, to what degree? On our money, actually, until the outer layer of the metal comes off. See, there's so much outer layer that metal said, if you try this today, it's not going to work. Just like they're getting a second spoon, the Gemara discusses that when punching with ribun, with metal, you have to allow the metal to heat up until it glows. If you try that on your utensils today, it will not work, right? Because our metal is treated. So this is reflective of untreated metal. Okay, the king said Magilas. The Lord said, how do you do Hagala? How do you do Hagala? Boiling water. How do you catch it with boiling water? So the Gemara says, so the easiest way is take a big pot, boil it up with water, then take whatever the item is and what, put it into the boiling water. But that is Hagala. You're right? But how do you catch the big pot? Whereas I understand how to catch the smaller things. Take a big pot, boil water in the big pot, immerse the smaller items in the big pot. What happens if the item that you have to capture is the big pot itself? What do you do there? You kind of was my sorry. So they were going to a big pot. That was going to answer Rabbi Kapia. And I will say, ultimately, you have to capture it. So what did he do? This is fascinating. Ahadulay, on the days, Ahadulay, Gadatna Delisha Atma, Umayu Amayin Ba'arsika. So like Kabi did something very interesting. He took dough, let's say, and he essentially built a lip around the top of the tree. Now, why was he doing that? He wanted to allow the water to overflow the top of the utensil, right? And again, make sure that hit the lip. So the Rava said, "Man chacham in the other kiandos." This is a cabinet. What a chacham! What a great idea! Right? Who could have done this if not for Rabbi Kapia? Right? What a great fact. The Gemara says, "Kasavar," because what does Rabbi Kapia the most of the areas in the Bible says? This phrase, this is the key to everything in Hilchos Kashrus. Right? I should say in the halachas of Kashrus. What Rabbi Kapia says, "Kasavar, kibolo, ach, polto." The way it goes in is the way it comes out. Therefore, not bolo b'nitzotsos, ach, polto b'nitzotsos. This is very interesting. But the kind of felt, the lip of the utensil often absorbs. So we'll say the lip doesn't necessarily absorb like the rest, right? Because the rest of the utensil is direct contact with the liquid. Often, how does the lip how does the liquid absorb? It's like this droplet, it's also, it's like sprinkling, like, what's the word? Spritzing, right? It's like spritzkeit, that happens around, the lip. So Vakavia, interestingly enough, Vakavia, so when you read this tomorrow, you think, oh, this is great, because Vakavia thinks that opening the lip ensures that the liquid overflows and touches every part of the lip. Interestingly enough, apparently, Vakavia was not so concerned about the liquid kind of touching every part of the lip. He just wanted the liquid from the top to be able to spritz up and at least touch the lip in that way, because that's how the lip initially went ahead and absorbed. And I will say, that is how you touch the interestingly enough, if you are touching the pot. So so again, if you catch your pot, easy to catch your pot, you take water, don't use the pot for 24 hours, make sure a non-dynamo. That way, any absorptions are ultimately, again, dormant. That's number one. And number two, you do need the kosherization to go along the lip of the pot as well. So generally what we just do is we just allow the liquid to overflow the pot a little bit. Does make a little bit of a mess, but it's what's necessary in order to accomplish it. Unless, of course, you want to make this dough lip. As avocado did, whatever you do, you have to pensar. That's a bad idea to pensar. Right. But the nice, at least the remedy, I know somebody will come up with this, right? A pot lip, I'm sure it exists, right? Some type of pot lip that you can put around the pot, allowing the water to overflow the side of the lip, but at the same time, again, not creating a major mess. Both sides. The point to remember will be kibono kacheta. That phrase, again, in general, in the halachos of kashrut, if you ever want to know what mechanism or what manner to, or what mechanism do I need to kashrut this utensil, it's very easy. The way it was used is the way it's going to be kashrut. Used with fire, kashrut with fire. Used with liquid, kashrut with liquid. Why? Kibolo, kafalto. Ultimately, the way it goes in is the way it comes out. So let's say, by the way, you should just know, this is a tremendous yisod in our personalistic growth as well. Man is compared to a kli. Man is compared to utensil. So let's say you have this is our liturgy, Yom is filled with this. I stand before you like the utensil filled with embarrassment over what I've done. Because like a kli, so it's interesting, like a kli, cooking is key. And what happens? Like you finish cooking, clean out the kli. You look at that kli from the outside looking in, what does that kli look like? It will look like new. But meanwhile, the effects and the history of that cooking are contained in the walls. That is the same way. At the end of the day, what I do, I will say, sometimes you can't see what I have done on the externality of my faith. Right? The externality looks good, it looks pristine, it looks pure, but anything and everything I've done is retained within the walls of my personalistic faith. And sometimes we think that because of that, it's contained within the faith, that there's no hope for you, there's no rebounding for you, there's no second chances for you. Just like the queen can be kashrut, I can be kashrut as well. Whatever is absorbed into the negativity, I can get it out. The key is get it out. Kimbolo, falter. If you want to get out the negative absorptions in yourself, you have to, again, it's not just enough to do a bunch of good things. I have to ask myself, how did it get in here? How did it get in here? What did I do in my life? What were the decisions I made? What were the behaviors that I engaged in order to allow the negative absorptions in? And it's only once I understand the process about how it got in, can I go ahead and figure out how to get it out. You see, the mistake we make with Shiva is we like to do furniture. What's fun Shiva? You're like, there's no such thing as fun Shiva. Yes, there is. You know what fun Shiva is? Fun Shiva is like, I'm going to take on this, I'm going to take on that, I'm going to learn this, I'm going to do that. It's fun Shiva, it's exciting Shiva, right? We love that. There's only one problem, only one little itty bitty detail, which is it doesn't actually work. Because the only form of Shiva that actually works is through introspective Shiva. So I've got to look inside the pot, I've got to see all the schmutz that's been absorbed, and I've got to figure out how to get in there. But you see, we're so scared to do it because we're so scared to just confront ourselves. But what we forget is there's nothing to be afraid of. Because the great news is, whatever came in, I can get out. I can get it all out. But I have to be brave enough to confront the endorphins. I have to be brave enough to confront the accumulated schmutz inside my personalistic pot that for some of us has been accumulating over decades because I've never had the courage to look inward. So instead, what I do is I get new pot accessories, right? I take on this, I put on a new lid, I got some silver polishes, everything is great, except I haven't confronted. We're so scared to confront because we think that when we see what's damaged inside, there's no hope for bettering ourselves. But that's not the case. Kibolo, tas polto. Whatever I put in, I could get out. But I first have to figure out how it got in there. Then I have to figure out all of the broken behaviors, approaches, lifestyles that allow the schmutz to come in. And then in Yos Hashem, I will be able to find a way to extract it. Incredible. And we'll say, let's go. End of the second Sanhedrin. Who's writing this guy? Okay, the Sultan is clearly trying to derail the end of our whole desire. He wants us to stay in our whole desire. This is what happens over there. All right. Anyway. Okay, so let's says as follows. Gemara says, let's go back to a second. Solving Torah. So a knife, how do you go ahead? And capture a knife? So the Gemara says you rub it down and it's Torah. I'm going to go to so the Artsat Sarpan Makata. What do you do ultimately? The Gemara says it's fascinating. What do you do with the knife? You plunge it 10 times into the ground. I'm not going to third of Yeshua, or the Kaka Shena Aboda. Virgin soil, hard soil. So apparently the act of plunging a knife 10 times into the ground. Now what does that do, Rabbi? That removes some part of the external layer of the knife, removing the schmutz. Now the pashtos, ultimately, again, what that does is that removes anything external. It will not do anything, ultimately, again, for internal absorptions, right? So, for example, if you have a knife, ultimately, again, that was, let's say, used with non-kosher cold items. So it could very well be that plunging it into the earth 10 times will remove what we call shamutz, external schmutz. Whether or not that actually works, however, again, for absorptions, different discussion, but Pashtos not. So the says as follows. I'm not bad enough. We'll be sacking up Shem Bagumos. That's two which are a huge knife that does not have any indentations. If you have a smooth knife that does not have any indentations, plunge it into the ground 10 times and you're good to go. So it looks like two qualifications, virgin soil, which means like hard soil, and number 2, ultimately no indentations in the knife. I'm not going to read that in Yeshua. Here it is. What does that work for? That works for you to use the knife with something cold. With something cold. He says, right across. Actually, so that's very interesting. So if you have a non-kosher knife and you want to use it, let's say, to cut a loaf of bread, or to cut something called to cut an apple, you can do that if you want. Plunge it into the ground, virgin soil, hard soil 10 times. Because what does that effectively do? It removes anything that's on the exterior of the knife. And you're allowed to have local knives again, then use the knife ultimately again for something cold. But if you want to use the knife for something hot, then what? Hagala. Then you need a formal, normal kosherization process. So we'll say, listen to the Gemara is off a great story. Listen to this. Yehuda and Maki Bar Yehuda. Now, we'll say back to back to it. Good news. As Yehuda back to back to it, was sitting in front of Shavuot Mountain, King Shakur. And King Shakur, I will say, was a Rashi says, no problem, he ultimately again was a Persian king. And after, so we'll say this. I see what come out as slow. So what happened? So they brought the King Shakur and Aswad. Nasrid, not the Sukis, but the youth. I could talk about the direction. Passak, Mahavay Labaki Bakiri. So what happened? King Shakur took a knife, he cut off a piece of the so he ate it, Then he cut up a piece of the esrog and he gave it to Bati Bartubi. Okay, then what did he do? Hazard Dotsa Sarah Zini Ba'ala. He then went ahead and took the right. King Shakur, King Shakur went ahead and took the right. He plunged it into the ground 10 times and then cut a piece of an esrog for Maribuda. So King Shakur went ahead and captured the knife against Maribuda. Amalek Bati Batubi, Gava Love by Yisrael. So Bati Batubi is over the family. He's like, hey, I'm a Jew too. I'm a Jew too. So why didn't you pressure the knife of his wife? Amalek, Mar, Kimli Bigabay, and Mar no Kimli Bigabay. So there are two versions of the story. So ultimately, in the first version, so King Shakur said to him, listen, Rabbi Yehuda, I know as being a pious person. You, I don't know you to be a pious person. Rashi says, Mashkin Rabbi Yehuda, Mashkin Anibon, Shukolish, Lo Yochal Dava Isser, Avad Bechor, Any Moxie Shekin Tarish B'Kach. So King Shakur said essentially to Bati, listen, Rabbi Yehuda, I know him to be mastered unconscious. So, like, he's not going to, even if I'm unconscious, you, I don't know, like, yeah, you know, so, so you, I don't know you to be so cool. Once I watched this, he got a new open version, the other day, I'm amazed. It's got my Abaraka Bukorka. King Shapati Bartivi, I know what you did last night. Now, what does that mean? Rashi points out to them, my Abaraka Bukorka, Garas Harsim, Linsa Nashim Laksani, which is a Shigon and Balai, Shavar, Kigo, Baki, and People. So apparently, Persian hospitality was that when you were a guest, instead of the king, they would send women to your room. So apparently, Baki Bartubi didn't say no to the offer. Rabbi Yehuda did say no to the offer. So King Shakur said, listen, obviously, again, I'm not judging you, like Bati also quite some hospitality over here, right? So nice, again, so ultimately, King Shakur says, listen, Baki, I'm not judging you, but obviously you accepted the hospitality. Rabbi Yehuda did not give. Rabbi Yehuda ultimately clearly is of a higher spiritual caliber. I will say the story itself is quite dramatic. It's interesting that this is the last story in the Sefer Zohar, which is quite fascinating. Now, what's being sold? See, I will say it is important. We saw this many times in the past, and especially Jews have this. You don't see this in other religions. Jews sometimes feel very uncomfortable, especially in Gullus, right? In Gullus, wearing our faith on our sleeve. Right? Again, for whatever the reason, like we're uncomfortable. People are uncomfortable telling their employee about all the Jewish holidays that they need to take. Right? Business lunches, like somehow, again, like I don't know, what should I do? What shouldn't I do? It's less prevalent now, but even wearing a yarmulke, you know, in the workplace, for some reason, Jews are always uncomfortable. And it looks like, you know, so much of the Sefer Zohar is about keeping ourselves different from general culture. And I think the major takeaway from this story is, if you are a proud Jew, others will come to respect you for being what you are. If you wear your values and are unapologetic about your values, in the eyes of the Akum, in the eyes of society, at the end of the day, you may get asked a million different questions, but society will respect you more for it. But when you are apologetic about what you are, or you try to somehow obscure or hide who and what you are, people won't respect you. If you don't respect your identity, don't expect others to respect your identity. Bati Bartuni, by the way, Tosis has a whole thing over here that Bati Bartuni was actually an emancipated slave, and therefore perhaps would have been permitted to do with these things. In other words, Bati Bartuni, you don't have to even look like you did anything wrong. That's not even it. But in the eyes of King Shakur, Bati Bartuni, you don't wear your religion on your sleeve, right? You don't come across as a person who's marketing on your Judaic values. Okay, that's fine. Do what you want. I'm not judging you. But if you're not careful with your beliefs, don't expect me to be careful with your beliefs. But my Yehuda, it's a proud Jew. is a proud Jew. And when a Jew is a proud Jew, the world will never agree with you. The world may never even like you. But the world respects people who respect themselves. And the world respects principled people who live their lives in consonance with their principles. Even King Shakur, who's a great sounded, even King Shakur, Suleiman Yuga, and ultimately again in the second level. So I just end off with the following notes. You know, the Nesafta and save the date, see you in the near session a week from last night's article. We notice on this, but let's have the Nesafta ends, right? It's Hanala Hasoka Sahol. Uslika law Nisaka Sabodazara. So like literally again we'll return to Asoka Sapor. That's the name of the parak. Asoka, and that includes Nisaka Sabodazara. The closer of the room says something so incredibly beautiful. He says like this. He says, Hajjin Allah Soka. He says, our avodah in life, like I put in a sense, is not to worship HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again because of style, because of reward. Like our avodah in life ultimately again is to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu because we have the great privilege to be servants of the Ribono Shel Olam. When we reach that level of service for the sake of service, we create such an incredible infusion of holiness in this world that nothing besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be served and will be believed. And the Rebbe says that's the meaning of this verse. Hadin Allah, a socha. We have to bring to a close this star. We have to bring to a close this model of worship that's about what we're going to get out of it. And if we're able to bring ourselves to this highest level of our service of Hashem, not for style, but just for the sake of service, and what? Slika la misakas avodah. Avodah zarah will stop to exist in this world when we bring ourselves to the highest level of service to HaKadosh, which is not service for reward, it's service for the sake of service. We've spent the last 75 days, Baruch Hashem, 75 days, literally learning anything and everything about Avodah Zarah. And what's the great takeaway message? Whereas all of the Avodah Zarahs and all of the Avodah Zarahs had simply disappeared into the sands of time. Yet here we are learning about them and not from them. Here we are learning about them and recognizing Hashem, Matov, Kalkinu, Umana, and Doran. How fortunate we are to be able each and every day to claim eternity. This is eternity. So is eternity. The Ribono Shel Olam is eternity, which is why thousands of years after this Avodah Zarah only live on these pages. But the rest of it, we are still here, we are still growing, and we are still done. Which means that we will continue to use this receptor as a springboard to see the following in everything else and the greatness in what we have. And that greatness should bring us closer to our HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to bring us to a relationship with Him. We don't serve because of what we're going to get out of it, but serve because we have the privilege to serve, the privilege to connect. And may that connection with Hashem fuel our journey, fuel our future Mesechus, fuel our journey in the years ahead. Mazekov on the second side of Avodah. Harvest in Hashem begins tomorrow. The journey continues, and together in Hashem will continue to serve for the sake of serving, continue to serve in a way that brings us closer, continue to serve in a way that makes us better Jews, better people, better Obdi Hashem for many years to come.
How about one more time for the best stand band in the land? You know what we're gonna do? Election John Keys on the keys, Pete Magnus on the bass guitar, Paul Baker on the horns, Michael Gonzalez on the drums, the drawing from your local artist, Chris Roberts is in. It's a new William Montgomery. These are available for sale in the lobby with some brand new exclusive Bill Tony merchandise. Check out the Sunset Strip, sunsetstripatx.com. Merry Christmas. We love you. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody. Merry Christmas, y'all.
All right, so let's say good morning, sports. Okay. Gotcha. morning of Great Baruch Hashem to begin the week together, beginning by thanking all of our sponsors. So thanks. For those who talk about our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for dedicating all the drugs this year. In the source, we saw it close to our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Elul, Habal Ben Tova, Benny Goldberg. For our Ali Shomer for his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, take a rainfall Vas Zelig, and in the hopes that the Tfilas, the miracle of our entire people will be the Skabel on high. This Elul and the Mam Shemet. Shmudinowitz, Reilu Nishmas, Rabbi Ali Plum, Halavitzkov, Ayu Ben HaChaber, Yaakov, Father of David. We hope that American Hashem of all of our Tfilas. And our week of learning sponsors, David Goodman, Reilu Nishmas, Roy Ben Ayu, Diplom with Rachav. We hope that American of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Savin Aliyah. The families in the Kama. That's Hashem, all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karval, our holy soldiers, who suppress the Kama, say they and truly shed the soil trouble for all of our Mitzvah, the Meretz Hashem this month, and in many months. And of course, another special one is Kafua, cover of Gidai Rosen, who is on the engagement of his son, and Mazel Tov, for the brother of the pastor, the God focus on beautiful thing about Hashem, and the Shlach, who just looked at passing down to the football, which are covered in Mitzvah. But with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Hashem, a really great job ahead of us as we are moving enough to make our way towards the end of Avodah Zarah. But today's daf is Ayin Hay 75, and we are picking up in Hashem on Ayin Daled on the base 74b. Where did we leave off? Okay, that's a little bit helpful. Well, what was I saying? Where? Darashava? Amar. 7 lines. 2, 4, 6. Amarabba. Perfect. Thank you. All right, well, said great. Thank you. Amarabba. 7 lines up from the bottom. Thank you. Save it the master Nisin Asanabana. Good, right? We ended that. Darashrava. Narva or Sasa. So the Gemara says it's Sasa. So let's remember again, we'll be talking about the use ultimately again of a kli, and in the event that, let's say, the kli has absorptions being used from an akum, ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, how do you deal with that? So now, Rabbi says something very interesting. Na'ava or sasa. Now, what does this mean? If you look at Rashi, so Rashi is about 7 lines, actually 3 lines into the wide lines. Na'ava sasa, hagat irsicho baroski. If you have a wine press, and ultimately, again, that press was used by an akum, and you want to go ahead and utilize it, ultimately, again, for Jewish use, so you could scald it. Boiling water. If you put boiling water, ultimately, again, on the press, that'll go ahead and render it fit for use. So again, I will say that halacha, I'm going to tell you coming attractions, because it's very exciting. On Amid Beis, in Meretz Hashem, is going to become the primary sugya of kashering. That's what we're going to see again, how essentially when things go in, how do you get them back out? So hold on before we join the conclusions. But again, I'm introducing this idea that essentially if you scald the press, ultimately renders it for free. So Rava is just a side point, because we just mentioned Rava, when Rava would go ahead and send, we also say gulfi are empty jugs, earthenware jugs. When he would send empty earthenware jugs, tarpanya, that was a place, what would he do? Sachem Rava saying, now remember again, when it comes to earthenware, there's one thing you know about earthenware, which is highly absorbent. So be careful with this. So now Rava is sending empty or jugs tarpanya. He wants to make sure that they don't get used for anything that's going to render them problematic during the course of their journey. So what would he do? Listen to this. The Gemara says, so he would turn the jugs upside down in their bag. Right? So in other words, instead of having right side up, meaning the top of the jug, the opening of the jug sitting up, he would turn them upside down. And he would go ahead and literally like wrap the opening of the bag. So this essentially was a double simming, right? A double simming. Number one, the jugs were placed in an unusual way, top down, right? So or bottom up, and then the outside of the bag was actually sealed as well. So this double simming was enough to ensure that the akum would not tamper with the jugs when they're being transported. So remember again. Remember again, we talked about the difference between, let's say, jugs and a wine press. What's the difference? Wine press is used episodically. Stuff doesn't sit in there. as opposed to jugs where items are ultimately kept in there for a longer duration. So because of that, that's why the jugs have a bigger issue in terms of taste infusion. And so therefore, again, Rava felt that halacha l'maisa, once you know that things are used for a longer duration, Chazal would gozer on them even for episodic use. So now we're not going. So now we go back to the beginning of this sugya. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah spoke about this idea that if you have a wine press, essentially, what was the issue with the press? The issue with the press is that the press was often sealed with pitch. Pitch apparently has a little bit of a negative odor. How do you take care of the negative odor of the pitch? You mix in wine, which is fine if it's a Jew that's doing it, but if it's an Akum that's doing it, you have a little bit of an issue. So therefore, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that halacha l'maisa deal with this. So the Mishnah spoke about three different types of presses. There was a press that was made, a wine press that was made out of stone, and again, the Gemara said that halacha l'maisa, just wipe it down. Not if it's made out of wood, Rebbe says wipe it down. So you have to peel off the sealant, and ultimately, again, if it's made of earthenware, everyone agrees can't be used. So it's not even asked the $1 million question. When you say wipe it down, what does that mean? What exactly is that process of wiping it down? So the Rambam says, how do you go ahead and wipe down the press, rendering it fit for use? Rav Amar ben Mayim. Rav says, you just wipe it down with water. Rav Bachana Amar be'efer, with ash. You essentially scrub it down with ash. So 1 second. Rav Amar b'mayim v'lo be'efer. Rav Bachana Amar be'efer v'lo b'mayim. So it's strange. So is Rav saying you only use water and not ash? And again, is Rav saying you only use ash and not water? Ella, Abosakaf Abayim Hey, 75a. Rav Amar b'mayim v'lo din le'efer. Oh, ultimately, they both mean what's involved in the wiping down process, both water as well as ash. So you scrub it with ash, you wash it down with water. And the Gemara says, and interestingly enough, the little pligi, they're actually not even arguing. Why? They're talking about two different types of presses. Habri tibasa, habri beshta. One is talking about a press that is wet, talking about a press that is dry. If the press is wet, ultimately, again, the first thing you do is you apply the ash, scrub out the moisture, then wash it down with water. If the press is dry, then the process ultimately, again, begins with water. But I will say that the process ultimately, again, of readying the press. Remember, again, I want to point out, this is a very specific case of a press that was treated with a sealant. Right? The issue over here is that the wine mixed in with the sealant. So now again, you have to wipe it down. How do you wipe it down? Essentially, ash and water. Which one comes first? Depends on what the size of the press is. If the press is wet, start with the ash first, then go to water. If the press is dry, start with the water and then go to ash. Interesting. If not, if I'm made it out. On the Tarti Tlos, essentially in Yeshiva Radi Singing Rav, sometimes the way to go ahead and ready the press for Jewish use requires 2 steps, sometimes it requires 3 steps. Now what is the both sides? So here's just interesting. Look at actually just moment. Tarti Tlos, Tivasa, Tarti, Efer Mayim, Yabeshta Tlos Mayim, Efer Mayim. Now let's see what Rav is introducing is as follows. At the end of the day, in order to ready the press for use, you have to do a final wash down with water. So sometimes the kashering process is 2 steps, sometimes it's 3 steps. How so? So if it's dry, it's going to be 3 steps: water, ash, water. If it's wet, it's going to be 2 steps, just ash and water. Okay? So we're going to see essentially something that's not focused. Well, that's Shmuel says it's last dalit. Shmuel says no, sometimes the kashering process is 3 steps and sometimes it's 4. How so? Again, so Rashi points out over here, if the press is wet, so it's going to be again ash, water, ash. Ultimately, again, if it's dry, then it's going to be water, ash. We're going to see again water, ash. Surah Masnuhaki, but the Bisa Masnuhaki, Beiravan Yishmei Grav, Ras, Dalid, Yishmol Amar, Dalid, Hey. So let's say, so again, here's what's interesting about this. Everyone is agreeing, halacha l'maisa, that it's the same ingredients for the wiping down process. What are the ingredients? What are the pieces? Water and ash. You must have a look, Marka chashav maya basrai, or marloka chashav maya basrai. So they'll say, hey, that's interesting. The issue is after the ash, you're going to have to apply water. Now, why do you need water after the ash? Why? To go ahead and remove the ash. So the machlokes Rav and Shmuel is that last application of water considered to be part of what we'll call the hadacha, part of the menagi, part of the wiping down experience, or ultimately, again, just a utilitarian step in removing ash? Well, that's the machlokes. That's why one calls it a 3-step process, not counting the last water. One calls it a 4-step process, counting the last water. Good. Bottom line, what's the takeaway? That ultimately, again, if you have a wine press that was sealed by an apple, and again, I want to point that out here, we're talking about also wine presses that were never really used by the apple, right? The issue over here is just the sealings, not the usage. Now you want to render it fit for use, ultimately, again, for a Jewish press, for a Jewish wine press, no problem. Minagvan, what's involved in minagvan? Wiping it down both with water and ash. How much water, how much ash? That's going to depend ultimately, again, on the state of the press. Incredible. So what's the interesting piece over here? What's the status of this gurgi da'aramoy? Now, what is this? We look at Rashi. Rashi it's the last line of the intermediate wide lines, right before the lines get really wide. Gurgi, akolim ubalazuk. So see, the karchin also spivos hatapuach shelo yispazu ha'another mikavre kor. Okay, so both sides. So remember, you have a wine press. What do you have in a wine press? Number one, you have grapes, right? Number two, the press itself is made up of multiple parts. One of the most, how do you press the grapes? You go ahead and you place a board on top of the grapes, right? And you apply pressure to the board that squeezes it. Now, obviously, you want to make sure that the grapes themselves don't scatter. So what would you put on top of the grapes? Some type of netting, some type of mesh netting to keep the grapes together. So the Gemara says that's called gurgi da'armai. Rashi has a second gear, so afterwards, well, let's just go with this. Gurgi da'armai. So in other words, what happens if you have a gurgi da'armai from an akum? If the akum used it, now can I use that ultimately again for my grapes? Rabbi Yavot to the Sula, Harishahi Gitav Ubis Habat Tmei, and listen to this. Some brings a right, interestingly enough, from not the laws of Yayin Mesach, but interestingly enough, the laws of Tuma and Tara. So let's say a person ultimately, again, he's got his wine press, his bago, his olive press became Tamei. Ubikesh also Simitara, and now he wanted to purify them. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Hadatim va'adashim va'alulavim madich. So and that will say that is the board, right? Adashim, lulavim are like the brooms that you use to get scattered grapes or scattered olives. Madifan, all you need to do is rinse that off. Just rinse that off and you're good to go. Ha'akolim sham etzara v'sham b'tzputz. The netting, so whether it's made of these or other types of materials, minagvan. All you need to do ultimately again is, minagvan is that lashon we had before. Sounds like wipe it down. The shalshifa, the shalgemi, but if it's made out of some type of reed, ultimately again, miyashnon yud beis chodesh. We let it sit unused for 12 months. That must say that is very important because we will see this concept that sometimes for kashering, time is all you need. Miyashnon yud beis chodesh. Mishnah says no. Essentially, you let it sit unused from one pressing season to the next. First, you might 1 second. So Mishnah season is in this Tanakama. Tanakama said, don't use it for a year. Mishnah says, don't use it from one pressing season to another pressing season. The Pashtos, how much time is there between pressing seasons? A year. The Pashtos, it's hard to say the same thing. Sometimes you have to just let the harvests work out. Sometimes you can go from one harvest or one pressing to the next pressing. There's an earlier crop, a later crop. So sometimes it's not exactly a year. Rabbi Yossi says, if you want to be metaher, again, I will say, in this case over here, my wine press and all its accessories, or my olive press and its accessories became tamei. Now I want to make it tar. What do? Magilam berostin or chotin benezis. Literally, again, put it in boiling water. or pour boiling water on it, or or scald it with olive juice, which effectively is the same thing. I scald it. So that's what we will call later on. We'll know this process as hagala. Hagala, kashering something with boiling water. Place it underneath a faucet or a pipe that has constant flowing water. Open Malon Shememav Lotzin, or by a stream that's water is flowing. The Gemara says, and put it there. The Kama, how long do you have to leave it there? Ona, or an Ona. We don't know how long an Ona is going yet to it. So says, he's going to point out, remember, why are we doing this? Because the Gemara is talking about this idea that if I went ahead and I got, let's say, a wine press and all the other pieces, all the other wine press accessories from an apple, so now what can I do with it? So the Gemara is trying to say, essentially, the process that one would use to go ahead and purify a wine press from Tuma and Tara, from Tuma to Tara, would effectively be the same process that the wine press would undergo to go from what we'll call, Yayin Nesach, to ultimately, again, Jewish wine. That's the Gemara says right there. So the Gemara says the same process we use for Yayin Nesach is the same process we use for Tara. The Gemara says, that doesn't make any sense. The Taros Kanya, the process we just outlined, was the process ultimately, again, from Tuma to Tara. The Gemara says, you're right, Ella, Kidera Sham Taras, Kach Amru B'Yayin Nesach. This same process that we just outlined, ultimately again to bring a press, a wine press, an olive press from Tuma and its accessories, from Tuma to Tara, ultimately again will be the same process that you could use for Yayin Nesach. So if I want to say ultimately again, a little bit of a machlokas over here. What exactly do you need to do to mutar the accessories and the press itself, or whatever the process works for Tuma and Tara? That is the same process ultimately again that will work from Yayin Nesach for that to use for Jewish. By the way, Kama Ona. So remember again, one of the things the Gemara said is one of the ways to go ahead and retire everything is essentially leave it under flowing water for an Ona. For an Ona. What's an Ona? I'm going to be careful. I'm going to be Yochanan. O Yom O Laila. Either a day or a night. Now listen, what is not 24 hours. What it means is a daytime period or a nighttime period. In other words, the Pashtos, 12 hours. 12 hours. Now, let's say, interestingly enough, the Gemara said, Rabbi Chana She'ina, Ba'amr Rabbi Chana Bar She'ina, Amra Rabbi Chana, Amra Rabbi Yochanan, Chatzi Yom, Chatzi Laila. In other words, the amount of a daytime period and half the amount of nighttime period. I'm going to show you because I'm arguing, Happy to Kfas Nisan, the Tishrei, Happy to Kufas Tammuz, the Paydays. So, this is very interesting. During the times of Nisan and Tishrei, right, which essentially is like your fall and spring equinox, right? So ultimately, again, the days and nights are the same length, 12 hours, right? During ultimately Tammuz and Teves, essentially is the summer and the winter, days and nights are not the same length. So bottom line, interestingly enough, what Ona means is 12 hours. That's an Ona. That's an Ona for 12 hours. And ultimately, again, but sometimes you could just say a night Ona or a day Ona, and it's also 12 hours. Sometimes it's half a day, and that comes to a total of 12 hours. Okay, good. The Gemara says as follows. Hani Revaki Daramai, the Mazya Madichin, the Amra Menagdis. What's an interesting case over here? Take a look at Rashi. Ravaki Mishmeres Kimin Sakin Shinotzim Ben Shmor Mahotsimina. So let's say, so this is also like a netting. A netting, mishmaris literally means like a sieve or a funnel. So this would be like a type of netting that you would put the crushed grapes in. Why would you put the crushed grapes in there? Because they're still liquid. Even after you crush it in the press, you put like the grape pulp into this netting, and gravity does a lot of work, just allowing the wine to come out. So the shaila now is, if I have this type of netting from an akum, and now again, he's used it for his own wine. So the shaila is, under what circumstances can I use it for me? So the Gemara says, Hani Ravaki Garamai, the Mazya Madich. Rashi says the Mazya, if it's made out of human hair. But sometimes it was common to make this type of netting out of human hair. So my dear, all you need to do is simply wipe it down, rinse it off, and you're good to go. You're good to go. So apparently human hair wasn't considered to be a very absorbent material. So because that, just wipe it down, right, and you're good to go. The amra, if it's ultimately made out of wool, the nagvan, ultimately, again, you have to do this process of niguf, right? That requires a bit more of a drying out. The kiss, not if it's made out of wool. Miyashnon, you have to let it sit for a while. The got kitchen charlie. Now, if there's knots in the netting, then obviously part of the kosherization of the nuts is undo the knots, right? Which makes sense because if wine gets absorbed in the nuts, we're going to undo the knots. Fine. Tomorrow says, Hani de kuli v'chalsad da'aramoy. So ultimately, the Bible says, so these baskets over here, so these the kuli v'chalsad da'aramoy, so the Gemara says, the chiti, ultimately the chavli, the tsuri madichan. So Rashi says over here, the chavli, the tsuri, so ultimately, again, if they're sewn together, the chavle is suri, but again, these ropes of sur. So the Gemara says, Madifan, you just wipe it down. Again, so most of these are all just different materials that these utensils are made of. So Madifan, wipe it down on the base. The tzivsa minagvon. If it's made, Rashi says, the tzivsa is min geni, some type of reed. Ultimately, again, then you need the process of nigov. The kisna, if it's made out of wool, miyashna, you have to essentially let it sit for a while unused. The isko, the kitri, and if it has knots in it, surely you have to undo the knots before going and using it. If not, what's the interesting case over here? This will take us to the Mishnah. If not, ama aretz shahoshik yodo legat, v'naga ba'ashkolos. Interesting case. And ama aretz, and we'll say, what's the assumption of ama aretz? What's always the assumption of, what when the Gemara talks about Amma Aretz, what's one of the determinants of an Amma Aretz? Kumatara, right? It's not about Tilchol Shabbos or things like that. Kumatara, and Amma Aretz not Kumatara. Shabbos said, by the way, if you think about such a profound Mr. Haskell, what is the greatest source of ignorance? Or what is the greatest paradigmatic example of life ignorance? If you don't know what is Tameh and what is Tahar, you're going through life blind. If I can't tell the difference between Tuma and Tana, then ultimately again, Ein Amaratzis, Ein ignorance, Gidola Mizo. No one knows everything. But the most important things you need to know in life is what is coming, what is tahar, what is good, what is bad, what is kosher, what is treif. What are the things I should be engaging in, and what are the things I should be distancing myself from? If I don't have enough awareness, enough knowledge to know that, then unfortunately, as I said, you're in bad shape. You know, if you don't know a lot of other stuff in the Bishkait, okay, you can learn it. But the inability to distinguish between that which is tummy, that which I don't even need halachic tumah and halachic, but life tumah, life tara. Then unfortunately, again, the Gemara says that's an Amma Aretz. In this case, again, let's get back to the halacha and not the Ashkafa. Amma Aretz, Shalosh together with that. Here's the problem. I have a wine press. And Amma Aretz comes along and he puts his hand in my wine press. Why? Why do people do a lot of things that they do, right? Why are you touching my stuff? Just why are you touching my stuff? Right? So again, for whatever. You know, there's a famous story. The story actually has like a number of different versions of it, but one version of the story is that the Bashanta Bachalish was walking with his Talmud Mufa, the Maggid of Nazareth. And they were walking out just like in the fields in nature. So everyone says, the Maggid of Nazareth was walking, and what did he do? Just not thinking, he pulled the leaf off the tree. So Bashanta says, what are you doing? Maggid said, he's going to say, we do all kind of, now you didn't even know what he was talking about. I said, I'm not thinking about it. What am I doing? So, what are you doing? What are you doing? So, and then the Maggid understood. He said, I just pulled the leaf off the tree. He said, that leaf has a purpose in the world as well. That leaf has an avoda in the world as well. Like that leaf here is certain purpose. You think it's just here for you to pluck it off? It has an avoda. And I always thought like there's two tremendous lessons from that story. Number one, the Baal Shem Tov was teaching his Talmud mindfulness. See, if you're walking and just pluck something off without thinking, the problem is right there. I did something without thinking. a yid never should do something without thinking. The entire avodah of the yid is to live with mindfulness. So everything again there's a kavanah. It doesn't mean these things, but when I say again there's a kavanah, there's a mindfulness. That's lesson one. Lesson two is that everything in this world has a purpose. It's not just us. Everything in this world has a purpose. And lesson number three, even beliefs, right? Even beliefs, everything has a catalyst in Avodas Hashem. I remember as a child, I know I'm sharing this. My grandmother was a kind of rough on my grandparents when they came to this country after the war. They went to the Bronx a little bit, and then they went to Vineland, New Jersey. My grandfather was a chicken farmer in Vineland, New Jersey. So they had acres and acres of land. By the time we were little already, we sold off most of it. They only had to own that, like only like 10 acres. You know, but they had, so summertime, we went to camp. We just went to Vineland, New Jersey. It was much better. And I remember at least storming. My grandmother would take us outside, and she would always say, look at the trees. You know, it's strange. She said, the trees are battling to that It's the most beautiful and profound thing. To this day, my kids know also to this day, whenever like it's like windy, I always find myself mesmerized by the trees. And I'm just always watching them battle to that It's such a beautiful imagery. But again, that's Baal Shem Tov was saying to the Nagid also. You know, there's a song of Tefillah that all of nature sings. Don't get in the way of nature. Let nature do its thing. This is not like a tree construction. I'm just saying, like just sometimes you also like we kind of become as human beings like a little bit self-centered that it's all about us. Everything in this world has its tachlis and everything session. And anyway, bottom line, don't touch other people's stuff, right? That's the thing where it's like the Amaras comes along, he touches my grapes, he touches a cluster of grapes. Now listen, so what coming over here is the clusters are in the press. So what happens? So the Gemara says, now the Shaila is, Rabbi Chia Chaz Amar Eshka B'Kol Siyar Setmein. So I say, it's not focused. Now, what's the status of the grapes in the press? So what opinion said, that cluster, and ultimately again, everything immediately around that cluster are all Tanei. The Chalagat Kula Torah, but the good news is, the rest of the press is Torah. So essentially, the cluster and the immediate like surrounding clusters, problematic. Everything else is going to be tar. The Chadam, the other one said, Kalagat Kulanani Tine. The other opinion said, no, everything in the press is Tame. Oh, okay, so both sides. So that's pretty dramatic. So according to the first opinion, that's said. But Allah might say again, it is only the actual cluster that was touched, and the surrounding clusters are Tame, but the rest of the back is tar. What about the following case? If you find the sherets, if you find the dead rodents in the olive press, ultimately, again, it's only the place where it contact. But if there is olive oil flowing in the press, then ultimately, again, everything in there is coming. So once I say, interestingly enough, why is it that by the olive oil, everyone agrees that everything is coming, but yet again, by the wine press, there's this opinion that says that it's only we'll call it the cluster of contact and the immediate surrounding clusters that are coming. Which the Gemara says very simple. Hasam lo mifsak lo midi, hacha mifsaki ashkolos. This is a very big difference. In the olive oil case, when there's oil, the oil kind of brings everything together and makes it into one mess. By the clusters, there's individualized clusters. So you could see that someone would say it is only the contact of cluster, the immediate surrounding clusters that will be tummy, but everything else remains tar. As opposed to the olive oil, there's oil everywhere. The oil is going to combine everything. The Gemara says, so what's this ultimately again? The Rabbanan asking, like the first opinion, that when the Amaretz touches the cluster of contact is coming, the surrounding clusters are Tamein, but the rest of the vat ultimately again will be turned. Now we must be talking about also here a vat that is not obviously flowing with wine. Right, because if it's flowing, there could be some wine on the bottom over there, but if it's flowing with wine, then it's like the olive oil case. So it must be a case of where the clusters themselves might be somewhere on the bottom, but not submerged in wine. Incredible. Now we come to the last Mishnah in the Masechta, Incredible. We'll say our last Mishnah. And this, by the way, get ready. This is going to be such a fun sugya. This is great, great stuff. Halacha l'maisa. We're going to have to find the opportunity in Yos Hashem to be able to go ahead and have a share together as well on these sugyas. So here we go. Mishnah. Get ready for this. So now, I'm sorry, no more Yainesa. No more Yainesa, all right? You have your fill of Yainesa. Again, we'll have Yainesa in a little bit, but now what we're doing is we are fundamentally entering into the laws of kashrus, specifically the laws of hechsher kelim, kosherization of utensils and vessels for Jewish use. Here we go. So watch this. I purchased a utensil from an akum, a used pot. I purchased a utensil from an akum. So that's now the shaila is, now again, if there's one thing that we have taken away from this entire sugya of Yain Nesach, is that what? Is that utensils absorb. Utensils absorb. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, when I go ahead and I purchase a used utensil from an akum, I have to be aware that there are absorptions in that utensil. So the shaila is, what do I do about it? So watch this. So you have to see exactly what this means. So that which is normally immersed should be immersed. Now Rashi says, what does this mean? Look at Rashi in the Mishnah, first short line. So we're going to see that when we purchase a utensil akum, there are really two steps involved in rendering it fit for Jewish use. Number one is kosherization, which means extraction of any non-kosher absorptions that may be in that utensil. That's step one. After the utensil has been kosherized, then you require tvila, immersion in a mikvah. Immersion in a mikvah has nothing to do with absorptions. Immersion in a mikvah has to do that whenever a Jew acquires utensil, be it used or new, he consecrates and inducts that utensil into his religious service. Here, both sides. The beautiful thing is everything that a Jew does in this world is avodas Hashem. It's all avodas Hashem. Even my eating is avodas Hashem. How do I show that? I get my utensils, and what do? I bring them to the mikvah, which I will say is incredible. The same mikvah, right, that I use for Tum and Tara. Okay, today we have like a Kalim mikvah, right? But conceptually, it's the same thing. Conceptually, same mikvah. So the same mikvah that I use to take myself from the state of Tum and Tara is the same mikvah that I put my utensils in, ultimately again to ready them for Jewish use. Everything that it does is a davar shebetusha is holy. Therefore, my utensils must be ready for consecrated use. The most incredible thing. So therefore, technically speaking, if you look at the mission really opening up over here, if you have a utensil that doesn't have any absorption issues, whether because, let's say, it was only used cold, so never absorbed, or it's brand new, all you do is take it to a mikvah and you're good to go. Next. Yagil. If ultimately, again, it was used, now we'll talk about this, if let's say the utensil was used with boiling water, then ultimately, again, you kasher it with boiling water. If, let's say, the utensil was used with fire, ultimately, again, you kasher it with fire. For example, a shipot ba'askala, a spit or a skewer, melamnin ba'ar, which are used with fire. So let's say I buy a spit or a skewer from an apple, right? So Batashkas use it for non-kosher meat. I kasher it with fire. A sakin, shafat hitahora. Ultimately, again, a knife. How do you kasher a knife? You rub it down. Well, we'll discuss exactly what this means. But you rub it down and it's tahar. So let's say it's so incredible. So now I'll say it's a lot to unpack over here. So let's go. So turn up. The kulot sweep and tvila by one soft. But let's say, again, every utensil that you use always requires tvila immersion in a mikvah of 40 saw. A mikvah of 40 saw is just a bona fide mikvah. So let's say, so again, remember, this is whether you are purchasing the utensil used or new. Again, process. If you're purchasing the utensil used, then step one is kosherization, kashering, and then immersion in the mikvah. If you're purchasing it new, you don't need kosherization, so therefore you just go straight to immersion in mikvah. What type of mikvah? A mikvah 40 saw, which I will say is just a regular mikvah. A regular mikvah. How do you know how do you know that utensils require immersion in the mikvah? Like, where do you get that from? So we must Amarava, the Amakra, Chodovar Sheyavo Ba'ish, Tabidu Ba'ish, Vitaer. And once we're going to see, interestingly enough, the concept of kashering of utensils. Like the concept of kashering and then immersion all comes from the war with Midian. The war with Midian is fascinating. Guys are those to war with Midian, and they come back, Baruch Hashem, the spoils of war. So Moshe Rabbeinu tells them, Chevra, before you use anything, you have to kasher it. So we're going to see, Moshe Rabbeinu says, Kol devar sheyavo ba'ish tabi'u ba'ish. Any utensil that was used, let's say, by the Midianites with fire, you have to kasher with fire. We're going to see that the method of kosherization mirrors the manner of usage. And then it ends and it says vitaher, and you should purify it. Now we'll say that extra vitaher, that's an extraneous word. The Torah adds on another purification process after kosherization. What's that additional purification process? We'll say, what is that? Immersion in mikvah. So no, the need to immerse your utensils in a mikvah comes from the extra word vitaher. So the Gemara tells the Torah says you have to immerse the item. The Mei Nida usually means a mikvah. So we'll say, I might have thought that the utensils require sprinkling on the third and seventh day, just like someone who's coming. Right? Someone who's coming to my space, they require sprinkling on days 3 and 7. So I might have thought that he requires that as well. Therefore, the pasuk uses every time you have is mechaber, it distinguishes. So in other words, that you don't need hazah and shlishi and shvi. In came, so why does the Torah say that you should go ahead and put the utensils the me'nida into waters of nida? Why is to this? Mayim shenida tadalas bahem. It means use the same waters that a nida uses. Hadi omer arba'im sa'ah. What type of waters does a nida use? Ultimately, again, a mikvah of 40 sa'ah. So just like a nida needs a mikvah 40 sa'ah, so too utensils require a mikvah of 40 sa'ah as well. So the Gemara said, also, interestingly enough, if you know this, therefore, the Gemara is giving us two derivations for the notion that utensils require immersion in a mikvah. Number one, vitaher, and number two, the me'nidah. The obvious question is, why do you need two? So I'll tell you why. It's your mikvah vitaher, it's your mikvah me'nidah. You need both of these drushes. Why? Vitaher, it would have just said vitaher, halamina vitaher, called the I would have thought you just need to immerse it in some water. It doesn't need to be a mikvah 40 sa'ah. Any amount of water will do, and you're good to go. Therefore, again, the Torah says, Chazer Rachmano, the me'nidah. The me'nidah teaches you what? No, it's got to be a bona fide mikvah 40 sa'ah. Because of Rachmano the me'nidah, and if it would have just made it very interesting, Havamina, Herav Shemesh Kinida. You must remember again, in order for a woman to be tahar, what has to happen? Let's say, for argument's sake, you have a woman who's a nida who goes to the mikvah on day 7 of her 7 clean days. That, right? What's the halacha? She's not tahora until when? Nightfall. So I might have thought that just like a nida requires nightfall, maybe Canaan, after going to the mikvah, also require nightfall. The Gemara says, Chazer Rachmana, Bitaher, La altar. Ultimately, again, therefore the pasuk says Bitaher, which means no, as soon as you immerse the kelim in the mikvah, ultimately, again, the altar. So we'll say, this is ridiculously exciting. This is probably the most exciting thing that's happened today so far, which is about to say, now we know the source for the concept of Tvilas Kelim. If somebody asks you, you're walking out, by the way, how do you know that you have to immerse Kelim in a mikvah, be that whether it's used or new? Oh, funny you should ask. We learn it out from the war with Midian. The Torah adds in the word taher and me'nidah. Ultimately, again, in between those two, what do we learn? We learn that halacha l'maisa kelim, whether they're used or new, needs to be immersed in a mikvah. What type of mikvah? A regular bona fide 40 sa'ah mikvah. When do they become tar? Immediately upon immersion. Incredible. Let's go back to a little bit. Afilu kelim chadoshim b'mashma. Now, listen, interestingly enough, now here's what's fascinating. So remember, the halacha of tivilas kelim, right, of immersing your utensils in a mikvah, it's learned out from Midian. In Midian, what kind of utensils were they dealing with? What were they dealing with? Used utensils. And yet, interesting, Rav Nachman says in Rav Avua, the halacha for tefillas kelim is even new utensils. As we mentioned, the Gemara says, Daha yishanim v'libnon kichadashim gamu afilu afi b'aytia. What's the raya? This is fascinating. What is the status of the utensil after you kasher it? What's the status? What's the status? Like new. Like new. Right? It's halachically, it's just like new. Yet, what's the halacha? Even after you go ahead and you kasher the utensil, what do you have to do? Immerse it in the mikvah. Essentially, what the halacha says, there is no difference between a utensil that has been kashered and a brand new utensil. They're the same thing. So just like you have to kasher, just like you have to immerse a utensil ultimately again that was kasher, so too, excuse me, so too you have to go ahead and immerse a brand new utensil as well. Now, what I'll just mention is that remember the order here is very important. Immersion can only occur after kashering. If you immerse and then kasher, you'd have to immerse again. Tevila can only be done on a quote-unquote new utensil, whether it's actually new or like new. So the order here is very important. Rav Shesha says, so if that's the case now, that you have to immerse Jewish utensils, listen to this. Maybe your pair of scissors. Now literally, Zuzi Desarba means like clothing scissors. In other words, maybe you should have to immerse everything. In other words, not just utensils for food, but why not immerse everything owned by a Jew? Tzimar says, Amalei, please put them more in the parasha. So again, it's because that's not the topic of Midyan. The topic of the parsha of Midyan ultimately is clear from the way that Moshe Rabbeinu was speaking to the Jewish people. He says anything that was used by fire, you put it in fire. Anything used with water, put it in water. So clearly Moshe Rabbeinu himself ultimately again is talking about utensils that were used in food preparation. Therefore, again, those are the only types of food items or food utensils that require both kashering and then immersion. One more piece of also going to stop for today. And we'll say one last important piece of halacha. Furthermore, what does tefillas kelim apply to? It only applies to items you own. It does not apply to items you borrow. So if a Jew goes ahead and borrows an item from an akum, now again, if you borrow and you want to use it, you may still have to kasher it. But it does not require tevila. Tevilas kelim, immersion of utensils, is only on something that a Jew owns, not on something that a Jew borrows. Again, if you're borrowing a non-Jew's utensil and you're going to cook with it, use it, then again, you have to kasher. You can't use it without kashering. But tevila, immersion of utensils in a mikvah, only on items owned by Jews. I can say much, right? That I found this exciting. That I found was exciting. Much more nothing. There's much more about this in Restream tomorrow. A lot of great halacha as well. And we'll say tomorrow, last day of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Stay tuned for details for our upcoming Siyum in Yetz Hashem. Have a great day. Everyone's have a great day, everyone. All right, so we'll say good morning. What? All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, Pilsen Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this year as his chus for the Soros Tovos for all of Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Elul Haba Alinu Tova, Benny Goldberg, for Elias Neshama for the parents, Leonard Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, his mother Peggy, Fega Rezel Bas Zeli, and I hope that in Eretz Hashem all the telos of his holy Kirula will in Eretz Hashem be answered over this coming month and in the months ahead. Shmuley Aviv Dinovitz, Leili Nishmas Tabit Flom's father, Rabbi Ari Flom, Yitzchak Aryeh Ben Harab Yitzchak Aryeh Ben Hafkaber Rabbi Yaakov. Now, week of learning sponsors, David Goodman, Leili Roy Ben Aryeh. Our Daf Yomi sponsors today. Some very beautiful sponsorships. With Matt Lewis in honor of his father's birthday. Welcome to Mark Lewis with the following message. In honor of Father's birthday today, may continue to be an inspiration to us all at Nanda Esrim Shanim Tovos. We love you very much. Beautiful, beautiful. The reads from all of us. We didn't pay for it. You should pay for it, but again, we all love you. Really, absolutely beautiful. So touching, Baruch Hashem. Also, just so you know, sometimes the most beautiful ways in which we connect with our loved ones. Going to a baseball game is great, right? And going, hanging out on a Sunday is great. And those are all beautiful things, important things that we often do with our children as well. But Baruch Hashem, we go through the bond over Torah, we go through to connect, create a connection through Torah. This is the true bond that lasts throughout the generations. It's beautiful to see a father and son bonding like that. And then, it's not here, I don't know what happened to him, but his Gemara is here. So we must. Anyway, a beautiful, beautiful dedication in honor of our beloved. You know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see if he comes back. I'm gonna see if he comes back. About a beautiful dedication in honor of Ari Lerner today. But we'll wait to see if he returns in the next session. He might already be 7 hours ahead, so it's not outside. Okay, is he standing outside? Is he building? Is he coming in? What do you have to say? Hi, brother. Yeah, dedication's not that good. I'm just saying, it's like a lot of program moments. I know, okay, let's get started. We'll see. I'll get touch him up here. We get to do it over the course of this year. I know, so today we have the greatest response to begin the week with the Mishnah. And take it all in for the last couple of days of Avodah Zarah. It's been great to do Avodah Zarah all of these days. Baruch Hashem. Now it's beautiful. The second, it comes out wrong when you say it, but don't know what I mean. Beautiful. When the second time Avodah Zarah, Baruch Hashem. So even we with Avodah Zarah in the next Hashem week. Who knows what we're going to take? Says the Mishnah, Elu Asurim, Vosh in the Choshes. Top buying down, I think that is 74. Top buying down, Elu Asurim, Vosh in the Choshes. The following items are also, and again, the issue is so intense that in a mixture, they can live in a mixture even in the smallest and most minute amount. What are they? What are these items? Number one, Yayin Esas. Number two, Avodas Kochavet. Now, one thing I was actually interested in, if you look at Rashi says over here, Elu Asurim, Vosh in the Choshes, there are certain things that have such an acute level of prohibition that when they get mixed into a mixture, even if they are in 1,000 to 1 ratio, or 1,000 units of permitted items to 1 unit of this prohibited item, they're not buffer. So Yayin Nesach is a good example of this. Like you get a little bit of Yayin Nesach for a lot of other wines. Ultimately, again, it is not going to be buffer. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that if you look at Rashi Yayin Nesach, Rashi says Chodis ve'Chaviyos. So it's interesting. Rashi doesn't frame this as a case of a drop of wine falling into a lot of like a barrel of kosher wine. Rather, Rashi says that because interestingly enough is a barrel of Yayin Nesach that actually gets mixed up with other barrels. Again, we'll discuss the distinction between wine falling into wine versus barrels getting mixed with each other. Okay, in any event, so Yayin Nesach is called Asur B'Choshu. Ultimately, again, there was a very special dedication to our Chaver of Ari Lerner. The learners of Nes Hashem are making Aliyah Nes Hashem tomorrow, Tuesday. Tuesday, Nes Hashem, the Shah October U'Mislachas. So the year is dedicated in honor of Rabbi and his incredible Hakar Satov for the coffee. And the coffee means so much, and the coffee takes so much. I saw that it's not that it's a lot. It's just the luxury, specific Hakar Satov for the coffee from all these brothers. Again, this was a group initiated, coordinated by Dr. Josh Rosenblum. So the following individuals sponsoring in honor of Ari. Josh Rosenblum, David Plum, David Schwartz, Gedali Rosenblum, Moshe Abramson, Moshe David Hartman, Milt Gertner, Zoe Gipper, Gabby Cohen, Woody Clark, Catherine Eldon, Steve Galaska, Yoni Frager, Zach Matthew Daniel, Josh Ellis, Jeremy Lasson, Ali Oman, Ali Grossman, Mark Lutzman, Alan Whiteman, Moshe Duran, Mike Shugard, Shmuel Karafkin, Paul Pellick, Menachem Shofar, Shmuel Silver, and Dovey Elvis. If you're on that list, you are no longer welcome to copy. I can't sign you. Bring your own. Bring your own. Bring your own. That's it. That's it. And I just a very small hakara sakor from all of us here. We are gonna miss you incredibly, but I'm so happy in your session for this next chapter in your family's destiny. And really tremendous hakara sakor for all of you in this last chapter, for everything you've done. However, as I mentioned at the shop for this, just that people don't know this thing that they do know it. It's not just that Ali has coordinated coffee. Ali has sponsored the coffee for years and years and years. Ali has sponsored the coffee. It's been a financial investment. It's learned from years and stuff. Yes, they started to this. We go to the Yunus Basketball Hashem stepped up to take on this mantle. Although again, if you would like to share in this, you could speak to us. You could tell them to just understand. It's representative of many of the things that happen. Like, whether it's true or any happening, kind of often you just show up and we assume that they happen without realizing nothing in this world happens by itself. Everything happens because there are dedicated people or persons behind the scenes who express singular dedication to making sure that things happen. Everyone notices when things don't go exactly to plan, but the 98% of the time where everything runs so beautifully and so systematically is because there are people like Rabbi who are just there without any fanfare, without any recognition, without any accolades, without any thank yous, right? Just to ensure that the rest of us, Baruch Hashem, are able to follow it. Rabbi, I'm happy to entire you. We thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. If we haven't said enough in the past, hopefully at least we're getting it now before you go. So thank you so much for modeling to us what it really means, not only to be in Kavod Hashem, but also to be a committed member of unity, committed member of a shir, committed member of a Kabbalah, and just tremendous. Thank you. Want to say that? Okay, let's continue. Thanks for finally coming in, by the way. Yeah, appreciate it. You guys do the coffee. Alright, so let's say, so then again, now back to the show. We're doing the items ultimately again that are not bottled, right? And then if you go ahead and introduce them in any amount, ultimately again they're not bottled. Next, avodas kohavim. So here we continue. Look at Rashi says over here, what's avodas kohavim? Rashi says, Sura. Let's say you have a little statue. Well, this statue has to come to worship for idolatry, but it gets mixed in with the other statues that are not idolatrous in nature. Okay, so let's say here, ultimately again, Avodah is not butter. Not butter. Next, Oros Ibuzin. So we're going to be back to seeing before what's Oros Ibuzin. This was a Avodah where they would go ahead and they would extract the animal's heart through its hide. Remember, this was the Mephibosheth Indiana Jones. We talked about this, right? So remember, so you go ahead and you're extracting the heart through the hide. So remember, the way we were able to tell this was because there was a hole in the middle of the heart. So we were able to see this. So again, obviously, this is Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it's not proper. So Oros Ibuzin is just another example of an Oros Kohavim. Shine itself. Shine itself is an ox that is stone, that is put to death because it killed someone else. It becomes Asher Ba'ano. So because it becomes Asher Ba'ano, now you're going to see exactly like what the common theme of these items are. Next, Eglah Rifah. Again, remember, you find someone who's murdered between two cities, you don't really murder them, you measure to the closest city, the elders of those cities come out, and they perform a process called Eglah Rifah. You decapitate the calf. The calf, again, is Asr Ba'anot, supporting the solar. Remember, again, a person undergoes the tzara, a person undergoes tzaras. Part of the purification process for tzaras is you have to bring birds. Those birds, ultimately, again, if they get mixed in with other birds, again, are not bottled. They're not bottled, again, what's the ramification of saying it's not bottled? What does that mean? Therefore what? The whole mixture is going to be Asr. So it's going to be a tremendous thing. So you can imagine playing any of these things, any one of these prohibited items gets mixed into a mixture of like items. No matter how many permitted items you have, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. Next, say our nazir. So remember again, the hair of a nazir. So after the nazir finishes the term of his negative zeros, he cuts his hair, and halacha so that hair ultimately again is asr ba'anor. If it gets mixed in with other hair, prohibits the entire mixture. Kata kamar, firstborn donkey. Firstborn donkey has sanctity. If it's not redeemed, ultimately again, asr ba'anor gets mixed in with other items, and asr is the entire mixture. Basar b'chala, milk and meat. Milk and meat. So again, I will say the halacha is milk and meat. Remember again, most of us don't do this, what you know. You can't create a mixture of milk and meat mentioned 3 times in the Torah. Why 3 times? Once it's not even you can't eat it. Number 2, and I should say number 1 is traditionally you eat basar b'chala. Number 2, you can't eat meat and meat cooked together. And number 3, you cannot get benefits from basar b'chala. So milk and meat mixture that gets mixed in. That's a very simple case. You have a piece of meat. Remember, basar b'chala is only kosher meat and kosher milk. So you have a piece of meat that was cooked in milk. Then that piece of meat gets mixed in with 1,000 pieces of kosher meat, of regular meat. The Mishnah says the entire mixture is asr. Basar b'chala is not butter. Same so those are this ingredient incredible, by the way, right? Same is the goat. Remember again on the Kippur, what's how incredible is it? For the Elul, they have a reference now to Yom Kippur, right? It's getting enough for those of you who are here Shabbos Day. We got to the Hebrew roll, we got to do something that was a beautiful little protection. We did the meeting from Mara Cohen during Kedusha, which was tremendous. Like, yesterday, things that woke you up during Elul, obviously, the show from before the David. Again, these real like reference, these real like screen things of young and run that come and remind us, not fear, but like excitement about what is coming ahead. So Skin Sharetz, on Yom Kippur, there were 2 goats that were offered up. One seer was Lashem, offered up as a carbon. The other was thrown off the cliff. So again, if that goat gets mixed in with other goats, ultimately again answers the entire mixture. Next, Kulish Nishkatu Ba'azara. So interesting case over there. Kulish Nishkatu Ba'azara, it means if you slaughter an unconsecrated animal within the pieces of the base of meat flesh, that animal becomes asr ba'anor. If that meat, let's say, would then subsequently get mixed in with other pieces of meat, answers the entire mixture. So most of the common denominator in this group is that these items are insert and ultimately again they prohibit in a mixture in any amount. In any amount, say the most minute amount of prohibition of any of these items gets mixed into a mixture of like items, the entire mixture is prohibited. Incredible. So the one says, now here's our problem. What does this mean? Like, in other words, what is these are obviously like a lot of random things over here, but there must be some type of common denominator that makes them. Now, let's ask what exactly is the common denominator? What's the thread through these items? So let's say this is very interesting. What is a double in halacha recognizes that items fall into one of 2 categories. There are many more than 2 categories, but for our purposes, one of 2 categories. There are items which, if you look at them individually, they are insignificant, and they're only significant if you, let's say, for example, if you sell them in we'll call it a bowl. What's a good example of this? Let's say a bean, a lentil, right? No one goes and buys a lentil. I don't know how you buy lentils. A couple of lentils, a pound of lentils, an ounce of lentils. I don't do that much. I'm just saying, but so whatever it is, a bag of lentils, right? No one shows up and says, right, you don't go to McLean, you don't go to the shop, right, and say, no, pick a lentil. It doesn't, right? So let's say, no, you would buy them by the unit. By the unit, what's a good example of that you would buy by the unit? Shams got time to the Gemara. Eggs were an example of this. Right? So I can say, I don't think you can buy an egg, or you can go to the store and buy an egg. Right? So again, so you buy egg, you buy it. But clearly, because you buy an egg is a good example. You buy an egg. So you can buy it, obviously you can buy this, you can also buy it individually. Whenever an item is reckoned as an individual unit, in halacha that is called a davar shebeminyan. Literally, again, an item that is counted. In halacha, davar shebeminyan is given a higher level of importance. To the point that often in halacha, a davar shebeminyan is not batal. It's not batal in a mixture. It does not become nullified in a mixture. So Gemara says, Tanamaita Chashem. So what's coming denominator about these items in the Mishnah? Each davar shebeminyan kachashem. So ultimately, again, if the common denominator is that all of these items in the Mishnah are a davar shebeminyan, then listening nami chati kos nevela. Again, both sides, you can add other things like that. For example, let's say you have an nevela steak. Right? What's an nevela steak? It's a steak that comes from an nevela animal. That's also davar shebeminyan. Right? You both sides. We know the halacha is that if a piece of nevela falls into a pot of kosher meat, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? It's batal. It is batal b'shishim. So in other words, if you're telling me that every davar shebeminyan, every item that has individualized unit importance is never batal, there's a whole bunch of special falls that category. For example, like a piece of nevela meat. A nevela steak is a davar shebeminyan. You would go to the store and buy one piece of nevela meat. Therefore, it's a davar shebeminyan. And if that's the common denominator of the davar shebeminyan is not batal, why not include that? On the other hand, maybe the common denominator in this Mishnah is that all of these items are asr ba'ana. And maybe what the Mishnah is saying is if you are asr ba'ana, if you have to do some benefit, then you're asr b'chol shel. If that's the case, listen to me, chametz b'pesach. Then include chametz. Actually, what's chametz? Chametz is not necessarily davar shebeminyan, but ultimately, again, it isn't a shahano. So why not include chametz in the category here as well? On the Kiva Abba, the Mishnah, but high kind of party is the Lord said, what is unique about this Mishnah? Every item here in this Mishnah has both of these qualities. Number one, davar shebeminyan, and number two, the isur handa. That is the common denominator. So Lord says that any item that is both asr ba'ana, you can't get benefit from it, and has individualized unit importance. Is ultimately, again, is a davar shebeminyan. If you have those two qualities, then you're not batal in a mixture. You're not batal in a mixture. Meaning says, I've been listening, I goes with Badan. If that's the case, why don't you include two other items? I goes with ultimately, again, really are a gozifach is nuts, walnuts from fat is actually a phrase. It actually says a gozifach. It's in the white lines of Rashi, about 5 lines. Makom, so again, these were high quality nuts and high quality pomegranates. So that Rashi says over here, in Shal Arma, O Shal Kvayat, in this Arbu Ba'elef, Kulam Yudu. So ultimately, they're going to say, again, these were considered to be very precious foods. So if, let's say, again, they were also, for example, let's say you had a gozifach or a mori badan that were Allah or kvayat. If they fall into a mixture, they would also never be batal. By law, they never be batal because both the asr ba'ana and a davar shebeminyan. So why not? Why not go ahead and include those as well? To which the Gemara says, "Hanarei hartam." Harai la'arba arba, harai la'kvayatan kvayatan. Gemara says, they already mentioned elsewhere. Okay, they already mentioned elsewhere. Fine. I've been listening to Kalos, Shal Balabayis, in English, Chametz b'Pesach. Gemara says, okay, but why don't you add on the following item? Why don't you say what they say, Kalos Shabalabayis? Now, what's Kalos Shabalabayis? What is that? Ultimately, again, that means householder's loaf. What is the best way? Let's say there's baker's loaf, which are loaves that are made by a baker. This is because balabais, which again, halacha l'maisa again means an individual's loaf. An individual's loaf is considered to be more kosher because, like, it's not the right word. It's like it's individual, artisanal, and it's a person's own loaf that they're making. Therefore, that's a davar shebeminyan, and that's considered to be more kosher. So why don't you include that as well? Ultimately, because then you'll have chametz b'pesach, which is asr ba'ana, and if it's a homeowner's loaf, it's a davar shebeminyan. Why not include that as well? Because man shamis ta'amah Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva Moses passed because Shabbat Abayis. Okay, so what was the kind of mention? Rabbi Akiva, and then Rabbi Akiva went ahead and added this to the list. Okay, so Mishnah said, Hari, remember again, what's interesting about this Mishnah is the Mishnah begins with a cloud, with a principle, and ends with a principle. But like I said, begins the statement, Ela Surin Ba'otzim Ba'osho. These items are usher and prohibited even in a minute amount. And then Mishnah ends up by saying, Hare Elu Asurin Ba'otzim Ba'osho. These usher and are usher in a minute amount. So when it says Hare Elu is obviously trying to say what? It's trying to say these items, but it must be excluding something. Says the Gemara, what is it excluding? The meaning, the law is Suhano, the Nami is Suhano, the law is Davar Shadamin. So we'll say, bottom line, here's what the Mishnah teaches us. Any item that conforms to these two qualities, number one, it is Asar Bahana. Right? Asar Bahana, ultimately, again, you cannot get benefits from it. And number two, it is a Davar Shadamin. It has, ultimately, again, it has individualized unique importance, is never bottled. Is never bottled. And therefore, again, the Mishnah ends up with the principle of saying that if you have an item that has one or the other quality, ultimately, it will be bottled in a mixture. Now, I say, you see, I've got up a little bit Mr. Haskell, and if you want to know what the power of the year is, right? Because how could it be that after thousands of years of what we have had to endure, that we are simply not disappeared into the sands of time? If you think about it, say every Jew has these two qualities. We are Asr Ba'anon, and we are Davar Shadamin. What does this mean? The youth has a neshama. It's important to understand the neshama is not yours. It's not mine. Like Al-Kain Neshama Shanasatabi, you gave me this neshama. Like the Balakanya writes, what is the neshama? Elek Elokah Ma'al Manish. The neshama doesn't belong to you. It's not mine. It's a Kodesh Baruch. And as much as the Rebbe gives it to me, he allows me to use it, the Rebbe Shalom always retains ownership over it. That's why, no matter how badly I mess up in life, no one is beyond repair. Why? Because there's a piece of yourself that you cannot mess up. Because isn't it the most incredible thing? There's a piece of yourself, no matter how badly you try, no matter how many ideas you do, like even if you put your mind to it, I'm going to mess up everything in my life. Like, wow. Some people actually live like this. Right? Intentionally, unintentionally, I'm going to mess up everything. You can't. You can't. There's a piece of you that is untouchable. There is a piece of you that is unsoluble. I don't know if that's the word. But there's a piece of you that you cannot compromise. That is your neshama. That's why tshuva is always possible. Why is tshuva possible? Because there's a piece of me that's always holy. Because it's a piece of me that's not really mine. It's a piece of me, ultimately, again, that is the Ribono Shel Olam. There is a piece of me, therefore, there is Asr Ba'ana. There is a piece of me that's Asr Ba'ana. I can't fully access it. That's the most, when I'm outside for Shiva, somebody in a clip starts for Shiva. But it's just part of like this esoteric piece of Shiva that we can't fully wrap our head around, is because Shiva is rooted in the power of the neshama. And the power of the neshama defies comprehension. Because the neshama is not me. The neshama is the Ribono Shel Olam inside of me. So as crazy as it sounds, there's a piece of me that is Asr Ba'ana. That's number one. And I will say, every Yid is a Davar Shadamin. Every Jew is a unit of individualized importance. As we are all part of the same cloud, as much as we are all part of the same nation. And so much of our strength comes from being part of the whole. And we have a necessity to be part of the cloud, to often put our own individual needs aside in order to be part of the collective. We never allow collective entity to come at the expense of individualized focus. Each of us is an individual. Each of us has a shlichus. People think that only Chabadniks who have a shlichus. It's not true. It's not true. That is just the one who reminded people that they have a shlichus. But every single person has a shlichus. Every single person has a mandate, a mission, something they have to accomplish. I am a Dover Shebeminian, which means about say what? Which means that I'm Asrbano, my neshama is Asrbano. I can get benefit from it, but to a certain degree, again, it's somewhat almost like not fully accessible to me, and I'm a Dover Shebeminian. But so what happens when you have those two qualities? But after you have those two qualities, you never bottle. You never bottle. So it does not matter what the world throws your way. And it does not matter what you get mixed into. And it does not matter what you get mixed up in. At the end of the day, the youth is never bottled. And that is how I will say we are here thousands of years later, despite everything we've had to go through as a nation. And that's why as individuals, no matter what we have to undergo, and Yetz Hashem will always come out on top. I have an neshama, which is Asher Ba'anot. You understand metaphorically, because it's actually powerful. I'm a David Shebeminian, and therefore as an individual and as a clown, we are never bottled. Says the Mishnah, Yayin Nesef Shilach Bar. Next. Yayin Nesef falls into a bar. Bar is a cistern. Is a cistern. So what happens? So Yayin Nesef falls into the bar. So the Gemara says, Kula Asef Ba'anot. So now, but says, now, remember, this is wine falling into wine. Wine falling into wine. So the halacha is the entire mixture is awesome. Asher Ba'anot. The Shimon said, no. Not that Kula Obego Pagin puts me today Yayin Nesef Shabbat. Shimon said, there's no need to do that. There's no need to do that. Instead, what we could just do is like this. Obviously, I can get Hana from Yayin Nesef. So let's assess the value of the Yayin Nesef law. Go ahead and sell off that amount. Let's just sell off that amount. So let's say Yayin Nesef. So let's say I have $20 of the Yayin Nesef, right? That fell into $1,000 of kosher wine. So the Tana says the whole thing is us. The whole thing is us and Asher Ba'anot. I'm doing things why? Why? In other words, I can't get benefit from the Yayin Nesef. So take $20 worth of wine, spill it down the drain. I suppose Yamamara, just get rid of it. Why do you have to do no mixture? That's not what you want. Some of that says, I love putting on your covers to covers about low yain the ice. What's that? This is very interesting. So that's just the problem. Now, look what's putting on your when barrels get mixed up with barrels, but not when wine pours into wine. Yes, that's very interesting. So Ralph wants to make a suggestion between barrels getting mixed up with each other versus wine actually getting mixed up with each other. That says when wine gets mixed in with each other, the whole mixture is awesome. But when barrels get mixed up with each other, yes, so let's say one barrel of Yayin Nesef got mixed in with $100 of kosher wine, fine. Just take one barrel, crack it, spill it out, and we're done. And then the rest, ultimately, again, becomes permitted. Shmuel says no. Shmuel says no. In all cases, we're going to talk to him. Even when wine gets mixed into wine, again, just go ahead and spill off a little bit of wine. Ultimately, again, that is Asher Ba'anot, value of the wine, and we are good to go. The thing coming out of our fire of Yochanan, Afilu Yayin B'Yayin. You know, the Shmuel Ba'anot said, Afilu Yayin B'Yayin. You know what I'm not going to do? Afilu Yayin B'Yayin. I'm not going to rock on the Mesa. Yayin, sorry, rock on the Mesa. Yayin Nesef was by the way, I just want to point out, it is rare in the Gemara that you see those words. I don't know how many times it occurs to chance, but rarely that you see the Gemara say, Halacha L'Maisa. Halacha L'Maisa, very interesting. Halacha L'Maisa, what is Halacha L'Maisa? Yeah, when it comes to Yayin Nesef, Yayin Asr. So what's the way we pass is that when Yayin actual wine, like actual Yayin Nesef, falls into wine, even in a much greater, even in a kosher wine is a much greater majority, the entire mixture is awesome. That's how we pass it. So again, and that's the previous Mishnah, by the way. That's the previous Mishnah. When Yayin Nesef really gets mixed in, by the way, so let's compare our terms. What's Yayin Nesef? What's Yayin Nesef? Right? Actual Avodah Zarah wine, like actual libational wine. Right? Mamish wine used for Avodah Zarah. So when that wine, any amount gets mixed in with kosher wine, entire mix is asr dana. That's it. However, watch this. The Chavis, mutter. Interesting enough, the Gemara says, if you have a barrel of yayin esach, that get with other barrels, then so what do? We essentially assess what's the value. In other words, what's the value of that barrel of yayin esach? We designate a barrel. We go ahead and we crack it open, get rid of that wine, don't get any benefit from it, and then the rest of the mixture ultimately again is going to be aser. Stam yayin. Now remember again what we defined. What's stam yayin? Stam yayin is one of the Gentiles. Just one of the non-Jew, right? Remember again. Now remember, throughout Avodah Zarah, what's interesting is more often than not, we treat stam yayin just like the yayin esach. Interesting enough, when it comes to mixtures, we will not do it. The Gemara says stam yayin, but if we have halakha against stam yayin, which means just the wine of an act. I don't know that he used it, that he used it for Avodah Zarah or anything else like that. That gets mixed in. Ultimately, again, other wine, it's mutter. Now, what does mutter mean? Mutter, Rashi says over here means ultimately, again, the hana puts me to make also yayin, but in halacha. Ultimately, I guess if you have stam yayin that falls into, let's say, mixed with other kosher wine, is actually wine into wine. And once again, we do this mechanism when we identify what the value of that stam yayin was, pour that amount down the drain, and the rest of the mixture ultimately again is mutter. So I will say, interestingly enough, the way the Gemara closes out this sugya, the halacha itself is a bit more involved. But again, for our purposes for today, the way the Gemara closes out the halacha is yayin nesach. If it gets mixed in wine to wine, answers everything. No shilas answers everything. A barrel of yayin nesach that gets mixed up among other barrels, what do? You take a barrel, and it says, well, essentially, what was the value of the yayin nesach barrel? And essentially take a barrel that's worth that amount, or whatever number of barrels worth that amount, pour that out, so I'm not getting value from the yayin, I'm not getting benefit from the yayin nesach, and then the rest of the mixture is okay. Stam yayin, that gets mixed in even wine into wine, once again, identify the value of the stam yayin that got mixed in, pour that out, and ultimately, again, you're good to go. Again, like I said, the halacha itself a bit more involved, but that's the remains of the city. On the base, Mishnah. That shall Evan, I'm also interested in these over here. That shall Evan, Shazak Sa'oliko Habi. This was really good. We have a wine press. The wine press is made of stone. The stone, now obviously if you have a wine press, you need to seal it. But so often you would coat it with zephyrs. Zephyrs is like pitch or tar of some sort. Now these items often had a little bit of a foul smell. So you don't really want to crush the grapes and make wine with a press that has a foul smell. So what would they do? It's very interesting. They would go ahead and mix in some wine together with the pitch, together with the sealer. So you put wine into the sealer for the aromatic purposes of it. So let's say, now watch this. So you have a wine press that is being sealed. That's shall Evan, Shazas Kalikokhavan. Look at actually just a moment. Actually says that that shall Evan, Shazas Kalikokhavan. So I have a stone wine press that the sealant, right, the pitch, was done by an actor. And actually says, Va'akim Meneme de Hanrakota, Labi Kucha de Zipsa. It was common to go ahead and mix some wine into the sealant in order to take away some of the odor from the pitch. So it says, now, what's the shayla? I Jew, want to go ahead and use that wine press. So can I use that wine press, knowing that it is sealed with pitch, into which the apple presumably put wine in? So there's wine essentially in the sealant. Am I allowed to use this wine press? So the Mishnah says, no problem. If it's stone, all you even need to do is literally means dry it. Now, what the process for drying is, now again, it sounds like, okay, what do you do? Just coffee and dry. It's a little bit more involved. We'll see actually if we get to it today, at the end of this Amrit, maybe it's tomorrow, what drying actually means. We'll get to that. Menagva, Torah, besides, Now, what if the press was made of wood? What if it was made of wood? And let's say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Shoiv, heard by now in Rashi, that says, Gebaya Zepes Tibot, Ubala Kamlet Fei, Rabbi Omer Yisrael to listen to this. So apparently, here's what happens. Wood is more porous than stone. So because of that, if you have a wood wine press, you have to apply even more pitch, and more sealant. More sealant means more odor, and more odor means more wine. More wine. So now if I'm going to Akum with a head and sealed a wooden wine press, Rabbi says you know it. Rabbi says no problem. You still just have to dry it up just like the stone wine press, and you get to go. The come say no. You blow es hazakas. You only need for a Jew to use a wooden wine press that was sealed by the Akum's how? Remove the sealers. Fascinating. You have to peel off the seal. You cannot use that wine press with the seal. Incredible. Yisrael, Edo Vasazakas. Bishop Harris, that was case number 3, is an earthenware wine press. That was what do you do with that now again? In the world of absorption, the most absorbent material is earthenware. Right? So stone least absorbent, wood more absorbent, and earthenware most absorbent. So now if you have an earthenware press, what's that loss? In that case, even if you actually peeled off the ceiling, right? You peeled off the pitch, you still can't, a Jew can't use that wine press. Why? How is that? So it's also why? Because essentially what's happening by earthenware? It's absorbed the wine into the press itself, and therefore cannot be used. So once I say again, so the concept. Each non-Jew has a wine press. I want to use the wine press now to press my own wine. So what's Kalacha? Now again, wine press technology, whenever you made a press, you also sealed it, because again, you don't want the press absorbing the wine. So again, if he went ahead and it was a stone wine press, stone release absorbing, so all you need to do is wipe it down. What's the process? Wipe it or dry it off. What's the process for drying? Next case, it was wood. What do you have to do? He says, no problem, just wipe it down. You have to go and actually remove the sealant. Earthenware wine press, everyone agrees, cannot use it. Even if you remove the sealant, cannot use it. It absorbed already the wine of the akum, cannot go ahead and utilize it. Incredible. So something else. Rabbi says, interesting enough, Rabbi says all of these cases are presupposing that law, but ultimately, again, the press was sealed. In other words, it was coated with pitch. It was sealed. That's the issue over here. So listen, this is very interesting. So what happens if, let's say, the Akum had a wine press? He pressed grapes in it, so he used it, but he never sealed it. The subject from Mishnah, that would be totally fine. In other words, assuming obviously that I'm removing any wine residue, but that would be totally fine, right? The way the Mishnah frames it is, the issue is really with the sealant. That's really the issue. But again, had the press not been sealed, it had just been used ultimately to crush grapes, halakha l'maisa, that'd be fine. That's obvious. That's the Mishnah said. The Mishnah says Zaksa. That's the Mishnah said. So the Gemara says, Zaksa, what would you have thought? I would have thought, no, that even if the Akum used the press to go ahead and just crush grapes, I would have thought that press can't be used by a Jew either. The Haiduk turns Zaksa, or called the Morsakasani. The only reason I mentioned about the sealant with the pitch is because that's the normal case. Normal case is you don't use a press unless, of course, you first sealed it. The Gemara says, Kamash no. Kamash that is only if it was used, if a sealant is used, that's when it's not mandatory for the Jew to use it. But if Allah for myself, the Akum just went ahead and crushed grapes in it, it would be totally fine. You get on the alternate version of this. That's the Zofsa. About Dorafta, you'll sagi redeeming. So what's the alternate version of this? Rabbi said, very interesting. That on Mishnah, it talks about a remedy, because when we're talking about a case where the issue at hand is the sealant. But for argument's sake, had the Akum actually crushed grapes in this press, off limits to a Jew. You can't use it, right? Even if you were to go, now it doesn't mean that there's no way to use it. It just means that the process of, let's say, wiping it down would not be enough. So the Gemara says that's obvious. Shita self-substance. That makes it sound kind of obvious. Because at the end of the day, the Gemara says, what does Musa talk about? Musa talking about a case where the Akum sealed the crust, which makes it sound like the process of going ahead and wiping it down, like or drying it, I should say, works in a case where you're only dealing with the sealant. But if the Akum actually crushed grape seal, that changes the math on this, and therefore again the press is us. And again, also when I say us, means it can't be used. Perhaps there's another more aggressive process that can make it feasible, but just stam or even called noodle, drying it off would not be enough. Which the Gemara says, that's obvious. But sheep is up to turn. But the old who has been that little I might have thought that even the process of noodle, of drying it off, should work even in a case where the Akum actually used it to crush grapes. The hybrid cunning zafsa, or cut the milsa katan. And the only reason it mentioned ultimately holding it is fish, sealing it is because that's just the way it is. That's normally what's done before it is. Hamashmiron dafka zafsa, avaldala thought no sagi late in So what's like, this is really the approach that the Gemara is going to adapt. This concept of what we call migo. Now, what's like, we don't know what migo. I know that migo means to dry something. We don't know what that process actually entails, but here's what I do know. That process only works when the issue at hand is the sealant. Right? The press has not been used for crushing grapes by an Akum. All that's happening over here is a brand new press, the Akum sealed it. My problem now is using that press. I know that part of the sealing is the Akum's wall. How do I deal with that issue? The moment, however, we are talking about a press that was actually used by the Akum to crush grapes, different case, and that press is going to use a totally different process, which are going. It is possible that it's pasturable, but it's definitely going to require a more aggressive process to be seen. Like one tells a story. Kiahu, that's going to be here. There was a guy who came over the Kia. Anyway, Havli Gabra, the doctor in the outside place. So come to the Kia, so the Kia, give me a guy to kasher my wine press. So you know what I'm saying? So the kashrus, this was a press ultimately again that was used to buy a non-Jew. So therefore a guy comes about the Kia, he comes about the Kia, I need to kasher this wine press. Give me a guy to kasher my press. I'm going to lay it out. So listen to it. So after this, you say to the Kia, zero bahagay, so the Kia, go, examine the situation, because he is below mitzvahs Allah in Midrash. Whatever you do, make sure they don't come back and complain to me in the basement, which is another way of wrapping to the Kia, do your due diligence on this. Right? Because if you mess up, I'm going to get the complaints. Right? Rappers are the Kia ready. So ultimately, again, if you mess up, we're going to come to this membership and ultimately, again, complain to you. So make sure that before you go ahead and you cancel, that's whatever you're going to do your due diligence on this. Okay, so there's the fight. Where the Kia goes. So it says, so what happened? Also translated the Habashia tank. So again, the Kia goes ahead and he sees that the press was very smooth. Very smooth. Alright, high Vadai Demibus. Okay, something so smooth. So ultimately, again, the Pashtus, there's not really a lot of absorption over there. It looks brand new. So the person said, you know what, this should be enough wood to dry you off. Like a regular boss, like, I want to be clear, we don't yet know what that process of new book actually entails. But he said, new book should be enough over there. So you must listen to this. Actually, was looking around the press a little bit more. He saw that there was like a crack or a crevice on the bottom of the press. And watch this. The closet the Havi Mother Kanda. He said that it was filled with water. Incredible. So in other words, he saw it was incredible. So when he did a little bit more research, he saw a little bit more of an inspection. He saw that there was a crevice on the bottom of the press, and it had water. Wine from the Akum who had used it beforehand. So there was literally Yayin Nessa, standing and sitting in that press. Incredible. Alright, hot no sagire illegal, ella the cure, but it isn't all. Okay, so now I see this press. wasn't just sealed by an alcohol, but this press was managed used. If it was already used, ultimately, again, this type of press ultimately requires a peeling off of the seal. Rashi says over here, Rashi says over here, oh, no, sorry. So the ultimate deal was this is incredible, to do more inspection, what did he find? I'm going to lay, Habibi, Hazi, Zelo, Mutakis, Alai, Ben Mizosh. And this is what that meant. They say, Chabitia, my beloved one, Habibi, right? Habibi, my beloved one, make sure you do your due diligence so they don't come back and complain about you in this way. It was incredible. Now, again, don't necessarily take halacha when I say from that story. Just point out over here, number one, that sometimes that wine presses did have like these nooks and crannies. And here again, even though the press itself looks so clean and pristine, at the end of it, because what's like, seeing is also like a tremendous metaphor for tshuva as well. You know, part of the abode of tshuva Avosai is healing, getting into the nooks and crannies of one's self. Because you know, sometimes when happens is when you do a little bit of introspection, Baruch Hashem, like the exterior looks really good, smooth, the interior is nice, it's polished, it's good. But what Tshuva really demands of us, get into it. And a lot of times, when we kind of do that deep personalistic dive, and you get into the nooks and crannies of self, I might discover a little yes, right? The stuff that shouldn't be there. Right? On the exterior, things look good, and by both sides, want to point out. That's an accomplishment, right? When the exterior looks clean, looks nice, and the exterior looks polished, give yourself a shkoyach for that. That's incredible, because that's not so hard to achieve that. But it truly requires the deep dive. Because a lot of times, the real work we have to do on ourselves is kind of not in the exterior. The real work we have to do, that's in the kishkas of the mission. That's in the kishkas of the self. And sometimes when everything looks great, we do that deep dive, we find that personalistic yayin yesa in that crevice that I've forgotten about, that I didn't even know about. That's where the work begins. That's where Shiva begins. You just have to have the personalistic honesty, integrity, and more than that, bravery to do that deep dive. Incredible. Let's go a little bit deeper. Says the Gemara. Hagat, Ba'amachot, Ba'amishpach. So let's listen to this. The wine press. The machas, Rashi says over here, is Hisha golden bowman bar b'chavis. So it's like, remember again, the way we work is you have a wine press. What do you do with a wine press? What do you do with a wine press? Yes, you put wine, right? As it gives you groups, remember again, then you have to get the wine from the press into the barrels. That's what we got. You do that with a utensil called a machas. This is you would scoop out the wine from the press and you would go ahead and you put it into the barrels. Okay? And then there would be what's called a mishpach. Ultimately, I guess, what they will see again, a mishpach. Rashi says over here, machas is speaking the only moment I borrow that's hagat, machas, mishpach. So we're going to say, so all these items were made ultimately out of earthenware. So if you had a press, right, a gat, a machas, and a mishpach that are made out of earthenware. So all different oven, and again, it belongs to an alcohol. What's halacha? Rebbe makeh b'nigud. Rebbe says all you need is to simply dry it off. Just wipe it down, and you're good to go. The chum is the chumos, and the chum say no, it is not enough. Nigud is not enough. The chum asks, and also I have to see. What does that mean? Aser, you can't. The pashtus means aser, you can't use it at all. But the chum say that if any of these items are made out of earthenware, which is highly absorbent, you cannot use it. Umod the Rebbe does agree, it can come sha'odir go'chavim she'nasir. Rebbe does agree that the earthenware jugs of an akum that were used for wine cannot be used by a Jew. I said the Gemara, my heifers things. What's the difference? Why does Rebbe say that you can use the gat, the machas, and the mishpach, even if they're earthenware, right? But yet you can't use the jug often if they're earthenware. Very simple. The Gemara says, Zeh machnisa b'kiyum, Zeh in machnisa b'kiyum. The both saying is a very simple distinction. Right? The gat, the machas, and the mishpach are all only used for episodic use. Right? They're episodic use. There's no leaf stuff in the wine press. What do? You go and you crush your grapes, whatever, you leave it up a little bit, and then you scoop it out. Same thing with the machas, same thing with the mishpach. These are episodic uses. Kankanim just is long-term use. So because of that, the wine sits in the earthenware. The earthenware is highly absorbent, and therefore, again, every one of these, you can never use the earthenware jugs of an apple that ultimately, again, be used for wine. Now, I'll say all of this is earthenware. However, shalait to shalavan, what happens if all of these items, the aforementioned items, were made of wood or were made of stone? What's halacha? You're not the ultimate. Again, write it down. Again, I'll say once again. I can't say enough. We have not yet outlined what the actual process for writing it down is. But I said write it down. Write it down. Then how you use the talking, but if they're according to the pitch, ultimately, again, as soon as I Bahatian, that I mentioned, that's all we got from that body jar, but we're in the Mishnah. But it's the press. It's made of stone, even if it was coated with pitch. Ultimately, write it down in its good Torah. Nashmisi, Darachba, Raisa, the Darachba. The Lord says, you mentioned before. The Mishnah is talking about a case. The Mishnah is talking about a case where it was coated with pitch, but grapes were never pressed inside of it. It was never used. So it was coated but never used. Okay, so coated never used, white became good to go. The Bryce's case is talking about what it was used. So if it was used and it was coated with pitch, there's too much absorption happening over there. And if when I saw such an item should not be used. I'm about Hadat from the family Mishpach Shabbat. Rebbe Matter, then you go back a come also. So the Bryce's says, Samar says, if you have again the gat the Machat of the Mishpach of an atom. So Rebbe permits it as long as it was wiped down, and ultimately again the Chachamim asked it. Vanan Tnan Shalcheles Apapi Shekala Bezazet Bezalezi Asura. But we learned in our Mishnah. Again, about the Mishnah Summit, Rebbe says any type of dat machatz mishpach, whatever it's made of. Ultimately, again, you're good to go, just write it down. But our Mishnah says that if it's made out of earthenware, even if you peeled off the ceiling, it's still also. On the Rava, Sefer Dinastinsin Asa on the Rabbanon. The Sefer of the Mishnah ultimately again it goes according to the Rabbanon. Okay, we'll say we're going to stop over for today. We're going to pick up on this one. So get to a little bit more halacha on myself. And tomorrow we'll see again, even for those items that perhaps wiping it down doesn't work. We'll see is there a cashing process that would work to be continued tomorrow. We'll say yeah, Sunday. Yeah, is that what we normally do for Labor Day? So it's going to go to Sunday, tomorrow, Sunday.
Already trained was gonna rush right into it. You wear a fucking heated blanket for a sweater right now? What the fuck is that? I would work for you with a baby.
All right, folks, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, first is Fire Yisrael. We dedicate all the Shemon instructions this year as a Zikus for the Soros troubles for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Abba, Rukova, Benekover, for our Aliyah to the summer of his parents, Abraham, Ben Hasha, Pinchas, Big Hazel, Bas Zelish, and all of our kilos in Eretz Hashem will be miskabel during this holy month. Shmoli Amida Dinners, the Ibn Mishmas covered plums, father of the Ari plum, Yitzhak Yitzhak Aryeh, Ben HaChavar of Yaakov is upon the block. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shamas Lavin Aliyah, the families in the Hama, all of those who are forced and killed, Kol Kol Yisrael, for the focus in Yetz Hashem, in home our hostages, the Shalom and the Karov, and allow our Holy Spirit to be successful, the Kol Master Yisrael. Let's say with that, let us begin. So we are picking up in Yetz Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Days 72. And we are picking up on Ayin Aleph on the days 71. Days will be read off. Somebody Makashishi. Perfect. Somebody Makashishi Mosa, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 lines up from the bottom. Somebody Makashishi read the fifth Ravashi. Trashma. Moses, remember again, we're still in the Sugya of Mashiach by Obed Kocham. Right? The Mishnah introduced us to this interesting idea that if you are selling wine to an akum, you're selling wine to an akum, so how exactly, again, that type of thing needs to be structured in order that the wine doesn't end up becoming yayin nesach while in the possession of the Jew. Or if the wine becomes yayin nesach in the possession of the Jew, you're stuck. Right? You're stuck. There's really no remedy for that because it's asur ba'ana. So again, essentially the Mishnah said, you got to come to a conclusion on price. Once you come to a conclusion on price, then ultimately again, whatever the Ovid will come afterwards, it doesn't shifa, he's in Moshe, his wine, and if he makes into Yain Nesach, it's becoming Yain Nesach ultimately again in his possession. So therefore that Lekhi Machlokas doesn't shifa ultimately work by an apple. So only Machlokas is that this Ravashi, Tashra, Hamocha Yino, the Ovid Kochadim, so if I sell my wine to an apple, Pasak, Akshala, Madad, Damam Mutar. So this is our Mishnah. So if we go ahead and you agree on a price, before, Madad literally means measure out, right? It means pour. It means pour, which ultimately again is part of the Mashiach. And ultimately again, the proceeds are mutter. Because since there was an agreement on price, therefore sometimes when you become the Mashiach on his wine, the other Mashiach will become in a corner. But if you say that the Mashiach doesn't work as a kingdom, I might double the and ultimately again, why is if the Mashiach doesn't work, that means when the Ovid comes and starts pouring the wine, he's pouring my wine. If he's pouring my wine, then ultimately again, if it becomes Yain Nesach, if it's Tanminam, then the proceeds from the sale should be unequivocally also. I'm asking, what's the case over here? The Aktim Leidina. This is very interesting. The case over here, the Gemara is where the Aktim and the Aktim is advanced. Rashi says over here, the Aktim Leidina, Rashi says over here, it's in the first wide line of Rashi Shikkim Lo, and also Ma'osio said it's Gay B'nei actually, Yitzhak Adam and Yatsu Yisrael Samosa. This is very interesting. So what the Yaakov is, let's say we know the barrel is not going to be more, or the wine is not going to be more than $100. So what does Yaakov do? He gives me $100 bill. He advances me the money, and ultimately he says, listen, we'll settle it afterwards, and if there's change, you'll return to me any of the change. So the Gemara says, that's the case. So again, this is a different kind of scenario. Why is this different? Because I already have the money in hand. So that already changes the math on all this. In the safe, that's the case. Look at your English. Madog, actual pasak, tamabus asir. When if I look at the other department, measured out the wine before the price was set, so the proceeds ultimately are going to be usher. But why? But if I look at the actual advanced money, then why should it be problematic? So again, he responds back to him. Right, ultimately, Ravashi responds back to Makashisha. According to you, the Amr Mashiach of the Konkona, you say Mashiach does work. If that's the case, I'm not Reisha Dama Mutar and the Sefer Dama Vasur. So again, the question that Makashisha is back on you. If you're right, that this is the case of the Akhir advanced the money proactively. And if the Halakha Lamaisa, really you still already has the proceeds of the sale in hand. If that's the case, then there should be no concern of Yain Nesach in either of the cases. Yet the Mishnah makes a distinction when the measuring occurred before or after the establishment of the price. It was Aramais B'chol Neymar, Pasak Sam Chadaike, not Pasak Lo Sam Chadaike. So the Gemara says something which we kind of understood intuitively from the beginning, and now the Gemara says it explicitly. Essentially, when you have a transaction like this, when there's an agreed upon price, ultimately again, the seller, the Jewish seller, agrees to be machmir of the wine, and therefore the shikha will work. When there is no agreed upon price, the seller is not willing to go ahead and take ownership of the wine, which makes perfect sense. And that's the distinction. So when they're on the price, and the other somebody does the shikha, it'll work, and therefore again, the one is the only Kohanim, and ultimately he's going to keep the proceeds of the sale. When the price is not being set and the occurs, so there is no agreement to a transaction because there's no set price. Because of that, if the other come touches the wine, it becomes essentially yayin neseh, and the proceeds become prohibited. Incredible. The dinami. So therefore, Rashi says, but you also, Alpagab, the Kadimay Dinar, even if money was advanced, see the advancement of money by itself is not really creating the transaction.
Yeah, I'm just chilling, dog. Watching a podcast.
If ultimately you are reading on the price, then you sell this committed. Right? And we say committed is he's willing to allow the item to acquire
Dog.
information.
Oh my word, you guys are wow.
So this is Tarashi. So this is very important, right? So first of all, this nugget of information over here is incredibly important because what this is highlighting is the power and the importance of establishing the price. Establishing the price essentially allows the seller to commit to the transaction. Even though money has not exchanged hands yet. Non-commitment to a price, what do you have if there's no agreement on price? What do you have? You have a conversation. That's pretty much all you have, but with absolutely no transaction left to you. You mother guys, I'm going to touch my hand. I'm going to see about then I got Papa from Shabbatika, and then you tell me Shabbat. Most of this is very interesting. One of the Shabbats is that. Now let's steal. And then interestingly enough, is called liable, even for stealing less than a Shabbatika, which is fascinating, right? If I steal a Shabbatika from another Jew, certainly not good, but I'm not tired. I'm not tired. What's the logic of that? The logic of that is the assumption that people are motel or less than a Shabbatika. I don't care. It doesn't like it, or it might be annoying, but it doesn't matter to me. So if a Jew steals less than a Shabbatika, there's no halakhic liability. But Noah, interestingly enough, is held liable even for less than a Shabbatika. But interestingly enough, there's no obligation to return the stolen object, which is fascinating, right? So if Noah steals less than a Shabbatika, he's fighting. And whenever Noah is hired for violating the Shabbat system, ultimately, again, that liability is a death penalty. So he's fighting death penalty less than Shabbat. Interestingly enough, he has no obligation to return it. Because from my perspective, less than Shabbat is insignificant. Therefore, there is no obligation to return it, which is quite fascinating. And the Gemara says, I'm the Bishop about the Kala in a Kona. The issue that Mishika doesn't work by an Akom, not such an expression. Why should the Akom be liable? Right? Ultimately, again, he didn't acquire it. If Mishika doesn't work by an Akom, then how would the Akom be liable ultimately for my item, which you are supposed to be like to show it's Sari Yisrael. At the end of the day, do you know why the Akom is liable? He's liable ultimately again because he caused me pain. Because he caused the Jew pain. And as well say, interestingly enough, what the Gemara is positing over here is that the Akom liability for stealing less than a Shabbatika can't simply be theft. Because if it's theft, ultimately again, it will be obligated to return it. The liability the Gemara wants to suggest ultimately is because he caused pain and discomfort to a Jew. That's the liability. They say right? So what does it mean that he's not obligated ultimately to return it? The aim of the Torah is Shabbat. Ultimately, this is not in the framework of return. Now, what does this mean? Because as we said before, a Jew is motel on less than a Shabbat. Therefore, because there's therefore the Akom has no obligation ultimately to return it. That's the case. Look at the end. Look at the end of that Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? Listen to this. So Akom 1 still from less than Shabbatika. Then Akom 2 still from Akom 1, the same item. What's the halacha? Akom 2 is liable. Akom 2 is liable death penalty. Similar to 1 second. This revelation shouldn't be decided itself. So I understand that Akom 1 is said to do death penalty, right? Because he caused pain to me, the Jews. Ella say from my object, but what did Akom 2 do? What did Akom 2 do? Ella, what do you see from here? Shnani no, Mishika ba'oriko having Torah Shnani. Rather, what you have to say about is hopefully only makes sense if really there's real theft. Right? So Akom 1 way steals from me is a thief. Why? Because Mishika works. And then when Akom 2 steals from Akom 1, he's going to be liable as well. Why? Because it's also theft. So for most of this verse says, what do you see from here? That Mashiach is a bona fide form of acquisition, a bona fide kinyan by an athlete. And this is incredibly important. Mashiach, not all kinyanim that we have as Jews work by athlete. Right, work by athlete. And which makes sense because a lot of people remember learned out Midaraisa. So not everything works, but ultimately, for example, like we know Kinyan Kesef works by an athlete, right? We know that. Why? Because the first time we see Kinyan Kesef is by Avram Avinu purchasing Masana Pilah from Ephron Ahiti, right? From the athlete. So I know that Kesef, and now I know that Mashiach works as well. So the Gemara says, you see from here that Mashiach ultimately again works by an athlete. Okay, incredible. A story. Who got it? There was a guy. The Kabbalah, who said to his friend, we'll say, here's the case, right? Reuben has a piece of land. Shimon wants to purchase the piece of land, a piece of real estate. Reuben's not really willing to sell right now. But what Reuben does tell Shimon, if I ever sell the land, I'm selling it to you. There's no problem, sir. It's on land I sell to you. What happened, I will say? Also, it's down in the Shakir. It's a pretty ridiculous story. And so what happened? Reuben went and sold it to maybe for putting sell to Shimon. So obviously now Shimon's putting in 1 second. You promised that if you would sell it to me. So what's that love of you? I'm not going to say. The Yosef says, Allah Kolaman says, Kolakama. Ultimately, again, really Shimon has the right to it. It belongs to Shimon. Kolakama. Because only I buy the other Pasuk, I said, what's that? How can you say that Shimon acquires it? They never even spoke price. Right? So the said there was 2 things we saw already from the last circle. Number one is that really a seller is only committed to a transaction when price is agreed upon. That's number 1. And number 2, we saw that Mashiach works even by an athlete. Okay, those are the 2 nuggets that we want to previous survey. So again, in this case, Abai, so we're talking about, although Reuben said, if I ever sell land, I'll sell it to you, they never spoke price. If they never spoke price, how is there any level of commitment from Reuben to Shimon? So not taking the formation to a possible account. So from where do you see when there's not an agreement on price, essentially, there's not transactional commitment. Where do you see that from? It's not our Mishnah. I'm hoping, if I sell my wine to an akum, if we agree on price, before the akum measured out the wine, then ultimately the proceeds are mutter. Why? Because again, agreement to sell because there's a set price. When the akum deals with the wine, it's his wine already. So whatever happens to it, it's not my cup. Then the proceeds are mutter. Mudad actually but ultimately, again, if the akum begins to handle the wine, before there is a set price, he's leaving yayin nesach in my possession, and therefore the proceeds are also. So the says, my habi Allah. So what's the result of this conversation? So I said, what do you see from here? You see from here that a seller is only transactionally committed once price is established. So the Gemara says, so my habi Allah, what's the resolution of here? The Gemara says, my habi Allah to become. We just said what the resolution is. We just said the resolution. The resolution is where there is agreement on price, there is transactional commitment. And therefore, conversely, where there is no agreement on price, there is no transactional commitment. So what else do you want to talk about? I want to say, well, 1 second. Dilma, from the INS section. No. Maybe this is different. Because again, since Yain Nesach is so common, maybe it's only by Yain Nesach that ultimately, again, agreement on price represents transactional commitment. So maybe in other cases, even without an agreement on price, there is transactional commitment. So Tashma, such an argument. There was an episode, there was a story that in Hashem Rav Chisda, similar case to one we just mentioned. Rav Chisda made Lafuna. And ultimately, again, Rav Chisda brought the Shai Ratzah and those mentioned Lafuna. And what happened? The Pashkeni had this night, and they went ahead and they answered it from the following case, which is interesting. Masha Hamara Fulava, Nisa Masok Pesha. So let's listen to this. Let's say I want to acquire something from Ruben. Right? So what do? I go ahead and let's say again, Ruben has certain merchandise, and the merchandise is sitting on top of Ruben's donkeys or in the hands of Ruben's workers. So I just want interesting. I do the shikha on the donkeys, or Yeshiva on the workers and pull them into my home. Okay, what's the halacha? Big pasak ad shalom magat, ubing magat ad shalom pasak, lo kana, u'shnei yichon lachseba. So whether there was agreement on price, like before I started taking type of measure, whether there wasn't agreement on price, ultimately again I don't acquire anything, and halacha l'maisa both of us can go ahead and at least we can both walk away from the transaction. I will say, what's the logic over here? The logic over here ultimately again I will say is that halacha l'maisa I am not done anything directly with the items themselves. Right? In other words, pulling the donkey upon which the items, the merchandise is situated, or pulling the workers that are carrying the merchandise is not a form of acquisition. However, unless it's Tarkan, was the first one line. Tarkan, they they sell. But again, if I unloaded the donkey, right, or took the merchandise out of the hands of the workers and then brought that into my home, then Hasak Anshalo Madat, if we agreed on a price, right, even though again I still have to go through the merchandise to see what there is, how much there is, but at that point, again, I will say, see, there's two things happening right here. Number one, agreement on price. Number two, I'm doing the Yeshiva. The Yeshiva, ultimately, again, even though we still have to work out some details, right? It's not a done deal. We have to work out the details. Neither of us could renege. But again, if there's no agreement on price, and I'm just kind of looking through the merchandise, both of us have the ability to go ahead and chat. So that's what you see from here, so very important. It is all agreement on price that creates transactional commitment. Now again, you have to be careful with this, because that is not to say that you can't back out even once there's agreement on price. Whereas in other words, also, this is a very different kind of case. In this case over here, let's say I'm buying, I don't know, pots, pots from Ruben. Now Ruben's donkey is loaded with pots. So you say, okay, I'm gonna pay, $10 per pot. Now again, there's a whole bunch of stuff on the donkey. I don't know what it is that I'm thinking. But in this case over here, we've agreed on price, and we've agreed ultimately again on an item. I just have to kind of go through the merchandise to see what I'm taking. I can't renege. I can't get out on it. I can't renege on that transaction. Now again, there are other cases of price where even if you agree on price, there's too much other transactional ambiguity. I can still back out. But the most highlighting over here is you need price. You need agreement on price in order to create transactional commitment. And therefore, failure to agree on price results in non-transactional commitment, or not commitment to a transaction. Good. In other case, regardless, so we'll say, if we're going back, remember again, how did this whole thing start? Ruben goes over to Ruben, sell me your property. Ruben says, I'm not selling you right now, but when I sell it, I'll sell it to you. And then Ruben goes and sells it to Levi. To catch this, Shimon doesn't really have any recourse of this. Like, why? There was never a discussion on price. So because there was never a discussion on price, ultimately, again, there's really no transaction. In this case, what did Marcel over there? Second one, Hogava. There was a guy who said to his friend, what did he say? Okay, so this case was more specific. So Shimon was on Ruben, some of you. Ruben said, I'm not selling. But if I do sell one day, I'll sell it to you for 100 zuz. Okay. Also, something over here, Shakir made the S. Then Ruben went and sold it to Levi for 120 zuz. Obviously, Shimon's righteous. Someone's always righteous. So Shimon's righteous. I'm not Kana. If Kana's missing, it belongs to Shimon, right? Ruben promised Shimon that he would sell it. There was even an agreement on price. Nothing more to talk about. Maskil Rabbi Yaakov. So Mahar Pakol. So Rabbi Yaakov and Mahar Pakol said, 1 second, hold on. Hi, Yuzi and Sa'an Subi. See what says is very interesting. From the Gemara's perspective, it's not like today where people freely sell real estate. In the times of the Gemara, you didn't sell your land. The only time you sold your land was when you were in financial distress.
Joe, how are you?
So Yaakov says, obviously, if Ruben is selling, he's in financial distress. And if he's financial distress, he has the right to what? To get the best.
Hello, how are you?
And although, yeah, okay, he made a promise to sell
What's good?
to Shimon. But really what he's saying is, I made a promise to sell to Shimon because I thought 100 zuz is the best I can get in this land.
How's your day
Turns out
going?
you get more. Then again, I'll say it's free markets. Halacha is not going to restrict legal ability to get more for his property. Therefore, Yaakov says,
How is your day going?
Shimon can bring this, but ultimately, again, he has absolutely no recourse.
Right.
He has no
What a
mercy.
great conversation.
Again, and I will say,
Enlightenment.
if you look at Rashi, actually, losing on Su, he's actually also a man, but as an unsul makro, if I'll come and go, you are very pretty high, so have a good sight, maybe he's out there. The evil Lord, he's not going to shadow come up. I was going to say, where Yaakov says like this. When Reuben says to Shimon, if I'll sell to you for 100 zuz. What does Reuben say? He's saying, I believe 100 zuz to be the price that the market will give. So let's say, how much is real estate worth? How much is real estate worth? Whatever people are willing to pay. So therefore, the fact that ultimately, again, now Reuben can get